Most awakened souls beg for a prestigious class like Mage or Summoner, but not our protagonist Chen. He walked the path of the jobless, the freelancer. A jack of all trades, master of none stuck with garbage tier 1 skills. In this twisted world, picking a specialized class is the only road to power. The college entrance exam isn't about paper and pencils anymore. It is a battle for survival. Inside monster-filled dungeons, one wrong move means death. Students must choose their fate. Easy, normal, or the suicidal hell mode. The rewards scale with the risk. Most students play it safe to protect their pathetic lives. The entire spectacle is broadcast live to the world. As the exam begins, the cowards immediately form parties to increase their odds. Only the arrogant elites dare to hunt alone. But suddenly, the monitoring crystals focus on a figure that defies all logic. He marches alone, burdened with an arsenal of mismatched weapons. He isn't part of the elite rocket class, yet he walks with the confidence of a king. Why carry a sword, a staff, and a dagger? Is he truly insane enough to enter as a jobless freelancer? The audience mocks him. In a leveling manhwa like this, a freelancer, relying on basic skills, is usually walking dead meat. Chen's homeroom teacher is sweating bullets. The stubborn kid ignored all advice and plunged straight into hell difficulty. Is he trying to speedrun his own funeral? The academy dean looks ready to kill someone. The teacher laughs nervously, trying to save face. His talent is unique, he stammers. Maybe the freelancer path actually suits him. Inside, Chen steps into the abyss. The Hell Dungeon's aura is suffocating. The crowd jeers, expecting him to wet himself in terror. But suddenly, he triggers a Swordsman speed buff. Despite the heavy gear, he streaks across the battlefield like a phantom. He closes the distance in a heartbeat. A pack of goblins screeches, rushing forward to tear him apart. In a split second, he switches to mage tactics. A roaring fireball explodes from his hand, incinerating a dozen monsters instantly. The viewers drop their jaws. That wasn't a weak spark. That was a master-tier inferno. This is no ordinary manhwa recap moment. As the goblins panic, the staff in his hand morphs into a gleaming blade. He becomes a swordsman, weaving through the chaos. His wind flame tears through the remaining beasts with surgical precision. The stadium erupts. Half are screaming in hype, the other half can't believe their eyes. Everyone knows the jobless class is trash, yet Chen is dominating. Even the skeptical dean leans forward, his interest piqued. The teacher explains, he awakened the all-rounder talent. He can learn everything. The dean scoffs. A jack of all trades hits a wall at C rank. He has no future. He pities the boy, thinking his potential is capped. But he has no idea that Chen possesses a system that breaks all the rules. Stage 1 is cleared in record time. Chen pushes open the massive stone gates to the second level. A sea of green skin awaits him. This isn't just a mob. It is an army far deadlier than the previous wave. These elites possess hidden skills and higher levels. To the naked eye, it looks like suicide. But Chen activates his appraisal eye. He reads their stats instantly. 100 enemies against 1. The odds are impossible. Things are getting spicy. The goblin commander points a gnarled finger at our hero and roars the order. The horde charges. They even have a drummer and trumpeter, boosting their morale with war songs. Chen analyzes the battlefield calmly. Shield bearers in front, mages casting from the back. A classic formation. Annoying teamwork, he mutters. He raises his staff and unleashes the blinding flash skill. A supernova of light erupts. The goblins screech, clutching their eyes as their formation collapses into chaos. Seizing the moment, Chen vanishes with the assassin's stealth technique. He ghosts behind the enemy lines. His blade sings, slicing the mage's throat before it hits the ground. The blindness fades and the mob swarms him again. Fear. He doesn't know the meaning of the word. He activates Shadow Clone, unleashing a flurry of assassin arts. Backstabs, heart strikes, throat slits. He dances a waltz of death, slaughtering half the army in seconds. A red goblin captain roars in fury. Its eyes glow with bloodlust. It is about to trigger Berserk mode. Just as predicted, its muscles bulge and rip, growing to a monstrous size. Chen leaps effortlessly into the air. He swaps to his staff, channeling the power of the water element. Suddenly, the broadcast cuts away to a boring elite student from the rocket class. The audience riots. "Get this trash off the screen," they scream. "We want the jobless king." The internet is blowing up. Chen is displaying mastery over every single class that exists. He is a monster in human skin. Even the swordsmanship instructor admits, this kid moves better than a grandmaster. The camera crew had no choice but to focus back on Chen due to the overwhelming audience demand. He had already summoned water elementals to wipe out the trash mobs with ease. Now it was a one-on-one duel against the dungeon boss. Chen had been kiting it expertly, waiting for the monster's Berserk mode timer to run out. The beast had returned to its base form, but make no mistake, this was still a hell mode boss. It wasn't going to go down without a fight. As the goblin boss charged, Chen triggered a mechanic class skill. A bear trap snapped shut, rooting the beast for 2 seconds. Instantly, he followed up with a fireball, blasting the creature's eye into oblivion. Blinded in one eye and shrieking in agony, the goblin panicked its movements, becoming erratic and confused. In its blind confusion, it stepped right onto another hidden mechanism Chen had prepared. Boom! A massive explosion shook the entire dungeon, lighting up the sky with destruction. But a boss monster wouldn't fall that easily. Chen knew the damage wasn't lethal yet. As the smoke cleared, the beast stood its ground, breathing heavily but still alive. Rage consumed the monster. It prepared to unleash its ultimate skill, War Stomp, to crush him flat. But Chen had read this move like a book. Emerald light flashed in his palm. Not on my watch. Countless vines erupted from the earth, binding the goblin's limbs in an iron grip. He manipulated the vines like whips, lashing the monster's face relentlessly. The goblin ground its teeth, blood vessels bursting in its eyes. It was at its absolute breaking point. Chen didn't let up, switching styles to launch an ice lance. The frost effect instantly debuffed the enemy, slashing its movement and attack speed by 35%. The boss was completely immobilized. What followed was a pure flex, a showcase of skills from every single class available. It was a symphony of destruction. Attack after attack landed with surgical precision. The boss couldn't retaliate, only scream in despair. Outside, the audience watched in stunned silence. A hell mode boss was being dominated without landing a single hit. And the scariest part, Chen wasn't spamming buttons randomly. His skill rotation was flawless, a perfect chain of cooldown management. People began congratulating Chen's homeroom teacher before the exam even finished. With this performance, hitting the provincial top 5 was practically guaranteed. The academy dean stroked his beard, laughing maniacally with joy. In his eyes, Chen was already a shoo-in for the top 3. Even Mr. Jin, the homeroom teacher, suddenly found himself the center of attention and respect. The junior students were losing their minds. He was too cool. Many were even talking about resetting their accounts to become jobless class users, just like Chen. Second stage cleared, but Chen didn't stop. He walked straight to the stone gate, ready to breach the next level immediately. Is he skipping the rest period? That's pure arrogance. He's rushing to his death. The crowd erupted again. The dean's smile vanished. Chen had time to regenerate, yet he pushed forward with depleted stamina. It was an insanely risky gamble. The mage instructor shook his head in disapproval. The next stage isn't child's play. There are no weaklings there. Even if he's a genius, he can't master every class. Entering a high-level zone with 0 mana recovery is just plain stupid. Inside the dungeon, Chen faced the third trial. A disciplined army of high goblins stood in formation, radiating aggression and speed. The moment he entered, they charged Chen's water summons were flickering, their duration about to expire. Perfect timing. Chen ordered his fading minions to charge, forming a suicidal wall that absorbed the goblins' opening barrage. As the chaos settled, the goblins froze in confusion. Standing opposite them was Chen, dual-wielding pistols, fingers already on the triggers. Guns meant one thing: he was switching to the Marksman class skills. These weapons dealt massive damage, but required god-tier aim. He was using Relentless Pursuit, a passive that stacked damage with every hit, capping at 25 stacks. To maximize DPS, he needed 100% accuracy. Impossible, the mage instructor scoffed. No student has that kind of control. Bang! The first shot rang out, a direct hit. The juniors outside screamed in hype as Chen fired rhythmically, the damage stacks, climbing instantly to level 3. But he didn't stop there. Chen began weaving in other marksman skills, turning the battlefield into his personal shooting range. He wasn't missing. Every bullet found its mark. The goblin army was being mowed down like grass. The audience was officially converted. They were witnessing a legend in the making. The students were worshiping him, and even the skeptical teachers had to admit this kid was a monster. The dean and Mr. Jin finally exhaled the tension, leaving their shoulders. Then a sharp-eyed instructor pointed out a terrifying detail. Wait, he hasn't used a single potion since this Manhwa recap started. Other students were chugging health and mana potions like water, but Chen, he hadn't touched a single bottle. The dean wondered if it was pride, but Mr. Jin knew the heartbreaking truth. Chen didn't have potions because he couldn't afford them. His inventory was stuffed with cheap weapons instead. Click. Chen checked his guns. overheated and durability 0. Without a second thought, he tossed the scrap metal aside. The dean's jaw dropped. Did they just break? What tier were those weapons? Why is he throwing them away? They were F tier, the cheapest available, Mr. Jin stammered. The dean exploded. Are you kidding me? You let a prodigy take the college entrance exam with trash. But it wasn't the teacher's fault. Yun Chen was dirt poor and orphan, raising a little sister on scraps. Buying high-grade gear was a fantasy for him. Hearing this, tears streamed down the dean's face. If I had known we had such a genius, I would have funded him myself. Meanwhile, Yun Chen stood before the final gate. The boss room. If he cleared this, the #1 spot was his. Yun Chen shouted, "Open." This leveling Manhwa moment would decide everything. He was about to shatter every record in history. The dean clenched his fists. If this diamond in the rough failed because of garbage equipment, he would resign in shame. The dean shot a piercing glare at the head teacher. Sweat poured down Mr. Jin's face as he stared at the screen, praying under his breath, "Yun Chen, you have to survive this." Yun Chen pushed open the massive stone gates with a groan. While the other students were struggling to survive the second floor, he had already stepped into the final boss room. The entire academy held its breath. No one cared about the other examinees anymore. Every eye was glued to the monitor, witnessing history in the making. But the moment Yun Chen stepped into the darkness, the live stream cut to black. A roar of fury erupted from the crowd below like a tidal wave. Are you kidding me? You cut the feed right at the climax. Amidst the rage, however, one sharp-eyed female student noticed a terrifying detail. Look at the kill feed. People are dying. They had been so focused on the star student, they missed the massacre happening in the other instances. The Stage 2 boss was slaughtering examinees left and right. Countless others were forced to forfeit just to keep their lives. Those who managed to escape crawled out of the dungeon, broken and bloodied, clinging to their last breath. Yun Chen's dominance made it look easy, but this was a leveling Manhwa nightmare. The hardest college entrance exam in history. Panic began to spread among the juniors. Even with 10 more years of training, they couldn't match the power Yun Chen just displayed. Sensing the fear, the dean ordered the camera feed restored immediately. They needed a hero to shatter the despair. And right now, the only one capable of carrying that burden was Yun Chen. Inside the chamber, the protagonist stood before the ultimate evil. The Goblin Lord sat arrogantly upon a throne forged from gems and human skulls. Insolent human, the monster growled, its voice shaking the walls. This is your grave. As the boss stood up, a crushing spiritual pressure descended on the room. Truly a hell mode boss. The killing intent was suffocating, and this monster possessed human intelligence. Too bad you've only got 20 seconds to live. Yun Chen activated the Berserker skill Blood Explosion. All attributes boosted by 80%. His attack speed and armor penetration skyrocketed, but the cost was severe. After 20 seconds, he would enter a debilitated state for 3 full minutes. His power would plummet to a quarter of his max. The crowd outside gasped. He was popping his ultimate move right at the start. It was an all-or-nothing gamble. Mr. Jin trembled in fear. This is madness. He's betting his entire future on a blitz attack. The dean nearly had a stroke right there. My medicine. Someone get my pills. Meanwhile, Yun Chen flashed forward, closing the distance in a blink. But the Goblin Lord was faster. A massive axe cleaved through the air, slicing Yun Chen in two. The stadium went dead silent except for the dean. That was an afterimage. The real Yun Chen had already circled behind, carving a deep wound across the beast's back with his blade. As the monster turned, Yun Chen unleashed a flash strike directly into its eyes. Now, this is the perfect chance for a critical hit, but reality is cruel. The cheap shot didn't kill it. It only enraged the beast. Roaring in fury, the Goblin Lord entered Berserk mode. Snap! Yun Chen's spear shattered on impact. Desperate, he summoned Druid vines to bind the monster's arms and buy time. But the boss's aura was draining his buff duration. The clock was ticking down mercilessly, only 13 seconds left of Blood Explosion. The broken weapon sent a wave of panic through the audience. The dean grit his teeth. A genius student shouldn't be fighting an epic battle with trash tier gear. Teacher Jin, do you see this? The head teacher swallowed hard. He understood the silent threat perfectly. He should have funded Yun Chen's equipment personally, but it was too late. If the boy died because of a cheap weapon, the dean would have Mr. Jin's head on a platter. Inside the dungeon, Yun Chen was feeling the heat. I planned to nuke him before he raged, but he's too tanky. The situation was critical. Time was slipping away like sand through his fingers. He activated weakness detection, but the system returned nothing. No weaknesses found. The Goblin Lord swung his axe in a frenzy of destruction. Yun Chen danced through the blade storm thanks to his speed buff. Boom! The boss stomped, shattering the stone floor beneath them. Yun Chen stumbled, blood dripping from his lips. He gasped for air as his energy faded. Time remaining, 9 seconds. Outside, his fangirls were already sobbing in despair. The buff was fading, and he hadn't even scratched the boss's true defense yet. The faculty was losing their minds. No spear, no sword, and worst of all, 0 health potions remaining. It looked like game over. The Goblin Lord towered over him, raising its colossal axe for the execution. Die, insect. 7 seconds. Suddenly, Yun Chen looked up, a wild, arrogant grin on his face. Is that the best you've got? Whoosh. Dozens of vines erupted from the shadows behind the beast. The goblin panicked and severed them, but the students thought Yun Chen was just flailing in desperation. It's useless. Druid vines are for crowd control. They deal 0 damage to a boss like that. But the dean let out a dark chuckle. The kid figured it out. The weakness detection skill hadn't failed earlier. There is no such thing as an invincible boss. The weakness wasn't missing. It was just hidden beneath the Lord's heavy cape. The monster flinched, its secret exposed. Yun Chen ignited his fist with blazing knuckle. 3 seconds. That was all he needed to end this. Like a ghost, he flickered behind the enemy. The vines weren't for damage, they were to lock the target in place. The Goblin Lord wasn't stupid. It twisted its body to protect its weak point. Bam! Yun Chen's fire fist slammed into its chest. Fool, the beast scoffed. A frontal attack can't hurt me. Your time is up. The buff expired. Was this the end for Yun Chen? Lose. The protagonist. Don't make me laugh. Even the most cunning goblin couldn't possibly outsmart the calculated brilliance of a human tactician. Yun Chen had already planted a blade exactly where the beast would collapse. Gravity did the rest, driving the monster's spine right onto the steel. A perfect calculated execution. His energy completely spent, Yun Chen slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Then the system chime rang out like a choir from heaven. Hell difficulty dungeon. Cleared. Total clear time, 14 minutes and 47 seconds. His university entrance exam record was sealed. The trial was over, and a legend was born. Outside, the stadium erupted into chaos. The crowd lost their minds as the results flashed on the screen. It took him a mere 20 seconds to annihilate the final boss. Inside the instance, the rewards rained down in a cascade of golden light. 3 levels gained instantly. Skill points and rare items flooded his inventory. As the first clearer of this dungeon, a unique achievement unlocked. Faced with 3 divine options, Yun Chen didn't hesitate. He chose rapid casting. This passive skill slashed incantation times in half. Plus, his new gear was miles ahead of the rusted scrap metal he'd been wearing before. With this loadout, the Goblin Lord wouldn't last 5 seconds in a rematch. It was time to return to the real world. Yun Chen exited the dungeon. The moment he stepped out, the noise was deafening. Chants of invincible Yun Chen shook the arena. Just what in the world was happening here? Yun Chen stood there blinking like a deer in headlights as cameras flashed from every angle. The dean himself rushed over, while Mr. Jin's face beamed with pure pride. They sandwiched him for a victory photo, grinning ear to ear. The dean promised to handle the official scoring, urging the exhausted hero to go home and rest. But the celebration was far from over. The old man even ordered his private driver to take Yun Chen home in a luxury supercar, a level of VIP treatment usually reserved for royalty. As Yun Chen left, the Bureau of Education was already blowing up the dean's phone. The school's ranking was about to skyrocket. Meanwhile, back home, his little sister was waiting. She had prepared a royal feast, even spending their savings on real meat to celebrate her big brother's exam day. Looking at her, a bittersweet pang hit his chest. Their father fell in the monster wars 10 years ago. Their mother followed soon after, her heart giving out from overwork. Yun Chen had clawed his way through life since then, and his sister grew up too fast. But now, with these results, the days of suffering were finally coming to an end. How did it go, big brother? Was it smooth? She asked. Yun Chen smiled softly, admitting the dean guaranteed him a spot in the top 3. Her eyes sparkled like stars. She practically danced with joy, not just for the glory, but because they could finally afford to eat meat every day. For the next few days, Yun Chen returned to the grind, farming skill points like a machine. In this Manhwa recap of his journey, he knew university would require even more power, perhaps even a hidden class. 5 days later, he returned to a flying tackle from his sister. She screamed the news. Yun Chen wasn't just top 3. He was the #1 scholar in the entire province. He realized he'd left his phone behind in his rush that morning. It had been ringing off the hook all day with people trying to reach the new champion. Right on cue, it buzzed again. It was the dean. Yun Chen answered only to hear the old man's frantic voice on the other end. Why haven't you been answering? Never mind. Listen, the recruiters are here. Get to the school immediately. You have your pick of the top universities. The sudden shift in fate was dizzying. As he wondered which path to take, memories from 3 years ago flooded his mind. At the awakening ceremony, he was diagnosed with all-rounder talent. Everyone called him trash. A jack of all trades, master of none. Even he had believed it. But in the depths of his despair, the system awakened. It was a miracle, a divine intervention that changed everything. 3 years later, the trash was now a king. And surely the system would grant a legendary reward for achieving the rank of top scholar. He expected gear, but the system defied expectations. His talent evolved from B rank to A+. This unlocked infinite skill progression and granted him a cross of rebirth. If he fell in battle, this artifact would consume itself to resurrect him in a safe location. A second life, the ultimate treasure in this dangerous world. He also gained 2 broken talents, Hyper Regeneration and Divine Flash. And Divine Flash allowed him to tear through the fabric of space itself, blinking across distances in an instant. Back in reality, reporters swarmed his house like locusts. After a tactical retreat to the school, he found the campus buzzing with rumors about the mysterious scholar. Inside the principal's office, a high-stakes meeting was underway. Representatives from the elite universities were fighting over who would claim Chen, but the recruiter from Grand Sky University sneered. Upon learning Chen was a jobless class, he demanded the boy change professions immediately, or he'd be banned from their prestigious halls. A top scholar, he scoffed. If he remains a jobless commoner, he has no future worth investing in. His student lackey added fuel to the fire, claiming Chen must have used dirty tricks or system glitches to achieve his score. The room exploded into arguments, giving the dean a massive migraine. Suddenly, bam! The door flew open. Chen had arrived. So, Chen's voice was ice cold. You're trying to throw mud on my name before we've even met. He silenced the dean with a hand gesture. He had heard enough. He marched straight up to the arrogant student. I'm right here. Since you're so curious about my methods, why don't you test them yourself? A duel, Chen declared. I bet my title as top scholar. If I can't defeat you in 5 moves, I admit defeat. A fresh high school graduate challenging an elite university student. The lackey laughed, thinking it was the arrogance of a newborn calf, and accepted the challenge with a sneer. The dean turned pale. This was madness. The opponent was a level 19 class holder. Chen was only a level 13 jobless. The gap was insurmountable. They moved to the training arena. Zhou, the arrogant student, smirked, calculating he would crush this insect in just 3 moves. The teachers watched with bated breath, unable to stop the duel now. In this leveling Manhwa world, strength is everything they could only pray. Chen had a miracle up his sleeve. The opponent, a fellow mage, pointed his staff directly at Chen with a sneer. This artifact used to hide a blade, but the steel shattered in the last clash. Now, it only channels magic. But honestly, that is more than enough to crush you. Zhou was triggered by Chen's silence. You think you can defeat me with magic? Such arrogance. He raised his staff high mana, surging as he began his chant. With his rapid cast skill, he needed less than a second to unleash hell. In his hubris, he believed there was no way Chen could match that speed. But the moment he looked up, a blazing fireball was already in his face. Zhou couldn't believe his eyes. Chen's casting speed was godlike. Forced into a panic, Zhou could only throw up a temporary mana shield to block the incoming destruction. But Chen's fireball was catastrophic. Spiderweb cracks instantly fractured the shield. It shattered like glass, and a barrage of follow-up fireballs rained down from the heavens. Zhou couldn't dodge. The flames swallowed him whole. Game over. Chen smirked at the explosion, while Zhou lay scorched, and battered. His arrogant pride turned to ash. However, Chen had no intention of letting him off the hook that easily. He walked over and stomped his foot onto the loser's back. With a voice dripping in mockery, he shouted, "Is this the best a student of Qing University can do?" The witnessing recruiters saw this domination, and their doubts about Chen vanished instantly. His file stated his skill limit was merely rank C, but judging by the color and intensity of those flames, that was rank B power minimum. In the logic of a leveling manhwa, the jobless class usually has a fatal flaw, a capped skill ceiling. Yet Chen had shattered that limit, evolving beyond the impossible. This meant his potential was limitless, a true all-class master. The recruiters swarmed forward like sharks, smelling blood, fighting to recruit him. Only the instructor from Qing University stood aside, grinding his teeth in bitterness. So, what if he evolved once the sore loser spat? He still has no future. I can't believe you fools are fighting over trash. But the other recruiters weren't children. They ignored his petty provocation. Humiliated, the Qing University instructor turned and fled the scene. He didn't even bother to check on Yuan Zhou, who is still unconscious in the dirt. Meanwhile, the bidding war for Yun Chen was getting intense. Among them, Jiangnan University offered the most insane resources. They promised to provide every single beginner skill book for every class available. And not just books from this nation, they offered skill manuals imported from across the entire world. If his grades held up, Yun Chen would learn hidden skills and receive a morphing weapon, the holy grail for a jobless user. Damn, Jiangnan University was playing to win. International skill books, hidden arts, and a morphing weapon. That's top-tier loot. The crowd buzzed with envy. Yun Chen didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and shook the Jiangnan recruiter's hand. Rejecting a treasure trove like that would be idiocy. Plus, the location was perfect. His little sister Yun Tong was studying in Jiangnan. If anything happened, he could rush to her side instantly. With the school chosen, Yun Chen strolled to the desolate backyard of the academy. It was time to test Divine Flash. This talent was truly broken. He could teleport instantly, making his offense and defense unpredictable. However, the stamina drain was massive. He would need to grind hard to master it. His phone buzzed. A notification popped up. The scholarship money had landed, and it was a hefty sum. The physical rewards had likely been shipped to his home. Perfect timing. Yun Chen decided to test his teleportation range to get back. The moment he flashed to his front door, the Jiangnan representatives were waiting. True to their word, they brought his enrollment gift, a gold-rank morphing weapon. The weapon was named Phantom Breaker, a gold-tier artifact capable of shifting between 3 forms: a combat gun, a longsword, and a magic staff. Yun Chen caressed the cold steel, satisfied. Finally, he didn't have to lug around a backpack full of trash-tier weapons anymore. The representative also handed over a trunk filled with rare skill books. For a skill-hungry maniac like Yun Chen, this was more valuable than actual gold. And the rewards didn't stop there. The city of Dongyun sent a special gift to honor their rising star, a deed to a luxury villa. It was Yun Tang's first time in such a massive house, and she was bouncing off the walls. "Brother, the bathroom here is bigger than our old apartment." Compared to her excitement, Yun Chen remained as calm as a still lake. He was already deep into the new books, discovering that their country held more rare classes than he thought. 70 years ago, the Great Convergence merged a game world with reality. Players had to choose their race. Most chose human, but some became elves, beastmen, or dwarves. Over the decades, humans intermarried with these races, creating bloodlines with unique traits. Dongyun was a small city, so Yun Chen rarely saw other races. But Jiangnan University would be different. It was the perfect stage to truly understand this chaotic world. For the next month, Yun Chen ground out system quests and devoured every new skill book he had. With half a month left before the semester, he took Yun Tang traveling. But eventually, the day of departure arrived. A private car came to pick him up. Yun Tang stood there with tears streaming down her face, refusing to let her big brother go. Yun Chen gave her a list of instructions. Money wasn't an issue anymore, so she wouldn't suffer. "I have to go now," he said softly. To Jiangnan, Yun Chen arrived at the campus. The scenery was breathtaking, like a cultivation sect from a Manhwa recap, not a 21st century school. Students of every race swarmed the plaza. As one of the top 7 universities, Jiangnan was truly a place where dragons and tigers hid. A female elf spotted him and waved. She was in charge of freshman registration. Yun Chen politely handed over his file. The moment the elf saw the name, her eyes went wide. She gasped aloud. Yun Chen, the one from Dongyun City. That single sentence drew the attention of the entire crowd. Every eye locked onto him. Some held admiration, others shock, but mostly they were filled with burning jealousy and hostility. The elf whispered a warning. Because Yun Chen received the Supreme Scholar treatment, he had a massive target on his back. Every freshman here wanted to take him down. According to tradition, the freshman initiation ceremony kicks off tomorrow, followed by the ruthless ranking tournament just 1 week later. But make no mistake, countless hungry wolves are already eyeing his #1 spot. And among them, true monsters with power to spare. Yun Chen gazed at the holographic status window flashing before his eyes. A new quest had arrived in this leveling Manhwa world. Mission: defend the throne. Maintain rank 1 at all costs. The reward? An S-class skill. A smirk played on his lips. Let them come. The next day, Jiang University erupted in celebration to welcome the fresh blood. Yun Chen stood at the very front, a lone peak above the clouds. Behind him, the jealous whispers spread like a plague. That's him, the jobless drifter. He spent the night in that luxury mountaintop villa. While we were stuck on the slopes like commoners, I was the top scorer of my province. By what right does he stand above me? I refused to accept this. Chen ignored the biting insults, his expression unreadable. However, not everyone was blind to his strength. Take Chen Tairan, the pride of Daizhou, or Ye Qingling, the genius of Donglin. True elites possess an aura that separates them from the rabble. High above Ye Anfu, principal of the War Academy, watched the chaos unfold. He chuckled, his eyes gleaming. Arrogant colts. They have no idea who they're dealing with. Yun Chen's potential had already been proven in the entrance exam footage. Jiang University's leadership saw everything. Not just Principal Ye, but every academy head acknowledged his dominance. His combat prowess is impeccable. Battle instincts that mirror my own, and mastery over multiple weapons. Principal Ye clenched his fist. That boy belongs in my academy. A chilling presence arrived. Xia Qingcheng, principal of the Weapon Academy. The crowd stirred. It was the first time the Ice Queen had ever shown interest in a freshman. Usually she was as cold as frost and silent as the grave. But Yun Chen was a diamond in the rough. It wasn't just Xia Qingcheng. Every faction wanted to claim him as their personal disciple. Looks like I need to accelerate the timeline. Yi Anfu tapped his cane against the floor. Space distorted. In the blink of an eye, he teleported right in front of the students. Yun Chen recognized the old master instantly. He knew exactly who stood before him. Of the 5 great schools within Jiang University, the War Academy reigned supreme. Ye Anfu's voice boomed with authority. The faculty is well aware of your dissatisfaction with the rankings. Therefore, the freshman tournament will not be next week. It starts right now. Everyone prepare yourselves. 2 p.m. at Yunnan Plaza. Real combat begins. The students roared. Their fighting spirits ignited like a powder keg. Time flew. By 2 o'clock, the entire freshman class had gathered. Looming before them were 3 colossal gateways. Entrance to the Silver Secret Realm, a replica dungeon. The original realm was under government lockdown. But this replica was far deadlier than any entrance exam. This was no longer a test. It was a battlefield. Every student would dive into the secret realm to determine the true hierarchy. Yun Chen Ha, I'll crush him beneath my boot like a bug. Yun Chen frowned as his name echoed through the crowd. Every pair of eyes was locked onto him, filled with envy, malice, and challenge. Fine then. Let's see what these so-called geniuses are made of. The dungeon gates groaned open. The teleportation array engulfed them in blinding light. They materialized inside the giant troll's lair, a nightmare zone inhabited by vicious beasts. And when night falls, their bloodlust doubles. Yun Chen drew his new blade without hesitation. Time is money. He moved to slaughter the horde. Nearby, another student unleashed hell with a heavy machine gun. Back in the observation room, the principals and instructors watched the carnage unfold on the live monitors. Ye Anfu nodded, pleased with the year's harvest. But Xia Qingcheng cut through the chatter. Switch camera 3. Focus on Yun Chen. The screen flickered to life, revealing a scene that defied logic. The first stage. It was already empty. Yun Chen had annihilated every troll and was breaching stage 2. Impossible. That speed. He's shattering the academy record. How in the world did he do that? The elderly principal of the Elemental Academy, Lian Hexuan, finally spoke up. His sharp eyes analyzed the scorched earth. Simple. He used a windwalk vortex to group the mobs into a kill zone, then incinerated them all with a single devastating fireball. Easier said than done. To pull off that combo, his windblade and fireball mastery must be at least rank B. Lian Hexuan cackled with delight. That boy was born for the Elemental Academy. I don't care what it takes. I'm stealing him. Inside the dungeon, Yun Chen stepped into the second zone. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Something's off. The entire floor was a treacherous, toxic swamp. He froze, refusing to sink into the mire. Boom! He launched a massive fireball ahead and leaped straight into the heart of the explosion. Speed requires precision. A confident smile touched his lips. Too easy. The Druid class wasn't just about summoning vines and tentacles. Skill activate natural communion. He tapped into the breathing rhythm of the world. With all his skills upgraded to rank B+, his perception was godlike. His soul resonated with the flora around him. In a room dominated by vegetation, Yun Chen was the apex predator. The trees whispered the path to the third chamber. He moved like a phantom, leaping from branch to branch, never touching the deadly muck below. In seconds, he reached the safety of solid ground at the zone's edge. A perfect run. Suddenly killing intent from behind, a giant troll lunged from the shadows. Chen didn't even turn around. Boom. A casual backhand fireball blasted the beast into oblivion. I told you, the forest is my domain. Dozens of trolls were still camouflaged in the canopy, but hunting them one by one. That's too slow for a Manhwa recap protagonist. He triggered the Druid's overgrowth ability. The trees roared to life, mutating instantly. Branches sharpened into spears and skewered the hiding monsters. The parasitic vines drained the trolls dry in seconds. Outside, the instructors watched in stunned silence. Absolute efficiency. There are countless sensory skills, but he chose natural communion instantly. It was the perfect counter to this environment. That kid isn't just a brawler. He has the tactical mind of a veteran general. Back in the dungeon, the swamp was conquered. Chen marched forward, unstoppable. The dungeon was designed as a twisting labyrinth to entrap the weak. But for Chen, the very flora bowed to his will, guiding his path through the shadows like loyal servants. In a heartbeat, he reached the obsidian gate of the third trial. Guarding it was a behemoth, a massive giant demon warrior, unfortunately asleep on the job. Scorching heat exploded. Before the beast could even open its eyes, Chen's fireball slammed into its face. Seriously, call yourself a professional sentry. Defeated by a nap. The humiliation was real. The stone gates groaned open as the warrior stumbled inside, kowtowing frantically before his chieftain, tears streaming down his ugly mug. A despicable human ambushed me while I was resting. The blast sent me flying in here. My lord, I beg for mercy. The giant demon chieftain stared down, expressionless as stone. Desperate to redeem his honor, the warrior sprang up, killing intent radiating as he vowed to pulverize Chen into dust. Crush who exactly? Chen's voice whispered from the shadows behind him. Before the slow-witted beast could react, the swordsman's void slash sang through the air, carving sweet lines of death into his back. The warrior collapsed dead at his master's feet. The chieftain's rage detonated instantly. After all, killing a dog right in front of its master is a declaration of war. Chen had slaughtered the gatekeeper right under the boss's nose. How could the chieftain swallow such an insult? Calmly, Chen activated his appraisal skill. Besides the level 17 chieftain, the room swarmed with level 15 elite, hunters and shamans. A horde of nightmares plus a boss monster. This leveling Manhwa scenario just got complicated. But Chen was never unprepared. He raised his staff high, magic swirling around him. Allow me to treat you all to a magnificent feast of destruction. The chieftain raised his massive weapon, but suddenly endless copies of Chen filled his vision. Blinded by fury, the beast assumed it was a simple clone technique. It didn't matter. One body or 1,000, he would slaughter every single version of this pest, until none remained. The chieftain's hammer rose and fell like a judgment gavel. The chamber echoed with his roar and the sickening crunch of impact. Die, die, rot in hell. Suddenly, a blazing fireball roared from behind the chieftain. The army of Chen clones standing there was instantly incinerated to ash. The chieftain spun around. His eyes locked on one of his own, a giant demon shaman holding a staff. The creature laughed maniacally, praising the carnage. Not bad for a mere mage. Mastering elements outside dark magic. Impressive. Kill this human, and I'll make you a captain of the guard. Fueled by adrenaline, the chieftain's hammer swung with renewed ferocity, sending wave after wave of Chen's clones to the afterlife. Meanwhile, that shaman unleashed a torrent of fire magic. Soon the vast hall was empty save for one lone Chen. The shaman stepped forward, cackling triumphantly. The illusions are gone. The one standing there is the main body. Finally, your wretched life ends here. Ha ha ha. But as the figure writhed and screamed, the world in the chieftain's eyes began to twist and melt. Was his vision failing him? Why did Chen suddenly morph into a giant demon hunter? Before the chieftain's brain could process the glitch, another fireball screamed through the air, slamming into that very hunter. Boom, obliteration. And there, emerging from the shadows behind the confused chieftain, the true Chen slowly faded back into reality. The illusion shattered. The chieftain blinked, horrified to find the corpses of his own subordinates littering the floor. What madness was this? Watching the screen, even the proctoring masters gasped. They couldn't understand why the boss slaughtered his own army, or why he stood idly by while Chen blew his kin to pieces. But Principal Lian, Hijuan's eyes narrowed. He saw through the strategy instantly. That is the Onmyoji class's forbidden art soul confusion curse. It hacks the target's mind, replacing reality with hallucinations and auditory delusions. Usually this skill fails against higher-level foes. That boy, he must have burned precious resources to evolve the skill's quality beyond its limits. By executing the guard right in front of the chieftain, he deliberately spiked the monster's emotional instability. Rage makes the mind weak, skyrocketing the curse's success rate. He calculated every move. What a terrifying prodigy. Now the chieftain was awake, and enraged the teachers held their breath. But during the chaos of the curse, Chen hadn't been idle. He had turned the battlefield into a death trap. Boom blast explosion. A symphony of traps detonated, reducing the chieftain's pride to rubble. The beast couldn't even step within striking distance. Battered and bleeding, the chieftain dragged his broken body forward. Finally reaching Chen, he hoisted his hammer for one last desperate strike. Die. Pathetic. His hammer crushed nothing but air and light another decoy. 0 damage taken. The Reaper was already behind him. The real Chen materialized his blade, glowing as he unleashed the signature Void Slash. The critical strike sent the chieftain straight to his ancestors. With the boss slain, Chen stood victorious, the first student to conquer the dungeon. Total time, 11 minutes 43 seconds. The flawless trap placement and skill synergy left the grandiose instructors in stunned silence. This was Manhwa recap history in the making. While others were just entering the final floor, Chen had already secured the throne. There was no doubt this kid was a diamond that needed polishing. Just imagining a talent like that in my weapon academy. One instructor licked his lips. I can hardly contain my excitement. But Xia Cheng smirked, her eyes gleaming with possessiveness. Principal Xia, please. My war academy won't hand him over without a fight. Yi Anfu stepped up, aura flaring. The old generation and the new locked eyes, sparks flying, while the others could only watch the titans clash. The student hadn't even left the instance, and the masters were already tearing each other apart for him. Meanwhile, a fountain of EXP and loot rained down on Chen. Ding, 3 levels gained instantly. He was now level 16. Alongside the EXP, he received a gold tier axe and the prestigious title Giant Demon Ender. With that title, his damage against the giant demon race would skyrocket by 35%. And for breaking the speed record, the system bestowed a new awakening talent. 3 divine options floated before him. After a moment of calculation, Chen made his choice, the overpowered passive double cast. With this innate talent, his magic potency doubles in an instant. Just as he secured his rewards, destiny revealed a hidden path. Could this be the legendary Hidden Sentinel Station? A secret realm within a dreamscape? The danger is immense, but the loot, absolutely god tier. Best of all, failure here costs nothing. No XP loss, no impact on the main trial. It's a free shot at glory. Chen didn't hesitate. He stepped straight into the abyss. Meanwhile, outside, the first student emerged, chest puffed out, convinced he was the king of this manhwa recap. Chen, what a joke. That cheater finally ran out of luck. Chen Tyron stepped out next, his face twisting in disappointment when he didn't see Chen at the top. Was the path of the jobless cultivator truly a dead end? Was the pride of Jiangnan just a one-hit wonder? Yi Qingling emerged with the crowd, her eyes scanning for one person. Still no Chen. The guy in first place smirked, his ego inflating by the second. He was ready to rub Chen's face in the dirt. But then Yi Qingling's gaze locked onto the live feed. Chen was still inside, but the scenery had shifted into a nightmare realm. The second-place student grabbed his head in disbelief. Impossible. Is that a hidden sentinel station? Did he clear the dungeon and stay behind to farm? The crowd erupted. Chen's clearing speed wasn't just fast, it was monstrous. Is he even human? Suddenly, the screen went black. High above Principal, Yi raised a hand, silencing the chaotic sea of students. The exam was officially over. Chen's battle with the unknown was not for their eyes. Inside the secret realm, the atmosphere was heavy, yet empty. A single, level 1 scarecrow stood before him. Stats unknown. Is this a joke? Chen blinked. But in a leveling manhwa, even a scarecrow can be a harbinger of death. Silence stretched between them. The thing didn't move. Chen spun his spear, eyes narrowing. Fine. If you won't dance, I'll lead. Whoosh. The scarecrow moved with godlike speed. Chen reacted on instinct, triggering flash step to teleport instantly out of kill range. By the time he reappeared, the scarecrow was back at its post, but in its straw hand, a lock of Chen's hair. It wasn't trying to kill him. It was collecting a catalyst. Playing tricks, huh? Whatever dark ritual this was, Chen decided to end it now. He surged forward with gale steps, unleashing a blazing fire punch boom. But the moment his fist connected, the force rebounded. Yun Chen flew back, soot covering his face. He had poured his soul into that strike, only to eat the damage himself. The humiliation burned hotter than the fire. He looked up. The straw doll had morphed. It now wore Yun Chen's face. It had taken the hit, sure, but it was smiling. The doppelganger turned and slammed its head specifically into the stone wall. Thud. Yun Chen's vision blurred as phantom pain exploded in his own skull. You bastard! Any pain the scarecrow inflicted on itself, Yun Chen felt in real time. He couldn't hit it, and he couldn't let it hit itself. Desperate, Yun Chen lunged to restrain it. The scarecrow casually kicked the wall. Crack. Yun Chen collapsed, clutching his leg, agony tearing through him. It punched the wall again. Yun Chen groaned, bruises blooming on his skin as if invisible hammers were breaking him apart. Yet, through the pain, a savage grin spread across Yun Chen's face. I see how it is. That last hit gave away your secret. The students were blind, but the principals watched every frame. The kid's in a real bind now, Principal Ye muttered. Yi Anfu frowned, but Principal Xia remained cool. The cursed scarecrow is a nightmare for most, but Yun Chen, he's built different. Look at his eyes, she noted. No fear, no panic. Even while being tortured, his mind is sharp as a blade. He had already dissected the monster's mechanic. The counterattack was coming. The link wasn't a shared lifeline. It was a one-way street. The damage the scarecrow received was transferred to Yun Chen. It pretended to be hurt, but it was invincible. Unless, if I hurt myself, the law of equivalent exchange should send that pain right back to you. That was the glitch in the matrix. The scarecrow was level 1. Yun Chen was level 16. A scratch for him would be a nuclear strike for a low-level mob. Without hesitation, Yun Chen blasted a fireball straight into his own chest. Roar. Instantly, the scarecrow was engulfed in flames. It shrieked and crumbled into ash, revealing its true form, a small straw doll. Challenge cleared. Loot acquired. Cursed scarecrow, wrap a foe's hair around it, and they suffer all damage inflicted on the doll. A sinister tool for a sinister world. This would be useful. Yun Chen stepped out of the portal to face 2,000 staring eyes. The insults began immediately. They had been forced to wait for him to start the next phase. Yun Chen shrugged off the hate and slid into the ranks. Principal Ye Anfu stepped forward, his aura crushing the noise. Someone here cheated. Someone knew the exam topics. The air turned ice cold. So we are beginning phase 2. The arrogant student from earlier began to sweat. Did the old man figure it out? The rules were simple, a battle royale for dominance. Challenge anyone above you. Win, and you take their rank. You take their points. You take their glory. Refusal is not an option. All eyes shifted to Yun Chen. The target on his back was massive. Immediately, tough guys swarmed him. I challenge the top rank, Yun Chen yawned. 1 by 1 is too slow. Both of you come at me together. You arrogant trash. Veins popped on their foreheads. We'll teach you the price of looking down on us. They ground their teeth, forming an instant alliance. The enemy of my enemy is my punching bag. Their goal, destroy Yun Chen. They split up, launching their ultimate skills from both sides. Too slow. Yun Chen slammed his foot down. War stomp. With a single strike, the shockwave roared like thunder. Below, the instructors scrambled to erect a mana barrier, barely shielding the other students from the flying debris. Terror seized the crowd. How could a mere beginner skill possess such apocalyptic force? As the dust settled, Xiao Zhan and his lackey were already unconscious, completely crushed. Do you still wish to continue? The referee frantically waved his hands. No more. The match is over. Look at them. Yun Chen had reduced them to a pulp. How could they possibly go on? This kid was a monster in human skin, strong as an ox and fierce as a tiger. Without intervention, he might have actually killed them. Yun Chen stood atop the arena looking down at the thousands of students with the eyes of a predator. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me? Silence fell over the crowd. Most of them had been utterly cowed by that single devastating stomp. It seems this rank 1 title is the genuine article. The Nepo baby Principal Ye hinted at clearly wasn't Yun Chen. Suddenly, a voice cut through the fear. I will fight you. Stepping forward was Chen Tyron, the valedictorian of Dazhou Province, and the genius who ranked 3rd in the recent White-Silver Secret Realm. I also challenge you. Next came a breathtaking beauty from the elf race Nico. She was the top scholar of Xianye Province and ranked 5th in the Secret Realm. Now this. This was a clash between true elites. Chen Tyron and Nico snarled at each other, fighting over who would take the stage first. Yun Chen, maintaining his arrogance, shrugged. You can both come at once. But Chen Tyron had his pride. He insisted on a fair one-on-one duel. The moment the bell rang, Chen Tyrant exploded forward using Blood Shadow Assault to charge straight at his opponent. The impact was so terrifying that the arena's protective barrier began to fracture. Yet, miraculously, Yun Chen stood there without a single scratch. He sidestepped Chen Tyrant's ultimate move as easily as grabbing a piece of candy. Yun Chen dodged once, but Chen Tyrant wasn't done. He launched another vicious assault. Yun Chen hurled a fireball, but Chen Tyrant casually raised his shield to block. His defensive gear was top tier. A basic fireball spell couldn't even leave a dent. However, while he was distracted, Yun Chen's vines had already snaked around him from behind. He unleashed the overgrowth skill, just like he did against the trolls. The vines pierced through the armor, beginning to drain Chen Tyrant's life force. Realizing the danger, Chen Tyrant panicked and ignited his blood flame to burn away the parasitic plants. But Yun Chen wasn't about to let him escape. He cast Water Curtain, summoning a waterfall from the heavens that instantly extinguished Chen Tyrant's flames. Worse yet, the vines only grew wilder when fed with water. Chen Tyrant's health was plummeting. He couldn't hold on much longer. He hadn't wanted to reveal his trump card, but it was do or die. Chen Tyrant activated Blood Escape, vanishing from the vine prison and teleporting instantly behind Yun Chen's back. But Yun Chen's senses were sharp as a razor. He spun around his weapon, clashing against Chen Tyrant's blade in a shower of sparks. The third-ranked genius began to panic. Every move he made was predicted perfectly. It was infuriating. After an intense exchange, Chen Tyrant was ruthlessly battered by Yun Chen's spear. He tried to muster his remaining strength for a final gambit, but Yun Chen was faster. Activating stealth, the protagonist ghosted behind his opponent. With a cold blade pressed against his throat, Chen Tyrant had no choice but to raise his hands in defeat. I surrender. The crowd exploded like a broken beehive. There wasn't a single soul left who didn't respect Yun Chen now. Principal Ye stroked his beard, laughing heartily at the spectacle. Chen Tyrant was a textbook genius with perfect talent. Unfortunately for him, there is no textbook on how to defeat a jobless practitioner like Yun Chen. Nico landed gracefully on the arena. It seemed Chen Tyrant's crushing defeat did nothing to dampen this fiery elf's fighting spirit. Possessing the Silver Moon bloodline, she stood leagues above a mere mortal, like Yun Chen in terms of raw stats. However, his skill mastery was something even she had to acknowledge. The outcome was impossible to predict. Nico's swordsmanship was exquisite, every strike carrying the lethal potential of a critical hit. The confined space of the arena played to her advantage, allowing her to unleash a storm of attacks. First, Chen Tyrant, now Nico, the poor protective barrier, was being shredded like a rag. In the early stages, Yun Chen focused entirely on evasion, his speed proving equal to the elven Prodigy. Nico's blade couldn't touch him, but dodging wouldn't win the fight. Yun Chen suddenly drew a pair of low-level combat pistols. It was time to counterattack. The bullets couldn't pierce her defense, but they succeeded in breaking her focus. Yun Chen seized the opening to close the distance. Nico, who excelled at range, was being forced into a corner. Yet a triumphant smile curved her lips. "I knew you would try to get close," she thought. "I bet on it." She unleashed her bloodline secret art. The moonlight blast hurled Yun Chen back several meters. The mana cost was immense, but to Nico, trapping him was worth every drop. Yun Chen was suspended in the air, completely locked down. He couldn't defend, let alone counterattack. She raised her bow, the arrow notched, and humming with power. She intended to end this leveling Manhwa duel with a single decisive shot. But suddenly cold steel kissed her neck, just like it had with Chen Tyrant. The figure she had exhausted herself to trap faded away. It was nothing more than a clone. Nico was brilliant, her technique flawless, but Yun Chen was simply on a different dimension of strategy. Devastated, Nico slumped to the ground. The match was over. In all her life, she had never lost to a peer. Tears welled up in her eyes. The humiliation and frustration were overwhelming. She vowed to challenge Yun Chen every time she saw him until she won. Watching the spectacle, Principal Jia grinned. She wanted both of these monsters for her own faction. "Calm down, lady, that's a bit greedy." Despite defeating two top scholars back-to-back, Yun Chen's aura hadn't dimmed in the slightest. This one-by-one nonsense was taking too long. He turned to the crowd and shouted, "It doesn't matter who comes up. 5 at a time, 10 at a time. I'll take you all." He just wanted to speedrun this manhwa recap. The arrogant display enraged the students below, and a mob rolled up their sleeves ready to teach this upstart a lesson. But against the horde, Yun Chen simply cast Solar Flare to blind them, followed by a relentless Gatling gun of fireballs. The stage was cleared in seconds. Silence finally returned to the arena. Today's battle would go down in the history of Jiangda, perhaps even the entire nation. Never before had a freshman debuted with such dominance standing alone against an army of peers. High stats, versatile skills, calm judgment, and the combat experience of a veteran, he had it all. With these trump cards in hand, Chen had undeniably ascended to the realm of a supreme expert. The freshmen, once blinded by jealousy and suspicion, were now silenced. After witnessing his power firsthand, they knew Chen was a monster among men. Envy dissolved into fanatical worship. He wasn't ranked number 1 because that was his limit. He was number 1 simply because the ranking system couldn't measure anything higher. The Secret Realm leaderboard was finalized. Chen sat on the Iron Throne, followed by Chen, Tyra, Nico, and Ye Qingling in the runner-up spots. Having dominated the rookie competition like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, Chen claimed his prize, an invincible S-rank skill, granting total immunity for 3 seconds. To sweeten the deal, he received a liquid luck potion, granting 24 hours of maxed-out fortune. Now, the real game began, the Academy selection. The War Academy was a powerhouse, no doubt, but everyone knew its students were often the first to be thrown into the meat grinder of the battlefield. The students hesitated, fearing for their lives. On the flip side, the Weapon Academy had become the hottest commodity in recent years, all thanks to Jia Qingcheng, the youngest principal in history. At 27, a war goddess who had personally slaughtered a demon lord. Her strength was absolute. Jia Qingcheng took 2 steps forward, her voice ringing out with icy authority. Chen joined my Weapon Academy. The crowd exploded like a kicked hornet's nest. Damn, she wasn't wasting time. Publicly poaching the top talent. That is exactly the aggressive style of a legendary demon lord slayer. Chen Ye Anfu shouted. Come to the War Academy. I'll make you my personal disciple and gift you 3 A-rank skill books right now as a signing bonus. Old Ye, 3 A-rank books. Don't be stingy, another voice boomed. Chen, come to the Elemental Academy. I'll provide unlimited potions and magical materials. Plus, a full set of diamond tier equipment. Lian Hexuan jumped into the bidding war, ignoring the death glare from Principal Ye. These old foxes came prepared. They were trying to crush each other with sheer wealth, leaving no face for their rivals. Chen hesitated. The offers from Principal Ye and Principal Lian were tempting, and both academies fit his style perfectly. It was a tough choice. Suddenly, Jia Qingcheng revealed an item that silenced the room. The Demon Lord Essence, a god-tier artifact refined from the corpse of a supreme devil. Rank S++. Consuming it would forcefully evolve the body. Every level up would grant multiplied attribute points and skills, creating a buff that lasted all the way to level 70. Even crazier, it offered a chance to awaken the primordial Demon Lord's bloodline talent. This woman was insane. Even the instructors were drooling with envy. Principal Ye sighed in defeat. In this high-stakes manhwa recap, the winner was clear. Usually academies fought over students for stats, but Jia Qingcheng was different. She never recruited personally. Chen was the exception, and her offer eclipsed everything else on the table. Chen wasn't stupid. I choose the Weapon Academy. Jia Qingcheng didn't smile, but a look of satisfaction finally crossed her face. Alongside Chen, Nico was also recruited. Both were now the direct disciples of the legendary Jia Qingcheng. Immediately, they were summoned to the principal's office. It looked less like a room and more like a museum of high-level monster bones. Chen gulped. Did she hunt all these herself? If so, her power level was off the charts. You've arrived. Her voice cut through his thoughts. The two bowed respectfully. Jia Qingcheng ordered her aide Kathy to take Nico for special training with natural elixirs. As elves, they were a perfect match. Nico happily followed Kathy, leaving Chen alone with the principal. True to her word, Jia Qingcheng handed over the Demon Lord Essence. Holding the legendary item, Chen couldn't hold back his curiosity. Principal, is the rumor true? Did you really get this after killing a demon lord? Yes, she answered without hesitation. It is the concentrated essence from a demon lord's remains refined by a god-rank alchemist. Seeing the curiosity burning in her new student's eyes, she decided to explain the terrifying truth about the demon lords. 70 years ago, the world changed. New races like elves and goblins appeared, but they were just players who chose non-human avatars. At their core, they are still human souls born into this new era. The strongest players are the fourth job changeholders, war gods, dharma gods. But parallel to us lies the dark world filled with descendants of true monsters. They invade through dimensional rifts, bringing calamity. And the rulers of that darkness are the demon lords. A demon lord rivals 2 fourth job change champions combined. You might ask, if they are that strong, how can we refine them? Humans didn't invent it, she continued. The world's mutation was the will of the heavens. Gods have always existed. Years ago, humanity discovered that by offering sacrifices to the heavens, we could destroy and refine demon lords. It is a transaction with the divine. Demon lord essence, hidden classes, god-tier gear, and divine skills, all are rewards obtained through these celestial sacrifices. Chen stood frozen, his mind reeling. This knowledge wasn't in any textbook or internet forum. The monsters he had fought were nothing but insects. The demon descendants and their lords were the true nightmare awaiting players like him. Jia Cheng pushed the essence toward him again. However, even she couldn't guarantee he would awaken the bloodline without consequences. Chen thought for a moment and asked for an hour to prepare. Principal Xia agreed, arranging for him to rest in her private office. Alone in the room, Chen knew he couldn't be reckless. He pulled out the luck potion and downed it in a single gulp. An hour later, Xia Qingcheng returned. The demon lord essence was potent. Absorbing it would be an agonizing process. She stayed to guard her prize student. Chen crushed the essence in his hand, and a violent surge of power exploded, tearing into his body. Agony tore through his body. Chen screamed, collapsing to the floor in a heap. Xia Qingcheng rushed to catch him, channeling her inner energy to suppress the pain. But this torture didn't last long. In this leveling Manhwa world, his S+ rank super self-healing skill kicked in instantly, his body restored to perfection in a heartbeat. Is it over already? Question marks practically floated above Xia Qingcheng's head. Did the demon lord essence she gifted him turn out to be a defective product? Why did the pain vanish so fast? Chen knew it wasn't a defect. His stat window showed his attributes had skyrocketed in a split second. The demon lord possessed 2 supreme bloodline talents, the Dark Eye and the Eternal Night. Xia Qingcheng only hoped he would awaken one, but thanks to the luck potion, he devoured both. The Dark Eye could lock onto anything within his vision, granting absolute control. Meanwhile, Eternal Night amplified all attributes and skills in the darkness. Even though their starting grade was low, Xia Qingcheng was satisfied. These were evolvable talents. Someday they could ascend to the legendary S+ rank. Chen realized how lucky he was. Beneath her cold exterior, his master truly cared. With a master like this, he swore a blood oath to repay her kindness tenfold in the future. Meanwhile, in a distant shadowed realm, a trapped abomination roared in fury. That damn insignificant human dared to steal the demon lord's power. A cloaked minion bowed before him. Rest assured, my liege. I will obliterate him and offer his still beating heart to you. Good. Succeed, and the war god essence is yours. Cut to day 2 of Chen's dorm life. He was busy testing his new Dark Eye talent. He tossed a porcelain plate into the air. Using his mind, he froze it in space. If this talent reaches S+ rank, the power would be absolutely godlike. The luck potion still had time left on the clock. And reality was bending to bless Chen with impossible fortune. From finding gold on the pavement to eating gourmet meals for free. The potion's effect was terrifyingly potent. He needed to use this cheat for something that actually mattered. Speaking of which, it was time for the daily system mission. But today's reward wasn't gold coins. It was a random item box. With the luck potion active, he could manipulate the RNG. Please give me enchanting materials, he prayed. He didn't expect the universe to listen so literally. Ding received Dragon Fireblood, rank S-. Holy crap, this is a top-tier material. This isn't a manhwa recap about luck anymore. It's about altering reality itself. As class ended, Chen rushed out. His hasty exit caught Nico's attention, and she found herself trailing him. Was it the luck potion's pheromones? All day, Nico couldn't take her eyes off him. The more she looked, the more handsome he became, her ideal type in flesh and blood. Chen arrived at the enchanting hall. Unable to resist, Nico walked up to strike a conversation. He planned to use the enchanting method to strengthen his gear. He dropped 3,000 points on materials without blinking. Nico was dazzled. This guy spent points like they were trash. The shopkeeper suggested hiring a master enchanter. But Chen waved him off. I'll do it myself. With a mountain of materials ready, he placed his weapon on the table. Enchant, first attempt, success. His multi-form weapon ascended to the golden tier. He didn't stop there. A blinding purple light erupted, nearly blinding the passersby. Another success, golden tier 7 stars. Are you kidding me? The success rate from 6 to 7 stars is only 5%. He really is the son of heaven. Nico was floored. He made the impossible look easy. Other students gathered, drawn by the commotion. Chen prepared for the next level. But Nico grabbed his arm to stop him. Don't. The rate from 7 to 8 stars is only 1%, but the luck potion wasn't for decoration. Chen couldn't waste this window of opportunity. Continue enchantment. The crowd split into 2 camps. One side held their breath, praying to see a legendary 8-star weapon. The other side shouted that he would fail, and the weapon would shatter. But explode? Not today. When the light faded, there it was. The demonic formation breaker. Golden tier, 8 stars. Nico covered her mouth in shock. No technique, no skill. Just brute forcing the upgrades. Is this guy's luck even human? Chen admired the demonic formation breaker. Not bad, he mused. Those 3,000 points weren't wasted. With his luck run finished, he turned to leave. Hold it, a hulking figure with a fierce face blocked his path. It was a command, not a request. Sell that weapon to me. Naturally, I'll pay 30% above market price. The giant crossed his arms, oozing arrogance. And if I don't want to sell? The tension spiked instantly. The crowd whispered frantically. Who is that kid? Does he dare provoke Lin Lai? Lin Lai was infamous. A student council executive with dragon bloodline heritage. Everyone called him Brother Lai, out of fear. The crowd assumed Chen was dead meat. Offending Brother Lai meant a one-way trip to the hospital. Standing aside, Nico just covered her mouth and giggled. These idiots clearly didn't watch the freshman tournament. With Chen's hidden cards, even if everyone here attacked at once, they wouldn't stand a chance. Name your price, Lin Lai pressed. If we make a deal, I'll let you be my follower. Lin Lai, usually a hothead, was strangely polite today. Must be the lingering luck potion, making enemies softer. Only I am worthy of the strongest golden weapon in history, he boasted. Bam! Chen slammed the weapon into the ground. He didn't use a skill, but the sheer aura of the weapon sent out a shockwave. Lin Lai suddenly felt terror. Impossible. The dragon blood in his veins was trembling. How could he fear a pipsqueak like Chen? You think I'm not worthy? Chen's voice dropped to absolute zero. If I don't sell, does that make us enemies? Chen enunciated every word, dragging the demonic formation breaker closer. Lin Lai's courage shattered. He stammered, sweat pouring down his face. What? What is this pressure? As Chen loomed over him, the bully collapsed backward. Don't come any closer. The academy forbids private duels. We can't fight. The crowd of students dropped their jaws in shock. But Chen didn't have a second to waste on them. Shouldering his weapon, he marched straight out, leaving Nico to scramble after him. After a moment's thought, Chen headed for the library. Nico was baffled. Today was supposed to be his lucky break. Why waste it reading books, instead of capitalizing on his fortune? But for Chen, this wasn't a waste. It was a crucial step he absolutely had to take. The sea of skill books was endless. Finding the perfect match was like finding a needle in a haystack. But with the luck potion still coursing through his veins, he trusted his gut and grabbed a manual at random. This is the one. In a flash, Chen mastered several new combat skills, massively expanding his arsenal. As the sun began to dip, signaling late afternoon, he knew he had to move fast. Next stop, acquiring a mount. He pointed to a scrawny, sickly-looking bird. Both Nico and the shop owner exchanged confused glances. Of all the beasts, why choose that pathetic thing? That bird had been rotting there for 3 months. The owner happily dumped it on Chen for a bargain price. Deal done. Chen tossed a portion of a supreme tonic into the cage, and the beast snapped it up instantly. Boom! The moment it swallowed, the medicine a transformation triggered. It molted instantly, evolving into a majestic muscular griffin. Its aura was terrifying. The 2 bystanders were once again left speechless. The shop owner looked ready to cry, realizing he'd sold a diamond for the price of coal. You look a bit dopey, Chen mused. I'll call you Little Ma. Chen patted the griffin's head with satisfaction. Next destination, the Summoning Beast Training Center. But since he was late, only the botanical warehouse remained open. His current water elemental was trash, completely useless in a real fight. To rise as a true summoner, Chen needed a partner with actual destructive power. However, as a rookie, he couldn't control anything too high tier yet. Suddenly, sob, a piercing cry from the corner caught his ear. It was a small, lively thorn flower beast. The owner waved his hand dismissively. Don't bother. That thing has terrible natural talent. It grows slower than a snail. It's a glutton that only eats high-grade food. A total money pit. Nico urged him to pick something better, but Chen's instincts screamed yes. He locked eyes with the little plant and bought it immediately. It had been a long day of preparation. With his checklist complete and darkness falling, Chen headed back to the dorms. That's when Nico got shy. She hesitantly asked to borrow 1,500 academic credits. In this university, credits were the only currency that mattered. Ironically, Chen had won a fortune in credits by crushing other freshmen in the last tournament, Nico included. Sure, he said, transferring the funds. Nico peeked at his balance and froze. After spending like a king all day, he still had 8,000 credits left. Just how many poor souls did this guy bankrupt during the rookie tournament? Money sent Chen vanished into the night. Nico watched him go, shouting a thank you. He might be cold as ice on the outside, but perhaps he wasn't such a bad guy after all. Time flew by. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Dean Ye Anfu was reviewing the freshmen's progress. Everyone was performing consistently. After all, these were the brightest prodigies from across the provinces. As for Chen, he was a monster. He crushed every single subject, achieving perfect scores across the board. However, there was one glaring problem. Aside from Nico Chen was a total loner. This social isolation was giving Dean Ye a massive migraine. Individual strength is great, but on the battlefield, if you can't coordinate with a team, you're just a walking corpse. The mortality rate for lone wolves was sky high. If this continued, Chen would never learn to trust anyone's back. And with the National Freshman Exchange competition looming, this was a critical weakness. As per tradition, Jiang University would send their first years to compete. Dean Ye summoned the top 20 students. Meanwhile, at the armory, an archery test was underway. Nico, a Silver Moon elf, was a master of both bow and blade. She challenged Chen to a duel. But it didn't take long for the reality to set in. She was forced to admit defeat. The crowd wasn't even surprised anymore. Archery combat theory, it didn't matter. Chen sat on the throne of the #1 ranking in every single category. Chen Nico head to the training room. The dean wants you. When they arrived, the top 20 elites were gathered. The air was thick with tension. Everyone knew the exchange competition was coming. Everyone, that is, except Chen. The guy was a cultivation maniac, completely cut off from the outside world. Nico could only facepalm at his ignorance. Jiang University had dominated for 3 years running. But this time, the rules had changed. On top of the solo and team battles, a brutal survival round had been added. Just as Nico finished explaining, a system chime rang in Chen's head. Ding, new quest, win the championship. Looks like he had no choice now. Classic leveling Manhwa logic. Dean Ye Anfu stepped in. This year, Qingyun University is hosting, he announced. He would personally lead the delegation. Nico raised her hand confused. Usually the squad is only 7 people. Why bring 20 this time? Dean Ye explained gravely. It's because of the survival round. All 20 of you will be dropped into a random dungeon instance. You'll earn points for gathering resources and slaughtering monsters. The total score determines the ranking. The students groaned. Being the first batch to test new rules always meant one thing: suffering. They were basically lab rats. With a 3-year winning streak on the line, losing now would be a disgrace. Dean Ye appointed Chen as captain. No one objected. After 3 months of dominance, his power was undeniable. For the individual battles, the dean selected the top 3 academic performers, Chen, Chen Tyran, and Nico. The real headache was the 7-man team battle. Chen was a powerhouse, sure, but he was a lone wolf who never played well with others. Dean Ye doubted his ability to lead a squad. Dean Chen interrupted. Let me choose my own members. The dean agreed. It made sense. If the boy picked his own team, he'd know how to use them best. But when Chen handed over his roster, Dean Ye nearly coughed up blood. 3 melee fighters, a Taoist, a summoner, and an assassin. It was a team of pure glass cannons. The standard meta for years had been balanced: 2 tanks, 2 mages, 1 healer, to keep them alive, and 2 utility players for crowd control. That was the golden formula. Chen's squad didn't have a single mage or healer. What kind of suicide tactic was this? The secretary suggested vetoing it, but the dean just let out a long defeated sigh. Let's test the efficiency first, then we'll calculate the next move. The crowd of students buzzed with anticipation, universally agreeing that the standard 2-2-1-2 formation was the absolute meta for this Manhwa recap. But Chen only offered a cold, detached response. I have my own considerations. Just then, the team's instructor shoved the door open, his presence imposing. This man was a former champion who had claimed the gold in previous competitions. He vehemently opposed a lineup lacking mage firepower, so he dragged a mage student along to force his way in. That student was Sui Heng, the the infamous nepotism baby, who plummeted from the top 2 all the way down to rank 26 in the last rookie tournament. Disdain filled the room. Nobody wanted to party up with dead weight. If even the top 20 couldn't make the cut, what right did this loser have to stand among them? And what if I refused to take him? To the arrogant instructor, Chen's words held absolutely zero weight. Relying on his status as their trainer, he believed he could alter the formation at a whim. The students were furious. They had clawed their way up through blood and sweat, so how could they let some rich parasite fish in troubled waters and ruin everything? He claimed his drop in rankings was due to a bad condition and the exhaustion of fighting back-to-back rotation battles. Shui Heng snapped, summoning his weapon to intimidate them. The staff in his hand radiated power. It was at least a diamond-grade artifact. Rumors said his clan's wealth could rival nations, and it seemed they really were buying his way to the top. The instructor, emboldened by this, ordered a warrior to be kicked immediately to make room for Shui Heng. But Chen stood like an immovable mountain. Setting aside ability, he absolutely despised anyone with such a corrupt moral compass. If you're dissatisfied, form your own party and face me in a duel. If you win, I'll do whatever you say. But if you lose, get the hell out of my sight. The instructor threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He was a past champion surrounded by elites. In his eyes, a freshman like Chen was just a calf oblivious to the tiger's might. I accept this duel. See you at the arena in 3 hours. The news of Chen challenging a second-year senior spread through the campus like wildfire. When people realized the target was the champion of last year's National Student Exchange, the atmosphere reached a boiling point. Students flooded the arena to witness this historic clash. Both formations were set. That shameless instructor Wei Wu even dragged a third-year senior into the fray to ensure his victory. The stands were split into 2 polarized camps. One side prayed for Chen to teach the arrogant Wei Wu a brutal lesson in humility. The other side wanted Wei Wu to beat Chen until not even a scrap of armor remained. However, Chen's squad consisted of top 10 rookies. Their combat power was nothing to scoff at in this leveling manhwa. From the start, Chen decided against complex tactics. He would adapt to the chaos of battle. His team looked absolutely legendary. What was there to fear? We have 4 provincial top scholars here. Our raw power alone is enough to crush them into dust. We must trust Brother Yun. If we win, we feast. If we lose, we carry the burden together. Dean Ye's secretary stepped up as the referee. This duel was the perfect opportunity for her to gauge the combat capabilities of Chen's team for her report. If he truly won, Dean Ye would have no reason to alter the roster Chen selected. The match began. Wei Wu's team deployed a formation straight out of the textbooks. 2 warriors took the vanguard, 2 mages secured the rear, a healer stood at the core, flanked by 2 versatile rangers. Conversely, Chen's team abandoned all order and charged like a chaotic storm. Hey, slow down, I can't keep up. At least let me cast a buff first. My lightning rain talisman doesn't have that kind of range. Yi Qingling with the weakest stamina was left eating their dust. Seeing this disarray, Wei Wu's confidence in his victory soared. Initially, he was wary of Yi Qingling as a Taoist generally outclasses a standard priest. But seeing their utter lack of coordination, he knew the Taoist wouldn't be able to unleash her full potential. Wei Wu was still leisurely organizing his formation when boom, countless massive fireballs rained down from the heavens like Judgment Day. He immediately roared for the vanguard warriors to deploy shields. A colossal barrier materialized above them, successfully intercepting the bombardment of flames. But expanding the defensive range meant thinning their defense. Chen exploded forward with a burst of speed. The enemy mage tried to cast a spell, but Chen's vine tentacles instantly binded him tight. The weapon in Chen's hand struck one of the enemy tanks with devastating precision, sending him flying a whole kilometer away. The remaining tank tried to counter, but in a melee clash, he was no match for Chen's overwhelming stats. As Chen leaped high into the air, Shui Heng saw his chance. The opponent's defense was open. But in a flash, Chen's weapon transformed into a magical staff. Thanks to the talents harvested from his quests, his fireball jutsu was cast with terrifying speed and power. 2 streams of magic collided, but the winner was decided before it even began. Shui Heng couldn't even withstand the first strike and instantly became dead weight for his team. The spectators on the stands were scared witless by this brutal display of dominance. In mere seconds, Chen had blown away 2 tanks and 2 mages from the opposing team, yet he hadn't taken a single scratch. Was this terrifying power really coming from a freshman? Even Chen's own teammates stood there dumbfounded. With a situation like this, did they even need to lift a finger? They were supposed to be the top 10 rookies, yet the battle started and they couldn't contribute a thing. Their captain was simply too monstrously overpowered. The opposing formation was reduced to 3 Wei-Wu, a summoner, and a healer. Finally, the summoner managed to squeeze out a bit of his utility. He summoned 3 gigantic beasts. Chen grinned with predatory delight. You think numbers matter? Looting mobs is my specialty. 2 double-headed snakes and a lion materialized, all platinum grade and over level 20. This guy was clearly one of the top summoners at Zhang University. Wei-Wu looked arrogant, but in the face of Chen, those 3 summoned beasts were trembling, refusing to initiate the attack. The summoner sensed the shift in the air. The power gap was despairingly wide. Not attacking. Then I'll make the first move. But even his ferocious beasts were no match for Chen. Who told him to fight a man who controlled the system itself? The enemy summoner watched in heartbreak as his precious war beasts were thrashed mercilessly. He screamed, "Stop hitting them, please stop," but Chen showed no mercy. "This isn't fair, I demand a rematch." The fact that Chen was solo carrying the entire team fueled his rage to the breaking point. The team competition was designed to test synergy, yet it looked more like a solo exhibition match for Chen. As he descended like a deity, he silenced the crowd with a smirk. "Who said I was fighting alone? Now, show me what you're made of." Hearing their captain's command, the rest of the squad finally unleashed their aura, ready for the real slaughter. Liu Shu moved like a phantom, aiming to decapitate the enemy team's lifeline, their healer. But the tank Wei-Wu stood like an iron fortress to intercept the blow. If the healer falls, it is game over. But they underestimated Chen Tairan. Using his signature blood flash, he materialized instantly beside the tank. Wei-Wu could not react in time. Bam! A devastating blow sent him reeling. The enemy summoner's eyes went bloodshot with rage. Pushed to the brink, he prepared a suicidal forbidden technique to summon a frenzy of beasts and take everyone down with him. Thwip thwip. 2 golden arrows pierced the air, nailing his wrists before he could finish the chant. The forbidden spell fizzled out instantly. The sniper was none other than Nico, the deadliest archer among the freshmen. With the threat neutralized, Chen casually wiped out the remaining summons like he was swatting flies. I wonder if these summons drop any rare loot, or EXP. Chen pondered cold-heartedly. Terrified, the summoner fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Those beasts were his soul-bound partners. Losing them meant losing his future. Chen shrugged. He did not need the scraps anyway. The victory was already secured. But Wei-Wu was not done yet. Roaring with fury, he activated Berserk mode, desperate for one final clash with the monster named Chen. He did not even get the chance. Nico unleashed his ultimate skill, putting the tank down for good. Game set match. Meanwhile, the secretary reported the overwhelming victory to Dean Ye. Yet, the dean let out a heavy sigh. Sure, they won through brute force, but against the elite tactics of other universities. Without a strategy, this leveling Manhwa team would be humiliated on the national stage. Chen, however, was 5 steps ahead. He argued that Zhang University had been abusing the same 2-2-1-2 formation for 3 years. Sticking to the meta just made them predictable. Besides, he scoffed, we do not have a high-tier mage this year. Forcing a standard formation would only cripple our damage output. Our top 10 fighters are monsters, crushing the enemy with absolute power. That is our strategy. It sounded arrogant, but he was not wrong. Dean Ye could not argue with results and let the students take the reins. Later, Chen took a moment to check on his little sister, Tang. Hearing she was acing her exams and aiming for a top high school put his mind at ease. Suddenly, 2 figures approached, powerful demons that had been enslaved by the terrifying Jia Qingcheng. They bowed respectfully. Master General Xia has canceled your regular classes. A special training session awaits you. Without hesitation, he followed. Stepping through the portal, they arrived at a desolate wasteland. The air was thick with death, and the only sound was the ominous cawing of crows. This was clearly a zone of nightmares. Xia Qingcheng stood there, her expression cold, wasting no words. Your mission is simple, survive until 12 o'clock. Chen's instincts screamed. Countless predators were lurking in the shadows, watching his every move. The Demon King's essence inside you is like catnip to them, she warned, before vanishing. They want to eat you to evolve. Good luck. The moment her presence disappeared, the horde snapped. A wave of demonic beasts erupted from the darkness, hungry for his blood. They were fast, supernaturally fast. Thankfully, Chen's divine flash skill allowed him to weave through the deadly claws by a hair's breadth. But something was wrong. It was not just their speed. The atmospheric pressure of this realm was dulling his senses. Surrounded on all sides, the pack tried to overwhelm him with numbers. Fine, let's switch it up. His weapon morphed into a majestic staff. A mage never fears a crowd. He slammed the staff down, summoning a violent tornado to vacuum the beasts into a kill zone. A few elites broke through the wind barrier, not on his watch. Chen activated the Eye of the Night, a visual prowess gained from the Demon King's essence. The beasts froze, paralyzed by his gaze. Seizing the opening, he cast Fireball combined with Flamestorm, creating a hellish inferno that incinerated everything in its path. In a split second, the vanguard was turned to ash. But he was not done. He tapped into the Demon King's ultimate passive, Dark Night Dominion. Since the darkness had already corrupted this land, he turned their advantage into his own. Merging with the shadows, his stats skyrocketed. This was his domain now. Moments later, silence returned. The massacre was complete. Chen stood victorious, though his battle gear was completely dissolved by the corrosive demonic miasma. At least the weapon is indestructible, he muttered, gripping his staff. The clock struck 12. Mission accomplished. Xia Qingcheng reappeared, leading him to a cliff overlooking the landscape. Look closely. This isn't just a wasteland. It's a fractured rift of the demon world. You strolled through it because of the Demon King's power inside you. But for ordinary soldiers, this place is a graveyard. The miasma drains their sanity and stamina within minutes. That is why humanity has been stuck in a defensive stalemate for decades. We can hold the line, but we cannot push back. She brought him here not just to train, but to show him the grim reality of their world in this Manhwa recap. If the balance shifts even slightly in their favor, humanity is doomed. You must become stronger, Chen. Faster than anyone else. The heavy talk ended. Training complete, she said. Do you desire a reward? Chen did not hesitate to ask for what he really wanted. I have seen your secretary and servants cast high-level magic without a staff. No chanting, no tools. I want that power. Xia Qingcheng smirked and tossed him an ancient grimoire. Staffless casting technique. Master this, and you will no longer be bound by your weapon. 2 weeks later, the tournament roster dropped. The campus went wild. The team captain was not a mage or a warrior, but a jobless vagrant. Burning with curiosity, the student body flocked to the teleportation gate to see this mysterious leader. The team stood ready, looking fierce. But the captain was missing. Just as panic started to set in, Chen strolled in fashionably late, but looking sharp in the team uniform. Sorry, got caught up, he grinned. He had just speed-run a dungeon, cleared his daily system quests, and grabbed a few new combat skills from the library. A productive morning. With the squad finally complete, the secretary activated the massive magic circle. Whoosh. In a flash of light, they were warped to the prestigious Qingyun University. The real battle was about to begin. However, when Chen's squad arrived at the venue, not a single soul was there to welcome them. Instead, a colossal dragon soared through the heavens above. Rumor had it that this academy had formed a spirit contract with the divine beast, the Azure Dragon. It seemed the legends were not just empty whispers. Chen suddenly recalled his first visit to Xia Qingcheng's office. There had been a bird that looked like a miniature phoenix. Could that have been a divine beast too? Just then, someone spotted a signpost nearby. The team followed the gaze only to find a stone stela, engraved with insulting words. Path reserved for classless vagrants. Are you kidding me? Was Chen's notoriety truly this widespread? Chen thought to himself, surely they can't be that petty, right? But at that exact moment, a group of students approached their mocking laughter, echoing through the air. Look, it's actually that classless vagrant that Qingyun University couldn't be bothered to recruit. Nico was stunned. Chen had dominated the college entrance exams, so it was shocking that Qingyun University had passed up such a talent. Facing this ridicule, Chen's teammates felt their blood boil. Lin Yugzu, the magic swordsman, ranked top 5 in the entire school, was the first to step forward. Brother Yun is the #1 freshman of our Jiangnan University. Missing out on a seed like him. Qingyun is going to regret this until their intestines turn green. Unexpectedly, these words only fueled their amusement. Ha ha ha. A classless vagrant that Qingyun rejected is the top freshman at Jiangnan. Is that the best you have? Looks like the championship belongs to Qingyun this year, since they were all hot-blooded freshmen. Seeing Chen humiliated ignited their fury. Weapons materialized in their hands, but they were quickly restrained. Private combat was a violation that would lead to immediate disqualification. Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with insects, so he simply turned and walked away. With the grand tournament 2 days away, they had to face the press interviews the next morning. Everyone predicted the local media would target Chen like a pack of wolves. However, the reason for the hostility was deeper. Ye Anfu's secretary explained that rejecting Yun Chen was a decision made by the entire Qingyan High Council, but after arriving at Jiangnan University, his performance had been too godlike. Therefore, to preserve their prestigious reputation, Qingyan had no choice but to use these underhanded tactics to suppress his image. So that's how it is. Now, Yun Chen anticipated the competition even more. In this leveling manhwa, true strength speaks louder than words. He would prove to the entire nation that Qingyun University was nothing but a gathering of the blind. The next day, during the press conference, the reporters aimed their spears directly at Yun Chen, just as predicted. He bluntly asked about Qingyun University abandoning the race for Yun Chen, and even brought up the malicious rumors that Yun Chen had only secured the provincial top scholar title by exploiting a system glitch. That single question caused the entire auditorium to erupt. The crowd felt indignant that Jiangnan University would bring a cheater to the tournament, let alone allow him to lead the team. Faced with such public humiliation, Ye Anfu's secretary could no longer sit still. Jiangnan University viewed their top 20, and especially Yun Chen, as their crowning glory. The families of these students were surely watching the live broadcast. She would absolutely not allow anyone to trample on the dignity of her students. Miss Li, there is no need for anger. Conversely, Yun Chen appeared terrifyingly calm. To answer all your questions, I have only one response. He raised his middle finger, then flipped his hand downward, forming a gesture of absolute disdain, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. Any Qingyun student who faces me in the arena, don't expect to walk off the stage on your own 2 feet. The following day, the National Freshman Exchange Tournament officially commenced. A total of 128 universities gathered for this grand manhwa recap-worthy spectacle. Entering the arena first was the host team led by Ning Junyi. He was hailed as the strongest summoner in national history, holding the rank of number 2 for the fastest dungeon clear speed in the country. Wait, why only second place? Because a certain cheating bastard had cleared it even faster than Brother Ning. And that person was? Just then, the announcer introduced the second team, Jiangnan University, led by Yun Chen. His identity as a classless vagrant sparked an immediate storm of controversy. As Jiangnan walked out, the stands were filled with pointing fingers and hushed mockery, a stark contrast to the thunderous applause that had welcomed Ning Junyi. Hot-headed teammates like Ye Qingling and Lin Yuxu couldn't swallow this insult, but in the eye of the storm, Yun Chen remained the calmest of them all. He comforted his team, instructing them to maintain their composure and perform at their peak. Meanwhile, high above on a platform, a mysterious figure in a red cloak, half his face obscured, observed everything from the shadows. Perhaps it is time for me to enter the field as well. Once the opening ceremony concluded, the individual combat rounds commenced immediately. This round followed 2 ironclad rules: avoid matchmaking students from the same school and keep the number 1 seeds apart. Aside from that, the duel list was pure chaos, determined by random selection. Yun Chen stepped up first, facing Sun Wu from Nancy University. Shockingly, the referee was that dangerous figure in the red cloak. After briefly explaining the rules, he signaled the students to take their positions. As a third-seeded player, meeting a number 1 seed in the very first round, talk about rotten luck. Sun Wu thought to himself that since the rumors of Yun Chen's cheating were everywhere, he actually stood a chance. The moment the referee shouted, "Start," Sun Wu rapidly retreated. He unleashed a barrage of mechanical devices, combat robots, and explosives. Yun Chen, expressionless, simply raised his right foot. The skill he activated was War Stomp, a mere beginner-level ability for a warrior. Boom. The impact was catastrophic. Sun Wu was plunged into a dizzy state for 10 seconds, unable to react, resulting in an instant loss. The entire stadium exploded in disbelief. What the hell? That was just a beginner warrior skill. Even a War Stomp from a gold-tier boss monster doesn't have that kind of devastating power. Isn't that too exaggerated? Is he actually a fighter class? As Sun Wu was carried off the ring, the next opponent stepped up, a mage from a lesser-known university. Yun Chen nonchalantly used Mage Hand, a skill he picked up in the library, combined with staffless casting. He effortlessly crushed his opponent in the grip of invisible mana. The remaining team members, along with Ye Anfu and Secretary Li, watched the livestream. That brat really knows how to put on a show. However, Ye Anfu recognized that Mage Hand was a common grade skill. For Yun Chen to combine it with staffless casting to create such terrifying efficiency, he was truly a genius among geniuses. But amidst the victory, bad news struck. Chen Tyron had just lost his second match after a bitter 3-minute struggle. The one who defeated him was the third seed from Victory University, an incredibly arrogant fighter. Yi Anfu realized at a glance. Victory University had recruited a monster this year and deliberately placed him as the third seed to snipe the top seeds of other schools. Back in his arena, Chen had already secured 4 consecutive victories, sweeping through the opposition like a storm. While waiting for his 5th victim, his gaze drifted to the neighboring arena. Standing there was the very same Arrogance that had defeated Chen Tyron. So you're their number 1 seed. Wash your neck and wait for death. I'll put you in the ground. Chen was left speechless by the provocation. Where did this clown spawn from? Was he serious? That jobless freelancer had secured 4 consecutive victories, and every single one was an instant kill. The cheering squad from Qingyun University began to sweat nervously. For those new to this Manhwa recap, an instant kill means ending the fight in a split second, no Google search required. Next up to face Chen was Ni Qiang, the number 2 seed of Qingyun University. He possessed the rare polar bear bloodline, granting him destructive power that hit like a hurricane. Seeing their champion step into the arena, the Qingyun crowd erupted in cheers. They were desperate to see Chen crushed, to restore their school's honor. Finally, Chen showed a spark of interest while Ni Qiang radiated an overwhelming aura of confidence. Unlike the gossip mongers in the stands, Ni Qiang wasn't a fool. He knew Chen's power ran deep, but in his eyes, a freelancer without backing had no future in this world. Today, I'll use my absolute power to prove that trash like you is unworthy of stepping foot in Qingyun University. The moment the bell rang, Ni Qiang activated 3 buffing skills simultaneously. Chen smirked. If his opponent wanted to arrogantly flaunt his power, he would crush him at his own game. To the crowd's shock, Chen unleashed a cascade of buffs on himself as well. Feeling mocked by the mimicry, Ni Qiang roared and charged forward to strike first. His axe, heavy with destructive force, crashed down only to be casually blocked by Chen's spear. The collision of their energy sent a massive shockwave, rippling through the arena. But Ni Qiang was overpowered. The impact sent him flying backward. Before he could even comprehend how he was losing the exchange, Chen was already upon him. Chen unleashed a barrage of staff strikes, pummeling his opponent into the ground. Unable to even stand, Ni Qiang stammered out, I yield. But before the words could fully escape his lips, Chen's tentacles gagged him. In a flash, his entire body was bound tight, leaving him completely immobilized. You think surrendering is an option? Think again. After the Qingyun reporter humiliated him yesterday, Tang had cried all night watching the broadcast. This debt would be paid in blood. Chen summoned the thorny demonic beast he bought recently. It was just a level 1 trash mob with pathetic damage, but with Ni Qiang, helpless little spike began to chip away at his health, one agonizing strike at a time. Watching his HP bar drain slowly was torture. The physical pain was negligible, but the sheer humiliation was enough to shatter his soul. Ni Qiang wanted to weep, but couldn't. His rage hit the boiling point. Even the Qingyun students in the stands couldn't bear to watch the disgrace any longer. Chen waited with cold patience, watching little Spike poke away for 2 whole hours. Finally, the referee stepped in, reminding them that the match had a time limit. If a winner wasn't decided in 10 minutes, it would be a draw. Reluctantly, Chen delivered the final blow. With that, he secured his spot in the top 64 and took a brief moment to recover. Back with the team, the mood was ecstatic. After yesterday's insults, seeing Chen humiliate Qingyun University with a measly level 1 beast was pure poetic justice. It was a refreshing slap to their enemies' faces. Aside from Chen, Nico had swept all 5 matches, and Chen Tyron advanced with only a single loss. Secretary Lee warned them not to get cocky. The top 64 was where the true monsters lurked. Before long, the second round of this leveling Manhwa tournament kicked off. In his first match of the second round, Chen drew Qingyun's number 3 seed. The moment the guy saw Chen, all color drained from his face. Oh god, why did I have to get this demon? My luck is trash. If he tortured Ni Qiang like a toy, what chance do I have? The match barely started when the opponent tried to surrender, but Chen wasn't having it. He rinsed and repeated the strategy: bind them with tentacles, then summon the beast. Little Spike shivered with excitement at the thought of another feast. Chen even directed it to aim for the most sensitive spots to maximize the critical damage. The Qingyun students were foaming at the mouth with rage. Chen had now publicly humiliated both their number 2 and number 3 seeds back-to-back. He was treating their despair as entertainment. Now their only hope lay in Ning Junyi to step up and crush this arrogant upstart. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from another arena. It was Ba Hesong, the brute who defeated Chen Tyran. Even though his opponent was down, he continued to attack like a maniac. He wasn't looking for a win, he was looking for a kill. He possessed the Black Dragon bloodline, an ancient power that was as uncontrollable as it was devastating. Because of his unparalleled combat strength, the Qingyun principle turned a blind eye to his brutality. The top 32 were quickly decided, setting the stage for the battle of the top 16. Ba Haesong's next opponent stepped forward. It was Yun Chen, facing the ace of the tournament. The dragon-blooded maniac only grew more bloodthirsty. Yun Chen analyzed his foe. Ba Haesong had completely fused with the alien bloodline, pushing his power to the absolute peak. But the cost was his sanity. He was now more monster than man. Is your family watching this? Ba Haesong sneered. Good. Because I'm going to crush your skull right in front of their eyes. That threat ignited a blazing fury within Yun Chen. He exploded forward with godlike speed, catching Ba Haesong completely off guard. Terror seized him as the Demon Breaker spear reached his throat. Yun Chen's weapon carried a specific suppression against the dragon race, instantly slashing all of Ba Haesong's stats by 15%. Boom! The arena was swallowed by a cloud of dust. When it cleared, Ba Haesong was on his knees, his arrogant aura completely shattered by Yun Chen's overwhelming strike. His eyes burned with hatred, his mouth opening to spew more death threats. But Yun Chen's next backhand sent 2 of his teeth flying before he could speak. Yun Chen followed up with a devastating punch to the gut. Thanks to his dragon bloodline, Ba Haesong's durability was insane, but he still doubled over. Perfect timing. Yun Chen needed a punching bag to vent his rage. He activated his stomp skill, crushing his opponent beneath his boot and grinding him into the dirt. The crowd watched in awe. Yun Chen was ruthless, terrifying, and undeniably badass. It was clear that family was his. Reverse scale touch them, and you die. Ba Haesong had made a fatal mistake. On the stage, Yun Chen kept his boot on Ba Haesong's neck. Beneath him, the dragon boy was furious, his face twisting and contorting until he looked like a true beast. Yun Chen stepped back, daring him to stand up for round 2. Ba Haesong struggled to his feet, blinded by rage. Suddenly, black wings ripped from his back as he fully transformed into a monstrous entity. Ba Haesong unhinged his jaw and unleashed a torrent of pitch-black dragonfire. The flames held catastrophic power, but in the blink of an eye, Yun Chen's spear was already pressed against his neck again. You think that stick can hurt me, he taunted. My dragon scales are impenetrable. Yun Chen let out a sharp breath. His strike had stopped with surgical precision mere millimeters from the chest. 1 inch deeper and the black dragon would have been greeting the Grim Reaper. Ba Haesong finally crumbled. Terror flooded his eyes as he dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. He had the guts to kill, but no spine to face death himself. Pathetic. The referee roared, declaring Yun Chen the winner. High above in the observation deck, the elders finally exhaled the tension in the room, breaking instantly. They had been terrified he would actually slaughter his opponent. Intentional killing meant immediate disqualification, and losing a prodigy like him would be a tragic waste. But he was just asserting dominance. He didn't let bloodlust cloud his judgment. His mind remained as cool as ice. Truly a magnificent performance. Ye Anfu nodded, continuously unable to hide his satisfaction. Just then, his secretary handed him a dossier. They had found a leverage point. Yun Chen had a younger sister in middle school. If they could bring her under their protection, it would secure Yun Chen's loyalty completely. Principal Ye's eyes lit up. This was the perfect strategic move. After all, Yun Chen's parents were martyrs for the nation. Taking care of their orphans wasn't just strategy. It was a debt of honor. For the Xuanlong Nation, top-tier students were strategic nuclear weapons against the dark world. As long as they survived, they would become the pillars of humanity in this brutal leveling Manhwa reality. Therefore, a gem like Yun Chen deserved nothing less than emperor-tier treatment. Ye Anfu snapped his fingers, dispatching his assistant immediately. Tell the high schools affiliated with Jiang University to clear a spot. I want a vacancy ready at a moment's notice. They would ask Yun Chen later. For a genius of his caliber, worldly distractions needed to be removed so he could focus entirely on his cultivation. Old Ye, are you placing your bets? The private gambling pool for the solo rounds was open. A time-honored tradition among the masters was about to begin. A challenge crackled over the screen. Ye Anfu let out a hearty laugh. He couldn't possibly back down from a wager with his old rivals now. Having crushed the favorite Ba Haesong, Yun Chen stormed into the top 16. But the path to glory only gets steeper from here. His next opponent, the number 1 seed, the chosen champion, the direct inheritor of the legendary sword Saint Buchan, As the East University's ace stepped onto the stage, the VIPs went wild. The betting frenzy began fueling the excitement of this Manhwa recap showdown. Ye Anfu didn't hesitate. He slammed down an A-rank skill book, betting everything on Yun Chen's victory. The vice principal of Qing University scoffed. Old Ye, risking it all on a jobless drifter. You really think he can handle the Black Dragon's superior elite? Honestly, he still looked down on Yun Chen. To him, Bahi Song was just a paper tiger, tough on the outside, hollow on the inside. He talks big, but he's a coward, Ye retorted. Save your breath. Are you matching the bet? Or folding? Of course I'm matching. He threw down a copy of an A-rank heavenly treasure. Seeing the stakes rise, the Eastern principal revealed his hand a soul contract. Its value dwarfed the skill books entirely. But before he could even finish boasting about his priceless artifact, a thunderous announcement cut through the arena speakers. Yun Chen wins. The Eastern principal's jaw hit the floor. The soul contract slipped from his fingers, and Ye Anfu snatched it out of the air with a wicked grin. Old Zhang couldn't believe his eyes. His star pupil, the Sword Saint's heir, had lost in a heartbeat. Below the stage, Bu Chan stood frozen, unable to process her own defeat. She was the pride of the sword path, yet he had matched her blade for blade. It was humiliating. Worse, Yun Chen wove in skills from other classes seamlessly. He wasn't just a student. He was a combat anomaly, a true monster. With that victory, Yun Chen advanced to the quarterfinals. Jiang University was looking strong, though Shentai Ran had tragically fallen to the capital's #1 seed. Nico advanced without breaking a sweat, but Ye Anfu's assistant was sweating bullets. The randomized matchmaking list had just arrived. She checked her phone and the color drained from her face instantly. It was a nightmare scenario. Oh no. Why him? The audience erupted, the noise level reaching a fever pitch. His opponent was Ning Junyi, a summoner seen only once in a millennium and the crown jewel of Qingyun University. The problem wasn't just his class, it was his god-tier talent. Yun Chen's strength lay in his all-rounder talent, allowing him to boost every single skill by 3 tiers of quality. Combined with his insane base stats, even a beginner's skill became a weapon of mass destruction in his hands. Add in his battle instincts, and he was nearly invincible. But compared to him, Ning Junyi's S-rank supreme contract talent was simply unfair. He could boost all summon creatures by 4 tiers. Even a trash mob would become a raid boss under his command. And with the Ning family's infinite wealth, he would never summon trash. This was going to be the toughest boss fight of Yun Chen's life. On the stage, the air crackled with tension. Ning Junyi wanted blood to wash away the shame of his fallen teammates. The pride of the Ning clan demanded a perfect victory. But Yun Chen, he couldn't care less about their pedigree. He looked Ning dead in the eye and declared, "You won't be walking off this stage." Veins bulged on Ning Junyi's forehead in pure rage. Ning threw his arms wide, mana surging instantly. Yun Chen's eyes narrowed. That casting speed is insane. I have to blitz him before he summons an army. Grip tightening on his spear, Yun Chen launched himself like a missile toward the summoner. But Ning Junyi had predicted it. Synchronization. He fused with his contract beast, his body shifting into an ethereal form. The spear tip pierced. Nothing. It passed right through him like smoke. Ning Junyi threw his head back in maniacal laughter. Your pathetic physical skills are useless against me. Yun Chen didn't flinch. Ghost phase skills might work on amateurs, but I'm not one of them. Yun Chen's light illumination struck home, inflicting heavy damage on the fused entity. Although the skill lacked physical force, it was pure poison to the nightmare spirit. Since Ning Junyi was currently fused with the summon, he shared every ounce of the agony. Sensing the tide turning, Ning Junyi tried to trigger the nightmare spirit's ethereal form to escape. However, Yun Chen possessed a myriad of skills, specifically designed to hunt down such tricks. He locked onto his opponent's aura instantly, and the spear left his hand like a streak of lightning. It should have pierced the target, but once again, an unseen force intercepted the blow. This time, a massive demonic earth flower erupted from the concrete, causing the audience to gasp in a wave of shock. So, this was his game plan. Ning Junyi had been secretly sowing these hellish seeds throughout the match while tanking Yun Chen's attacks. Now, the entire arena was a blooming garden of death. As time ticked by, the roots would only multiply and strangle everything. To the spectators, the outcome of this leveling Manhwa battle seemed all but decided. Yun Chen merely scoffed. Demonic flower or not, it's just firewood. He channeled his mana, transforming his weapon into a majestic scepter. A torrent of flames bombarded the demonic earth flowers, but to everyone's surprise, the inferno failed to leave even a scratch on the mutated plants. Ning Junyi laughed maniacally, his confidence skyrocketing. He continued his summoning chant, bringing forth a horde of monsters before unveiling his ultimate trump card to bury this arrogant brat. With a dramatic wave of his hand, the final beast emerged. A crimson dragon roared, its pressure far surpassing anything summoned before. Chen let out a long, weary sigh. What a hassle to deal with a summoner's entire zoo. In a flash of light, the weapon in his hand shifted forms again, becoming a heavy battle axe. If that's how you want to play, come at me all at once. Ning Junyi thought his ears were deceiving him. Surely Chen hadn't realized the gravity of his situation. He decided to offer a cruel reminder. It wasn't just the arena floor. The parasitic roots of the demonic flower were already sprouting from Chen's own body. Everywhere the roots touched, turned into nutrients for the beast. He was being drained dry. The crowd jeered relentlessly, screaming for Chen to forfeit before he became fertilizer. Yet, Chen's lip curled into a sneer of absolute contempt. Did they really think these weeds could stop him? He gripped the Storm Cleaver, a legendary weapon seized from the troll warlord himself. This battle axe possessed devastating destructive power, and in Chen's hands, it was about to sing a song of ruin. He activated the Berserker class beginner skill Fury. With a violent shudder of power, every single parasitic seed on his body was blasted away by his exploding aura. Ning Junyi huffed coldly. So, you removed the seeds. So what? He signaled his entire army of beasts to charge at once. Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he activated 3 buff skills in rapid succession and stood there, letting the attacks rain down on him. The audience's jaws hit the floor. Had the kid lost his mind, he was tanking every hit from Ning Junyi's army. But amidst the confusion, sharp-eyed viewers in this Manhwa recap realized what was happening. In this world, there is a fundamental mechanic: the lower your health drops, the more your attribute values skyrocket. Chen had stacked multiple buffs and switched to his highest damage weapon. After taking that, beating his strength had likely scaled to terrifying godlike levels. True to the theory, as the smoke cleared, Chen stood amidst the rubble, radiating a bloodthirsty berserk aura. He let out a primal roar and hurled the heavy axe with cataclysmic force. That single throw was an extinction event. Ning Junyi's entire army of monsters was obliterated in a heartbeat. The spectators could only gulp in terror. Absolute insanity. Even Ning Junyi began to tremble, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine his summon army would be wiped out in one shot. If not for his spirit form negating physical damage, he would have been concussed or worse dead. Chen seized the opening and dashed forward. Panic-stricken Ning Junyi commanded the Crimson Dragon to shield him. The dragon took a heavy blow from Chen, but simultaneously the demonic flowers erupted from below, binding Chen's legs and dragging him across the savage terrain. Ning Junyi burst into laughter again. Surprise! As long as the roots exist, my flowers are immortal. Crimson Dragon burned him to ash. Obeying its master, the dragon gathered a massive sphere of flames. Chen remained calm, summoning the water element to form a barrier, perfectly neutralizing the fatal breath attack. You said these roots are still alive? Then let me borrow them. Chen grabbed the vines, binding his legs, and pulled with titanic strength. He ripped the main roots straight out of the earth's core. Using the massive vine like a whip, he lashed out, striking the Crimson Dragon with a thunderous impact. Ning Junyi ground his teeth, the sound echoing his frustration. He never imagined an opponent could be this difficult to put down. The situation was spiraling out of control. He planned to summon more fodder to stall for time, hoping to secure a win by attrition. But Chen had already seen through that pathetic strategy. He unleashed the assassin skill dagger throw. Ning Junyi howled with laughter. You idiot! Have you forgotten I'm still in spirit form? Did you really think a simple piece of steel could hurt a ghost? The dagger passed harmlessly through Ning Junyi's spectral body, just as expected. However, the talisman attached to the blade managed to stick directly onto his soul. Ning Junyi finally sensed something was wrong. Was the dagger just a distraction? Was the paper charm the real attack? Suddenly, the talisman detonated. Ning Junyi was forcibly ripped from his spirit form, returning to his vulnerable physical flesh. Watching from the VIP box, Elder Yi laughed heartily. This kid is brilliant. He found a way to break the nightmare fusion. The Exorcism Talisman is usually a support skill to help teammates remove debuffs, but Chen used it offensively on his opponent. Who would have thought to use a cleanse skill to purge the enemy's spirit form? Reading the battlefield like a god and executing the perfect counter, this was a genius seen only once in a millennium. Elder Ye stroked his beard in satisfaction. It seemed the first place in the individual tournament was undoubtedly going to Jiang University. Back in the arena, Ning Junyi stared in disbelief. He couldn't accept that a low-level support skill had nullified his ultimate defense. Yun Chen knew the match was over. Without his ghost form, Ning Junyi was nothing but a sitting duck. Stop looking down on people. Ning Junyi's rage boiled over, consuming his rationality like a wildfire. His red dragon was currently being crushed flat like a bug by the demonic flower seed Yun Chen had deployed earlier. Yet refusing to accept defeat, Ning Junyi forcibly summoned the beast, initiating a forbidden assimilation with his own body. Watching from the VIP box, Vice Principal Zhou of Qingyun University felt cold sweat drip down his back. Ning Junyi had been backed into a corner, and his fury had blinded him to the truth. Even if he transformed into a dragon now, what difference would it make? Yun Chen possessed a weapon specifically forged to slaughter dragons. Hadn't he already hung that beast up and beaten it to a pulp moments ago? The crowd erupted as Ning Junyi's transformation shook the arena. They screamed for him to crush the jobless freelancer into dust, their cheers feeding Ning Junyi's arrogance like fuel to a fire. Bwahahaha. Behold the infinite power of the dragon. Before this absolute might, you are nothing but an insignificant ant. Ning Junyi lunged, intending to obliterate Yun Chen with a single devastating blow. But, with a casual flick of his wrist, Yun Chen wielded his long spear, delivering a precise strike that pierced straight through the dragon man's chest. Ning Junyi collapsed, coughing up a massive mouthful of blood. Impossible, he stammered, his eyes wide with shock. I possess the power of a dragon. Yun Chen looked down coldly. Sorry about that. I specialize in slaying dragons. Yun Chen dropped that final line as light as a feather. The referee stepped forward, his voice booming as he declared Yun Chen the winner. The audience sat in stunned silence, their minds reeling. This was only the quarterfinals. To think Ning Junyi would fall in the top 8. What a joke. I'm done watching this trash. Waves of spectators stood up and stormed out, most of them humiliated fans of the host team. As Ning Junyi was carried out on a stretcher, the first match of the semifinals quickly began to fill the void. Yun Chen's next opponent was none other than the #1 seed from Jingnan University, the deadly Bai Yu. His class was Assassin. The moment they met, Bai Yu bowed respectfully. You are strong. I know I'm not your match. I do not seek victory in this battle, only your guidance. Very well, Yun Chen replied. Then I shall only use assassin class skills against you. The match began, and Bai Yu vanished, launching himself at his opponent like a gust of invisible wind. Yun Chen tossed smoke bombs, blanketing the arena in a thick haze. He attempted a stealth attack from the rear, but Bai Yu caught him instantly. The shadow tracking skill he had activated allowed him to pinpoint his enemy's exact location. Steel clashed against steel within the blinding smoke. Bai Yu taunted, "If this is the extent of your assassin skills, you should switch classes. If you don't bring out your true power, you won't defeat me." Bai Yu offered his kind advice, but before the words could fully leave his lips, the cold steel of Yun Chen's blade was already pressing against his throat. It turned out that when Yun Chen threw the smoke bomb, he had created a clone. His true self had been hiding in the shadow of that very clone the entire time. Bai Yu let out a long defeated sigh and immediately surrendered. The gap between their abilities was simply an abyss that could not be crossed. Yun Chen made it look as easy as breathing. Who could have guessed that the person fighting toe-to-toe with Bai Yu was merely a clone? With the semifinals conquered, Yun Chen advanced straight to the grand finals. But fate had a sense of humor. His final opponent was Nico. Yun Chen was speechless, and even the audience felt the awkwardness. "Just give up beauty," someone shouted. "Don't waste our time." Nico's face twisted in annoyance. Yun Chen looked at her helplessly. "So, are we fighting?" Nico rolled her eyes. "Fight? Fight what? Even though those idiots in the crowd are annoying, they're right. I can't beat you." Nico cheerfully forfeited the match. Just like that, Yun Chen, the despised jobless freelancer, sat upon the throne of the champion. The stadium was dead silent, leaving the program MC frozen in an incredibly awkward atmosphere. This was the reality of home field advantage. Even though Yun Chen had achieved a legendary victory, not a single cheer rose from the stands to honor him. But Yun Chen couldn't care less about their validation. Compared to cheap applause, crushing Qingyun University until they couldn't lift their heads was the only satisfaction he needed. Following that fateful day, news of Yun Chen's dominance hijacked every Manhwa recap forum and news site. Consequently, the public's vitriol turned sharply toward Ning Junyi. He went from the golden boy worshipped by thousands to the stain of the Ning family and the disgrace of Qingyun University. Vice Principal Zhou shook with rage, screaming insults at the student he had once pampered the most. This defeat will shatter Qingyun's reputation. If we want to salvage this disaster, we must secure the team championship at all costs. I don't care what dirty tricks you use, Zhou hissed. You absolutely must win the team round tomorrow. After the vice principal stormed off, the Qingyun team members began to panic. For years, team battles had been their Achilles heel. But in the corner, a twisted smile crept onto Ning Junyi's face as he clutched a glowing golden sphere in his hand. Walking the righteous path is difficult, Ning Junyi whispered maniacally. But what if someone is willing to be the sacrifice? His teammate gasped. Brother Ning, what are you doing? Stop. The plea was cut short, replaced instantly by a blood-curdling scream. Meanwhile, the students of Jiangnan University were drowning in a sea of euphoria. And why wouldn't they be? Today Yun Chen had been absolutely god-tier. Principal Ye Anfu personally welcomed him back, happily handing over the spoils of war won from the betting pool. Among the treasures, only one item caught Yun Chen's eye, the soul contract. Ye Anfu nodded approvingly. This was indeed a rare and precious artifact, often seen in a high-stakes leveling manhwa. It could forge a link with a target's very soul. Once signed, the master-servant bond was absolute and unbreakable. It was the same dark magic used to tame those two succubus maids of General Shah. The law strictly forbade using such items on citizens, as the mysterious dragon nation held human rights in the highest regard. Therefore Ye Anfu suggested Yun Chen find a powerful demonic beast to contract, preferably a rare exotic beast from a foreign land. Additionally, since Yun Chen took first place, Jiangnan University prepared a special reward 10,000 points, 20,000 in cash, and a piece of ultra-rare equipment. The students exploded with envy. This bounty was too generous. While Ye Anfu was happily chatting with the students, his assistant arrived with a face like a storm cloud to deliver bad news. Li Huanyu, the mage for the Qingyun University team, was accidentally critically injured during training, she reported. Since he can't compete, they've replaced him with a guardian knight. The Jiangnan kids were furious. That's complete bull. Everyone knows we're a glass cannon knife team. The only thing we fear is the Iron Turtle formation. Swapping a mage for a guardian knight. They are clearly targeting our weakness. This is rigged. In all previous years, no one has ever changed members halfway through. Yun Chen merely smirked his expression, void of any anxiety. If they want to play the Iron Turtle game to suppress us, then I don't mind teaching them a lesson in advanced tactics. The sun rose on the next day, signaling the start of the team competition. The round of 16 match Bai University versus Jiangnan University. The second the bell rang, Yun Chen led his team in a ferocious charge. Back in the waiting room, Ye Anfu and his old friends watched intently through the livestream, holding their breath. The betting pool, once a frenzy of greed, had turned deadly silent. After witnessing such dominance, not a single high-ranking official dared to place a wager. Boring. Absolutely stagnant. Who could have predicted Jiangdai University would unleash such a monster this year? This wasn't a team battle anymore. It was a one-man extermination show. The elders tightened their grip on their wallets. None were willing to risk losing another precious artifact to a lost cause. These old masters had seen countless prodigies rise and fall over the decades. Yet, even the most legendary talents could only handle 2, maybe 3 opponents at once. But Yun Chen, from the very first second, he single-handedly shattered entire enemy formations. His unique multi-class awakening gave him an infinite arsenal, while his tactical mind adapted to chaos faster than a supercomputer. Vice Principal Chu of Qingyun University, who had been stewing in silence like a dormant volcano, finally scoffed with barely concealed disdain. I admit the brat has raw power, but this is a team tournament. Synergy is the true meta here. That reckless solo carry playstyle of his has a hard ceiling. He won't survive the later rounds. Yanfu merely smiled, offering no rebuttal. Tactics, philosophy, results spoke louder than words. Down in the arena, Yun Chen was already turning the opposing team into mincemeat. His speed was a blur. His skill damage catastrophic. The opponents crumbled before they could even cast a spell. In a heartbeat, the Bai team was completely annihilated. Sigh. 4 matches in a row, and I haven't even broken a sweat yet. It's over already. I didn't get to show off a single ultimate move. Unbelievable. I cast a speed buff, and I still have to sprint just to keep up with them. Ye Qingling and Sun Kangzhao exchanged helpless glances. Winning was great, but feeling useless. That was a bittersweet pill to swallow. Suddenly, Yun Chen appeared behind them, delivering a sharp knock to their heads. Bonk. Cut the chatter. You guys are our strategic trump cards. The early mobs were just trash tier, hardly worth your mana. Now, sharpen your focus. Break time is over. The quarterfinals begin now. The spectators could only gasp in awe. Jiang Dai's dominance was suffocating. Forget defeating the whole team. Taking down Yun Chen alone seemed like an impossible quest. Their next obstacle, Qingzhou University. And unlike the previous victims, this squad walked onto the stage, radiating dangerous confidence. To them, Yun Chen's melee rush strategy was amateur hour. Qingzhou University had earned a reputation as the Punisher's specialists in crushing reckless chargers. They were a pure mage lineup, glass cannons of the highest order. While their individual duel rankings were average, their elemental synergy in teamfights was known to produce devastating chain reactions. Guo Feicheng scanned their formation and let out a mocking laugh. Mages. They're just walking, HP bars with paper skin. Are they seriously looking down on an assassin? He prepared to activate Shadow Dive for a first blood kill, but before he could vanish into the floor, a hand clamped onto his shoulder. The team froze, stunned by the interruption. Brother Yun, what gives? Yun Chen's eyes narrowed, analyzing the enemy aura. Hold your fire. Those 7 glass cannons aren't normal prey. Guo Feicheng rolled his eyes. Boss, you're overthinking it. No matter how flashy they are, squishy mages die when I touch them. We're assassins. Since when do we hesitate? Chen Tyron chimed in, eager to flex his muscles. Let me take point. With my blood shield, I'll bulldoze right through their spells. Even Nico joined the uproar. Exactly. They don't even have a tank to peel for them. How are they going to stop us from stomping them? The team was restless. They were tired of being spectators in their own matches. They wanted to unleash their skills, not just sweep up the loot after Yun Chen was done. Yun Chen weighed the risks for a few seconds. Finally, he nodded. Like a true leader in a Manhwa recap, he knew when to trust his squad. Fine, but we do this my way. He quickly issued orders assigning targets perfectly suited to each member's kit. The stadium buzzed with anticipation. It was the ultimate clash of styles, Yun Chen's all-in melee squad versus Qingzhou's all-range artillery. Spear versus shield. No, this was blade versus nuke. The referee's signal barely faded before boom. The 5 vanguards of Jiang Dai launched forward like cannonballs. Meanwhile, Ye Qingling and Sun Kangshao stood awkwardly at the starting line. Wait, I didn't even get to slap a talisman on them. Their teammates were already halfway across the map. Forget it, Sun Kangshao sighed, his shoulders slumping. Boss Yun said, unless it's a code red, we stay put and analyze. Being a benchwarmer is our destiny today. Yun Chen shifted into a support role, covering the flanks. But his eyes were busy. Appraisal skill activate. He began scanning the enemy data streams. His HUD confirmed the theory. The opponents were specialized single-element archmages. They weren't strong individually, but they were designed to chain reactions together. He identified the breakdown fire, ice, wood, earth, light, and darkness. Fire and light were the main DPS cannons. Darkness and ice were there to crowd control and inflict status ailments. Earth provided the shielding, while wood handled root mechanics. But there was one anomaly. The mage, standing at the very back. Yun Chen's appraisal couldn't read his element, and he was being protected like the king on a chessboard. A sudden chill ran down Yun Chen's spine. Wait, there was no elemental signature in that guy's mana flow at all. Don't tell me. The Qingzhou captain cackled maniacally as he saw them approach. Incinerate them. At his command, 4 distinct elemental beams converged, aiming to create a cataclysmic explosion. Double cast engage. Yun Chen's hands blurred. Leveraging his instant cast talent, he conjured a massive fireball to intercept the bombardment. He poured every ounce of mana into the defense. Crash! The spells collided in mid-air, detonating into a blinding shockwave that shook the entire arena. Yun Chen grit his teeth. Ch! Even in a leveling Manhwa, taking on 4 elemental specialists simultaneously was pushing the limits of physics. Leaking spells bypassed his firewall and screamed toward them. Not on my watch, Chen Tyron roared, stepping forward. Skill Blood Essence Great Shield. A crimson barrier erupted, absorbing the stray magical shrapnel. Seeing the opening, Nico and Lin Yuxu drew their blades. Charge! They dove through the smoke, but the enemy mages didn't flinch. Instead, they unleashed a second volley of rapid-fire spells. But the Qingzhou captain was truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Just because they survived the first clash, he arrogantly assumed victory was in the bag. While the captain gloated, Chen Tyron triggered Blood Shadow Assault flashing behind enemy lines, but they were ready. The wood mage slammed his staff down. Thwack thick vines burst from the concrete, binding Chen Tyron instantly. Damn it, I can't move. These guys cover each other perfectly, Chen Tyron cursed, struggling against the thorns. But guess what? I'm not the only shadow here. A silhouette flickered through the chaos, Guo Feicheng. He had bypassed the front line and was diving straight for the enemy captain. Cut off the head of the snake, and the body dies. His dagger was inches from the captain's throat. The kill was guaranteed. But suddenly, flash! A blinding glyph materialized, and the captain vanished into thin air, just as the blade slashed through empty space. Damn it! A teleportation circle, Nico cursed under her breath. Space warped as the enemy mages vanished, only to rematerialize instantly in the air, looming directly over Guo Feicheng like executioners. I'm finished. Guo Feicheng's eyes widened in horror. Dozens of magical staves were raised in unison. There was no escape from this bombardment. But in that split second between life and death, Yun Chen flashed into existence. He seized Guo Feicheng by the collar and hurled him aside with explosive force. Boom! The devastating magical barrage crashed down, swallowing Yun Chen whole as he took the hit for his teammate. Nico stared in shock, and Lin Yuxu couldn't believe his eyes. They were teammates, yes, but Yun Chen's strategic value and combat power were leagues above Guo Feicheng's. Trading a king for a pawn was a disaster. Their team's fighting capacity just plummeted by half. Guo Feicheng collapsed on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. Why did it end like this? I should have listened to Brother Yun earlier. If I had just been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. But naturally, how could a legend like Yun Chen fall so easily? While his team was busy mourning, he stepped out of the shadows once more, wearing that same arrogant, confident smirk. The figure that rushed in to tank that catastrophic damage for Guo Feicheng. It was nothing more than one of Yun Chen's clones. It was a pity the clone was destroyed and locked out for 2 hours, but sacrificing a skill to save a teammate's life, that was a trade worth making. I didn't expect them to have a teleportation mage controlling the field. This was a massive headache. Nico's anxiety spiked. The situation was far grimmer than they anticipated. Space attribute mages are incredibly rare, not because the class is hard to get, but because their direct combat power is usually trash. No one predicted the enemy would build their entire strategy around such a niche class. While the teams were clashing, that mage had stealthily filled the arena with teleportation arrays. Worse, he was hiding at the very back of the formation, making him nearly impossible to target. What do we do now? Nico felt lost in the chaos. Don't panic. Yun Chen's voice cut through the noise. You guys keep the front line busy. Don't let them interrupt me. I'll handle the rest. In this critical moment, Yun Chen's word was law. The team rallied to cover him, turning the arena into a chaotic storm of spells and steel. The Jiang University team fought with everything they had, but the enemy used the teleportation arrays to slip away like ghosts. It was frustratingly effective. Up in the stands, the audience began to jeer at the spectacle. After 4 consecutive crushing victories, now they couldn't even touch the hem of their opponent's robes. This wasn't a battle. It looked like the enemy was just taking a dog for a walk. The crowd had long given up hope on Qingyun University winning the championship. Now they just wanted to see anyone, literally anyone, humiliate Yun Chen. Their schadenfreude was off the charts. Nico and Lin Yuxu were in a wretched state. They were burning through stamina and mana, but their attacks were hitting nothing but air. Suddenly, Yun Chen exploded forward. The enemy teleportation mage locked onto him immediately, but he sneered. In his eyes, Yun Chen's magical attacks posed zero threat. Even the range of that spear Yun Chen wielded, the mage had already calculated every possible angle of attack. Anyone who steps into your range gets teleported away. You won't touch a single hair on my team. But just as he smirked, Yun Chen didn't thrust his spear. Instead, he whipped out a heavy firearm. Bang! He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet tore through the mage's chest before he could react. The enemy crumbled like a puppet with cut strings as Yun Chen landed gracefully. Against a glass cannon with low defense, modern firepower is king. The teleportation mage's jaw hit the floor. What the hell? You use a gun, you fainted with a spear just to shoot me. You are too distinctively sinister, the mage gasped. Yun Chen didn't waste breath arguing. When it came to being underhanded, who was he to judge? Yun Chen stomped the ground, shattering the stone beneath him as he launched himself high into the air again. He activated 2 sharpshooter skills at once. Quick draw and wildfire barrage bullets rained down like a metallic storm. The enemy mages screamed and scattered in terror, their formation completely broken. The bullet density was suffocating. There was nowhere to hide. While the mage was paralyzed by the suppression fire, a cold blade suddenly pressed against his throat. It was Guo Feicheng. The guy was clearly still furious about almost dying earlier. He didn't hesitate to dig the blade into the mage's skin, drawing a thin line of blood. "Got you, little rat," Guo Feicheng hissed. "You were so easy to approach. I guess all your focus was stolen by Brother Yun's gun show, huh?" Seeing his ace card captured, the enemy captain panicked. "Defend the mage," he screamed, desperately trying to salvage the match. He summoned a massive magical barrier, but that flimsy shield was nothing before the might of a Silver Moon warrior. Nico was already there. She unleashed a beautiful lethal slash that shattered the defense instantly. The captain was sent flying crashing down right at Yun Chen's feet. Yun Chen looked down, gun barrel smoking. "Do you still want to dance?" Yun Chen raised his weapon, his aura terrifying. The enemy wasn't stupid enough to ask for more of a beating. With the outcome set in stone, they had no choice but to surrender. The announcer roared, declaring Jiang University the winner. They had advanced to the top 7. Yun Chen and his team turned and walked back to the waiting room, radiating pure dominance. It was a messy skirmish, but that made the victory feel even more legendary. Meanwhile, the Qingyan University students in the stands were weeping rivers of salty tears. They had prayed for Qingzhou University to turn Yun Chen into mincemeat, but the higher the hope, the harder the fall. Waiting for someone to defeat Yun Chen felt like waiting for the sun to rise in the west. Back in the waiting room, the adrenaline was still pumping. Nico Lin, Yuxu, and Guo Feicheng were excitedly dissecting every moment of the intense battle. However, Ye Qingling and Sun Kangzhao sat in the corner, looking like wilted vegetables. They sighed in unison. Sure, they won, but this victory tasted like ash. They were supposed to be among the top 10 strongest freshmen yet. In these matches, they felt like background NPCs. Why did Brother Yun have to be the OP protagonist of a leveling manhwa? Hey, lying down and winning isn't so bad. Sun Kangzhao tried to comfort Yi Qingling, though he sounded hollow. It feels like we just away from keyboard our way to the championship. But Yun Chen's sharp ears caught every word. Who said I intended to let you two slack off? He glanced over. In the next battle, you two are the main characters. As soon as the words left his lips, Ye Qingling and Sun Kangzhao's eyes lit up like high-beam headlights. Really, Brother Yun, we finally get to carry the team. Break time was over. It was time for the first official semi-final match. This tournament arc was about to heat up. Jiang University was facing the squad from Victory University. This team was known as the most brutal, terrifying, and grotesque squad in the history of the freshman tournament. Why? Because every member possessed monster bloodlines, and their captain was an old rival of Yun Chen Ba Heshang. And let's be honest, when it came to looks, this team's aesthetic was truly a disaster for the eyes. Above the arena, the crowd's toxic whispers rained down, body-shaming the Shanghai team. But was their monstrous appearance truly their fault? No, it was a curse passed down by the sins of their fathers. To understand this tragedy, we must rewind 17 years. Before the Great Cataclysm, players treated the game as a joke, venturing out solo for cheap thrills. They chose to play as monstrous races for fun, goblins, rock golems, even the undead. They thought it was just a game oblivious to the nightmare that awaited. But when the virtual world merged with reality, the game became their flesh and blood. They mutated into actual monsters, condemning their children to be born into this leveling manhwa, as cursed hybrids neither human nor ghost. The match hadn't even begun, but the air was thick with tension. A teammate whispered a warning to Ba He-song. Yun Chen's weapon is a dragon slayer. Be careful. Ba He-song knew. He knew it all too well. His body still trembled from the humiliation of their last encounter. But fear, that would not stop him today. Suddenly, Ba He-song let out a roar that shook the stadium. It was a scream of pure rage, a rallying cry to his team. Have you forgotten the hell we've lived through? Scorned for our ugly faces, hated for our alien blood. We have been trampled on since birth. He wasn't wrong. They had done nothing to deserve this hate. The fault lay with the reckless greed of their parents, yet these children bore the punishment. They deserved to be human, but society treated them like trash to be discarded. Ba He-song had nursed this vengeance his entire life. He had willingly sacrificed his humanity to the Black Dragon, becoming a true monster just for a chance at revenge. Now standing before the so-called elites of the top 7 universities, his only desire was to crush their perfect lives into the dust beneath his feet. The monster blood within the Shanghai team began to boil. Ba He-song's words were the spark that ignited an inferno, a fighting spirit within them. Their eyes burned with a murderous desire to annihilate the enemy. Yun Chen looked at them with a mix of disgust and pity. They were detestable, yet undeniably tragic. Stay sharp, Yun Chen commanded his team. Don't underestimate them. The Shanghai squad charged like a tidal wave, abandoning all defense, in a suicidal bid to kill. In response, Yun Chen calmly orchestrated his team into an impenetrable defensive formation. Everyone unleashed their skills to shield the backline. Today, the stars of the show weren't the vanguard but Ye Qingling and Sun Kangzhao. Finally, the two of them felt the weight of being the team's trump cards, no longer just bystanders watching from the safety of the rear. Seeing them hesitate for a split second, Lin Yushu snapped at them. Wake up, stop dreaming and start casting. We're in a war here. Yun Chen put you in the spotlight to counter these monsters, not to give you a vacation. Prove you're worth protecting. Jolted back to reality, Sun Kang Zhao summoned his army. Earth elementals, ancient treants, rock golems, and the wild bear emerged with earth-shaking force. Yi Qingling wasted no time. She began weaving intricate spells, supercharging Sun Kang Zhao's beasts with massive buffs. The synergy was devastating. A cataclysmic wave of power crashed straight into the charging Sheng Dai team, halting their advance instantly. Agonized screams filled the arena. The high-level observers nodded in approval. The Taoist class damage control and support all in one. The perfect counter to evil creatures. But it had a fatal flaw: short casting range and agonizingly long cooldowns. Yun Chen, the tactical genius, knew this better than anyone. That was precisely why he ordered a defensive stance. But keeping them safe was only part of his master plan. Master Ye Anfu watched his student with a knowing gaze, a proud smile touching his lips. He knew Yun Chen could have soloed this fight, but he chose to step back. He was protecting his team while giving them the stage to shine. The boy had a heart of gold beneath that icy exterior. On the field, the duo's combo was unstoppable. Ba Hisong was flattened, pinned to the ground, drowning in the bitterness of yet another crushing defeat. Yun Chen slowly approached the fallen leader. He wouldn't preach about pain he hadn't felt, nor would he offer empty platitudes. But he had to set the record straight for these misguided souls. He needed to wake them up. Direct your rage at those who mocked you, not the innocent, Yun Chen said coldly. That is the choice a true human makes. Ba Hisong froze. He realized that Yun Chen had treated him as a human being all along. The hate evaporated. Ba Hisong closed his eyes, accepting his loss with true dignity. Another victory for Jiangnan University. But Yun Chen's words echoed in the hearts of the audience, silencing the jeers. That useless unclassed player had more honor than the crowd. We treated them like monsters, the audience realized, shame washing over them. But he treated them like men. Compared to Yun Chen, they were the ones lacking humanity. In this Manhwa recap, this was the moment Yun Chen transformed from a cold tactician into a true leader in everyone's eyes. The tournament blazed on, rounds passed in a blur, until the ultimate showdown arrived. The team battle finals. It was Jiangnan versus the host Qingyun University. Ning Junyi led his squad into the arena, radiating arrogance and power. Their lineup was a fortress: 2 heavy warriors, 2 summoners, a guardian knight, a mage, and a priest. The crowd buzzed. Qingyun had swapped members at the last second. It was a blatant counter-strategy, targeting Jiangnan University. A dirty move, perhaps, but in war victory is the only truth. Even Qingyun's own students felt awkward, praying their school wasn't actually that shameless. But the tension was palpable. The bell rang. Ning Junyi immediately turtled up. The tanks and knights formed a wall of steel at the front, impenetrable and imposing. The priest bathed them in healing light, while Ning Junyi and his fellow summoner began the chant from the safety of the backline. Just like his duel with Yun Chen, a legion of nightmares began to materialize. The audience gasped in disbelief. 3 tanks, endless buffs, and an army of summons. This wasn't a formation. It was a turtle shell. It was the absolute defense. But across the field, Yun Chen smiled. He had arranged his team in the exact same formation. Chen Tairan took the vanguard position. Guo Feicheng and Lin Yuxu guarded Sun Kongzhao, summoning a horde of grotesque monsters, while Ye Qingling and Yun Chen stood at the very back. Yun Chen began activating a flurry of skills from multiple different classes, while Ye Qingling poured every buff she had onto him and the rest of the squad. At this moment, Yun Chen looked like he had awakened a new state of being. If the enemy raised their strongest shield, then naturally, they had to strike back with the strongest spear. Inside the VIP box, Vice Principal Zhou was confused. Old Ye, your freelancer, is standing in the back, with a melee weapon stacking buffs like a madman. What exactly is he planning? Ye Anfu pretended to be calm, claiming Yun Chen had his own calculations, but deep down, he was sweating bullets. Even Principal Ye himself was witnessing a tactic like this for the first time in a leveling manhwa. Suddenly, another principal realized what was happening. It was a common low-level skill that could grant any class long-range combat capabilities. Ning Junyi also sensed the anomaly. He never imagined Yun Chen would be crazy enough to use a disposable one-shot skill like this. Ning Junyi hurriedly ordered his team to mobilize all summons as meat shields and activate their strongest defense skills. Just as their formation solidified the spear in Yun Chen's hand swelled with accumulated power. Yun Chen roared go. At his command, the spear launched forward, propelled by the common skill known simply as throw. It pierced through Qing Yun's first layer of defense. Whistling through the air, Ning Junyi's team panicked, but in this situation it was too late to react. Yun Chen's spear tore through the wind, shattering the defensive line that Qing Yun had worked so hard to construct. Their formation was scattered, though not completely wiped out, they were in chaos. Ning Junyi laughed hysterically. Yun Chen, oh Yun Chen, I didn't think you'd gamble everything like that. Now you are disarmed, and my formation is still intact. What will you use to fight us now? Ning Junyi was overflowing with confidence, but at that exact moment, Yun Chen activated two talents, Cast Without Staff and Mage Hand. A giant hand burst from the ground, grabbed the spear, and hurled it back to him. Yun Chen smirked with satisfaction. Who said I went all in? Did you forget I have a second strike coming? It felt like a slap across Ning Junyi's face. The audience in the stands was stunned into silence. The biggest flaw of the throw skill is that once the weapon is launched, retrieving it is nearly impossible. But Yun Chen used Mage Hand to retrieve it. That was absolutely savage. In the VIP room, the other principal began to ponder. He had guessed correctly. Yun Chen indeed used the throw skill. However, that move usually has no effect other than simply launching the weapon. Why would Yun Chen use it? Because this was no ordinary throw. Ye Anfu slowly explained. His talent allows him to raise a skill's quality by 3 tiers. That throw had legendary power. And now, Yun Chen was winding up preparing to unleash the second strike. Ning Junyi was terrified. He screamed at his team to stop Yun Chen from firing again, or they would be finished. Mages, use your long-range skills. Disrupt him now. The Qingyun mage obeyed the order instantly, casting the skill, Rock Fracture. A storm of boulders crashed down, but they couldn't touch Yun Chen. His teammates weren't just for show. Don't you dare touch a single hair on our captain's head. Protected by his team, Yun Chen launched Throw once again. Seeing this, the Qingyun squad turned and ran for their lives. Forget the formation. If they took that hit again, they would be obliterated. After this second throw, the turtle shell defense Ning Junyi had painstakingly built was officially destroyed. Now it was time for Chen Tairan and the others to show their strength. The Jiangnan team charged, unleashing a brutal beatdown on their opponents. Brother, Ning, surrender. We can't hold on. Ning Junyi's teammates screamed in desperation. Ning Junyi ground his teeth, but with things this bad, he had no other choice. The team round ends here, I surrender. Before the word could leave his mouth, Yun Chen silenced him. What are you doing? Trying to surrender. Too bad the referee didn't hear you. Yun Chen landed in front of him, and his 6 teammates quickly surrounded the enemy captain. Now, Ning Junyi was the last one standing for Qing Yun. Yun Chen shut him up for one reason: to let his teammates vent their rage. Ning Junyi was like meat on a chopping block, completely helpless, as the Jiangnan group took out their frustration on him. Qing Yun dares to use home field advantage to cheat, using reporters to bully us. You think you own the world. In an instant, Ning Junyi became a human punching bag for Yun Chen's team. In the stands, Qing Yun students began to leave in droves. They couldn't bear to watch their captain being pinned to the ground and humiliated like this. Even the referee couldn't just stand by anymore. Ning Junyi had lost all combat capability. The match is over. Stop fighting. The Jiangnan team hadn't fully vented their anger, but since the ref stepped in, they had to give him some face. Ning Junyi was beaten black and blue. Qingyun University had lost all dignity today. Jiangnan University had secured first place in the team competition. High on the platform, a figure appeared. It was the mysterious man in red. He observed the situation closely, then smiled a bizarre smile. It has finally begun. After the match ended, Ning Junyi sat like a statue in the waiting room. His teammates looked at him with awkward pity. Brother Ning hasn't said a word since the match. Did they beat him, stupid? Vice Principal Zhou was in a foul mood as well. He had anticipated his students wouldn't achieve much, which is why he secretly rigged the bracket so Ning Junyi wouldn't meet Jiangnan until the finals. At least we got second place and secured a top 7 spot. Pull yourselves together. Ning Junyi clenched his jaw. His rank was safe, but his pride had been stomped into the dirt by Yun Chen. He swore that one day, he would find Yun Chen and trample him beneath his feet. Conversely, in the Jiangnan University waiting room, laughter filled the air. Everyone was overjoyed that they had finally gotten their revenge. By now, the news of Ning Junyi's humiliating beatdown was likely trending everywhere. In this manhwa recap, justice was served and Ye Anfu was incredibly proud of his students. With 2 rounds of absolute dominance behind them, the team had practically secured the championship title. Principal Ye, confident in their power, simply told them to treat the final survival round as a victory lap without pressure. The stage for this final trial was the desolate ruins of Qingyun City. Once a metropolis overflowing with wealth, it fell 60 years ago, when a dimensional rift tore open, spewing abyssal corruption that slaughtered every citizen below level 6. Those lucky enough to survive the initial cataclysm didn't look back, fleeing the cursed city in droves. Decades passed, and nature reclaimed the ruins with a vengeance. Magic beasts flooded into nest, and amidst the danger, rare heavenly treasures began to spawn from the concentrated spiritual energy. By now, high-level priests had purified the corruption, and the university's vanguard had culled the apex predators, leaving behind a hunting ground perfectly balanced for the new students to test their might. Best of all, the loot rules were absolute finders keepers. No need to turn in resources. The moment the students heard this, their eyes blazed with the greed of true hunters. Rumors spread like wildfire that A-rank and even A-plus rank treasures were hidden in the ruins. It was a golden opportunity. Chen only cared about one thing. Is the soul-cleansing grass in there? The soul-cleansing grass was the key ingredient for a supreme awakening elixir. His little sister Tang was reaching the age of awakening, and Chen would stop at nothing to guarantee she received a god-tier talent. Principal Ye had already done the recon. There were at least 15 A-rank treasures and 3 A-plus rank artifacts hidden in the city. And as fate would have it, the soul-cleansing grass was confirmed among them. Hearing that a fire ignited in Chen's soul. This wasn't just a competition anymore. It was a mission for his sister's future. He swore he would seize that grass no matter the cost. The next morning, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. All 20 team members prepared to enter the fray. The scoreboard would track the total value of resources looted by the entire squad. It wasn't just a battle against beasts. It was a PvP zone straight out of a leveling manhwa, where the greatest danger came from rival students looking to steal their glory. Li Yaga handed out wooden war achievement badges, each embedded with a mini teleportation matrix. Crush the token and you escape with your life, but you also forfeit your right to compete. Worry etched lines on Li Yaga's face as she begged them to prioritize survival. Miss Li, relax. The students grinned, their morale skyrocketing. We're mentally prepared for war. With Brother Yun carrying us to first place twice already, we could probably sleep through this round and still win the championship. Listen up. The mission is the soul-cleansing grass for Brother Yun's sister. The code is 3 signal flares. If you see 3 flares, drop everything. That means the target has been found. Chen was stunned. He hadn't asked for help, but Nico had rallied the entire team. They knew the championship was in the bag, so now they were fighting for their leader. After all, Chen had carried them this far. It was their turn to pay him back. With the plan set, the group of 20 stepped into the formation and teleported to the ruins of Qingyun. The moment Chen landed, the smell of decay hit him. The devastation was absolute. It was hard to believe this crumbling wasteland was once a bustling center of civilization. The teleportation scattered them randomly across the map. Chen analyzed the situation instantly. Priority 1 was regrouping. Priority 2 was seizing the high ground for vision. He barely took 2 steps before a demon bird screeched, diving for the kill. Chen didn't even flinch, casually tossing a fireball jutsu that turned the beast into extra crispy fried chicken. The carcass slammed into the ground, but the noise was like a dinner bell. Dozens of predatory eyes lit up in the shadows nearby. As the horde of beasts lunged at him, Chen unleashed his tyrant's roar. The sheer pressure of the skill slammed into the lower-level mobs, inflicting a fierce status that froze them in their tracks. Chen didn't waste time on trash mobs. He activated his speed and vanished, finding a vantage point to cast Eagle Eye, scanning the ruined cityscape like a predator. Suddenly, he spotted a group of a dozen students. At first, he thought it was a rival school, but their uniforms were a mismatched mess. It looked like a patchwork coalition of different academies. Before he could analyze further, 3 red flares tore through the sky. The signal? 1 flare meant location, 2 meant backup needed, but 3 meant the soul-cleansing grass had been found. Chen's heart raced as he vaulted off the building. But 3 flares were a double-edged sword. It signaled the team, but it also painted a giant target on the finder's back for every enemy in the zone. His teammates had to know the risk. Terrified that something had gone wrong, Chen activated Chasing Wind Step, his figure blurring as he sprinted toward the signal at breakneck speed. At the signal's origin, a massive 3-headed hydra lay coiled around a glowing patch of soul-cleansing grass, its aura suffocating. The female teammate who fired the flare knew she was outmatched. She couldn't fight that monster, but she knew Yun Chen needed the grass. She stayed behind, risking her life. Footsteps approached, and hope surged in her chest. She prayed it was Yun Chen or the main squad. Even if it was a rival team from a standard academy, she could probably hold her own. But when she peeked from cover, her blood ran cold. It wasn't a team, it was an army. A massive mob of students from different schools was swarming the area. Their faces were twisted with arrogance and greed. Little Rat 1 sneered. "Stop hiding. I can smell your fear from here," firing a signal that distinct you must be from Jiang University, too arrogant to care about who sees you. Realizing stealth was useless, she steeled her nerves and stepped out, raising her staff in defiance. "You know I'm from Jiang University, and you still dare approach Brother Yun is on his way. Leave now if you value your lives." The mob erupted in mocking laughter. They knew Yun Chen was a monster, but looking at their sheer numbers, the leader felt invincible. He admitted the top 7 elite schools were strong, but numbers had a quality of their own. What can one man do against an army? Before the exam even started, the 55 lower-tier universities had formed a secret alliance of academies, a massive coalition of 1,100 students with a single goal. Their plan was simple: use human wave tactics to crush the elites from the top schools, strip them of their gear, and split the mountains of loot among themselves. "We already have numbers," the leader gloated, "but hundreds more are on the way. Once we assemble, it won't matter if it's Yun Chen or your entire team, we will crush you like bugs." But just as he was drowning in his own arrogance, a thunderous boom echoed from the rear. Several students were blasted into the air by an overwhelming force. Yun Chen walked through the dust, his spear resting casually on his shoulder, an aura of absolute dominance rolling off him. "Who exactly? Did you say you were going to crush?" The girl burst into tears of relief at the sight of him. "Brother Yun, you're finally here. We're saved." The students of the Alliance took an involuntary step back. Seeing Yun Chen in person was different from the videos. His killing intent was suffocating, far more terrifying than any monster in the ruins. The fireball spell he just unleashed was absolutely devastating. A single strike obliterated over a dozen challengers, yet the ringleader remained stubborn as a mule. He arrogantly believed that quantity could beat quality, thinking their sheer numbers would guarantee a win. But if they wanted to rely on numbers, Yun Chen was ready to see which fool wanted to die first. He slammed his spear into the ground and unleashed a war cry, the same terrifying skill that suppressed the monsters earlier. The effect was instant. The mob of average students collapsed like wheat before a scythe, and even the arrogant leader began to sweat bullets. His mouth kept shouting, "Don't be afraid," but terror was already seizing his heart. He tried to convince himself it was just a low-level warrior skill, but his trembling knees betrayed him. Before he could even finish his sentence, Yun Chen was already in his face. The sheer killing intent radiating from him was enough to stop a beating heart. The coward's courage shattered instantly. He scrambled back, screaming, "Big brother, I was wrong, please don't kill me," triggering a total collapse of their alliance as everyone fled for their lives. They realized too late that they were messing with a monster, a scene typical of a high-octane manhwa recap where the protagonist dominates. Yun Chen felt a bit disappointed. He thought they had some backbone, but they turned out to be nothing more than a disorderly mob of cowards. He approached his female teammate, his voice softening as he thanked her for guarding the soul-cleansing grass. She beamed with joy, just happy to still be alive after that ordeal. Meanwhile, the elders watching from above burst into laughter. Yi Anfu was amused, realizing Yun Chen had dismantled the threat without even getting blood on his blade. Still, that alliance of 100 students was a force to be reckoned with, and not everyone was as overpowered as Yun Chen. Reports flooded in that over a dozen elite students from the top 7 academies had already been eliminated from the competition. The principals were indignant, vowing to tighten the rules next year, while Ye Anfu worried deeply about the safety of the remaining candidates. Vice Principal Zhu of Qing University, however, was smug. He bragged about the impregnable barrier his school had set up around the abandoned city. He claimed not a single demon beast could penetrate their defenses, pointing out the patrol airships and the hidden examiners lurking in the shadows. They were supposed to be the final line of defense, the ultimate safeguard for the students' lives. Back on the ground, Yun Chen was busy casually slaughtering a 3-headed hydra. It took only a few strikes to end it, and he instructed his teammate to fire the signal flare. She immediately launched a flare into the sky, a beacon that didn't go unnoticed by the Qing University team nearby. Their original plan was to ambush anyone at the first signal point, but upon realizing Yun Chen was there, they hesitated. "Brother Ning, are we really going to ambush him?" Ning Junyi had lost all his fighting spirit. He wasn't suicidal enough to face Yun Chen again, so he huffed coldly and led his team away in the opposite direction. However, the Qing University team suddenly realized something was wrong. A member named Li Jun was missing from their formation. Thinking he just wandered off for a bathroom break and caring only about their leader Ning, they didn't bother searching and continued their retreat. But Li Jun hadn't wandered off. He was walking with grim determination toward a ruined tower, his eyes devoid of humanity. To him, Yun Chen, Ning Junyi, and all the academies were nothing but dust. He believed that once his master descended, they would all be purged. He pushed open the heavy doors and knelt before a crumbling statue, whispering, "Supreme Master, I offer you everything, including my very life." Without hesitation, Li Jun plunged a dagger into his own chest, collapsing in a pool of blood to activate the forbidden dark art, the Gate of Sacrifice. The blood flowed backward, defying gravity to be absorbed by the statue, shooting a beam of crimson light into the heavens. In the city center, ominously black smoke began to rise. Every monster touched by this mist went berserk, their combat power surging instantly. High above the examiner's screen suddenly went black. The connection was severed, plunging the observation room into chaos. The barrier around the city began to glitch and panic set in until someone screamed, "Forget the screens, look out the window." Ye Anfu and the others rushed to the glass, witnessing a disaster unfolding before their eyes. Vice Principal Zhu was horrified, as the city below was swallowed by the aura of the dark world. Ye Anfu realized with dread that multiple rifts had opened. This dark aura was a nightmare. It debuffed human combat power, corroded equipment, and sent monsters into a frenzied rage. It didn't take a genius to know that the students below were now facing a catastrophic life-threatening crisis. Vice Principal Zhu screamed to force the barrier open for their airship and ordered all examiners to intervene immediately to prevent a massacre. Yi Anfu's brow furrowed in deep concern. He knew the Demon Lord of the Dark World would target the one holding the Demon Lord's essence, Yun Chen. With the barrier now acting as a cage, he cursed his inability to teleport down there instantly to shield his student. Meanwhile, Yun Chen was chatting casually, waiting for the rest of the team when a chill ran down his spine. He sensed a vile, familiar energy. Principal Ye had said the area was purified, so sensing this corruption felt like a twist straight out of a leveling manhwa, where the difficulty suddenly spikes. Just then, Nico and the others arrived, their faces lighting up with relief upon seeing Yun Chen, but a massive black tornado was chasing right behind them. Lin Yuxu and Nico turned back, confusion written all over their faces as they stared at the encroaching darkness. Yun Chen didn't hesitate. He gripped his spear and charged forward, shouting, "That's dark corruption. Don't let it touch you. Get behind me now." The team scrambled toward Yun Chen in a panic. They had only heard legends of dark aura from their elders and were terrified to see it in person. Countless monsters poured out of the black whirlwind, but seeing Yun Chen fearlessly launch fireballs gave them the courage to stand their ground and fight back. However, the corrosive power of the dark aura was simply too overwhelming. Even an elite warrior like Nico was blown away. Her precious gear disintegrated instantly, and the armor melted right off her skin as the black mist closed in. In the nick of time, vines erupted from the ground, pulling her back from the abyss. Yun Chen snatched her from death's door, draping his own coat over her trembling form. The surviving squad members regrouped, but the terror was far from over. Now they faced a true life-or-death crisis. Yun Chen shifted his weapon instantly, unleashing the priest's purification skill to push back the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a red alert blared from the airship above. "Emergency, all students forfeit immediately. Evacuate the arena." Yun Chen barked orders, telling his team to crush their wooden tokens now. His purification light was fading fast. Heeding his command, the team shattered their tokens in unison, teleporting to safety in flashes of light. Only Yun Chen and Nico remained. Panic seized her eyes. "My token. It's not working." She screamed in terror. She had crushed it with all her might, but nothing happened. Yun Chen realized the truth instantly. The dark aura had corroded her card, destroying the teleportation matrix inside. Without a second thought, he tossed his own token to her. Nico hesitated, trembling. "But what about you? I have my ways." "Go, that is an order." Tears welled in her eyes, but she knew staying would only make her a burden to him now. "Fine. Just stay alive." "Yun Chen, promise me." She crushed the token and vanished in a flash of light, leaving Yun Chen standing alone against the encroaching abyss. Suddenly, slow, crisp applause echoed from the shadows. It was that eccentric man in red, Yun Chen's first official confrontation with this mysterious figure. The stranger sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What a responsible captain, sacrificing so much for a mere teammate. Truly touching. Chen shot him a gaze cold enough to freeze hell. He recognized this man. He was a judge from the individual rounds. But why was he here? The man waved his hand dismissively. Relax, I'm just here to secretly protect you. Elites like you are national treasures, he lied smoothly. We can't let any accidents happen to our precious students. Let's get you to safety. The man gripped Chen's shoulder, activating space magic. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Principal Ye Anfu teleported in a split second later, but the arena was empty. He thought they had evacuated until he felt the residual ripple of unauthorized magic. Ye Anfu scanned the area, his expression darkening as he sensed the trap. Space magic. It ignores distance and leaves no tracks. If they were moved too far, finding them would be impossible. Chen had been taken to a nightmare zone. Chen landed in a desolate wasteland. It wasn't the city, but this place reeked of ancient dark corruption, a graveyard of the past. This was a killing field. Chen's senses screamed as the man in red materialized above him, ready to strike. Death plunged from the sky, but Chen dodged with supernatural reflexes. The attacker laughed, genuinely surprised. This place dulls the senses. How did you react so fast? He stared at the young man, a spark of shock replacing his amusement. How did you detect my attack? He didn't know that Chen had entered his element. Thanks to the Night Affinity talent, darkness wasn't a hindrance, it was his domain. Sorry to disappoint, Chen thought, his eyes glowing. But the darkness is my home turf. If this guy wanted a fight, Chen would take his head. No wonder you're so arrogant, the man sneered. That talent, you got it from the Demon Lord's essence, didn't you? The assassin remained unfazed. He was a level 38 Space Mage second-class advancement. To him, a rookie like Chen was nothing but an ant. He stomped the ground, launching into the air. Dimensional Blade Void Staff. 2 high-tier skills unleashed at once. Space itself warped and twisted. It was an invisible assault, impossible to track with the naked eye. But Chen wasn't just any rookie. Sensing the lethal distortion, he activated God Step. His figure blurred, escaping reality just as the attack landed. Boom! The space where he stood was obliterated. A massive cross-shaped chasm tore through the bedrock. One hit would have sliced him into quarters. The killer's eyes widened. Oh, that movement technique. It mimics my teleportation. Is that a divine skill? But he smirked. Even if it was a divine skill, a low-level brat like Chen would burn out his mana in seconds. You can't keep that up forever. He launched another barrage. Chen countered with dozens of fireballs, but the spatial blades passed right through them. The assassin laughed maniacally. Useless space magic tears through everything. Physical attacks can't touch me. Just die obediently, Chen grit his teeth. The situation was critical. The enemy was right. He couldn't spam God Step forever. He had to rely on his God Eyes to predict the distortion of space, barely reading the path of the invisible blades. But the onslaught was too fast. A shockwave slammed into him. Pain exploded in his chest, and his body felt as heavy as lead. You took a hit and lived. Impressive, the mage mocked. You really are a strategic talent of the Xuanlong Nation. But my Space Mage class is the rarest hidden class. In the logic of any leveling manhwa, I am the predator, and you are the prey. In his eyes, Chen was already a corpse. Another heavy blow landed, bam. This one was bone-shattering. Chen coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes burning with undying hatred. I won't lose here. But his body gave out, collapsing into a pool of his own blood. The assassin grinned, rushing in with his blade raised. He would take Chen's head and claim his dark reward. The instant he closed the distance, Chen unleashed his fury. A blazing fire fist slammed directly into the enemy's solar plexus. Blood sprayed from the man's mouth as he howled in agony. You wretched brat, you dared to play dead. The impact sent him flying, his robe shredded and a terrifying crater carved into his abdomen. Good, very good, he hissed, his eyes burning with malice. For that I will make sure not even a scrap of your corpse remains. Chen stared back, his face a mask of cold indifference. His super regeneration had already knit his flesh back together. Dark energy swirled as he activated his innate talent, the Night Pagoda, preparing for a fight to the death. I can't wait to rip you apart. The man seemed to lose his mind, screaming his desire to tear Chen into 10,000 pieces. Chen knew this battle hung by a thread. The enemy's level was simply too high. Relying solely on the Fire Fist would never be enough to secure a kill. Worse, his super regeneration had a massive cooldown. He had already burned that trump card just to fake his death and land that last hit. This opponent wielded spatial magic, a power that ignored distance and defense alike. A single touch meant instant death with no chance to counter. Every skill in that monster's arsenal spelled absolute doom for Chen. He couldn't afford a battle of attrition. Defense was suicide. He had to end this in a flash. A blitzkrieg assault was his only path to survival. Chen summoned a barrage of fireballs, but they were swatted away like flies. He conjured massive vines, but the enemy's spatial blades sliced them into ribbons effortlessly. Seizing the chaos, Chen switched tactics. He unleashed the assassin's heart-piercing strike, aiming for a fatal blow. But the mage warped the very space around him. Chen's weapon struck nothing but distorted air, unable to reach its target. Suddenly, the Chen in front of him vanished. The real one descended from the heavens, spear poised to strike from behind. It was his signature shadow clone technique, but the enemy was far more cunning than he anticipated. He had already locked onto Chen's true mana signature. The ambush had failed before it even began. Chen grit his teeth in frustration. He had calculated the perfect blind spot, yet he was still read like an open book. With death staring him in the face, he was forced to trigger his S+ rank, invincibility. For 3 glorious seconds, he was immune to all damage and crowd control. The shockwave blasted the man back, forcing a curse from his lips. He never expected a mere brat to possess such an arsenal of unique skills. Seizing the moment, Chen unleashed a slash, filled with soul-shaking killing intent. Sensing imminent death, the bastard triggered his spatial shift again. Like a phantom, he teleported instantly, reappearing safely out of range. That was too close. The man panted, cold sweat dripping down his face. He had nearly been sliced in two. Just how many hidden cards did this Manhwa recap protagonist hold? Why did each skill seem more broken than the last? But before he could think, a chilling killing intent locked onto his back. Chen was already upon him. The mage frantically warped through space again. Chen raged. Does this guy have eyes in the back of his head? How does he dodge perfectly every time? No time to think. Chen activated Godspeed, blurring across the battlefield. But strike after strike hit nothing but empty air. His stamina was plummeting into the red zone. Seeing this, the arrogance returned to the man's face as he warped directly in front of Chen, flaunting his divine tier mobility. Looks like your little gas tank has finally run dry, hasn't it? Seeing Chen cornered, the villain decided to indulge in a classic monologue. Don't you find it odd how I predict your position every single time? I bet you've already figured it out, without me saying a word. Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. He had a vague suspicion. A mana tracking mark had been planted on him from the start. It didn't make sense otherwise. In this vast abandoned metropolis, Chen had been paranoid about stealth. Yet this guy found him instantly the moment Nico departed. Then he remembered, this man was the referee during his match. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. When I won the first individual round, you grabbed my wrist. That was the moment the seal was placed. If not for that dirty trick, you'd be a corpse by now. Clever. But knowing the truth won't save you from your fate. The mage sneered. You arrogant little ant. So what if you know you're out of divine skills? What right do you have to challenge me now? The mage prepared a spell to obliterate Chen. But Chen just looked at him with pity. You're so focused on attacking. Haven't you noticed what you're standing on? Panic flooded the man's eyes as he looked down. A timer ticked to 0. It was a high-explosive trap Chen had planted during their high-speed chase. You set me up, boom? The explosion swallowed him whole. Chen clicked his tongue. Still alive. A standard glass cannon mage would have been vaporized by that blast. But this guy's level granted him monstrous durability. However, this was all part of the calculation. Chen gripped his spear and launched himself forward. The enemy instantly realized the danger. He tried to activate his spatial shift to escape, but his body refused to obey. He was frozen in place. It was the power of the Eye of the Night. Cold terror gripped the mage's heart. He never dreamed this kid had inherited the full bloodline legacy of the Dark Knight Empress. My level is low, so the eye can only freeze you for 1 second, Chen whispered, but 1 second is all I need. Chen hurled the spear with every ounce of his remaining strength. It tore through the air like a sniper's bullet, piercing straight through the enemy's heart. As the body collapsed, a fountain of loot exploded onto the ground. The high-level mage had finally been sent to the afterlife. Chen collapsed his energy, completely spent. But seeing the mountain of loot, a satisfied grin spread across his face. He prayed to the RNG gods for a spatial magic skillbook. Sitting in the dust gasping for air, he realized how close it had been. He had emptied his entire arsenal just to scrape a victory in this leveling Manhwa scenario. That bastard was a nightmare to deal with. But the trouble wasn't over. Chen still had no idea where in the world he was. What was their true objective? The tracking mark. The forced teleportation to this wasteland. It all reeked of a meticulously planned conspiracy against him. The more he thought, the more his head pounded. Forget it. Loot first, questions later. And there it was. Among the drops lay the coveted spatial magic skill book, but fate was cruel. They were all high-level skills currently useless for him. After tinkering for what felt like an eternity, he unearthed the hidden gem, a beginner skill known as spatial tier. Chen's heart raced with excitement. The skill was impeccable, even if the rift it opened was barely a sliver. Once his talent evolved, the quality of this skill would surely skyrocket. With a treasure like this in hand, Chen didn't hesitate to stash it away in his inventory. The remaining equipment radiated power, the kind of top-tier loot you'd dream of in a leveling manhwa. Unfortunately, Chen's current level was far too low to equip such legendary gear. He swept up the valuable materials, leaving nothing behind but a single mysterious black feather. It held no attributes, and even his appraisal eye failed to reveal its secrets. Just as he was examining the artifact, the air screamed as a violent tornado materialized beside him. His guard snapped up. Was this another ambush? But from the eye of the storm stepped a familiar figure, Ye Anfu. Seeing Chen unharmed, the old master exhaled a breath he'd been holding. To think a traitor lurked within our academy. I came as fast as I could. As the words left his lips, Ye Anfu's gaze fell upon the gruesome remains, scattered on the floor, skewered by Chen's weapon. His eyes widened in disbelief. That was a second-class space mage level 38. How could a rookie like you slaughter such a monster? He just let his guard down. Master Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Chen played it cool, handing the mysterious feather to Ye Anfu for inspection. The master's face darkened instantly. He knew this symbol had belonged to the organization known as the Descent. I feared as much, Ye Anfu muttered, while Chen stood there clueless. This was the first time our protagonist had ever heard the name of this shadowy cabal. Ye Anfu explained grimly, they were traitors to humanity, defectors who pledged loyalty to the dark world. They loathed our reality, worshipping the abyss, and praying for the eternal darkness to descend. The chaos that engulfed this tournament, their handiwork. That student from Tsinghua University had already sold his soul to the Descent. He used a forbidden self-sacrifice ritual to tear open a rift to the dark world. The leaking dark aura corrupted the arena, causing a catastrophic loss of life. Chen recalled the assassin's final words. No wonder the maniac wanted his head, it was a ticket to a bounty. Possessing the Demon King's essence had put a target on his back. Since the dark world couldn't cross the dimension directly yet, they sent their dogs to hunt him down. Ye Anfu summoned the winds once more, wrapping them in a protective cyclone to return home. While Chen was fighting for his life, the barrier sealing the abandoned city had finally been breached. Powerhouses from every major academy flooded in. With their arrival, the tides of battle turned instantly. The monsters that once hunted students were now the prey annihilated in hours. But despite the blood and chaos, the competition demanded a conclusion. The organizers scrubbed the survival round results. Rankings would now be decided by combining individual and team scores. Unsurprisingly, Jiangnan University took the crown. Yet with the heavy toll of the survival round, there was no joy in their victory. The students suffered devastating losses, while the Descent's influence surged. Everyone realized a chilling truth. The era of peace was crumbling. In the aftermath, the high officials gathered in Qingda's war room. Presiding over the grim assembly was Chu Tianhe from the Ministry of Defense. The numbers were horrifying. 328 students dead, 296 critically injured. These weren't just students, they were humanity's future elites. Vice Principal Chu of Qingda was practically vibrating with rage. He never imagined a rat from the Descent could infiltrate his ranks. They were fortunate the sacrifice only opened a micro-rift. Had it been any larger, the destruction would have been absolute. I thought we wiped those lunatics out 30 years ago. Why have they returned now? Ye Anfu rubbed his temples, the headache pounding. Remnants likely. 30 years is enough time to fester and grow in the shadows. But what terrified him most was their endgame. The Descent played a massive hand this time. Surely their target wasn't just Chen. Suddenly, another official spoke up, revealing a disturbing anomaly from the battlefield. I engaged a third-class warrior. When cornered, he cast a high-level mage spell. The room erupted in chaos. A warrior, using magic. Is it another classless freelancer? Impossible. Classless users are capped at beginner skills. This enemy used high-tier magic. Could the legends of the Duel class be true? Chu Tianhe, silent until now, finally broke his silence. It was a top secret of the ministry, but given the circumstances, I can no longer hide it. Duel class users exist, but the prerequisite is an item similar to the Demon King's essence. To wield the War God's power, one must consume the War God's essence, and the core ingredient, the heart of a 4th-class War God. A single heart yields 5 fragments. Consuming one grants massive stat boosts and extra skill points upon leveling up. There's a high chance to awaken the War God's talent. And with perfect absorption, you inherit the origin power and become a true dual-class entity. Isn't that even stronger than the Demon King's essence? Old Chu asked frantically. Isn't it obvious? Ye Anfu let out a heavy sigh. We hate to admit it, but the dark world has always held a power advantage over the light. It is no surprise they hold such forbidden arts. But what kept Chu Tianhe awake at night was the implication. If they have the War God's essence, what about the Mage God, the Spear God? If they combine them, could we be facing triple, quadruple, even quintuple class monsters? I suspect that Duel class agent was a plant. A demonstration to the world that this power is real. Because the power of a Duel class isn't just double the strength, it is exponential. Will the great families resist such temptation? Or will humanity tear itself apart in a civil war for power? If that happens, we lose before the dark world even invades. That is why we buried this secret. Because if the truth got out, even our greatest heroes might turn traitor for a taste of that power. With the weight of the world on his shoulders, Chu Tianhe prepared to deliver the final verdict. The forces of justice had to stay on high alert, focusing every ounce of strength to crush the dissent organization. Meanwhile, back at Jiangnan University, Ye Anfu was meeting with the champion team. But the atmosphere was heavy. They looked like wilted flowers in a storm. Sensing the weight on their souls, Principal Ye could only offer comfort in the form of the rewards he had prepared. Every participant received 3,000 academic credits, a precious A-rank skill book, and 5 million in cash. But for Yun Chen, the MVP, Ye Anfu fulfilled his promise, bestowing upon him a rare treasure hidden for years, the flash dagger. As Yun Chen grasped the hilt, his eyes lit up. This wasn't just rare. Its quality was something he had never even heard of before. In a leveling manhwa, Ye Anfu explained that this was a one-of-a-kind artifact, forged from unique materials that transcended normal grading systems. The core material was a rare mineral from the dimensional rift, possessing hardness so extreme it was essentially indestructible. Its edge rivaled any diamond-rank dagger, and its unique property made it impervious to the corruption of dark aura. Li Yaga watched in shock. The principal had guarded this blade for 30 years, only showing it off occasionally, yet he handed it to Yun Chen without a second thought. It was a gesture of immense trust and expectation. On top of that, Yun Chen received the standard university rewards as promised. Without hesitation, he transferred 1,000 credits and an A-rank natural treasure to the teammate who had helped him find the spirit grass. The girl panicked, waving her hands. Brother Yun, just tagging along for the win was enough. I can't take this much. But Yun Chen insisted, closing the matter. Then Li Yaga brought up a crucial topic, the arrangement for his younger sister Yun Tang. Principal Ye had secured a spot for Yun Tang at a top-tier school, a favor Yun Chen was deeply grateful for. Jiangnan wasn't just an academic hub. It was a fortress of safety. With the weekend approaching, he planned to return to Dongyun and bring her here. But Li Yaga wasn't done with the good news. The creator of Yun Chen's weapon, the Phantom Breaker, was a master blacksmith right there at the university. He had been watching the tournament. Yun Chen's performance had so inspired the old master that he wanted to design a new multi-form weapon, specifically for a jobless class user. Yun Chen's eyes narrowed in delight. He wasn't about to refuse a legendary opportunity like that. Later that night, he returned to his dorm. But peace was fleeting. The dissent organization had marked him, and who knew what nightmares lay ahead. He needed to get stronger fast. He had mastered the principal's dagger, so it was time to check the quest reward from the system. Just like before, it was an S-rank skill. This one was called Absolute Hit. When activated, his next attack would ignore all evasion and environmental effects, guaranteeing a hit with 300% damage. Yun Chen was floored. This was broken. If he fought that space mage again, he could one-shot him without even aiming. A knock interrupted his thoughts. It was Xiao Yu, the maid of General Xia Qingcheng, bearing gifts to celebrate his exam performance. She brought the seed of the Nether Demon Flame, a treasure from the dark abyss that Xia Qingcheng had seized after slaying a demon lord. Absorbing this would skyrocket his fire affinity and amplify the destructive power of all his flame-based skills. If absorbed perfectly, he could even gain immunity to fire damage. Yun Chen grinned. His mentor really knew how to spoil her disciple. Xiao Yu quickly warned him, "Do not absorb this directly. You must mix it with ice attribute herbs to dampen the shock to your body." But before she could finish, Yun Chen swallowed the flame seed whole. Instantly, his body began to mutate. "Are you crazy?" the maid screamed in terror. "Your body will explode from the demon flame. Spit it out now." It was too late. The flame ravaged his insides. But just as panic set in, Yun Chen snapped his fingers, activating his super self-recovery skill. Yun Chen gasped for air. He was safe, but the sensation of being incinerated from the inside was a nightmare he wouldn't forget. "What just happened, Xiao?" You couldn't believe her eyes. Yun Chen stood there as if nothing had happened, casually showing off his new power. This wasn't normal fire. The nether demon flame was nearly impossible to extinguish and burned the soul itself. The maid was stunned. Yun Chen had raw-dogged the absorption without any ice herbs and survived. Judging by his aura, he had achieved perfect absorption. He truly was worthy of being Sha Qingcheng's favorite student. With her mission done, Xiao Yu left. The next day, Li Yaga took Yun Chen to the workshop of the legendary blacksmith Mu Jiashu. Mu Jiashu grinned from ear to ear the moment he saw Yun Chen. He had replayed the boys' matches dozens of times. Seeing his creation, the Phantom Breaker used so effectively, filled him with pride. For years, colleagues had mocked his obsession with multiform weapons as impractical. "Who needs a sword and a staff?" they laughed. But Yun Chen had proven them all wrong, validating the master's life work. Yet, Mu Jiashu realized that for a prodigy like Yun Chen, a mere three-form weapon was no longer enough. He told Yun Chen to take his pick from the workshop. After weighing his options, Yun Chen's gaze settled on one specific item. It was named Soul Shocker, a spiritual cousin to his current weapon. One form was an Eastern staff, but the other was a heavy sniper rifle. Mu Jiashu's excitement peaked. "You know how to handle a sniper." Yun Chen nodded. "Master, let me see it." This was exactly what this manhwa recap needed. He lacked long-range lethality. Throwing weapons wasn't enough. A sniper rifle was the perfect solution. Mu Jiashu was absolutely fascinated by this soul-startling demon plant. It was the perfect hybrid weapon, devastating at long range, yet lethal when the enemy closed the distance. He demonstrated its two combat forms, eager for Yun Chen's approval. But the young prodigy frowned, contemplating. Two forms. That felt lacking for a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. "I need a third form," Yun Chen declared. "Dual spears." Mu Jiashu's eyes lit up with a manic gleam. Brilliant, and easy to implement. Let's raise the stakes. One long spear, one short. A chaotic rhythm. It was like a meeting of destined souls. The eccentric master and the young genius dove into a heated debate on weapon mechanics, completely lost in their own world. Li Yaga stood silently on the sidelines until her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and the blood drained from her face. Whatever that message was, it spelled disaster. Back at the forge, the blueprints were finalized. Mu Jiashu handed the soul-startling demon weapon to Yun Chen. "Take it. Get a feel for its weight before the real work begins. Give me a week to draft the new schematics," the old master grunted. Then, with a grin, he dropped a bombshell. "For you, 70% off when it's done." Yun Chen's eyes sparkled like he'd struck gold. That saved credit was going straight to Yun Tang's fund. But just as the scene felt like a cozy manhwa recap moment, Li Yaga rushed in panic, written all over her face. "It's an emergency. Dimensional rifts are tearing open across the Mystic Dragon Nation," she gasped. "Darkness-corrupted beasts are flooding the cities. A massive beast tide is forming. The situation is critical. The rifts are clustered around smaller settlements. Those cities, they don't have the firepower to hold back a wave of that magnitude." And Dongyan City, Yun Chen's home, was right in the crosshairs. His expression darkened instantly, a cold fury rising. "Damn it! My little sister is still there." At the teleportation hall, Dean Ye Anfu was frantically organizing reinforcements, but his hawk-like eyes didn't miss the two familiar figures sprinting toward the gates, Li Yaga and Yun Chen. Yun Chen, the dean, roared. "This is a job for the instructors. You're a student. Stop trying to play hero and get back to class." The old dean's aura flared, threatening to suppress the entire hall. But for the first time, Yun Chen ignored the pressure. He wouldn't bow. Not today. "If I can't even protect my own family," Yun Chen grit his teeth, "then what is all this power for?" Li Yaga stepped up, shielding him. "I brought him from Dongyun Dean. I'll take responsibility for its safety. Ye Onfu let out a long, defeated sigh. He knew that look in the boy's eyes, nothing would stop him. Fine, he grumbled. Just come back in one piece, you brat. The shackles were off. Yun Chen leaped onto the teleportation platform. In a flash of light, he and Li Yaga materialized at the outer defense perimeter of Dongyun City. Commander Fan report. Standing there was Fan Junman, head of the Defense Corps, a level 35 second advancement warrior. Seeing the reinforcements, he rushed over. It's bad. The beast tide is hammering the gates. We've enjoyed 20 years of peace. My men aren't ready for a slaughter like this. But Li Yaga was a third advancement powerhouse. Her arrival was like a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. They finally had a fighting chance. Yun Chen, stick close to me, Li ordered. She turned around, but the spot was empty. The kid had vanished like a ghost in the wind. She sprinted toward the chaos. Outside the walls, the monster wave crashed against the defenses. The soldiers fought with the ferocity of cornered beasts, holding the line with their lives. But the elite units were deployed elsewhere. The defenders left behind were like paper walls trying to stop a tsunami. They were hopelessly outmatched. Just as despair began to break their ranks, the sky screamed. A massive fireball and a violent tornado manifested out of nowhere. The elements fused. Boom. A flaming windstorm tore through the battlefield. It was absolute cinematic perfection, the kind of power trip you only see in a leveling manhwa. The soldiers stared in stunned silence. A high-level Mage 1 whispered, "But, isn't that wind eye? That's a beginner shaman skill. Who fights like that?" A shadow swept over them as Yun Chen descended on his mount. Surveying the burning battlefield, he let out a breath. The line held. He wasn't too late. Jaws dropped as they saw the beast he rode. Only a top-tier warrior could tame such a creature. Yun Chen vaulted off, landing with a heavy thud. Yun Chen, Jiangnan University, first year. Reinforcements are behind me. The name rippled through the ranks. Yun Chen. Wait, that's our city's top scholar, the legend himself. Pride swelled in their chests, but like the stoic hero of a dramatic manhwa recap, Yun Chen had no time for adulation. He brushed past the hero worship. Status report, he barked. Any signs of the Descent organization amidst the chaos? The soldiers shook their heads. Only beasts were out there. Yun Chen's brow furrowed. Strange. If they caused this, why aren't they pressing the attack on the gates? Unless... His blood ran cold. They slipped inside the city. Before he could spiral, his phone rang. It was Yun Tang. Relief washed over him like cool water. "Brother," she chirped. "The alarms went off, so the teachers took us to the school's emergency shelter. We're safe inside." Yun Chen slumped the tension, leaving his shoulders. "Stay put. I'm coming." But her next words tightened every nerve in his body. "But there are people outside the door," she whispered. "They dress weird. They aren't teachers." Yun Chen didn't hesitate. He exploded into motion, tearing toward the school. "Do not open that door," he screamed into the phone. "I'm almost there." Meanwhile, at Third High School, the wolves were already at the sheep pen. To these high-level intruders, the shelter's reinforced door was nothing more than cardboard. And they weren't here for loot. They were here for her. Getting to Yun Chen at Jiangnan University was suicide. But snatching his little sister, that was the perfect leash to control a rising dragon. The leader licked his lips, imagining the God of War essence reward. "Open sesame," he cackled, swinging his massive blade. Explosive slash. Boom. The steel door shattered into shrapnel. Dust choked the air. Inside, the students huddled together, trembling like leaves in a storm. The cloaked figures strode in their gazes, locking instantly onto Yun Tang. They moved to grab her, but a figure flashed between them. The homeroom teacher, dagger in hand, lunged. But bravery isn't enough against raw power. One casual backhand sent her flying into the concrete wall. A level 23 assassin never stood a chance. These intruders were all second advancement elites. The gap in strength was an abyss. And they weren't planning on staying for tea. "Grab the girl and prep the teleport," the leader commanded, dragging his blade across the floor with a screech. Yun Tang backed away, tears streaming down her face. "Brother, save me, brother." In Yun Tang's darkest moment of despair, a miracle pierced the gloom. Yun Chen's face hadn't even appeared yet, but his judgment had already arrived. His signature throwing skill was unleashed with deadly precision. The scumbag standing before Yun Tang was instantly impaled, turned into a human skewer, before he could blink. The remaining thugs went pale, blood draining from their faces. Seeing the Demon Breaker weapon, they knew the Reaper Yun Chen was here. But these trash mobs had come prepared. They had analyzed Yun Chen's combat data, knowing throw was his strongest ranged attack and exactly how he retrieved his weapon. They had devised a countermeasure to stop the recall. Staring at the demon breaker embedded in the ground, one black-robed goon let greed consume him. Is this an 8-star weapon? What a rare treasure. It's mine now, hee. But before his filthy claws could even graze the legendary weapon, his hand was ruthlessly crushed into the dirt. Chen materialized, shooting the enemy a gaze cold enough to freeze hell. In a flash, he used the pugilist's knee strike skill, instantly sending the fool on a one-way trip to the afterlife. 2 targets remained. Without a pause, Chen hurled the flash dagger, the very artifact gifted by Principal Ye. The enemies scoffed, seeing only a common dagger, but that arrogance was their death sentence. The artifact sliced through the air, claiming a life before the victim could even gasp. Chen pulled Yuntang into a protective embrace. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm okay. But big brother, look out, he's running. The last rat was scrambling to escape. Chen had liquidated 3 awakened foes in mere seconds, a feat far beyond a normal human's limit. When the space mage fell previously, they assumed Principal Ye Anfu had intervened. But, witnessing this slaughter, the truth hit them. Chen had solo killed the mage that day. The survivor sprinted for his life, while Chen remained terrifyingly calm, comforting his sister. Don't worry. He's already a dead man walking. In a fluid motion, he drew his new weapon, shifting its form into a heavy sniper rifle. Chen raised the barrel and squeezed the trigger. A bullet charged with terrifying mana tore through the air, piercing the final enemy's chest. Chen dusted off his hands. A flawless quadra kill, just like in a high-stakes leveling manhwa. His display of dominance left Yuntang's friends staring in awe. Chen instantly gained a few self-proclaimed future wives from the group. Just then, Li Yaga arrived on the scene. She began to scold Chen for leaving his post, but the words died in her throat as she surveyed the carnage on the ground. These were all second advancement job holders, and this kid wiped them out. Li Yaga sighed. Because Chen held the Demon King's essence, he was now a walking target. They had to take Yuntang with them for protection. Back at Jiang University, Li Yaga immediately reported the situation to Principal Ye Anfu. The ultimate goal of the Descent organization remained a mystery, but their vendetta against Chen was now clear as day. Li Yaga began to doubt whether the Demon King's essence given by Sha Qingcheng was a blessing or a curse. Ye Anfu stroked his long beard. He knew the essence was merely the spark. The war between light and darkness had raged for eons. Chen was simply a genius of the righteous faction, holding a massive target on his back. It was only natural the Descent organization wanted him dead. However, the Academy wasn't about to sit back and play defense. The academies had established demon hunting squads to strike back. It was the perfect chance for a counterattack and for students to gain real combat experience. Jiang University selected their elite squad to join the front lines, under the guidance of instructors. As for Yuntang, Principal Ye had made arrangements. In 2 days, she would enroll in a high school affiliated with Jiang University. Her safety would be guaranteed, allowing Chen to focus without looking over his shoulder. Later, Chen took Yuntang to tour his dormitory. She was buzzing with excitement. Having grown up in poverty, the luxury was almost overwhelming. She even grabbed Chen's flower spirit, playing with it like a plush toy. Her education was secured. But Chen wanted her to enter the affiliated school with her head held high based on merit. He turned to her with a serious question. Yuntang, based on the timeline, shouldn't you have awakened your talent by now? Yeah. She sighed heavily. The awakening ceremony in Dongyun City had been interrupted by the Beast Tide disaster. Seeing her dejection, Chen tossed her a vial, the awakening potion. This was brewed from the soul-cleansing grass he had risked his life to obtain. Yuntang held the vial torn between joy and anxiety. She knew this was worth a fortune, a luxury even rich heirs couldn't buy. Big brother, maybe we should sell it for money. Chen nearly blew a gasket. He went through hell for this, and she was thinking about cash. You little miser. He urged her to drink it immediately. Her potential genes were higher than his as a child. With this potion, she was destined for a legendary awakening. Yuntang obeyed, downing it in one gulp. Chen watched with bated breath. Usually, a first awakening comes with visual phenomena. Even a cooking talent would make someone itch to chop vegetables. Do you feel anything strange? A little. It's hard to describe. But I really drank it all. Look. Yuntang dashed forward, holding out the empty bottle. Chen's eyes widened. Not because the bottle was empty, but because of her movement speed. Did she awaken a speed or acceleration talent? He dismissed the thought instantly. A simple speed buff wouldn't escape his dynamic vision. She was only level 5. A moment ago, she was by the flower spirit 3 meters away. In a literal blink, she was in his face. It wasn't a space skill either. There was no fluctuation. Yun Tong, when you ran over, did you feel anything specific? Yun Chen asked urgently. No, I just walked over normally. But you were acting weird, brother. You kept staring at the flower spirit, not at me. That confirmed his theory. She didn't run fast. She had literally deleted the time it took to travel from point A to point B. He saw the result, but the process never happened in his timeline. Her talent belonged to the time element, a power far rarer and more broken than even the space element. Yun Chen was happier than if he'd won the lottery. If a space mage is a strategic genius, a time mage is the absolute core of the universe, a god in the making. This is the peak excitement of a manhwa recap. He immediately whipped out his phone to call Li Yaga. They had to get Yun Tang to the Jiang University Awakening Room right now. Principal Ye Anfu descended with the weight of a mountain, making Yun Chen nervous. Professor Ye, she's just a middle schooler with a potential talent. Surely we didn't need to alarm the entire administration. The words barely left his lips before Principal Ye nearly slapped the ignorance out of him. You foolish brat, do you have any idea what you're looking at? This is the time attribute, a power so rare, it's practically a myth in Jiangnan's history. Do you understand the magnitude of this? Yun Chen felt like he was drowning in the old man's spit and fury. But in an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and all eyes locked onto Yun Tang. The girl had truly awakened. It was an S+ rank, time flow talent. Her ability could manipulate the very fabric of reality, accelerating or decelerating the flow of time for anything she touched. Principal Ye was so ecstatic, his beard practically bristled with energy. Li Yaga. Make the arrangements immediately. Skip the general education. Move her directly to the elite class, and get the vice principal, the Dharma god, to mentor her personally. Furthermore, seal this information under the highest clearance level. This is a state secret. Under Principal Ye's thunderous command, Li Yaga didn't dare waste a single second. The principal was grinning so hard, his face looked ready to split. Yun Chen, you've done a magnificent service. Your sister is a genuine time user. I need to contact the Ministry of Defense right now. Principal Ye teleported away in a flash of light, leaving Yun Chen alone with his bewildered little sister. Yun Tang was still completely lost, and while Yun Chen was overjoyed, he couldn't explain everything yet. He simply gripped her shoulders, warning her to never reveal her power. If the Descent organization found out, they would slaughter both siblings without hesitation. But let's be real, those villains were already coming for them regardless. And sitting around like a lame duck, waiting for death, that wasn't Yun Chen's style. Instead of waiting for the assassins to knock on his door, Yun Chen decided to become the nightmare they feared. He marched straight to the dungeon hall of Jiang University. Standing before the registration counter, his voice rang out with iron determination. Freshman Yun Chen, requesting dungeon clearance. Range levels 21 to 30. Difficulty nightmare. Quantity, all of them. The atmosphere at Jiang University was already tense, with students desperately grinding dungeons to prepare for the looming war. Everyone was pushing their limits to survive. 2 sophomores arrived to book a slot only to be hit with shocking news. Every single dungeon instance from level 21 to 30 had been monopolized by a single student. Not only that, but this maniac was shattering every clearance record in existence. Are you kidding me? It's like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa decided to break reality. Who is this guy? Who else could it be but Yun Chen? He was in a farming frenzy, currently standing amidst the ruins of the Dwarf Palace, having just set a legendary new record. The notification hit the main hall like a bomb, leaving the students completely dumbfounded. Holy cow, that makes 4 records broken just this morning. Brother Yun isn't human, he's a beast. Look at his movement speed. Is he going in again? Indeed he was. Yun Chen didn't take a single second to breathe. He immediately plunged into the next portal. In the entire history of Jiang University, only a madman like Yun Chen would dare to play with his life on such a massive scale. This time, he stepped into the graveyard lands on nightmare difficulty. The air was thick, with the stench of death populated by everything from bleached skeletons to hopping vampires. Yun Chen scanned the area with eyes colder than the grave. The mobs here are mostly undead, he analyzed. Fire and light attribute skills will be the ultimate cleansing agents. It was the perfect chance to test his new nether demon flame. Unlike normal fire, this blue inferno carried a devastating power. It could shapeshift and incinerate the very soul of its target. Yun Chen flicked his wrist, and a small blue spark in his palm erupted into a roaring blaze. With a thought, He sculpted the flames into two massive roaring dragons. Wherever the blue dragon soared, the undead were reduced to nothingness. A nightmare difficulty dungeon, usually a death trap, was cleared by this young god in the blink of an eye. It was exhausting work, but for the audience watching this manhwa recap of his life, there was no pause button. Chen refused to rest, marching straight toward the next challenge as notifications of his dominance lit up the lobby screens. The students watched in stunned silence, their jaws on the floor. When is this guy going to stop? Is he trying to ascend to godhood today? Even Nico, watching from the sidelines, couldn't stop her body from trembling. This aura. What is he planning? The situation was spiraling so fast that Li Yaga had to rush back to report this madness to Principal Ye. By the time Chen dragged himself back to the dormitory, witnesses saw a broken man. He was so exhausted he could barely walk in a straight line. A normal student might clear one dungeon a day, maybe two if they had a squad. But Chen, he was solo clearing at least 4 nightmare dungeons daily. He was literally gambling with his life. Principal Ye sat in deep contemplation. Leveling up was good, but he had a sinking feeling in his gut about this reckless behavior. But before the principal could even go find him to scold him, Chen walked right into the lion's den. The moment Principal Ye saw Chen's face, he knew trouble had arrived. True to form, Chen slammed a card onto the desk. "Principal Ye, I want authorization to join the demon hunting squad." He said it as lightly as ordering lunch, but Principal Ye nearly had a stroke. "Have you lost your mind? The demon hunting squad is reserved for third-year elites and above. Even a sophomore needs special permission to join. You just walked through the front door as a freshman yesterday. Even if I approved it, General Xia would never allow it." Principal Ye lost all control of his volume, practically roaring into Chen's face. About that." Chen flashed an awkward, innocent smile and pointed to the card. "My master has already given his consent." The note read, "Old Ye, approve this immediately, or I'm coming for you. Put him in Kathy's squad." Principal Ye was so angry he couldn't even form words. Like teacher, like student, both of them were reckless brutes. Knowing the principal was still worried, Chen stepped forward. "Sir, use your appraisal skill. See for yourself." Principal Ye activated his vision. After days of suicidal grinding, Chen had skyrocketed to level 26. His base stats, strength, constitution, agility, and stamina, were all hovering around the 300 mark. His skill list was a terrifying collection of high-tier abilities ranging from B rank to S+. On top of that, he possessed 2 unique skills, God Points and Eyes of the Night. Forget the rest. His talent tree alone was enough to crush most upperclassmen, and his stats were perfectly balanced. Principal Ye scratched his head, realizing he had absolutely no way to stop this monster. He let out a long, defeated sigh. "Fine. If you're that confident, go pave your own path." Chen walked out victorious. But the moment the door closed, Li Yaga and Principal Ye exchanged dark looks. Li Yaga was terrified, knowing full well the Descent organization had a target on the boy's back. But Principal Ye finally understood the method behind the madness. "He knows they're coming," the principal muttered. "He's planning to hunt the hunters before they can lay a finger on him. Besides, if Xia Qingqing put him with Kathy, he definitely has a plan." On that fateful day in Chang'an Town, Kathy's squad was practically boiling over with rage. Everyone was convinced that a freshman like Chen was nothing but dead weight, a jobless drifter dragging down the entire team. Even if he was the national champion, to them being the king of rookies was like being the smartest guy in a room full of idiots. Some whispered that Chen was a parachute kid from a powerful family, while others claimed he was a coward using connections just to leech course points. Kathy felt a massive headache coming on as she watched her team's morale crumble. She couldn't understand what Xia Qingqing was planning. Chen was undeniably powerful, and he was already swimming in resources and points. There was absolutely no logical reason for him to risk his life joining a demon hunting squad. She had heard rumors about the beast tide in East Cloud, and worried Chen might lose control of his emotions. But just as she was spiral thinking, the man himself finally appeared. "Instructor Kathy, sorry I'm late." The final member of Squad 7 Chen had officially arrived. Kathy announced it loudly, but Chen walked in slowly, ignoring the toxic whispers surrounding him. "Look, the point leecher is finally here." But the protagonist of this leveling manhwa couldn't care less about their trash talk, because right at that moment, the system triggered a new notification. The mission: achieve rank 1 contribution in the demon hunting squad. The rewards: a limit-breaking stone and the resurrection cross herb. Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Since the quest was too easy, there were no new skills or talents, but the items weren't half bad. The resurrection herb could save his sister Yun Tang, and the limit-breaking stone could upgrade his gear's quality to a legendary tier. Once Yun Chen was officially rostered, Kathy immediately briefed them on the operation. Recently, the Advent organization had been collaborating with monsters to wreak havoc in the smaller cities of the Illusion Dragon Nation. These scumbags were specifically targeting middle school students. Their methods weren't just evil, they were downright despicable. Kathy had just received intel from the local defense corps, stating that a group was occupying a warehouse at the Lakeside Harbor. Investigation suggested they were cultists from the Advent organization. The mission objective was simple: search and destroy. Kathy led her squad toward the lake, their fighting spirit blazing high. She released her sensory skills, detecting 28 hostiles inside the warehouse, all radiating a thick, dark aura. Definitely the Advent cultists. She quickly analyzed their power levels, mostly second-class job holders, but the strongest presence among them felt like a third-class officer. The squad members didn't show a hint of fear. In fact, they looked hungry for blood. They were the elites of Jiang University after all. To them, the people in that warehouse were just walking experience points. If you guys are that confident, then charge. The moment Kathy gave the green light, the students rushed the warehouse like a pack of wolves. The vanguard unleashed an explosive slash, blowing the entire roof off with a single strike. The cultists inside looked up in panic, only to see 10 maniacs descending from the sky. They held different classes, but right now, they shared one goal: absolute slaughter. The low-level cultists were getting force-fed a diet of steel and magic. Panicking, they scrambled to their third-class officer to report the disaster. "Bishop, we're under heavy attack. Enemy numbers unknown. Should we abort the mission?" The third-class leader wasn't a pushover. Like Kathy, he sensed the enemy's strength immediately. "It's just 10 brats, mostly second-class trash. Wipe them out." His cold command shifted the momentum instantly. Once the Advent cultists realized they weren't facing an army, their confidence surged back. At first, they were trembling, thinking it was a full-scale raid, but realizing it was just a student squad made them incredibly arrogant. 2 Jiang University students charged in sync, one using Violet Flame Flash, and the other an Earth Splitter Slash, aiming for the enemy's shoulders. But the cultist just laughed maniacally. He had elementalized his body into ice, completely nullifying the physical damage. It was a water elemental mage. The 2 students instantly felt a chill of fear. "You bastard. You're this strong, so why betray humanity? Compared to the Supreme Master, you tiny humans are nothing but ants." The elemental mage went into a frenzy, and the 2 students were immediately pushed onto the defensive. They knew they had to retreat, but their hands and weapons were frozen solid against the mage's body, impossible to pull free. Just then, a bullet tore through the air, piercing straight through the mage. The students snapped their heads toward the trajectory. It was Yun Chen. Their jaws hit the floor. This kid just one-shotted a second-class elemental mage. Even crazier, his bullet had physically pierced a body that was supposed to be immune to physical attacks. While they stood in shock, Yun Chen was enjoying the show. The new sure-hit skill he acquired was broken, especially when paired with a sniper rifle. He had actually aimed for the leg, but the system guided the bullet to the chest, completely ignoring the enemy's defensive buffs. Yun Chen rapidly chambered the next round. There were plenty of rats hiding below, a perfect opportunity to farm some sniper proficiency. Stacking multiple effect buffs, every bullet he fired found a heart. The cultists were terrified. They were hiding behind solid cover. So how were they still getting headshot? Only Yun Chen knew the logic behind his hacks. Meanwhile, the students watched Yun Chen's performance with wide eyes. Every shot was a kill. As expected of a Manhwa recap protagonist, his skills were terrifyingly overpowered. Seeing his minions dropping like flies, the third-class leader screamed in order to take out the sniper first. Immediately, a dozen cultists rushed toward Yun Chen's position. "You shameless rat, how dare you camp die?" The students finally snapped out of it, realizing the enemy was trying to swarm Yun Chen and rushed to provide backup. But standing before a dozen second-class job holders, Yun Chen didn't flinch. The weapon in his hand shifted form, transforming instantly into a sword. "Oh, you want to play melee? Then let's dance." Yun Chen gripped his blade and charged straight into the mob. Everywhere he passed, his blade offered a deadly greeting. Yun Chen was surrounded, yet he was the one dominating the fight. The other 9 students didn't even have time to assist him. They stood frozen in the back, eyes popping out of their sockets as they watched the massacre. My God, am I hallucinating? One person was soloing an entire army of dark cultists. The reality finally hit them hard. Yun Chen wasn't a leech here to steal points. He was the hard carry, dragging the entire team on his back. Blue flames erupted around him, roaring like a trapped demon, as Yun Chen walked out of the fire, looking like an absolute god of war. Old Chu gasped, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull. That is the Netherworld flame. It belongs solely to the Dark Realm. So, how can a brat, not even at level 30, wield it? Wait, that silhouette is hauntingly familiar. He stared at Yun Chen's retreating figure, watching as a terrifying demonic aura surged from the boy's body like a tidal wave. But Yun Chen was lost in the rhythm of the slaughter, completely ignoring Old Chu's existence. Feeling like a fool, talking to thin air realization suddenly struck the old man like a bolt of lightning. I remember now. Yun Chen, the classless rookie who absorbed the Demon Lord's marrow and carries a massive bounty on his head. A sinister grin twisted Old Chu's face. Forget the original mission. Nothing else matters now, except bringing back that brat's severed head. In a split second, he dissolved into a living shadow, rocketing toward Yun Chen with killing intent. The bounty on this kid was worth more than a lifetime of ordinary quests. But suddenly snap, a green whip lashed out like a viper, coiling tightly around Old Chu's leg and freezing him in midair. Holding the other end was Ge Shi, a third awakening officer of the Descent organization. Eyes on me, old man. Your opponent is right here. Old Chu whipped his head around, his voice trembling with absolute terror. It's over. We're completely finished. Meanwhile, Yun Chen stood like a statue amidst the carnage, his spear dripping with blood. The battlefield was silent, decorated solely by the corpses of his fallen enemies. The onlookers gasped their minds, unable to process the scene. So powerful. At least 70% of the Dark Disciples had been obliterated by his hand alone, and those weren't weaklings. They were all Second Awakening experts. Jashi's squad murmured in disbelief. Is only a Third Awakening powerhouse capable of stopping him? Another member shook his head. What are you thinking? Any Third Awakening threats are being handled by Teacher Jashi. We didn't even get a chance to lift a finger. Yun Chen cut through their bickering with a cold, calm voice. Let's move. The target is just ahead. Meanwhile, in a shadowy hideout, a map of the city was spread across a table. A group of black-robed figures gathered around as their leader issued a chilling command. We've located the position of the middle school. Tomorrow night, we strike. We will teach them the true horror of the dark world. Suddenly, one of the minions paused, sensing something wrong. Huh. They all pointed accusing fingers at one another. I think there's someone standing behind you. Panic set in. What are you babbling about? Clearly, there's someone behind you. The realization hit too late. Fresh blood splattered onto the map, turning it pitch black. Boom. The wooden door exploded inward, shattered by an overwhelming force. Jishi's team arrived at the entrance breathless. Brother Yun, we're here to support you. You moved so fast we couldn't even keep up. Let me apply a buff too. The squad leader froze. Contrary to their worries, Yun Chen casually tossed the limp body of an enemy at their feet. He enunciated every syllable clearly. It is already done. He casually wiped a speck of blood from his cheek and walked past their stunned faces. Let's go. On to the next target. The journey transformed into a fan club parade. Stick with Brother Yun, and you'll be set for life. They swarmed around him, one holding a parasol to shade him, another offering water, treating him like a king. Brother Yun, have a Coke. Hugging your thigh is the meta. This feels just like the power fantasy trip of a leveling manhwa. Are you tired? Need a rest? Watching from a distance, Ge Shi felt utterly helpless. This mission was supposed to be training for the students. But with Yun Chen annihilating everything in his path, the demon hunting squad might as well rename themselves the Picnic and Sightseeing Club. Suddenly, her phone buzzed, violently flooded with urgent notifications. Sensing trouble, Ji Shi answered immediately, her voice sharp. Hello, what is it? Understood. I'll request reinforcements from another squad immediately. The students turned around confused. Teacher Ji Shi, why do we need backup? We have Brother Yun. Is there a boss we can't handle? Ji Shi's expression darkened. It's not just difficult. At our next destination, the enemy has 2 Third Awakening commanders waiting for us. And one of them is a high-ranking executive. The scene shifts to a magnificent classical castle that radiated an ominous grandeur. Corps Commander Tiger, a rotund man bursting out of his military uniform, stepped forward to greet them. Ah, I represent the garrison stationed here. Thank you all for your timely assistance. Yun Chen lowered his binoculars, his gaze piercing. Even from this distance, the stench of dark energy was suffocating. He couldn't hide his disgust. They are so arrogant, they aren't even trying to hide it. And your garrison just noticed this anomaly. Tiger stammered an excuse. Well, actually, we detected it earlier, but given the owner's status, no one dared to investigate. If the Descent organization hadn't been so brazen forcing headquarters to issue orders, we still wouldn't have dared to target him. Suddenly, a voice dripping with disdain cut through the air. You call yourselves the final line of defense for the people, yet you cower in fear at every shadow. You let the enemy stockpile power right under your nose and push the blame onto your superiors. It was the first support squad, led by none other than Lu Miaoling. She didn't hold back. Absolute cowardice. The members of Ji Shi's team gasped in awe. I can't believe the first squad is our backup, another whispered. In terms of raw power, they are the strongest demon hunter team. They have the ace of Jiang University with them. Everyone recognized her instantly, Student Council President Lu Miaoling. Yun Chen quietly activated his inspection skill to gauge her strength. She's strong, he noted. Level 46, Second Awakening. Yet the pressure she emits rivals even teacher Gei Shi, a Third Awakening master. Miaoling locked eyes with Yun Chen, her gaze sharp. That junior. It's only level 26, and hasn't even chosen a class yet. Could he be the rumored #1 rookie of the new batch? The young man standing beside Miaoling's side, shaking his head. Yun Chen is the most precious seed of Jiang University. Why would they let him join such a high-risk demon hunter operation? The principal really is ruthless. Tiger cleared his throat loudly to regain control. Ahem. Since we are all here, let's formulate a battle plan. I'm quite familiar with the manor's layout. I can guide you to a suitable entry point. Miaoling's face twisted in open contempt. Is that so? But I have no intention of working with you. She pointed a finger directly at Tiger's nose. Your defense corps allowed these dark disciples to gather here freely. I suspect you've been lining your pockets with their bribes. Tiger turned pale, stuttering wildly. Don't you dare slander me. Ignoring him, Miaoling activated a holographic projection from her phone. Before the rendezvous, I stopped by the manor for some reconnaissance. My sensory skills have already mapped out their internal distribution. A detailed 3D schematic of the castle materialized in the air. Miaoling took command. Aside from the perimeter guards, the bulk of the Dark Disciples are concentrated inside the manor. Most of them possess Second Awakening strength. The hologram zoomed in. In the rear, there is a reinforcement teleportation circle. It's guarded by at least 15 elites, with a Third Awakening executive presiding over them. Once the battle begins, that teleportation point will become a massive liability. Miaoling proposed a daring strategy. I need the two instructors to lead the frontal assault and draw the enemy's main force. Meanwhile, I will flank them solo and destroy the reinforcement point. Once that's done, we crush them in a pincer attack and level this manor to the ground. Her recklessness stunned the corpse retrieval squad. A solo infiltration, the guildmaster is an absolute beast, planning to solo a Tier 3 officer and gather intel in record time. She truly is General Lu's daughter. Yao Ling walked off with effortless swagger. If no one has any objections, the rest is up to you guys. I'm going to handle the reinforcement point. As the two men watched her leave, they realized just how domineering she was. Tiger then took the lead, guiding the group toward the ominous castle nearby. Jiang from the squad nodded, analyzing the terrain. The captain picked a solid spot. High vantage point, wide field of vision. It is perfect for raining down long-range magic, to cripple the enemy without taking risks. But Yun Chen felt a knot of suspicion tighten in his stomach. Something is wrong. If this is such a perfect ambush spot, why is it completely unguarded? Yun Chen scanned the perimeter. The air felt heavy, and he sensed a suffocating dark aura. Suddenly, a spike of strange energy manifested right behind him. The squad stared in horror as black mist swirled around them. What is happening? It's the aura of darkness. But this concentration, this isn't from some random rift. Tiger's face twisted into a demonic grin, looking like a madman. Do you like the grave I lovingly selected for all of you? Not bad, right? His body dissolved into black smoke, shedding his human skin, like a serpent, to reveal the terrifying form of a winged abyssal demon. Filthy humans, kneel before me. The squad collapsed, screaming as the overwhelming pressure crushed them into the dirt. In this brutal leveling Manhwa world, the stat gap is absolute law. Their armor corroded and their bodies refused to move. This density. Could it be? Yun Chen gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He is a demon descendant from the dark world. Tiger ascended into the sky in his true form. A blood-red sphere of energy surrounded him, blasting waves of corruption in every direction. The squad leader shouted to Ah Lian beside him, "Call for backup now." Ah, Lian panicked, her hands trembling. I can't. The communication device is being eaten by the dark aura. The signal is dead. The squad leader cursed in frustration. Damn it. Are we just going to wait here to be slaughtered? Then she realized a critical detail. Wait. His power level. He is only a tier 3 entity. Demons are stronger than humans, at the same level, but just his aura shouldn't be enough to paralyze us completely. He used a trick. The squad, though pinned, kept cursing him defiantly. You bastard. No wonder the dark cultists gathered here. The captain was a traitor all along. How could you betray your own race? Tiger looked down with pure contempt. Own race. Don't insult me. I have already accepted the Lord's grace. I purged that weak human flesh to ascend into a true demon. He gloated over their helpless bodies. Your kneeling forms are the best proof of my superiority. Suddenly, Tiger froze. Wait, how are you still moving? Chen stood tall, his body transforming into the midnight black avatar. His weapon shifted, morphing into a heavy sniper rifle aimed directly at Tiger's head. I can do more than move. I can end you. He pulled the trigger. Skill-activated sniper's heart-piercing shot. Guaranteed hit. Tiger crossed his arms, blocking the bullet effortlessly, despite the blue flames erupting on impact. He threw his head back and laughed. The Night Queen's talent. To think I'd find such a rare prize among you trash. Today is my lucky day. Tiger dove from the sky, charging straight at Chen. Let me teach you the price of provoking a tier 3 demon descendant. Halfway there, a massive fireball exploded in his face. Tiger inhaled sharply, gathering power. With a deafening roar, his sonic wave shattered the fire magic instantly. Chen split into two, attacking from both the left and right with the swordsman's void slash. Tiger scoffed loudly. Shadow clones. You dare use cheap parlor tricks in front of a master. Use all the tricks you want. At my level, spotting the real body is child's play. He threw a devastating punch at the Chen wielding the sword. Fist met blade in a symphony of destruction. Energy exploded. Chen was overpowered instantly, smashing into a boulder nearby. But the other clone didn't stop striking from behind. Tiger didn't even turn around. He backhanded the clone, shattering it into light. A clone from a level 20 scrub. Pathetic. The squad watched in absolute despair. Is this the power of a tier 3? The stat gap is insurmountable. Even our best skills are useless against him. How can we fight against high-tier skills? Tiger smirked arrogantly. Hey, kid, I thought you were good at fighting. Come on. Chen wiped blood from his lip and smiled back. I might not be as strong as you, but if you're so mighty, come hit me. Or are you stuck there like a scarecrow? Tiger snapped, his eyes blazing with rage. What did you say? Chen hurled a dagger at him. I said, you already lost. Tiger moved to catch the dagger midair. You can't even scratch me, yet you claim victory. With this piece of trash knife. Suddenly the dagger vanished. Tiger blinked. What? It reappeared inches from his eye. Cold sweat broke out. Chen was already charging with a spear. I thought you said I couldn't hurt you. Skill-activated Lancer's charge. If you're so tough, don't dodge. Let's see if your eye is harder than my steel. Tiger scrambled sideways, cursing. You little rat. A gash opened on his cheek as the dagger grazed him. He landed on a clear patch of ground. He had put distance between them, but suddenly, a metallic snap echoed. A bear trap clamped onto his leg. Tiger looked down in horror. Vines erupted from the ground, binding him. He realized the truth. His goal wasn't to damage me. It was to trap me in this specific spot. Did he figure it out? Chen leaped into the air, voice thundering. You're just a tier 3 descendant, not a demon lord. How could you suppress an entire squad with just aura? That dark mist moved like it was alive. And usually corruption leaks from rifts. But yours came from the ground. You were protecting this spot because you planted an artifact to amplify your power. Chen dove spear, aimed at the earth. A tool that powerful. You wouldn't let anyone near it. The spear struck true. Cracks spider-webbed across the ground. You tanked my attacks, just to stay planted here. That was your mistake. You have stats, but no brain. Beneath the shattered earth, a magnificent purple gem was revealed. It cracked, leaking thick black smoke as its power faded. The purple barrier shattered. Tiger tore through the vines, screaming in rage. I will kill you. But before he could move, nature's whip and lightning lock slammed into him. Pinned down and helpless rage boiled in his veins. Damn you, if you want to live, let me go right now. The zombie girl smirked at her paralyzed foe. Enjoy the taste of helplessness. Now it's a fair fight. Chen dashed away, shouting orders over his shoulder. Instructors, hold the line here. I'm heading to the manor to purge those dark cultists. She waved him off with a cheerful grin. Don't worry about my strength, Chen. Just make sure you stay alive. At the crumbling ancient castle, amidst a graveyard of white bones. Boom. A familiar emerald flame blasted through the windows, shattering the silence. Chaos erupted inside the stronghold. Minions scrambled in terror. Enemy attack. Which blind fool dares to burn down our sanctuary? Chen wielded the flames, eyes wild with adrenaline. He was still salty about the beating he took earlier. Perfect timing. You lot can be my punching bags. Spear in hand, he charged, sweeping the cloaked figures aside like trash. His speed was godlike. The cloaked cultist screamed in pure panic. Stop him, he's too fast. This kid is a monster. We can't even scratch him. Despair set in. Damn it, where are the reinforcements? Why hasn't the rear guard arrived? One cultist trembled, realizing the truth. It doesn't matter how many of us there are. He'll slaughter us all. Another whispered. Is there no other way? The leader looked to the sky, fanaticism burning in his eyes. Brothers, better to die for the Supreme Lord than be killed by this heathen. The Lord will avenge us. They chanted in unison, a chorus of madness. The Lord will avenge us. Holy fire consumed them instantly. Chen froze, realizing their plan. Mass sacrifice, are they insane? Lunatics, I have to stop the ritual, but he was a split second too late. Their bodies were torn apart in a gruesome display. Chen gritted his teeth. Damn, I missed the window. With that many dark cultists sacrificed, they're summoning something nasty. But a ritual is just a skill, and every skill can be interrupted. Chen unleashed a barrage of attacks to break the flow. But reality tore open before him, a blood-red abyss appeared. Dark secret art gate of sacrifice. The void cracked and shifted. Something ancient was waking up. Suddenly, a massive hand with razor-sharp claws shot out from the depths. Don't you dare come out. Chen didn't flinch. He thrust his spear with the full force of a senior sergeant strike, meeting the beast head-on. His eyes lit up. It worked. It's recoiling. Even for a demon spawn, crossing through a sacrificial channel wasn't easy without consequences. With a war cry, he stabbed again, making the giant hand tremble. Then switch. The spear vanished, replaced by the storm axe. He wound up for a devastating finishing blow. Get back to hell. The axe slammed down with earth-shattering force. The claw retracted in pain, and the portal slammed shut with a thunderous boom. The dimensions stabilized. Chen exhaled, wiping sweat from his brow. Close one. That aura was at least third awakening class. If that thing got out, I'd be dead meat. He stared at where the rift had been, but a voice from behind chilled his spine. Dead meat indeed. The first door had closed, but another had opened. A third awakening demon spawn stood casually behind him. Surprised human brat Chen's heart sank. I messed up. All that sacrifice opened more than one door. Facing a third awakening monster solo. That's suicide. In the brutal logic of this leveling, Manhwa world-class rank is absolute law. Every awakening grants a massive stat boost, and god-tier skills. Humans usually hit their first awakening at level 10. Level 30 is second awakening. 60 is third. 90 is fourth. The power gap between each stage is like the distance between heaven and earth. Chen stared him down. In human society, a third awakening warrior is basically royalty. A powerhouse commanding immense respect. And a demon spawn at that level, they are naturally stronger than any human equivalent. Chen gripped his spear tight. Running wasn't an option anymore. 13 seconds of buff time left. I have to speedrun this fight, or I die. Seeing his stance, the demon Wuming let out a mocking laugh. You still want to fight? Does the Dark Empress's talent give you that much false confidence? 4 massive wings burst from the demon's back. Your head is worth a fortune to the demon lord. But Chen was already gone. God flash, he appeared behind the demon blade, swinging for the kill. The wind from the blade sliced the air inches from the target. But the demon didn't even turn. He threw a casual backhand punch. Insignificant insect. You couldn't even cut a hair on my body? The punch shattered Chen's attack and sent him smashing into the castle wall like a rag doll. Chen coughed up blood. Damn stat difference, I can't even defend against that. Before he could recover, the shadow was already upon him. Too fast, my body can't react. Boom! A massive explosion swallowed the room in dust and debris. It looked like the end, but Chen swapped gears instantly. S+ rank item Phantom Horror. Wuming frowned, confused. No damage, an invincibility skill. Chen didn't waste breath. His weapon morphed into a dagger, thrusting straight for the demon's third eye. Too slow. The demon roared in fury. Going for the eyes again, you dirty little rat. He grabbed Chen and slammed him into the floor. Despicable human stomp. 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 Take that. And that Chen curled up, taking the brutal beating. My invincibility is fading. But my trap is finally ready. Chen's eyes snapped open, leaking black smoke like ink in water. Suddenly, a burst of energy blasted the third awakening demon backward. He skidded to a halt, growling. What the hell was that? Yun Chen stood up, holding a straw voodoo doll. I told you. Offense and defense have switched. He smirked, dangling the doll. It seems your tough skin couldn't stop my dagger after all. Silence fell over the hall. The two stood frozen. Wu Ming looked down, shock written on his face. A smoking hole had appeared in the center of his own chest. How? Is this possible? Why am I taking the damage I dealt to you? Yun Chen didn't answer, just waving the cursed doll in his hand. If the Advent organization are just dogs for your world, surely a master like you knows where their kennel is. Yun Chen's gaze hardened, his mind racing. Compared to the Mystic Sky Army, the Advent organization is weak. But they hide in the shadows like rats, making them impossible to exterminate. I need to burn the nest. The demon sneered, ignoring the pain and lunging forward. You want intel? Dream on. Even dogs have loyalty. Yun Chen didn't even flinch at the threat. He simply snapped the puppet's wrist like a dry twig. Is that all you've got? Crack. The third-turn demon's arm twisted backward in a grotesque angle. The agony sent him crashing into the earth mere feet from Yun Chen. But his fighting spirit wasn't extinguished yet. Raising his remaining hand, he summoned the blood shadow chains, roaring in pure fury, go to hell. But before those chains could even graze his skin, Yun Chen ruthlessly tightened his grip on the voodoo doll in his palm. You still dare to resist. It seems you haven't grasped your situation. Instantly, the demon's body contorted, limbs twisted at impossible angles, and black blood sprayed into the air as he shrieked in absolute despair. His eyes glazed over with madness, yet his tongue remained sharp. You brat, you dare kill me. The demon lord will never forgive you. Staring daggers at Yun Chen, he screamed his final ultimatum. Join us or die. Those are your only choices. Yun Chen gave no verbal reply. Instead, a ghostly green flame ignited around the puppet in his hand. If we can't negotiate, then there's nothing left to say. The cursed doll was consumed by the emerald fire, crumbling into nothing but ash. The same spectral fire engulfed the third-turn demon, yet he cackled like a maniac amidst the flames. So what if you kill me? Humanity is about to enter its darkest era. Screaming through the pain, he condensed a sinister pink sphere from his very life force. Submitting to the descent of the dark world is your only salvation. Even in death, I will haunt you. In a flash, the sphere shot forward. Yun Chen couldn't react in time impact. You cannot escape. Moments later, the cave fell silent, save for the demon's fading mutters before he finally expired. Cold sweat dripped down Yun Chen's face. He clutched his neck, frustration boiling over. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't think he could counterattack in that state. He felt no pain, which meant this was a direct curse skill. Slowly, a spiral mark, with 3 ominous dots, manifested on his skin. I need to head back and show this to General Zia. He glanced down at the now motionless corpse. Yun Chen muttered to himself, if not for the straw doll curse, I wouldn't have scratched him. Even in peak condition, my damage output is too low for a monster like that. Cutting his hair was only possible thanks to the glint dagger. The gap was massive. It wasn't just stats. In this leveling Manhwa world, a third-turn powerhouse possessed skills both active and passive that scaled far beyond beginner abilities. For instance, 1 point of strength in a beginner skill might deal 10 damage, but in a high-tier skill, it deals 100. Agility and defense work the same way. This is exactly why the jobless class has no future in this world. Yun Chen slumped onto a nearby rock. Even though my talent can upgrade skill quality to play with a third-turn demon, I need both raw stats and powerful base skills. As he sat gasping for air, a scorching fireball roared toward him from behind. Sensing the heat, Yun Chen snapped his head around. Boom. As the explosion tore through the ground, Yun Chen forced his exhausted body into a god flash. He barely evaded the blast, shouting, "Who's there?" It was Tiger, stepping out of the shadows. A faint pink aura swirled around Tiger's hand. Yun Chen, I've suffered quite a bit because of you. It's time we settled this debt properly. Yun Chen frowned, his eyes narrowing. Why are you here? Where are the instructors? Tiger, covered in scratches, smirked. Oh, they're still breathing. He paused, his voice dropping. But they aren't doing much better than I am. Meanwhile, Gaxi's squad was in tatters. Her clothes torn and stained. Ji sat on the ground, slamming her fist in frustration. Damn it. That bastard got away. After years of peaceful teaching, our combat instincts have dulled significantly. The rest of the team was battered, but alive. At least we didn't lose anyone. But I'm worried about Yun Chen's situation. Wait, one member asked, isn't Team 7 missing someone? Ji's eyes widened as realization struck. Could it be? Back in the cave, Yun Chen stood facing Tiger, panting heavily. His body trembled uncontrollably. He was gasping for air, critical exhaustion setting in. The previous battle had forced him to stack too many buff states at once. Now the duration was over and the backlash hit him like a tsunami. I can barely stand, Chen realized. But I still have the resurrection cross. Even if I die, I'll take a chunk of his flesh with me. Tiger watched Chen raise his weapon with a quivering hand and laughed. Kid, you're still trying to fight? Do you really think you stand a chance? Kneel before me now, and I might just spare your pathetic life. A greedy glint flashed in Tiger's eyes. If he could recruit this talent for the Dark World, the Demon Lord's reward would be astronomical. Yet, despite teetering on the brink of collapse, Chen charged. Submit to this. Tiger didn't flinch. Then die, you fool. Whoosh. Suddenly, the air cracked. A silhouette materialized in midair, and before Tiger could blink, a heel slammed directly into his neck. The impact was devastating. Tiger's massive frame was launched like a cannonball, embedding headfirst into the stone wall. Chen stood frozen, trying to process the blur of motion. Who are you? It was the girl from Jishi's team. But her appearance began to shift, shimmering like a mirage. Mr. Yun, no matter what you are, Master's only beloved disciple. The illusion shattered, revealing the mesmerizing form of Xiao Yu. She smiled sweetly. How could Master bear to let you face such danger alone? She stood firmly between him and the enemy. It all clicked. Chen nodded slowly. No wonder General Jia forced me to join Jishi's squad. It was all because you were hiding there. Xiao. You glanced back, her smile radiating warmth. I was sent to investigate a few matters. My identity as a succubus draws too much attention, so hiding in a team was convenient. Plus, if you want a manhwa recap of my mission, sticking close to you was the best choice. Across the cave, the Dark World agent dragged himself out of the rubble, coughing up blood. Why? His face twisted in confusion and rage. You are a noble succubus. Why would you side with filthy humans? Xiao Yu let out a soft, mocking giggle. Because of everything I am. My heart, my body, my very soul belongs to my master. And you? You dared to oppose my master and harm his precious student. Her eyes shifted from playful to deadly. Whish. Two magnificent wings burst from her back. As she ascended, mana surged around her. So pay for your sins with your life. Realizing he was outmatched, the agent turned to flee. Damn it, but Xiao Yu wasn't about to let prey escape. Thinking of running, dream on Devil King armament, void chains. Ethereal chains erupted from the void, locking his limbs tight. He struggled in vain, screaming back in terror. A Devil King armament. You're a demon lord. Why would a being like you submit to a human? Xiao Yu clenched her fists, her aura flaring with intensity. Is that even a question worth asking? You fool. Of course they surrendered. Who in their right mind would abandon a lordship to serve as a mere maid? She didn't wait for an answer. The chains tightened, crushing the life out of them in a brutal execution. The demonkin of the Dark World crumbled before her might. As Xiao Yu descended gracefully to the ground, Chen approached from behind. His curiosity piqued. Was that General Xiao's power that took them down? A blush crept up her cheeks, her demeanor shifting instantly. Originally, yes. But after following my master for so long, I was careless. I ended up falling deeply in love with him. Chen froze. Okay, definitely not digging deeper into that, he thought. Suddenly, Xiao Yu grabbed his hand, her eyes sparkling. But tell me, Mr. Yun, how did you manage to defeat a third-turn demonkin? You're amazing. You've got admirers everywhere. Chen laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. I guess I just have that effect on people. Xiao Yu scoffed playfully. Well, who told them to be born as demons anyway? The playful banter ended as she summoned dark orbs to envelop the fallen demons. Their corpses hold immense value, she explained, her voice turning serious. I made sure to keep them intact for you. As they ventured deeper into the estate, Xiao Yu pointed ahead. Fate is on our side. This manor contains exactly what we need. It's the perfect opportunity for you to use it, Mr. Yun. Chen was intrigued. The corpse of a demonkin has a special use. How Xiao Yu's eyes lit up with a mischievous glint. She whispered the dark truth. Sacrifice? They ascended the ancient steps, looming before a massive structure. Chen stared in awe. It was a sacrificial altar, a conduit used to communicate directly with the gods. This is my first time seeing one in person, Chen muttered. Legend says that god-tier artifacts, divine elixirs, and legendary gear, they all come from rituals like this. Xiao Yu nodded sagely. True, but to get a god-tier item, you'd need to sacrifice a demon venerable. Still, these two third-turn demonkin are high-quality tributes. They should yield a reward that isn't half bad. That is why I preserve their bodies. Chen frowned, a sudden realization hitting him. Wait, this altar belongs to dark cultists. Shouldn't it require human sacrifices? Humans can use it too, she assured him. It all depends on the nature of the ritual. Xiao, you broke it down. The altar is just a bridge. If you sacrifice a human, it connects to the gods of the dark world. But if you sacrifice a demonkin, it connects to the gods of humanity. She gestured toward the platform. Now go. Stand before the altar, Mr. Yun. Pray to the heavens, and the gods will answer your call. Yun Chen obeyed, closing his eyes as he stepped onto the cold stone. I need power, he thought. A powerful skill to crush third-turn experts. In this brutal leveling manhwa world, strength is everything. If you really are a god, grant me this strength. He raised his hands high, offering the tribute. The altar roared to life, a pillar of divine light erupting into the sky. I offer this sacrifice, he bellowed. The light devoured the demon corpses, and a surge of raw ancient power flooded into Yun Chen's veins. His eyes snapped open, glowing with energy. The system interface flashed before him. Congratulations, acquired A-rank fusion technique. Ability free-form transformation and combination. Warning, high mana consumption. Compatibility is key. Mismatched attributes or forms will result in fusion failure and significantly reduced power. Yun Chen clenched his fist, feeling the hum of magic. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Even though it's technically only A-rank. For someone like me, this utility is better than an S-rank skill. From below, Xiao. You bowed. Congratulations on the successful ritual, Mr. Yun. I have other duties to attend to, so I must take my leave. Go ahead, Yun Chen replied. I need to check on the student council president. He stepped into the teleportation circle. When he materialized at the reinforcement point, he was greeted by a sea of corpses. A commanding voice echoed from the mountain peak. It was Lu Miaoling, the empress of the student council. She looked down at him with an imperious smirk. Well, well. Did the little junior come all this way just to help? Too bad. It's already over, and the points are mine. Yun Chen gazed up at her, awestruck. She's a monster, he realized. She didn't just wipe out a horde of second-turn cultists. She soloed a third-turn commander without breaking a sweat. Lu Miaoling sat atop the pile of defeated enemies like a queen on her throne. Yun Chen gulped. She isn't even scratched. What a terrifying woman. Meanwhile, at the Weapon Academy, inside the dean's office, Xiao, you stood respectfully before the desk. Master, the mission was a success. I protected Yun Chen. He completed the ritual, and his power has grown significantly. She placed a thick file on the desk. However, there is grave news. The Jianglin organization has developed a way to convert humans into demonkin. I retrieved this intel from the manor. Jia Qingqing sat opposite her, her expression darkening as she reached for the dossier. As she read, fury ignited in her eyes. So this is their next target. The audacity. The scene shifted to the peaceful manufacturing wing of Jiangnan University. Mu Jiashu wiped the sweat from his brow, apologizing profusely. Sorry about the wait. The war effort needed logistics support at the front lines. I just got back. Yun Chen nodded understandingly. No need to apologize, Professor. The front line is where the real war is. He smiled. So how is the blueprint coming along? The professor puffed out his chest. It's finished, and it's perfect. Yun Chen pulled out his weapon. Soul Shock. I have a favor to ask. I need you to reforge this. And one more thing, Yun Chen added calmly. I need you to elevate its quality to diamond rank. Mu Jiashu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Huh, diamond rank, he sputtered. Do you have any idea what you're asking? That kind of gear is reserved for the heirs of elite clans. It costs a fortune. Do you even have enough academy credits? Yun Chen rubbed his chin, doing the math. I should be good. Between the demon hunting and this manhwa recap-worthy adventure, I've racked up about 100,000 credits. 100,000, Mu Jiashu shrieked. Kid, did you wipe out the entire Jianglin headquarters or something? Yun Chen scratched his cheek, embarrassed. No. I just got a big bounty for killing a third-turn demonkin. Mu Jiashu's brain short-circuited. A third-turn demon. He talks about it like he just slaughtered a chicken for dinner. Shaking his head, Mu Jiashu grabbed the weapon, a manic grin spreading across his face. Fine, you've got a deal. Give me 10 days and I'll give you a masterpiece that will shake the heavens. Later on, a busy street. 3 students were deep in conversation. Hey, did you hear the news? The guy on the left whispered excitedly. The global hegemony tournament is starting soon. The top geniuses from every nation are going to be there. So what? The middle guy asked, confused. What's that got to do with us? The first guy leaned in. Since Jiangnan University won the freshman exchange, we secured the right to represent the entire nation of Xuanlong. The middle student paused, a familiar figure flashing through his mind. A realization dawned on him. Ah, so that's how it is. Things are about to get interesting. But the air was thick with tension regarding such a crucial competition. Surely the elite third-year seniors would be chosen to represent them. What right did mere freshmen have to step onto such a bloody stage? Meanwhile, Chen was locked in a trance of absolute focus. His eyes bore into his weapon, and the pulsating purple stone fusing with it. Suddenly, a resonant hum filled the room, the sweet sound of a successful fusion. The light faded to reveal a weapon reborn, its aura radiating raw power. Chen gripped it, feeling the surge. The system's limit-breaking stone was no joke. It had pushed the magic array's quality straight to platinum rank. The spare rebirth cross went to Yuntang. In this unforgiving world, it was a necessary life-saving precaution. As he basked in the glow of his weapon's new strength, a familiar presence stirred. The thorn beast, Xiaojing, materialized behind him, radiating pure joy. He scooped her up with a knowing smile. She hadn't just been watching, she had been grinding levels right alongside him. With her stats now mirroring his and their fusion technique perfected, she was no longer just a pet, she was a powerful support. A sharp knock broke the moment. Enter, he commanded. Xiao Yu stepped in, her expression urgent. Master Yun, the dean summons you immediately. He followed her, the gravity of the summons hanging over them as they approached the Weapon Academy dean's office. Inside, 3 figures waited. Xia Qingqing's eyes scanned him like a predator assessing prey. Not bad. That demon hunting trip pushed you to level 30. Any other student would be scrambling for their second-class transfer by now. Chen nodded, acknowledging the absurdity of his growth speed. In this leveling manhwa, the experience from those third-change demon descendants was insane. But sadly, I haven't had the chance for my second transfer yet. He pulled down his collar, revealing a dark secret. General Xia, I need your wisdom on this. He pointed to the ominous circular mark. A dying demon descendant branded me with this before I ended him. Do you know what it is? Xiao Yu gasped, horror flooding her face. That is the soul-chasing seal of the demon douanier. It acts as a beacon. Once active, it locks onto you for an eternal hunt. It doesn't stop until your heart stops beating. Xia Qingqing didn't hesitate for a second. Xiao Ling, go to the treasury. Fetch the sea god elephant fat. Now. Xiao Ling sprinted off with a breathless yes. Panic rose in Chen's chest. Endless pursuit. Is there no way to erase this curse? Xiao Yu shook her head grimly. It is a skill woven into the laws of reality. Unless a demon lord is sacrificed or a god intervenes, not even a fourth change light priest can cleanse it. Xia Qingqing narrowed her eyes. Douanier is one of the 72 demon pillars. She answers to a demon lord. That lord could revoke the seal. It is a slim chance, but it is a path to survival. Where is this Douanier Yun? Chen asked. She sighed, the weight of the world in her voice. The dark world. And remember, all 72 pillars are demon lord tier. With your current strength, you would be crushed in an instant. Chen clenched his fists. So it was hopeless. Just then, Xiao Ling burst back in, presenting an ornate box. Master the sea god elephant fat. Xia snatched it. Give it here. She cracked the seal immediately. Lucky for you, I slaughtered a sea god elephant years ago. As she smeared the ointment on his neck, she explained, I harvested quite a few rare materials from its corpse. This fat can mask the soul-chasing seal, but it is only a temporary fix. As the salve touched his skin, the sinister mark vanished as if it never existed. Task done, she shoved the box into Chen's hands. Take it. Apply it once every single day. Do not forget. You must find a way to break the curse before this jar runs empty. If you fail, your location will be broadcast to every enemy in the shadows. The Descent organization and the entire dark world will hunt you down. Chen's mind raced. The situation had gone from dangerous to critical in mere seconds. Xia Qingqing cut through his dread. The seal is managed for now. Tell me you have fought demon descendants. What is your impression of them? Chen paused, searching for the right words. They seem human. Jia nodded slowly. Exactly. They resemble us. But some demon descendants are indistinguishable from humans. Just look at Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling. She gestured to the 2 girls. If they masked their dark aura and hid their horns and tails, they could walk among us and no one would ever know. Her voice took on a dreamy, unsettling quality. In fact, if you crossed the rift into the dark world, you would not find hell. You would find a paradise more beautiful than anything on earth. Chen blinked in disbelief. General Xia, that sounds insane. I always thought the dark world was a fiery purgatory. Oh, it has those places, just as we have deserts and tundras, she lectured. The real difference is not the landscape, it is the mana density. Our world is starved compared to theirs. When a rift opens, it is simple physics. The high-density mana from their world floods into ours. Images of destruction filled the room as she spoke. That flood causes the corruption. Plants die, low-level monsters go berserk. But if you stood in the dark world, the air would feel perfect. We suffer here because our bodies are not adapted to that purity. To us, their heaven burns like hell. It clicked for Chen. That explains why some humans become dogs for the demon descendants. They despise their own weak bloodlines. They purge their own souls. To accept this so-called evolution, Chen realized. The dark world really is a higher plane of existence. He looked at her. So when demons come here, they suffer too. Correct, Xiao replied. But they are adapting. The increasing frequency of war proves they are getting comfortable. She waved her hand, dismissing the philosophy. But that is a history lesson for another time. I have a mission for you. Something far more urgent. I did not just send Xiao Yu to protect you. Her gaze sharpened. She has another objective. You know about the global supremacy tournament, don't you? Chen was confused by the sudden shift. Yes. The whole academy is buzzing about this Manhwa recap event. But isn't that for the 3rd years? She smirked. Normally, yes. But strength dictates the rules. Intel suggests the enemy is moving. The Descent organization has their sights on this tournament. If I go personally, they will scatter like rats. She pointed a finger directly at his heart. You will enter the global supremacy tournament. And you will crush the Descent organization's plans. Chen's eyes widened. What? Before he could object, a blue screen flashed before his eyes. Achievement quest triggered. The host has the potential to dominate the arena. Rewards will be distributed based on individual ranking. Failure, penalty, none. Chen scratched his cheek, resignation setting in. Well, looks like I don't have a choice. 5 days later, the announcement shook the campus. The Global Supremacy Tournament had officially begun. The only student with a guaranteed slot, the Student Council President Lu Miaolingjie. The remaining candidates will be selected from the 3rd-year elites. The referee's declaration rang out only to be choked off by a terrifying pressure descending from the sky. The first match was about to boom. An object slammed into the arena with the force of a meteor, sending tremors through the crowd. What in the world? Chaos erupted. Dust swallowed the stage as students screamed in terror. Was this an enemy raid? An invasion? As the dust settled, a silhouette emerged. Chen sat atop his weapon like a king on a throne, smirking. Apologies, seniors, but I'll be taking this slot for myself. His aura was suffocating, freezing the panicked crowd. Why was a mere freshman standing there with such arrogance? All eyes locked onto him. That was Chen. He was strong, sure, but this was the 3rd-year qualifier. A single voice cut through the noise, silencing the arena instantly. President Lu Miaoling stepped forward, her expression icy. Is this tournament restricted to 3rd years? I recall no such rule. In this world, power is the only qualification. The crowd bristled at her words, gritting their teeth in frustration. Even the president was backing him. The slots were already scarce for the seniors. How dare a freshman try to steal a piece of the pie? Lu Miaoling's face darkened, her voice dripping with disdain. It is just one extra opponent. Or do you lack the confidence to defeat a single underclassman? Provoked, the mob roared and charged at Chen like a pack of wolves. Fine, you want to die, Chen was it? We'll teach you the terror of the 3rd year, the audience whispered nervously. These fools had no idea about Chen's legendary exploits in the demon hunt. He is the legendary wolf who farmed 100,000 points. It is like he is the protagonist of his own leveling manhwa. The Squad 7 ace is about to unleash hell. Back off, he's mine. One senior leaped ahead, eager for glory. I'll put him in the hospital, but his grand speech was cut short. Come at me all at once. Chen didn't even flinch. Triggered by his arrogance, the mob accelerated, their faces twisted in savage fury. Forget honor, just crush him. But Chen deflected their combined assault with a casual wave of his hand. Get lost. Facing the chaotic barrage of ice crystals, dark spreads, and crimson lightning, Chen stood like an immovable mountain, summoning his demonic flames. He hurled 2 blazing spheres forward. Fire Dragon. The inferno roared to life, countering their ranged spells, while he gripped his spear for close combat. The spectators gasped. How could a basic skill clash evenly with second awakening abilities? His stats must be monstrous. He's time. Ordinary 3rd years stood no chance. Suddenly, a masked figure soared into the sky, commanding the battlefield's attention. A student council executive, he pointed a finger at Chen. Ganging up on you is shameful, but this is the price of your arrogance. Stay right there. Hexagon Prison. A massive geometric seal erupted beneath Yun Chen's feet, expanding into a cage of light that swallowed him whole. Yun Chen unleashed his swordsman and void slash skills, but they shattered against the barrier harmlessly. Yet instead of panic, he smiled. A second awakening Taoist skill. Impressive. If this were the old me, I'd be in trouble. Jiang University really is a den of monsters. Yun Chen chuckled, snapping his fingers as a magic circle formed outside the barrier. Too bad for you. I've evolved. The mob outside, oblivious to the danger, charged in to finish him. He's trapped. That prison is unbreakable from the inside. Kill him now. The summoning circle flared. A girl materialized from weaving vines. Fusion skill contract, summon and dryad growth. The Thorn Maiden, Xiao Jing, appeared in all her glory, level 30, rank platinum. A true monster in human form. The stadium shook with disbelief. Impossible. A basic skill can't summon a platinum rank monster. Her stats must be temporarily boosted. They couldn't believe their eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing admired her new mature form with glee. From inside the prison, Yun Chen sighed. Stop posing and help me out. Break this seal. Xiao Jing nodded, launching a barrage of green lights. Seed dispersal. The glowing orbs flew at the enemies, bursting into liquid upon contact. What is this? It doesn't hurt. The crowd was confused, but a few sharp eyes widened. Wait, plant-type monsters usually have parasitic abilities. Above them, Yun Chen conjured a massive vortex. Natural growth is too slow. Let's speed it up. Water, tomb, and gale force combine into torrential rain. In seconds, a heavy downpour drenched the arena, and the true nightmare began for the attackers. The water triggered the seeds. Vines exploded from the seniors' clothes, binding their limbs and spawning mini dryads that screamed and bit. Get off me, panic took over. Some were blinded by leaves, others dragged across the floor by their ankles in a humiliating display. I can't see. Let go. While chaos reigned, thick roots burrowed into the ground, crushing the foundation of the hexagon prison. The barrier flickered and died. Since the prison relied on the ground's integrity, destroying the floor shattered the spell. Yun Chen stepped out a free man. The Taoist on the pillar clapped slowly. Interesting. I suppose I'll have to get serious. But a lazy voice cut him off. Don't you guys feel embarrassed? Bullying a freshman is one thing, but for the student council to gang up on him, that's pathetic. A figure strolled onto the ring. If you want to fight, do it one-on-one. It was Vice President A.O. Chang, level 42, second awakening class, black impermanence. The third years scrambled out of his way like frightened rats. The vice president is fighting. I thought he wasn't interested. He once fought a third awakening instructor to a draw. We're done for. Ao Chang looked up at the VIP box. President, you seem to favor this freelancer. How about a bet? If I win, you give me a chance to take you on a date. Lu Miaoling smirked confidently. Accepted. That is, if you can win. Ngao Throng strode toward Van Thun, a twisted glee on his face. You heard the referee right. The thought of that date is pumping me full of power. Watch yourself. Van Thun's voice was cold as steel. Xiaojing, this guy is dangerous. You can't help here. Go. She retreated instantly. Meanwhile, Ngao Thorng's grin widened into something demonic as he gripped his weapon. Smart move. Ngao Thorng sneered. Waste of mana to keep her around. The air grew heavy. The real slaughter was about to begin. Van Thun shifted into his battle stance. Perfect timing, Van Thun murmured. I have some new toys to test out. Boom dust exploded around them, choking the arena and blinding the audience. As the haze settled, the two warriors stood like statues on opposite sides. The referee followed protocol. This match decides the slot for the Global Hegemony Tournament. Any objections? Of course not, Ngao Thung scoffed. If even I can't crush him, nobody else stands a chance. The referee slashed his hand down. Then, let the match begin. Instantly, Ngao Thurong swung his strange staff. For my date with the guildmaster, I'm going all out. A chilling gray wave erupted from the swing. It wasn't magic. It was souls, vengeful spirits clawed into reality, screaming in agony. Hate. I hate you. Give me back my life. I was innocent. Die with me. The ghost swarmed Van Thun like a plague. He gritted his teeth, analyzing the system data. Damn it. My stats are plummeting. It's a massive debuff. He raised his scepter high. Begone, holy light exploded, searing the shadows away. It was the perfect counter. Priest class beginner skill purification. The wailing spirits vanished, revealing Ngao Thurng already airborne. He descended like a hawk, lashing out with his weapon. Clang Van Thun blocked the lethal strike in the nick of time. He had predicted the ambush through the ghost smoke, but something felt wrong. What is this? Van Thun thought. His physical strength is trash. That staff looks like rotten wood. A physical hit shouldn't hurt me at all. Why choose close combat? Now Thurung shifted his grip, swinging for the flank. Focus on the fight. There's no time to space out. Before Von Thun could react, thwack. The staff slammed into his elbow. His weapon clattered to the floor. Agony shot through him. His entire body convulsed. Arg. The pain. His sword pierced the arena floor as he scrambled back. But Ngao Thung was relentless. Have another taste. Von Thun checked his status. His right arm was dead weight and paralyzed. Yet there wasn't a single scratch on his skin. What the hell is going on? Ngao Thung twirled his weapon, laughing. Confused. My weapon is special, he gloated. It defined my entire existence. It is the unique class change item, the Staff of Black Impermanence. When the game world fused with reality, chaos birthed miracles. Unique hidden classes appeared. Absolute anomalies among the awakened. Obtaining them is nearly impossible. But destiny smiled on me. I found this morning stick in an ancient tomb. I sacrificed everything to unlock the hidden class, Corpse Driver. And now, I have ascended to the second awakening Black Impermanence. This staff has been my partner in slaughter. With it, I see the unseen. It ignores the flesh completely and strikes directly at your soul. Ngao Thuong's eyes narrowed, scanning Von Thun. Your arm is paralyzed because your soul took a hit. Don't worry, the damage is low. You'll recover in an hour. If you live that long. But there is something strange about you, Von Thun. I see. 2 souls inside one body. Usually that means a split personality disorder. Is that your secret? Von Thun suppressed the pain, staring at his hand. Split personality. Impossible. I've never had that. If so, where did that second soul Ngao Thung sees come from? Whoosh. Using his mana, he recalled his sword back to his grip. Von Thun's expression went flat. It seems I'll only get answers if I take that stick from you. Ngao Thung's face twisted into a mask of pure rage. Take my weapon. He began to screech like a banshee. You bastard, you mongrel, this belongs to me. It is my everything. Even my own parents aren't allowed to touch it. And you think you can take it? Ngao Thung snapped completely. He charged like a mad beast. Die, get the hell away from me. Von Thun stood there, utterly speechless. I just wanted to look at it, not steal it forever. Is this guy serious? Talk about being possessive. Ngao Thung hurled a pitch-black orb. Eat this. The ground dissolved into the terrifying swamp of wronged souls. Thousands of black rot-infested arms rose from the muck, gripping Von Thun's legs. But suddenly, a blinding light pierced the darkness like the morning sun. Von Thun drove his glowing sword into the earth. Boom. The swamp shattered. Exorcist beginner skill anti-evil. The ultimate counter to dark spirits. Chi. How annoying. Even though I broke free, the debuff still hit my agility. Von Thun gripped his blade, eyes flashing. I can't drag this out with lower stats. I need to end this now. He launched himself forward. Ranger skill Voidbreaker / Ngao Thung blocked the strike effortlessly. Useless struggle. But this was exactly what Von Thun wanted. A smirk curled his lips. Is it above him? A shadow detached itself? Assassin skill Shadow Clone? Ngao Thung reacted instantly. Guardian Ghoul, come forth. A hideous monster materialized to intercept the clone, and the ghoul clashed violently in midair. Below them, the masters traded blows. Sweat poured down Von Thun's face. Damn it, I'm losing the exchange. That attribute debuff is too severe for a solo duel. Suddenly, the Guardian Ghoul's arm stretched unnaturally long. It smashed down towards the real Von Thun. He looked up, paralyzed by the looming shadow. Bam! Von Thun was sent flying across the arena. His clone dissipated into smoke. Ngao Thung seized the moment, waving his morning stick. Back to the abyss with you. Von Thun couldn't move. He was drained. He watched helplessly as the swamp swallowed him whole. Darkness sealed him inside a cage of despair. Ngao Thung cackled maniacally. I'll drain your stats to 0. One more hit and you'll wish you were dead, huh? Crack. The black cage shattered from the inside. Von Thun's voice echoed with authority. You think your debuffs can stop me? Let's see if your curse is stronger than my blessing. A golden aura erupted, shaking the entire stadium. Von Thun stood bathed in divine light. This was a classic leveling Manhwa moment, skill fusion all-class base state. As the light faded, a new form was revealed. The all-class form 10,000 wheel. Ngao Thung's jaw dropped. For the first time, he knew fear. In this awakened form, Yun Chen's energy didn't just rise, it shattered the ceiling. He was no longer the underdog. Behold, the terrifying stats of the Class A, Myriad Wheel. All attributes boosted by 500%. Resistance up. 150%. Damage amplified by 80%. This godlike state lasts 45 seconds before the penalty hits a 99% stat reduction. This transformation sent shockwaves through the audience. What kind of skill is this? The buff efficiency is absolutely monstrous. This is undeniably a high-tier skill. I thought the Jobless class could only use beginner moves. Even Chen himself had to marvel at the sheer power coursing through his veins. That is a high-level state skill, usually reserved for Third Awakening experts, but it drained half his mana in a blink. Still, Ao Shang remained arrogant, barking like a dog who doesn't know he's already dead. Useless. No matter how much you buff yourself, I can strip it all away. It will just take a little more time. Facing the threat of a debuff, Chen's eyes turned cold. Not likely. He instantly triggered the swordsman's beginner skill. Draw sword. Slash closing the distance with godlike speed. With my current agility, dodging is child's play. Ao Shang quickly summoned his spirit handguards, letting the ghost armor possess him for maximum defense. But Chen's strength was not of this world. A massive explosion rocked the arena, yet miraculously, Ao Shang managed to block the strike. Having successfully summoned his spirit form, Ao Shang grew cocky again. Useless high stats mean nothing if you're just a jobless class. Don't think you can beat me with beginner skills, Chen declared calmly. Then, I won't use beginner skills. He immediately activated a fusion skill, combining the ranger's air slash with the swordsman's upward strike to crush Ao Shang. The pressure was too immense. Cracks began to spiderweb across Ao Shang's weapon. Chen didn't let up. He unleashed a broken sky slash, forcing his opponent back. But the show wasn't over. He clenched his fist, fusing the martial artist's ice fist with the strongman's full power strike. Chen aimed straight for the gut. The terrifying power of the ice-split sky rush exploded. Ao Shang couldn't dodge. He was launched backward at a speed that blurred the vision. When the dust finally settled, the audience saw Ao Shang's pathetic figure. Coughing up blood, wheezing for air, he was completely broken. The spectators watching this first match went absolutely wild. Good heavens, what kind of damage is that? He's using combos I've never seen in any manhwa recap before. Who exactly is this kid? Chen walked coldly toward the morning stick. To confirm his suspicions, he stepped firmly onto the fallen weapon. A chill shot up his spine instantly. Chen whispered to himself in shock. So it really is that sensation. Ao Shang ignored his injuries and hugged his weapon, sobbing like a child. My weapon. My precious weapon. Can it still be fixed? Chen loomed over him and asked, do you yield or do we continue? Ao Shang didn't hesitate for a second. I yield. I surrender. With snot and tears streaming down his face, he begged Chen. Please don't take my weapon. It belongs to me. It is my everything. Under the cold rain, Chen lowered his voice. I never intended to steal it. Besides, I don't need it anymore. The familiar sensation he felt earlier. It came from stepping on a shard of the morning stick back in the arena. Holding a fragment of Ao Shang's weapon, Chen looked at the figures before him and realized the truth. He could actually see human souls. But when he stood before a mirror, he discovered something even more bizarre. Just as Ao Shang said, most people have only one soul. But in the mirror's reflection, Chen saw himself and a second blurry figure. He had two souls. Analyzing the forms, one soul clearly belonged to him, tethered to his body, like everyone else. But when he looked at the second soul, he noticed something strange. This other soul was different. One end connected to him, but the other end stretched upward, tethered to the sky itself. Touching the mirror, a terrifying hypothesis formed in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, this soul comes from my system. Could it be that the system has a life of its own? Chen clicked his tongue. Things just got a lot more complicated. Meanwhile, Lin Yaka was reporting to Principal Ye Anfu. Principal, the list for the hegemony tournament is ready. The old man laughed heartily. That was fast. He took a sip of hot tea and asked calmly, I thought they'd need 2 days of fighting to decide. Who is participating? Lin Yaka answered swiftly. Lu Yaoling and Yun Chen. Hearing that name, the principal spit his tea everywhere in shock. What isn't this for the 3rd years? Why is that brat participating? Lin Yaka replied coolly. It was likely General Xia's order. He didn't seem interested before. The principal's expression turned serious. If this is the Xia girl's doing, then this isn't just a simple tournament anymore. Ye Anfu sensed a storm coming. I'm afraid she is planning something big. Meanwhile, little Yu was reporting to Sha Qingcheng. Master Mr. Yun did not disappoint. He secured the spot. It was all within her calculations. But this was just the prologue. For her, the real challenge lay ahead. She asked about the other matter. What about the military? How many personnel will they provide? Little Yu answered promptly. Due to the crisis on the front lines, the military can only guarantee the minimum level of support. Little Ling added the details. Each area gets about 20 Tier 2 Awakeners, and 2 or 3 Tier 3 experts. That was all Sha Qingcheng needed to hear. Next, things are going to get busy. A smile of excitement and madness spread across her face. In the days that followed, Yun Chen continued his all-class training routine. He grinded daily quests relentlessly, his stats and proficiency skyrocketing, like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. Meanwhile, contestants from over 500 nations were chosen after fierce battles. They all began their journey to the Holy Empire. But of course, not everyone was there just for the tournament. A shadowy figure spoke, his voice dripping with malice. Stand up. It is time for the world to feel us. With his comrades, he smirked, bringing the terror of the darkness with him. A full month later, Yun Chen finally returned to see Yun Tang. But she was furious. I'm so mad at you. As she helped him pack, she pouted with regret. I finally got through the first semester and have a rare break. I wanted to hang out with you, big brother, but now you have to go to a tournament. Yun Chen laughed softly, trying to comfort his little sister. I have no choice. It's a special situation. Consider it a mission I must complete. Yun Tang was practically waging war against her suitcase, shoving everything in. Yun Chen sighed. Sis, go easy. It's a world-class tournament. They won't let us starve or go naked. She ignored him completely. You already stuffed your profession inventory to the brim. Am I supposed to just carry air if I don't bring this suitcase? Yun Chen stood up, exhaling a long breath. My dimensional storage won't expand until I complete my next job change. Just my weapon set takes up half the void. Yun Tang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. But I heard the legendary figures in this leveling manhwa world can fit entire palaces in their pockets. Is it because they evolved multiple times? Yun Chen rubbed his chin deep in thought. Not exactly. I think they use a god-tier material called spatial breathing soil to expand the laws of physics. A sudden knock broke the silence. Come in. It was Nico looking timid. Can we take a walk? The air was heavy as they strolled side by side without a word. Finally, Nico's voice trembled. I have to return to the Silver Moon Forest. The trial for my second awakening as a moonlight hunter awaits. A girl travels all this way to say goodbye, and he just gives a cold Nico instantly panicked, scolding him for his dense reaction. I said I'm leaving. How can you be so calm? We won't see each other for ages. Unlike her flustered state, Yun Chen looked as unbothered as a still lake. Going home for break is normal, isn't it? Do you want me to throw a parade? He sighed. Nico, calm down before you explode. You're impossible. She stomped her foot thinking, why did I fall for this blockhead? Blushing furiously, she shoved a glowing necklace into his hands. This is just. Thanks for your help this semester, for lending me credits and stuff. It's a small repayment, okay. Absolutely no other meaning. At least Yun Chen had the decency to accept it. Thanks. But a necklace, isn't this a bit personal? Item Nature's Protection. A special grade artifact. It symbolizes the eternal friendship of the elf race. All basic stats, +1. Effect max affinity with elves. Note, only those with the elf queen's bloodline can gift this. Realizing he might figure it out, she started babbling in a panic. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just a piece of jewelry. It definitely absolutely does not represent a marriage proposal or anything. Think of it as a challenge letter. Yes, a declaration of war. The moment she handed it over, she used a speed skill to flee the scene. If you keep it, you accept my challenge. Just you wait, Yun Chen. When I finish my second awakening, I'm coming back to defeat you. Yun Chen, completely missing the romantic subtext, just stared at the item. She's really competitive. Suddenly, a cool voice rang out behind him. Junior, it was Lu Miaoling. Her expression was serious. Time to move out. They boarded a luxury airship, tearing through the sky at godlike speeds toward the gathering point. The interior was pure luxury. Their attendant, Sun Fei, bowed with a bright smile. I am Sun Fei, your guide. Whatever you need, consider it done. I will serve you with my life. Lu Miaoling took a graceful sip of tea, her aura freezing the room. She dismissed him without a second glance. We don't need you right now. Go busy yourself elsewhere. Sun Fei bowed instantly, sweating slightly. Understood. Once the door clicked shut, Yun Chen smirked. That instructor feels more like a butler than a team leader. Lu Miaoling didn't deny it. She doubled down. Correct. His sole existence here is to serve our needs. With the air of a queen, she broke down the harsh reality of their world. Most guides are stuck at the third awakening. But we can already rival their power, and our potential stretches far beyond their ceiling. Naturally, they bow to us. Trying to curry favor with future legends is just a survival instinct for them. Chen muttered, cold but realistic. Lu Miaoling cut through his thoughts sharply. Strength dictates reality. Your status was bought with your power. Just accept it. Chen decided to voice the doubt nagging at him. Speaking of systems, the entrance exam freshman war nationals globals. Don't you think there are too many tournaments? With the front lines drowning in blood, isn't burning resources on student games a waste? Lu Miaoling's eyes narrowed. No, it's the exact opposite. Because the war is dire, we need these games. It kills two birds with one stone. We are in an eternal war with the dark world. Current military power is vital, yes. But forging the next generation of gods is just as critical. Competition is the most efficient way to decide who deserves the holy elixirs and gear. She leaned in, analyzing the situation perfectly. From the moment you took the entrance exam, you entered the resource war. Better academy means better loot. Your enemies aren't just monsters, they are your peers. She laid her cards on the table. The freshman war, same thing. The strong eat, the weak starve. The nationals, that's just predators fighting over territory. Higher-ranking schools get federal funding. And the global domination tournament, it follows the same bloody logic. She was revealing the dark truths the academy never taught. The world is full of disputed territories, and neutral zones teeming with unclaimed dungeons and precious veins of ore. Ignoring them is wasteful. But sending armies to seize them, that triggers total war and humanity destroys itself. That is the true purpose of the global tournament. It decides who owns the earth beneath our feet. She tapped the armrest, delivering the verdict. The nation with the strongest youth is deemed to have the highest potential. They win the rights to the neutral zones without spilling a drop of soldiers' blood. This is the wisdom humanity gained from facing extinction. The conspiracy of the cultivation world finally clicked for Chen. So that's how it works. Chen sank into deep contemplation. Compared to nuclear war, this is efficient. It saves lives, time, and suddenly, Lu Miaoling dropped a bomb that shattered his train of thought. By the way, once we arrive, we should go on our date. Chen nodded absently. Then his brain stalled. Wait. What? Lu Miaoling didn't flinch. Why the face? I said. A date. The vice president bet a date with me during your duel, didn't he? Since you crushed him and won the bet, I'm delivering the prize. Do you have a problem with that? Her logic twisted in his mind like a knotted rope. It sounded reasonable on the surface, yet his gut screamed that something was off. Furthermore, he certainly didn't consider a date with her to be a reward. Seeing his reaction, her face fell, and she looked completely baffled. You don't count a date with me as a heavenly reward. Chen shrugged, delivering his answer with brutal honesty. Absolutely not. However, if you're paying me to walk with you, that's a different story. Lu Miaoling's eyes lit up with amusement at his pragmatic response, and she burst into a refreshing, melodious laughter. Interesting. Oh, my dear Junior, you truly are one of a kind. I've never met anyone like you. In a flash, her playful expression vanished, replaced by a serious, intense demeanor. Lu Miaoling extended her hand again, repeating the invitation with gravity. Little Junior, I formally invite you. Once we reach the Holy Empire, will you accompany me for a walk? Chen stood up, grasping her hand firmly. Deal. I intended to patrol the foreign territory anyway. It's a good opportunity to gather intelligence. Just as the mood settled, he ruined it with a single sentence. Right, so about the money. Lu Miaoling's voice turned icy as she threatened him. Mention money one more time and I will end you. True to its reputation, the Holy Empire was a magnificent spectacle, the streets teeming with life and power. Instructor Sun enthusiastically led the way, guiding Lu Miaoling and Chen toward the city of Sa. The crowd moved like a river beneath a blinding radiance. Chen's curiosity piqued as he looked up. What are those lights at the city gate? Instructor Sun was quick to explain. Don't worry, it's the effect of a special divine artifact. He cheerfully explained to Chen that the light stripped away all disguises, stealth techniques, and concealment buffs. With the tournament approaching, the influx of people is massive. It's only natural they'd set up defenses to stop malicious actors from infiltrating. Chen stretched his arms, his joints popping satisfyingly. Finally, the Holy Empire. That journey was an endurance test in itself. The moment they stepped through the gates, Lu Miaoling seized Chen's hand. Dragging him forward, she beamed with a radiant smile. Let's go, our date starts now. Lu Miaoling and Chen strolled through the bustling streets, taking in the exotic sights. Ice cream in hand, she commented excitedly. As expected of the Holy Empire, foreigners are everywhere. Yun Chen replied with a deadpan expression. Obviously. We are abroad, so naturally there are foreigners. She didn't take offense at his dry wit. Instead, she slapped his shoulder hard enough to rattle his bones. I know that I'm just trying to hype up the atmosphere. Why are you so gloomy, Junior? This is supposed to be a date. The slap nearly drained the color from Yun Chen's face. This woman revealed her true colors the moment they got close. The quiet beauty was a lie. She was a glutton named Lu Miaoling who pointed at everything, shouting, "That looks delicious. That swimwear is bizarre. Do people actually wear that?" Feeling overwhelmed, Yun Chen looked for an escape route. I just remembered I need to ask Instructor Sun something. I'll be right back. In reality, he just wanted to ditch her. Moving alone was far more efficient. But Lu Miaoling wasn't about to let her prey escape. She locked her arm around his neck in a vice grip and shoved her ice cream toward his mouth. The instructor is busy with check-in procedures. He doesn't have time for you. Don't even think about running. Eat the ice cream. Realizing escape was impossible, Yun Chen sighed in defeat. Fine, we'll walk. Internally, he calculated his next move. He would indulge Lu Miaoling for now, but he had a critical mission to complete. Yun Chen recalled the grave instructions from Sha Qingcheng. Success is the only option. Ensure that no dark followers remain to threaten the Black Dragon Nation. His hand tightened into a fist, his resolve hardening like steel. Whether for himself or for Yun Tang's safety, he had to succeed. As he walked with Lu Miaoling, his mind raced. The Descent organization was targeting the global tournament. It felt like a quest from a leveling manhwa. He needed to grind through these villains before the main event started to avoid future complications. As if summoned by his thoughts, the building behind Yun Chen suddenly erupted. Black smoke billowed from the upper floors in a chaotic plume. The crowd screamed in panic. A bomb? Run. Is it a terrorist attack? Yun Chen's senses sharpened instantly. That aura. It's dark energy. Lu Miaoling nodded, her playfulness gone. You felt it too. This isn't a coincidence. A figure burst from the smoke, flying through the air. The forces of darkness were hunting their prey. A furious roar echoed from the building. Curse you, you won't escape. A savage pursuer closed in, killing intent exploding from him. Today is your funeral. Elger the fugitive screamed in terror. Help save me. Yun Chen moved faster than the eye could follow. He intercepted the nearest attacker, slamming him into the wall, with enough force to rearrange the man's face. The remaining thugs immediately swarmed Yun Chen to save their comrade. Bastards, you seek death. But before they could strike, Lu Miaoling took them down in a single breath. She looked down at them with regal disdain. Strange energy arcs resembling foxtails bloomed behind her. Sneak attacks, how utterly distasteful. The onlookers gasped, mesmerized by her power. So strong. Are they foreign contestants for the global tournament? Yun Chen's eyes narrowed, analyzing the energy weapon she had just manifested. Foxtails. Is she a beastkin? No, that's not a physical tail. Watching Lu Miaoling's energy fluctuate, he made a deduction. There is magical power flowing through it. She's not a beastkin. She's more like a yokai. The dark cultist Yun Chen had pinned against the wall began to scream. Let me go. Yun Chen's voice dropped an octave, dripping with menace. You showed up at the perfect time. You've saved me a lot of trouble. Now I have questions. But before he could interrogate the trash, the city police arrived to arrest everyone. Stop right there. Fighting is prohibited in the city. You're all coming to the station. Yun Chen clicked his tongue in annoyance. They arrived too fast. We'll be released, but this day is wasted. Damn it. My first ever date and it ends like this. Yun Chen whispered to Lu Miaoling as they were processed. It's a pity. The three attackers were confirmed as dark followers and handed over to special ops. It's out of our hands now. Turning to Elger, he introduced himself. I am Yun Chen. This is Lu Miaoling. We are from the Black Dragon Nation. Who are you and why represent the darkness hunting you? Elger opened his mouth to speak, but a thunderous growl from his stomach interrupted him. Feeling a pang of pity, Yun Chen sighed. Right. Let's find a place to eat first. The three of them headed to a nearby restaurant to refuel. Elger ate like a starved beast, clearing plate after plate with terrifying speed. It took a long time before he finally slowed down. Yun Chen watched, genuinely impressed. Just how long have you been starving? Lu Miaoling looked at him with disdain. Judging by his clothes, he's from a remote minor nation. Some of those places are so poor, the people eat dirt. Despite eating enough for 5 people, Elger humbly pulled out a few crumpled coins. This is for the meal. I don't know if it's enough. Van Than dismissed the offer with a sharp wave of his hand. Keep your money. If you want to repay me, trade your information for this meal. Tell me everything you know. Elger's face lit up with relief as he eagerly agreed. Thank you, Brother Van. He wasted no time spilling the details. My name is Elger. I hail from the kingdom of Salatiatan. I came to the Holy Empire to represent my nation in the Global Hegemony Tournament. As he spoke, the sinister conspiracy of the dark cultists began to unravel. Apparently, he had barely arrived in the city when those shadowy figures ambushed and captured him. They intended to kill me and steal my identity to enter the tournament, he stammered. Fortunately, I had a special artifact on me. I detonated it to blow open the prison and escaped, which is when I ran into you. Van Than's eyes narrowed, his voice turning serious. Is that all? Realizing he needed to prove his worth, Elger scratched his cheek and hurriedly added more details. Actually, I heard them talking. It sounds like their accomplices have already successfully replaced other contestants. They're planning something massive during the competition. Hearing such shocking news, Duel didn't look worried. She looked amused. Just some insignificant dark cultists, she scoffed. Filthy rats, using dirty tricks. I'm actually curious to see what kind of game they think they can play. After extracting every last drop of information, the two headed toward the assembly point. But suspicion gnawed at Van Than. I can't shake this feeling. Everything today felt too orchestrated. Meeting a dark cultist and getting intel this easily. He glanced at Dolan, voicing his doubts. Besides, with Elger's pathetic power level, is he really here for the tournament? Or does he have an ulterior motive? She immediately agreed with his deduction. On that point, I trust your instincts. Salachiatan is located in a desolate, poverty-stricken region. Drawing on her knowledge, she explained, although it's technically a kingdom, their total national power is barely equal to a single average city in our Mystic Dragon country. The entire nation has almost no third awakening powerhouses. He's likely just trying to survive the preliminaries to scrape up some resources for his people. Van Than nodded slowly, his voice dropping. Is that so? He had already made up his mind. The tournament began tomorrow. Mindless slaughter beforehand would only ruin their chances. Gazing up at the bright moon, he decided to play the waiting game. We'll just have to see what moves they make. Duel smiled, her eyes twinkling. By the way, Junior, I've been meaning to ask. I didn't know you were so fashionable. It turned out the concealer covering the mark on his neck had washed away, revealing the tattoo to her sharp eyes. A neck tattoo. It certainly didn't match his usual low-key vibe. Van Than touched the spot in surprise, his thoughts racing. The mark from the sea god statue. It's gone. Was it cleansed when I entered the city? A devious plan suddenly clicked in Van Than's mind. I see. Looks like things are finally getting fun. The next day, the atmosphere was electric at the Holy Empire's Grand Teleportation Hall. Walking into the hall with heads held high were Van Than and Duel. Their entrance immediately commanded the room's attention. Van Than scanned the crowd, his eyes sharp. Everyone here is a monster. Analyzing the aura of the contestants, he realized something terrifying. Most of them possessed hidden classes. Rare classes were actually the minority here. There wasn't a single normal class in sight. Van Than smirked internally. As expected, of the top geniuses gathered from every corner of the world. Noticing him focusing on the flashy classes, Duel stepped in to lecture her junior. Judging strength solely by class rarity is a rookie mistake. After all, you're a Jobless's user, yet you're not weaker than anyone here. A true warrior combines strength, energy technique, and weapon mastery into a seamless sphere of power. Indeed, as one might expect in a leveling manhwa, hidden classes possess higher base stats and skill intensity. But that isn't the whole picture. Race, bloodline, innate talent. And most importantly, the compatibility with one's class. These factors determine true power. A normal class warrior with perfect synchronization is often deadlier than a mismatched hidden class user. Van Than smiled, accepting the critique. You're right. My thinking was too shallow. A thought flashed through his mind. Data doesn't represent everything. Indeed, that was a truth he knew better than anyone. Wasting no more time at the entrance, they strode into the center of the hall, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Look, it's the team from the Mystic Dragon country, whispers erupted. That girl, isn't she the daughter of the guardian deity General Liu? She's a top contender for the championship. The lecherous extras couldn't help but drool. She's gorgeous. A goddess. But a smarter observer growled. Stop staring at her looks, you idiots. She's a monster in combat. Cross her, and you're dead. The crowd's gaze then shifted to the young man standing beside the war goddess. Who's the brat? I used appraisal on him. Why hasn't he changed classes yet? Must be a filler to make up the numbers. The Mystic Dragon country has really fallen if they're sending trash like this. The buzzing gossip was annoying enough to drive anyone mad, But then a voice like a thunderclap silenced the room. I knew it. Only garbage from backwater countries would clutter up a global tournament. Kagari emerged from the crowd, his colossal height casting a shadow of pure terror over everyone. He roared like a beast. Are you all tired of living? Do you want to die? Maybe I should crush your skulls right now before the match even starts. His monstrous appearance sparked immediate recognition. It's him, the third prince of the Behemoth Empire. He possesses the golden Behemoth bloodline. Kagari. Damn it, why is that violent tyrant here? His threats weren't empty words. He was infamous for torturing his victims to death. The moment Kagari's identity was revealed, the bravado in the room vanished, replaced by groveling fear. Please forgive us, Your Highness, they stammered. We didn't mean to offend you. We shouldn't have dirtied your noble eyes with our presence. Poor Elger, standing right at the front, was shaking like a leaf. Please don't notice me, he prayed desperately. Just treat us like bugs, and walk away. Watching people kneel before such a bully, Vanthan frowned. This is going too far. Du Lin sighed, keeping her voice low. Not every nation is as peaceful as ours. The Behemoth Empire puts war above all else. The brutal image of the Behemoth Citadel loomed in their minds. Those small countries are helpless. It's no exaggeration to say that if they offend Kagari, he could lead his army to wipe their entire nations off the map. Feigning weakness and flattery is their only survival strategy, she noted coldly. For the weak, dignity is a luxury they cannot afford. Kagari puffed out his chest, shamelessly basking in the glory of seeing lesser beings cowering at his feet. Don't be so afraid, he bellowed with mock benevolence. I, a noble of Behemoth, am incredibly kind. I know you're all here for your countries, so I've decided to help you by giving you a beautiful choice. His massive hand shot out, clamping around Elger's head like a vice. Kagari flashed a smile that was nothing short of a nightmare. Pledge your absolute loyalty to me, become my servant, and I shall shower you with resources beyond your wildest dreams. Despite Elger's trembling fear, the tyrant continued his threats. With your pathetic strength, even a miracle won't get you past the second round. Why struggle? Let me simply buy your allegiance with cold, hard cash. My weekly allowance eclipses your entire nation's annual budget. You have no choice but to worship me as your savior and dedicate your life to my service. Chen watched this display of arrogance with cold eyes. A snake like Cory would never keep his word. He'd likely discard them the moment they lost their value. Lu Miaoling understood the cruelty of this world. She stood in silence, her heart heavy with pity, knowing the weak had no other option. Suddenly, the sharp click of high heels echoed against the floor. A commanding female voice cut through the tension. Cory, everyone here carries the honor of their nation. Lucy, radiant in a princess gown, stepped forward with a biting smile. Openly coercing other participants into slavery, how unsightly. Her breathtaking beauty set the crowd abuzz. She was the jewel of the Holy Empire and the host of this grand tournament. She was none other than the imperial princess herself. As a representative of the 5 great empires, her strength was unquestionable. She was the absolute favorite to win this leveling Manhwa tournament. The drama was just beginning. Cory didn't even uncross his legs. Princess, you jest. I forced no one. They chose this path willingly. He knew she was just trying to provoke him. Is that so? She turned her gaze to Elger. Are you truly willing? Speak freely. The Holy Empire will not tolerate tyranny on its soil. Caught between a rock and a hard place, he stammered. The fear of retribution was too great. I volunteer. Watching this farce, Lu Miaoling let out a cold scoff. What a hypocrite. Everyone knows they fear retaliation against their homelands. If you truly wanted to save them, you'd form an alliance, not just spout pretty words. Her honor challenged. Lucy glided toward her. Lu Miaoling, your tongue is as sharp as ever. Lu Miaoling recoiled at the proximity, eyes flashing with disdain. Drop the familiarity. We are not friends. Fine by me. I wasn't looking for you anyway. Dismissing her rival, she walked straight toward Chen, leaving the crowd in shock. Wait, she ignored Lu Miaoling. Is she approaching that nobody? Ignoring the gossip, the princess curtsied respectfully before him. You must be Chen of Jiangnan University. It is an honor. Your master, Sha Qingcheng, was a great benefactor to the royal family. Chen was stunned. His mentor had ties to the Holy Empire's royalty. This revelation shook him to his core. She never mentioned that. Seeing his confusion, Lucy tilted her head. Did you not know? Her parents were the legendary guardian generals of the Xuanlong nation. Though they fell battling the dark world, their glory is unmatched. She paused, raising her voice to taunt the girl behind her. If Xia Qingcheng's parents were still alive, The title of Guardian General certainly wouldn't belong to someone's father. Lu Miaoling grit her teeth. That wretched woman. The bystanders were clueless about the history, but the tension was palpable. The air between the two women crackled with murderous intent. Are they fighting over a man? How could a nobody like him spark a war between two high-born beauties? Suddenly, the hall plunged into darkness. A spotlight hit the eccentric host hovering above. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Global Awakening Tournament. Here are the rules. There are 2 stages. The first is a brutal elimination round. You will be teleported to the heart of the extreme ice realm, a frozen hellscape crawling with snow beasts. Your mission: survive for 7 days and slaughter as many monsters as possible to earn battle points. The host grinned wickedly. Only the top 100 participants will ascend to the arena round. The arena round will be broadcast live to the entire world. Show us your power and seize glory for your nation. The announcement hit the crowd like a physical blow. Terror gripped their hearts as they realized the stakes. Only 100. With over 1,000 participants, that means 90% of us will be eliminated instantly. It's a massacre. A mystic blue light suddenly flared on every participant's wrist. Behold your lifeline, the battle recorder. It tracks your points. But be warned, it can be stolen by others. Chen smirked as he grasped the device. I see. So this is a Manhwa recap about survival of the fittest. Elgar trembled, turning to the brute beside him. Lord Corey, if the teleportation is random, how will I find you to serve you? Corey sneered. Simple. I'll place a mana imprint on you. If you fail to find me, pray for death. As the teleportation sequence initiated, the host's voice boomed one final time. Inventory is restricted. 5 healing potions. 5 mana potions. No food allowed. Violate this and the system will erase you. Pillars of blue light erupted, tearing the participants from the hall and scattering them into the unknown. Let the slaughter begin. The scene shifted to a desolate landscape of jagged ice peaks looming against a frozen sky. Welcome to the extreme ice realm. Chen and Lu Miaoling materialized in the biting cold. He stepped forward, his eyes scanning the horizon. So, the mission is survival. 7 days of isolation in this frozen wasteland. She couldn't resist a playful jab, just the two of them alone. Sounds suspiciously like a romantic getaway. But the reality hit Lu Miaoling fast. Survival meant logistics. Chen was on the same wavelength. Melted snow solves the water issue, but food, that's the real nightmare in this Manhwa recap scenario. His expression hardened into pure focus. First order of business, absolute situational awareness. He pressed his palms against the snow. Activating fusion skill Magician's mana ripple combined with mechanics radar. He was hacking the very environment. Instantly invisible ripples pulsed outward, wrapping around him and Lu Miaoling. His sensory web expanded, piercing through the blinding blizzard. Lu Miaoling watched him impressed. Even high-level tracking skills. Is there anything this junior brother can't do? He ignored the praise, counting down the pings in his mind. 1, 2, 3. Jackpot. 3 monster nests nearby. Map acquired. Chen didn't hesitate, dragging her along. Food and loot first, questions later. The looming shadows of the 3 Peaks Mountains lay ahead. First up, a pack of massive predators. Snow Mountain Giant Apes. Level 43 gold rank 4-star potential. Pure brute force. Flanking them were living pincushions. Snow Plains Piercers. Level 41 gold rank, 3-star beasts, bristling with lethal spikes. And the Mastermind's Frost Goblins. Level 44 gold rank 4-star. Nasty humanoid elites. But Chen just flared his azure aura, ready to brawl. He smirked at the horde. I'm just heating things up. Why so serious? But his eyes narrowed as the gravity of the mob sunk in. The monsters charged, blotting out the horizon. Chen didn't flinch. He met their charge head-on, with a barrage of extreme fist shockwaves. Energy surged into his clenched fist. Size doesn't matter when you have technique. No more talk. He unleashed a devastating counter. Fusion skill Pugilist's Flame Fist, combined with the Hercules Strike. The punch manifested as a beam of pure kinetic energy, blasting through the monster ranks. The beasts didn't just fall. They were obliterated, howling in agony. Lu Miaoling clapped from the sidelines, enjoying the show. Now that is what I call a reliable junior. Fighting monsters with a human physique is hard enough, but a level 36 dominating level 43s, that's the power fantasy of a top-tier leveling manhwa. Suddenly, a drop of water hit her shoulder. She paused. The sky darkened instantly. Hailstones the size of boulders began to bombard her position. She spotted the caster, a frost goblin shaman, weaving a massive, slow debuff ritual. They were ignoring the tank and targeting the mage. Oh, so you think I'm the soft target? She realized they were trying to bypass Chen to take her out. She smiled, but her eyes were cold. Big mistake. Let me show you whose threat level is actually higher. A fluffy foxtail materialized, dancing in the air. Fire element awakening. A crimson lotus bloomed in the snow. Annihilation. The goblins were engulfed in ghostly flames instantly. Their screams were silenced by the roaring inferno. Within seconds, nothing remained but black ash drifting on the wind. Dust to dust. The poor monsters didn't even get a chance to regret their life choices. Even Chen, busy pummeling the giant apes, had to look back. The mana pressure was suffocating. He stared at her, genuinely shaken. Elemental Mage, no. That cast time, that intensity. It's different. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to fracture. An earthquake tore through the battlefield. The boss monster slammed the ground in a blind rage, shattering the frozen earth. It was the Snow Mountain Ancient Ape. Level 51. Platinum rank 5-star Lu Miaoling and Chen synced up fire and ice 2 extremes, launching a dual strike. Their combined attack vaporized the beast mid-roar. Lu Miaoling dusted off her hands annoyed. So loud. Finally, some peace. Chen nodded. Way too noisy. With the boss down, silence returned to the snowy peaks. The hunt was over, and night began to fall. Later, by the crackling campfire, Chen slumped over exhausted. What a day. He inspected the loot drops. Cleaned out 3 nests. Normal mobs give 1 point, but that boss 50 points. We're rich. Lu Miaoling glanced over. Even with a 50-50 split, we're swimming in points. Passing the preliminaries is practically guaranteed. Talk of battle turned to hunger. Chen grabbed a skewer. That's assuming the rest of the mobs are this easy to farm. He handed her the first stick, playing the gentleman. Here, done. She stared at the black carbonized lump. This is burnt. She took it reluctantly. From now on, I'm cooking. Chen defended his masterpiece. It's better than raw. Just eat it. It builds character. Looking at the charcoal stick, he thought of home. Usually, Tong did the cooking. His own culinary skills were tragic. Lu Miaoling looked at the burnt meat, then at his defensive face, and felt a headache coming on. Like master, like disciple. Both of you can talk the talk, but you can't cook to save your lives. It triggered a traumatic memory for her. 7 years ago. Dinner at General Xia's house. She insisted on cooking. It was a massacre. Visual poison. I told General Xia it was awful, and she just shrugged it off. The image of Xia Qingcheng appeared in her mind, beautiful, powerful, and a kitchen disaster. Why else would I hire maids? Chen's sweat dropped hearing the story. I had no idea General Xia had such a domestic weakness. As the night deepened, Chen's mind went back to the battle. He looked at her seriously. President, I have to ask. What is your actual class? You fight like an elemental mage. But the mechanics, the skill structure, it breaks all the rules. Lu Miaoling feigned indifference, sweeping her hair back with calculated allure. You've been staring at me non-stop, Junior. I actually thought you had fallen for my charms. What a waste. I was even debating whether to accept your feelings. Chen, immune to her teasing, shut her down instantly. Let's not go there. Ever. Amidst the roaring campfire, Chen remained stoic, while Lu Miaoling rambled on. I am indeed an elemental mage, he admitted. But due to my unique bloodline and innate talent, my skills have undergone a catastrophic mutation. He paused, the firelight dancing in his eyes. To put it simply, I wield 9 distinct elemental attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Sensing something was missing from his list, she pressed him immediately. Wait, that's only 7. What about the other 2? Lu Miaoling suddenly turned mysterious, covering her mouth with a secretive smile. If you want to know that, you'll have to wait until we're much closer. Meanwhile, deep within the Holy Empire's command center, the air buzzed with tension as staff monitored the smart terminals. This scene was typical for a high-stakes leveling manhwa. A commanding voice cut through the chaotic noise of the data reception room. Today marks day 3 of the qualifiers. What is the current status of the participants? The voice belonged to none other than Edward, the Grand Commander of the Holy Empire. His assistant stepped forward to report on the unfolding drama. Princess Lucy's battle points have soared to 1,700, cementing her place at number 1. Currently, the top 100 contestants all possess over 500 points. Edward's eyes lit up with intrigue. Oh, that is excellent news indeed. And what of the casualties? The assistant hesitated briefly before rattling off the grim statistics to his superior. In this battle for supremacy, we began with 1,178 participants. As of now, 375 have lost their recording devices, likely eliminated. Furthermore, 117 vital signs have vanished. The death toll is far higher than projected. Hearing the death count, Edward merely let out a sigh of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Acceptable numbers. The assistant, unable to curb his curiosity, finally asked the question burning in his mind. Sir, there is something I don't understand. Why do we refuse to use live surveillance for the qualifiers? At least then we could determine the true cause of these deaths. Is it because of the cost? Edward frowned slightly as the conversation touched a sensitive nerve. The astronomical cost is certainly a factor, he admitted. The extreme frost realm is vast. Covering it with cameras would drain immense resources. But more importantly, Edward's gaze turned cold. It is unnecessary. In reality, conflict between factions is the natural order. He leaned back, his voice taking on a philosophical edge. Everyone knows that not all nations coexist in harmony. Religious dogma, territorial disputes, racial hatred. These tensions demand blood. Acts of betrayal and murder are inevitable. International law forbids open war between nations, but that hatred needs an outlet. It must be released somewhere. The qualifiers serve as that stage. A slaughterhouse, where they can legally murder enemy geniuses or crush the weak to satisfy their grudges. Naturally, such brutality cannot be broadcast. The assistant nodded, realization dawning on him. So that is why this Manhwa recap never shows footage from the qualifiers. But doesn't this violate the talent selection treaty? Edward addressed the concern with chilling indifference, swaying slightly in his chair. Nations that cannot even survive the preliminaries. Giving them resources would be a waste of investment. Now, how are the representatives of the 5 great nations performing? The assistant checked the data before responding. Most are dominating the leaderboards, but there are anomalies. Take Lu Miaoling and Yun Chen from Xuanlong Nation. The scene shifted back to the howling blizzards of the Arctic, displaying the silhouettes of Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling as the assistant spoke. They are currently ranked 93rd and 94th. They teeter on the edge of elimination. If participants from a great nation fail to reach round 2, it will be a joke. Back in the snow, Lu Miaoling laughed arrogantly, looking at their combined achievements. Junior, our coordination is truly invincible under the heavens. In just a day and a half, we've exterminated every monster nest within 100 miles. However, Yun Chen reacted differently. His expression darkened as he calculated the future. That also means we have nothing left to hunt. Worry etched deep lines onto his face as he pondered their predicament. Our score sits at 532. For a standard dungeon run, that's decent. But the problem is, the path to battle points isn't linear. The clock was ticking. As the number of monsters dwindled, the value of the survivors increased. Over time, the battle points held by contestants will accumulate. Monsters become scarce, making them harder to find. This means eventually hunting players becomes far more profitable than hunting beasts. In this brutal game, predators watch the weak fall with sinister grins. Yun Chen had already deduced the cruel rules of this exam. Many realize this truth. While I don't know our exact ranking to stay in the top 100, we have no choice but to turn our blades against our fellow competitors. Yun Chen sighed, feeling helpless despite his strength. The problem is locating them. Lu Miaoling was also vexed by this. Humans are harder to track than beasts, unless we have the perfect bait. She dragged out her words, a dangerous idea forming in her mind. For example, a lowly unclassed freelancer from Xuanlong Nation. Could there be a more delicious lure than that? It was the most practical plan they had. Footsteps crunched softly into the deep snow as the strategy was set in motion. Yun Chen walked alone through the frozen wasteland, radiating vulnerability but hiding excitement. I've spent the whole afternoon wandering aimlessly, deliberately leaking my mana signature. His sharp eyes darted backward. Something is watching. I didn't expect so many fish to bite this quickly. Shadows moved behind the glacier's malicious intent personified. 2 participants from the World Tournament, a wolfkin and a vampire, stalked him from close range. The wolf sniffed the air. I smell multiple auras nearby. Seems many are targeting this kid. Should we strike? The vampire stared at Yun Chen with bloodthirsty greed. Of course. He's teamed up with that Lu Miaoling, so he must be carrying a massive amount of points. Yun Chen's solitary figure was like fresh meat to starving wolves. If the girl isn't here, this is the perfect chance to swallow him whole. Having decided, they burst from cover, sprinting toward him. Kill him, quickly grab the recorder, and vanish. Seeing the wolf and vampire move, other lurking groups lost their patience and charged out. They scrambled over each other, fighting for the privilege of slaughtering the fat sheep that was Yun Chen. Don't you dare steal my kill, his points are mine. Yun Chen watched the mob of bullies rushing to harvest him, his expression turning cold. You all really take me for a weakling, don't you? In an instant, aura exploded. He unleashed a devastating fusion skill to crush them all. Combat Arts Trample Martial Way. Earth-shaking stomp. A cataclysmic impact blasted skyward, shaking the very foundations of the heavens and the earth. The 5 greedy fools were instantly obliterated by Yun Chen's overwhelming strike. The onlookers trembled, realizing this intensity belonged to a third awakening expert, a power scale typical of a high-tier leveling manhwa. Who exactly is this kid? He isn't just some cannon fodder tagged along to fill the numbers. His combat prowess rivals a third awakening powerhouse. He is a monster on the same legendary tier as Lu Miaoling and Lucy. Damn it, we've been played. Run. The realization hit them. This kid was playing the pig to eat the tiger, and he wouldn't let their massive point bounties escape so easily. Seeking retribution, Yun Chen summoned azure vines that erupted from the void, instantly binding the thugs in an inescapable prison. What the hell is this magic? Why is the Thornflower Beast here? In the frozen plains responding to his summon, the thorny construct materialized, its serrated vines constricting the terrified contestants. Watching them struggle in vain, Yun Chen let out a cold mocking sneer. You hid in the shadows, thinking yourselves the hunters, never realizing you were the prey all along. As his words fell, cerulean flames erupted from his spear, engulfing the trapped victims in a symphony of agonizing screams. What kind of hellfire is this? It won't go out. Mercy. We'll give you all our battle points, just please don't kill us. Hiding behind a massive boulder, Lu Miaoling watched Yun Chen dominate the battlefield with a satisfied smirk. Looks like she wouldn't need to dirty her hands today. After surrendering their points, the thugs scrambled away like frightened rats. Damn it, why pretend to be weak if you're that overpowered? You scumbags. Complaining about fairness after trying to rob me, Yun Chen looked at them with pure disgust. You only attacked because you thought I was just Lu Miaoling's accessory. The battle concluded. Yun Chen finally sat down, hugging the pile of point recorders like a dragon with its horde pure joy radiating from his face. Used too much demon flame. I'm exhausted. As expected of national geniuses, they're actually tough to handle. Staring at the loot, the world faded away. A massive haul. 3,280 points in one breath. Even splitting it with the guild master, he was rich. In the distance, other contestants using the Phantom Hunter stealth skill watched in cold sweat, witnessing the sheer brutality of the scene. Elger, hiding behind an ice floe, looked at Yun Chen with stars in his eyes. So strong, Mr. Yun is incredible. He's definitely a hidden seed for the championship. But his companions had different thoughts. Eyes locked on the recorders, they gripped their weapons, greed overriding fear. So what? He's a spent arrow now. Even we can take him. If we offer those recorders to Lord Kaguri, the reward will be astronomical. They prepared to strike while he was vulnerable. Let's do this. Hearing the killing intent, Yun Chen turned to see a bald thug distorting the air with echo magic charging at him. These rats just don't know when to quit, do they? Once again, the azure flame danced dangerously in Yun Chen's palm. As they lunged ready to meet their doom, a figure suddenly dashed out. Elger threw himself in the middle, screaming, "Stop!" The attackers froze weapons inches from impact, shocked by their teammates' interference. Don't hurt him, the three stood there, completely dumbfounded. Yun Chen looked at the trembling back of the man protecting him, feeling a ripple of emotion. This guy. The bald thug roared in fury. Elger, do you have a death wish? His teammates screamed at him. Damn it, why is this idiot on our team? If we don't get enough points today, Kaguri will kill us. Elger trembled, desperate to stop his team from committing suicide. I know, but Mr. Yun saved my life. We still have time until nightfall. I'll find us new targets, I swear. But his next words made Yun Chen's face darken. So please, just let him go. Not wanting to put Elger in a tough spot, Yun Chen stepped forward. No need for drama. I can handle this trash myself. Sensing the terrifying aura erupting from him, the thugs panicked. Shit, he was bluffing about being tired. With Elger in the way, we can't win. Retreat. As the three cowards disappeared into the Arctic mist, Elger fell to his knees, kowtowing. I'm so sorry, Brother Yun. I didn't think they'd actually try to rob you. I'm sorry, I have to go. With that, Elger scrambled up and ran after his unworthy teammates. Wait, don't leave me behind. Lu Miaoling finally revealed herself. Elger still doesn't realize he didn't save you. He saved his teammates from a massacre. Her hair obscured one eye, giving her a mysterious, dangerous allure. He's going to face severe punishment when he gets back. Going to intervene, she asked, testing him. Why everyone is an enemy in the qualifiers? I only met him once. Yun Chen's face hardened, his grip tightening on his spear as he walked past her. However, I am very interested in this Kaguri's point stash. Lu Miaoling scoffed at his roundabout logic. Typical. Cold on the outside, soft on the inside. Can't you just be honest? Night fell over the frozen wasteland, illuminated by a roaring campfire. Kaguri tore into a massive beast-like grease dripping from his chin. He spoke with his mouth, full voice dripping with savagery. Speak. I never expected useless trash like you to be useful. I told you to target the weak. Getting beaten by a strong enemy. That's just bad luck. I can accept that. His inverted fangs twitched like demonic horns. But if you failed because of attitude problems, that's a different story. His eyes filled with bloodlust, bored into his subordinates. I have no need for dogs that don't know how to obey. Knowing the threat was directed at him, Elger slammed his head into the snow. I apologize, but Mr. Yun saved me. I couldn't stand by. Please, Lord Kaguri, one more chance? Elger's desperate pleas didn't even register. Kaguri smirked, toying with him. Why so scared? I am a gentle behemoth. I'll give you a choice. I can crush your skull right now, or I can raise your entire country to the ground. You decide. The other contestants trembled in the shadows, terrified that the tyrant Kaguri might turn his wrath upon their own nations next. Kaguri was a man of his word, and Elger was about to pay the ultimate price for his foolishness. Rage boiled within Elger, his teeth grinding together until they nearly shattered from the humiliation. He had to cast aside every shred of dignity, kneeling in the dirt before the very monster threatening his homeland. Though his body shook with terror, Elger forced himself to bow even lower. A dull thud echoed as Elger's forehead smashed against the cold ground. Through trembling lips, he pleaded, Please, I beg you, spare my country. Kaguri licked his lips in pure ecstasy, savoring the utter submission before him. As you wish, the tyrant sneered. But the moment the words left his mouth, a cold steel barrel pressed explicitly against his skull, freezing him in place. Yun Chen had arrived like a phantom, a terrifyingly modified shotgun pressed right against the giant's temple. Elger looked up, hope and terror warring in his eyes as he recognized his benefactor, Mr. Yun. The three lackeys who had been begging earlier were left completely dumbfounded by this suicidal act of defiance. When did he even get there? Nobody had sensed his presence. Was he actually standing up for Elger? Yun Chen ignored their whispers. His gaze locked onto the shameless Kaguri like a predator. Move your foot, Yun Chen commanded, his voice like ice. Yet the behemoth didn't flinch, his arrogance serving as his shield as he continued to provoke the newcomer. And if I refuse, bang, Yun Chen didn't hesitate for a second, pulling the trigger, point blank at the temple. The onlookers felt their souls leave their bodies as the gunshot rang out. Holy crap, he actually fired. A shotgun blast right to the brain. Murder. This was definitely murder. Yet, Kaguri stood there unharmed. Not a drop of blood spilled, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Even Yun Chen, with all his strength, felt a jolt of shock. The point-blank blast had done nothing but singe a few fine hairs on the monster's skin. The giant couldn't believe the audacity of this ant. Mana exploded from his body. You little brat, you actually dared? A grotesque face manifested from Kaguri's stomach, launching the wrath of the ancient beast. Yun Chen didn't flinch. He instantly triggered a skill fusion master gunner combined with amplified lightning rounds and the sharpshooter's critical strike. Two overwhelming forces collided in a cataclysmic boom. Yun Chen unleashed the violent thunderblast, turning the arena into a chaotic storm of energy. With reflexes bordering on the divine, Yun Chen neutralized the counterattack. Kaguri looked down at his scorched hands, disbelief washing over him. This power, it was impossible. This kid isn't trash at all. Kaguri realized, his gaze hardening. He's a powerhouse on the same level as the spirit realm. I have to stop playing around. Yun Chen activated his appraisal eye as the smoke cleared. His strongest fusion skill had only caused superficial damage. What kind of insane defense was this? What exactly was this monster? The system window flashed open. Kaguri level 53. Race Golden Behemoth. Class Ancient Beast Warrior. A bead of sweat trickled down Yun Chen's face. This wasn't just an enemy. It was a raid boss. Damn it, the level gap is too massive. Yun Chen gritted his teeth. Suddenly, Kaguri's body expanded, his foot slamming down with a devastating war stomp, shaking the very foundations of the earth. But Yun Chen was faster than lightning, weaving through the shockwaves with ghostly agility. While he was calculating his next move, a massive shadow eclipsed him. Kaguri was already behind him. As the giant fist plummeted like a meteor, Yun Chen scoffed. You want to compare brute strength? Fine. His weapon shifted form, transforming into the Oriental Tonfas. A golden aura of unyielding willpower erupted from Yun Chen. I'll grant your death wish. Boom! Yun Chen's uppercut met Kaguri's hammer blow midair. The collision of the tiny figure against the giant created a shockwave that blew the spectators' minds. Insane! What kind of monster is he? The crowd screamed. He's fighting a golden behemoth in hand-to-hand combat and holding his ground. Kaguri's physique swelled further, his muscles tearing through the air as he roared. Violent bone crusher. But in this leveling manhwa, our protagonist refused to back down before a mere stat check. Yun Chen locked onto his target. Skill fusion martial artist, glacial fist and Herculean strike. He raised his gun, firing the heaven-shaking glacial skyblast directly at the titan. Seizing the moment, he launched himself into the air. In a blur of motion, Yun Chen landed gracefully on the giant's shoulder, point-blank range secured. Kaguri's eyes burned with humiliation. He wanted to tear this gnat into 1,000 pieces. Arrogant brat. You think you can beat me? Silent as death. Yun Chen thrust his spear tip directly toward the monster's pupil. He was going to blind him, but just before the steel pierced the eye, an explosive force erupted. Kaguri unleashed the full power of the golden behemoth bloodline, his form twisting into something nightmarish. The force blasted Yun Chen back. The titan's voice boomed like thunder. Little bug, I'll give you two choices: be crushed beneath my heel, or be squeezed until you pop. The transformation was complete. Kaguri now stood as a colossal mountain of muscle and rage, a true golden behemoth looming over the battlefield. The distant spectators gasped in horror. It's terrifying. He's a monster among monsters. This is the true despair-inducing power of Kaguri. Yet, amidst the fear, some couldn't help but marvel at the challenger. That kid, he's an anomaly. He switches weapons like he's mastering every class at once. Whatever messy build he has, it's about to end. Kaguri raised a hand the size of a building, blotting out the sun. Since you won't choose, the giant sneered, I'll choose for you. His fist descended, tearing through the sound barrier with a deafening screech. Crash! The earth shattered, debris flying like shrapnel as the crater formed instantly. But Yun Chen was gone. He had leaped into the air milliseconds before impact. Floating in the void, Yun Chen spun like a tornado, a crimson blade materializing in his grip. He slashed across Kaguri's arm with all his might. But the giant didn't even flinch. Yun Chen touched down, his eyes widening as he looked at the impact site. Not a cut, not even a scratch. It was like striking diamond with a toothpick. His skin is impenetrable. Yun Chen realized sweat forming on his brow. Fine then, how about this? Fusion skill Knight's Valor combined with Void Slash and Swordsman's Upheaval. Channeling every ounce of mana, Yun Chen unleashed the ultimate severing Void Slash. Kaguri let out a booming mocking laugh. Useless, that tickles. The dust settled, revealing absolutely zero damage on his golden hide. Desperation set in. Yun Chen struck again and again, aiming for every weak point, but his attacks bounced off like rain on steel. Watching this manhwa recap unfold, the situation looked hopeless. Elgar watched in despair, the grim reality setting in. There are 500 nations in this world, but only one empire was built on the raw power of a single race, the behemoths. Their physical defense is a cheat code written by the gods. And Kaguri, he's a golden behemoth. His body is a fortress that simply cannot be breached. The golden behemoth, a monster of legend. Ancient texts claim its flesh is so imperious that nothing short of divine power can pierce it. And the rumors were true. Possessing the golden behemoth bloodline, Kaguri didn't just defeat his enemies, he crushed them beneath his feet like insects. Elgar's mind raced as he watched the scene unfold. Yun Chen, blade in hand, charged straight into the jaws of the beast. Even at the second awakening, Kaguri's hidden class, the ancient beast warrior, boosted his constitution to godlike tiers. He had never tasted defeat, even against third awakening powerhouses. How can he possibly win against that durability? But Yun Chen wasn't done. He switched tactics, unleashing a new fusion skill. Fusion Art Sonic Thrust. The blade pierced Kaguri's defenses, singing a screeching song of metal against diamond-hard skin. Finally, unlike the previous attempts, this strike didn't bounce off. He had actually drawn blood, but it was barely a scratch. Like pricking an elephant with a needle. Must I use the 10,000 cycles? No. The backlash is too severe. Yun Chen skidded across the earth, carving a deep trench with his boots. His mind worked faster than his blade. If this drags on, I'll be defenseless against the others. If only I had the spatial talent to tear through the void, this fight would already be over. Kaguri didn't give him time to breathe. Crimson energy coalesced around his fist. Ancient beast rage. Stop tickling me, I could stand still and you die of exhaustion trying to hurt me. Boom! The earth shattered where Yun Chen had stood a split second before. He flipped backward, landing with a smirk. Is that so? Then stand still and take it. Another fusion skill activated. Nature's Wrath Abyssal Vines. Massive emerald vines erupted from the soil. They coiled around Kaguri's massive arms like pythons, locking him in place. Seizing the moment, Yun Chen sprinted up the vines, dashing straight for the giant's face. You seem pretty confident in that thick skin of yours. But how tough are your eyeballs? Kaguri's veins bulged. He roared, his fury shaking the air itself. You dirty rat, no more games. Kaguri unleashed his full power. With a flex of his muscles, the binding vines snapped like dry twigs. His massive hand swept out to crush the gnat. But Yun Chen's form blurred. Skill shift. Lightning flash. The speed was blinding. What but? Kaguri's instincts were monstrous. Clang. He bit down, catching the blade between his teeth, just inches from his eye. Too close. But it was a trap. Fresh vines surged upward, wrapping tight around Kaguri's throat. The vines constricted. Kaguri's eyes widened in realization. Wait. He wasn't aiming for my eyes. Yun Chen slammed the hilt of his blade, driving it deeper into Kaguri's jaw. With the giant's mouth forced open, he unleashed the next combo. Mage Art Fireball plus Martial Art Palm Wind. Smoke billowed from the giant's mouth, ARGHHH. The internal explosion sent him crashing to the ground. Yun Chen landed gracefully, but the beast wasn't finished. Damn you, DIE. Yet before Kaguri could strike, vines snagged his fangs and ears, yanking his head back. Yun Chen smirked coldly. Your skin is tough, but your insides are soft as pudding. He charged his palm with terrifying energy. Nether, exploding flame palm. The impact was devastating. Kaguri coughed up mouthfuls of blood, his scream echoing through the forest. But Yun Chen wasn't showing mercy yet. Don't relax. You still have plenty of holes left. He delivered another bone-shattering blow, twisting Kaguri's face. If I detonate a fireball in your nose and burn your lungs, how many seconds do you think you'll last? Terror broke him. Kaguri shrank back to his human form, trembling on his knees. No, big brother, please, I was wrong, I yield. Tears streamed down his face. I promise I won't touch Elger or his kingdom, just don't blow me up. Please, one more hit, and I'm dead. Just as Yun Chen raised his hand, Yao Ling stepped in. Junior, that's enough. He's a top-tier talent. In a few years, he'll be essential for the front lines. Yun Chen's expression remained indifferent. Fine, but hand over every single battle point you've collected. She's right. Reducing humanity's combat power right before the Great War isn't a smart play in this leveling Manhwa world. Shaking like a leaf, Kaguri handed over his device. Here, Yun Chen snatched it and turned away. Let's move. Yao Ling glanced back at the broken tank with pity. Save your strength for the Dark World, kid. Bullying small nations isn't a flex. Night fell, bathing the camp in silver moonlight. You worked hard today, Junior, Yao Ling said softly by the fire. Rest. I'll take the first watch. Yun Chen didn't argue. The battle had drained his stamina reserves. Within moments, he drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning brought clear skies and gentle winds. But the peace was shattered by frantic screaming. Bad news, we have a huge problem. Quiet down, he's still sleeping. Yun Chen walked out yawning and rubbing his eyes. What's with all the noise? Elger stood there pale as a ghost, gasping for air. Kaguri. Lord Kaguri is dead. Somewhere nearby, the tank's body lay cold, twisted in a horrific pose. The air in the camp froze. What did you say? Yun Chen and Yao Ling exchanged looks of pure shock. Dead? Yao Ling frowned deeply. How I know he was injured, but those wounds weren't fatal. Yun Chen's gaze darkened. I fought him myself. I know his durability. His defense rivals a third awakening demon. Even heavily injured, he wouldn't go down easily. Elger scratched his head, trembling. I don't know exactly what happened. I was sleeping. Then I heard a strange noise. When I peeked out, I saw them. His voice dropped to a whisper. The dark cultists. They were standing over his corpse. Elger clutched his head, terror returning to his eyes. They infiltrated the exam. If I hadn't run, I'd be dead too. It was a nightmare. Du Lin's instincts were screaming that something wasn't right. I've slaughtered hundreds of those dark cultists to pave my path to Cory. He knows my blade speaks only the truth. There were whispers in the shadows. The young commander, son of the Grand Commander himself, has descended. The darkness gathering here is far deadlier than anything we faced before. Yun Chen's eyes narrowed, his voice cold as ice. Crucial intel like that, and you just forgot to mention it at dinner? Elger stammered, panic flaring in his eyes. It completely slipped my mind. Yun Chen tapped his bowl, his gaze sharp. Is that so? Still, a target that high ranking is a golden opportunity. Taking down the young commander would cripple the organization's invasion. but hunting a ghost isn't easy. Elger swallowed hard, eager to prove his worth. My class is Phantom. Hunter tracking and stealth are my specialties. Corey's camp is still thick with their lingering aura. If we return now, I can pinpoint their location. Let me lead the way. Yun Chen strode forward, radiating confidence. Then I'll trust your courage. Let's move. Meanwhile, in the observation room, chaos erupted. It's over. The third prince of the Beamos Empire. His life sign is gone. A heavyweight contender eliminated in the preliminaries. This has never happened in history. The Beamos Empire stands second only to the 5 great nations. This is a catastrophe. Suddenly, the screens flickered. Look, Duel and Yun Chen's battle points are skyrocketing. Corey falls, and their score jumps. Even a fool can connect the dots if the bloodthirsty Beamos Empire finds out. This won't just be a grudge. It'll be all-out war with the Mystic Dragon Nation. Humanity cannot afford a civil war right now. This is madness. Watt slammed his fist on the table, his voice booming like thunder. Silence. Panic solves nothing. The extreme ice domain is a graveyard. Death is part of this leveling Manhwa world. But my gut tells me, Prince Corey was just the opening act. Back in the frozen wasteland, the trio sprinted with everything they had. Elger glanced back, desperation in his voice. Faster. If the aura dissipates, the trail goes cold. We can't lose them now. Understood. But mid-stride, a chill ran down Yun Chen's spine. Something was wrong. His instincts screamed danger. A massive tornado manifested out of thin air, directly in their path. Dodge. They scattered just before the wind tore through the earth. Yun Chen stabilized himself, fury blazing in his eyes. Who goes there? The pressure was immense. This enemy was a monster. A playful voice echoed from the storm. My, aren't we in a rush? Mine staying for a little chat. The wind settled, revealing a stunning beauty with a deadly aura. I've come to collect your battle points. Elger's face went pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Princess Lucy, we're doomed. We don't have time for this. But Yun Chen remained unmoved, his expression like absolute zero. He waved a hand dismissively. Dark cultists are loose. I have trash to take out. Step aside. I don't have time to play with children. Lucy's smile didn't falter, though her eyes sharpened. Is that so? She tapped her chin, mocking him. Sounds serious. But honestly, I find you boys much more interesting than some rats in the shadows. Tension spiked. Suddenly, Duel stepped between them, her aura flaring to life. Go. Don't waste a second. She crossed her arms, staring down the princess with defiance. I'll handle this fake witch. Yun Chen didn't hesitate. He and Elger vanished into the snow. Lucy giggled, her eyes dancing with malice. Mr. Yun just left you to die, my. I guess he doesn't care about you as much as you thought. Duel flipped her hair, her confidence unshaken. She smirked. Nice try. My junior adores me. He just knows that against the likes of you. I don't need any help. Boom. Her energy erupted like a volcano. Lucy's smile twisted dark purple energy swirling around her hands. Confidence. How cute. Let's see how long that lasts before you disappoint him. The two forces collided. An explosion rocked the frozen wasteland. Meanwhile, Yun Chen and Elger arrived at the blood-soaked camp. Before them lay a body mangled beyond recognition. Prince Corey. Yun Chen knelt, analyzing the gruesome scene. These wounds. Chaotic mana residue. Over 6 different types of weapons used. His eyes darkened. They didn't just kill him. They mobbed him like animals. Behind him, Elger's demeanor shifted. A murderous aura leaked out as he raised his weapon. Truly tragic, Elger said, his voice dripping with fake sympathy. Such ruthless methods terrified the life out of him. The mask cracked, Elger swung his blade with a twisted grin. Watch your back, Mr. Yun. Wu Xunchen sidestepped the strike effortlessly. He smirked as if he'd read the script beforehand. Save your breath. I never took my eyes off you. Elger's grin shattered into disbelief. What Yun Chen spun around, his voice thunderous. Elger. A flash of silver. Yun Chen's sword drew a line of blood across Elger's chest. You're the one who butchered Corey, aren't you? Blood sprayed from a deep gash, slicing from shoulder to hip. Yun Chen lowered his stance, ready for the kill. I don't know your agenda, and I don't care. His killing intent flooded the area. But you tried to hunt me, now you die. The killing blow descended, but suddenly, a shadow intercepted. A female assassin caught Elger, pulling him from death's door. Young commander, are you all right? Ambush. A burly thug appeared behind Yun Chen, a massive axe, aiming for his skull. Die clang. Yun Chen's reaction was godlike. His blade caught the heavy axe, just in time. Sparks flew as they locked weapons. One slip meant death. But the trap wasn't over. 2 more assassins dropped from the sky, weapons gleaming. Chen roared, activating his system skills. Explosive/fusion art martial stomp. Boom. He slammed his foot down, unleashing a shockwave that tore the earth apart. The assassins were blasted away like ragdolls. The female subordinate turned to Elger, panic in her eyes. Young commander. Elger lifted his head, a psychotic glint in his remaining open eye. Damn, he's faster than I thought. Nearly lost my head there. Steam hissed from his chest. The massive sword wound was knitting itself back together before their eyes. Lucky me. A scratch like this is nothing. Chen watched the regeneration, his mind racing. He's healing. Potions aren't that fast, and phantom hunters don't have regeneration skills. What is this monster? And his goons. They took a direct hit from my fusion art, and they're standing back up. These aren't participants from some backwater nation. Chen adjusted his collar, his gaze turning deadly serious. This was no longer a game. Looks like I finally found a worthy boss fight for this manhwa recap. The frozen wasteland screamed with desolation, a suffocating aura rising from the ice. Elger's eyes bore into him, dark and menacing. Chen. Since when did you start suspecting me? Chen's gaze drifted down cold, as the snow beneath them. From the very beginning, I never believed a single word out of your mouth. A sneer curled his lip. Think about it. Arriving at the Holy Empire, stumbling upon dark cultists immediately, saving a hostage and getting critical intel, he scoffed. That's not luck. That's a scripted play. Only when my soul-chasing mark was exposed did the truth hit me. His eyes narrowed. I didn't get lucky and find you. You people. You already had my location and walked right into my path. Elger raised a hand, feigning innocence. But what if? What if it really was just a twist of fate? Don't insult my intelligence. Chen's voice cut through the wind. This extreme frost realm is endless. Finding a beast here is like finding a needle in a haystack. Yet you found me. His gaze sharpened like a blade. You used the Phantom Hunter class trait, didn't you? You recorded my aura signature before we even entered this hellscape, tracking me since the start, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Elger let out a bitter laugh, dropping the axe slightly. You wound me. Didn't I protect you? I even fought Corey for your sake. His voice dripped with fake pity. If I wasn't your ally, would I have gone to such lengths? You just wanted his loot points, Chen replied, emotionless. I just watched to see how long your little performance would last, he scoffed. As for protecting me, complete nonsense. If I hadn't detected Yao Ling hiding in the shadows, you would have teamed up with her to stab me in the back instantly. Chen glanced around. Enemies encircled him like a pack of wolves, just like now. Elger sighed, shaking his head. You really are a difficult one. No wonder the organization put such a massive bounty on your head. He waved his hand dismissively. But it doesn't matter anymore. His figure began to fade, melting into the surroundings. The hunt ends here. Soon, not even your bones will remain. Chen closed his eyes, calm amidst the storm. Camouflage is merely a visual trick. The physical body doesn't vanish. My mana echo can sense everything. A smirk touched his lips. It seems Elger doesn't know about this ability. Got you, he snapped, his eyes open. A presence lunged from his blind spot. Did you really think a frontal assault would work? Chen shifted, dodging the barrage instantly before launching his counter. What the assassin gasped. He dodged it. Chen didn't hesitate. Beginner fighter skill. War stomp. He followed up with lightning speed. Fighter skill. Impulse fist. The blow connected like a cannonball, sending the enemy flying across the snow. The body skidded across the desolate earth, carving a trench in the ice. Damn it all, the assassin groaned, coughing up blood. You're first. Chen dashed forward to finish the job. But suddenly, massive shadows erupted from the ground behind him. He froze, eyes widening. Dark tentacles. The High Dark Priestess. He spun around, channeling power into his palm. No space to dodge. I have to clash head-on. Nether spell. Explosive flame palm boom. The explosion cleared the air, revealing a fragile-looking girl stepping out of the shadows. He changed targets instantly. Dark priests are glass cannons, but their crowd control buffs are a nightmare. His eyes locked onto her. She dies first. Fusion skill activates swordsman speed plus fighter agility. Gale pursuit step. He blurred into motion. Wind chase strike. The girl panicked. He's too fast. Chen raised his blade, roaring. Die. A thunderous impact shook the ground, but as the dust settled, she stood unharmed, encased in heavy battle armor. Chen stared in shock. What the hell? She's a dark priest. How did she summon a great shield that's paladin armor? She relished his confusion, a cruel smirk playing on her lips. Surprised. Did you think you were the only one who could use skills from other classes? She waved her hand. Dark tentacles devour him. Another enemy charged aura flaring. Druid Raptor dive form. Grandmaster burst impact fist. The attacker screamed, "Go to hell." Yun Chen watched the incoming strike calmly. Divine flash. Yun Chen assessed the threat level instantly. These aren't normal enemies. Do they all have dual classes? Their stats are absurdly high. They must have consumed the Demon Lord's marrow. It all made sense now. I wondered how they killed the heavy shield tank. With this power, it was easy. He analyzed the attacker's stance, using the inertia of the dive to amplify the Grandmaster skill. The damage output is definitely high rank level. And that woman, using Paladin defense to cover a priest's low health, he gritted his teeth. They're not going to be easy to kill. "Hey kid," a voice boomed from right behind him. "Where are you looking?" Magic surged. Explosive flame wave slash. Yun Chen backflipped away, eyes scanning the new threat. Using mage buffs to enhance magic swordsman skills. A flawless combination. He shifted stance. Assassin skill. Shadow stealth. But an enemy lunged from the side. Finally, I found an opening for a critical hit. Berserker skill. Rage strike. The blade descended. Assassin speed combined with Berserker's explosive power. If this hits, I'm dead. But fate had other plans. Divine flash. Yun Chen vanished into thin air, leaving the attacker slashing at nothing. What Yun Chen touched down lightly on a distant ridge. He looked down at them with absolute disdain. "So you added a second class?" So what? His eyes glowed with cold arrogance. "These are just cheap parlor tricks I got bored of years ago. You can't beat me with this garbage." Crash. The enemy smashed his weapon into the spot where Yun Chen had just been obliterating the rock. Cold sweat ran down the attacker's face, fear mixing with rage. "You." He gritted his teeth, veins popping. "You think we can't beat you?" He slammed his axe into the ground, screaming like a maniac. "Don't screw with me." Aura exploded around him. Berserker skill. Frenzy mode. He launched himself into the air, chasing Yun Chen like a rabid beast. "You're nothing but a classless loser. A freelancer with no future. You rely on combining trash low-level skills. Do you think this is some kind of leveling manhwa, where the weak beat the strong with plot armor?" Yun Chen watched the desperate charge, his expression unmoved. Weapon active. Fusion skill. Fighter sway plus martial artist smash step. The axe swung but sliced through nothing but a lingering shadow. Phantom step. Boom. The axe shattered the earth, creating a massive crater. But Yun Chen was already gone, watching from a safe distance as the dust swirled. The Dark Priestess unleashed a torrent of shadow tentacles to crush him. Above Yun Chen, the sky tore open as a massive blade of judgment descended, a holy knight's divine punishment. 2 devastation class attacks converged on his location, but he was already gone. Utilizing the phantom step, he ghosted through the impact zone, leaving his enemies striking at nothing but air. "Die! Just die already!" the enemy roared in frustration. Mid-air, Yun Chen analyzed the battlefield with cold precision. These weren't amateurs. They possessed complete high-tier class skills. Compared to his arsenal of mere basic skills, they were on a completely different level. In the past, facing a squad like this would have meant only one thing: run or die. But the enemy wasn't finished. Wreathed in scorching flames, he unleashed the explosive flame wave slash. Yun Chen danced through the fire. It was time to show them the true power of a leveling manhwa protagonist. Skill fusion. Not just combining powers, but birthing entirely new ones. Yun Chen stuck the landing, his expression shifting from calculation to cold dominance. Another assailant rained down hellfire from the skies. Interesting, Yun Chen thought. As long as I master enough basic skills, I can engineer a counter for any nightmare scenario. Skill fusion activated assassin class, combined with shadow clone and shadow kill. A silhouette mirroring Yun Chen erupted from the darkness, catching the enemy's punch with a single hand. The shadow puppet. The attacker recoiled in pure shock. What the hell is that? Yun Chen stepped out from behind his creation, a smirk playing on his lips. It's natural you don't recognize it. After all, it is a unique existence born of my own design. The unique shadow puppet inherits every assassin skill I possess, along with 75% of my raw stats. With a casual flick of his wrist, Yun Chen marked the bald warrior for death. Go. Entertain him for a while. The shadow moved like a phantom. Killing intent exploded as it launched a fist straight at the enemy's skull, forcing a desperate bone-rattling block. This power. It's insane. It's almost as strong as the original. The bald warrior grit his teeth, his arms trembling under the crushing weight. This was absolutely not the level of a basic skill. The force of the clash sent a shockwave through the arena, knocking the shadow puppet's arm back for a split second. Seizing the opening, the bald warrior roared, "Don't underestimate me, just because you're a fake." He unleashed a barrage of magma-infused punches, but the shadow puppet parried every single strike with terrifying precision. Behind the chaos, the mage raised her staff, her patience wearing thin. What is this garbage? Just a chaotic mess of parlor tricks? Suddenly, emerald thorns burst from the earth, binding her tight little Jing, materialized with a pout. "No one is allowed to bully my master." The mage sneered at the vines constricting her. "A pathetic little flower demon dares to stand in my way. You're courting death." Little Jing's eyes flared. She wasn't backing down. With a wave of her hand, a tidal wave of thorny vines surged forward to crush the enemy. The two clashed in a blur of motion visible only as streaks of light. Chen watched the spectacle from below unimpressed. So what if she has the skills of a holy knight? In the end, she's just a cheap imitation. Little Jing will tear her apart. Suddenly, two assassins lunged at Chen's exposed back. Eyes on the prize kid, Chen merely glanced over his shoulder. "No, you should watch where you are stepping." Confused, they looked down to see their boots resting on a small, protruding black device. A distinct click echoed in the silence. Boom. A crimson vortex erupted from the ground, swallowing them whole. It was another fusion skill, the mechanic's danger set, combined with the shaman's eye of the storm. Screams echoed from the fiery cyclone. "A trap. You dirty rat." The bald warrior, realizing the danger, kicked off the ground, desperate to escape into the sky. Situation critical, I need to bail. But as he soared upward, he didn't realize a sniper barrel was already locked onto his spine. Chen had him in his sights. Chen aligned the scope with icy calm. There is no escape. He pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air, detonating the enemy in a spectacular aerial explosion of blood and fire. One down, sent straight to the afterlife. As the dust settled, Chen strolled toward the remaining mage. And then there was one. Seeing the monster approaching her, the mage's arrogance crumbled into terror. "No, stay back, don't come any closer." Moments later, the trio was bound in vines. Chen looked down at them, his brow furrowed. The battle is over, yet Elgar hasn't made a move. I can't even sense his presence. Did he realize the gap in our strength and abandon you pawns to save his own skin? Even bound, the mage laughed maniacally. "You don't flatter yourself. You think you're worthy of the commander's blade. You were never the target. Killing you was just a side quest." Chen's expression froze. "What, I'm just a secondary target? Then who is he?" After realization struck like lightning, he turned to his summon. Little Jing stripped them of their gear and returned to the spirit realm. "I have to go." "Understood." Master Chen didn't waste a second. He ignited his aura, fusion skill swordsman's flash step combined with the fighter's chasing wind. "Faster, I need to go faster." He pushed his body to the limit, tearing across the landscape. "I have to make it in time." Meanwhile, the battlefield was decimated. Lu Yaoling and Lucy stood amidst the ruined chests, heaving blood and dirt staining their clothes. Neither was willing to yield. Lucy panted, wiping blood from her lip. Lu Yaoling, "You really are a monster, just like the rumors say." Yaoling's eyes burned with intensity. "And you're not bad yourself. You actually forced me to unleash the 7 elements. You are the first within my generation to rival me. However, this is where your road ends." Yaoling conjured a swirling sphere of crimson energy. "We're both running on fumes. Let's settle this with one final strike. You better survive this, Lucy. Don't you dare die on me." Suddenly, her pupils dilated in horror. A shadow materialized from the void, eyes dripping with malice and a twisted, perverted grin. It was Elgar, and his hand was already clamped around her wrist. "Forget about her," he whispered. "You should be worrying about your own life." Squelch. A blade tore through her chest. Yaoling gasped, paralyzed by the shock, watching the steel protruding from her heart. Agony ripped through her as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Trembling uncontrollably, she forced her eyes to look behind her, into the face of her executioner. "A cursed artifact, I see." The realization hit her fading consciousness. This wasn't a duel. It was a trap designed specifically for me. Elgar licked his lips, savoring the despair. This is the brutal reality of a dark Manhwa recap world. In terms of raw power and prestige among the competitors, she stood at the lonely peak, overshadowing even Chen and Lucy. Eliminating her was the only path to a peaceful night's sleep. Hearing this, Lucy's expression darkened, her fingers tracing her lips in a sinister display. "Care to elaborate on that plan? That witch is stronger than me." She glared at Elgar, her eyes void of humanity. His words were poison. She wanted nothing more than to rip that tongue right out of his mouth. Elgar remained ice cold, his voice steady. Princess Lucy, given your current condition, challenging me would be a fatal miscalculation. Or are you planning to throw your life away for an outsider? The camera pans out. Lucy stood frozen, silenced by the logic, while Lu Miaoling, impaled through the chest by Elger, struggled to remain standing. A twisted smile played on Elger's lips as he glanced at Lucy. Excellent choice. Run while you can. Once I'm finished with Lu Miaoling, there will be nowhere left for you to hide. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy surged past his face, startling him. Killing intent exploded from Lu Miaoling's eyes. In a blind rage, she gripped the shaft of his weapon and roared, burning heaven. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, blasting Elger backward. Seizing the chaos, Lu Miaoling kicked off the ground, soaring into the sky like a phoenix wreathed in crimson flames. Elger clawed into the earth to stabilize himself, his mind racing. While I was distracting Lucy, she actually snapped the bone spear in half. She still has that much mana left. Rage twisted his features. I really can't underestimate her. Without hesitation, Elger launched himself into the air, abandoning Lucy to chase down his prey. It changes nothing. You won't escape death today. Below, Lucy clasped her hands in mock prayer, unable to mask the twisted satisfaction and joy radiating from her face. Lu Miaoling, worry not. I'll avenge you in the finals, she whispered, a chilling smile forming as she delivered her final verdict. Rest in peace. Across a desolate landscape stained with trails of crimson, Lu Miaoling dragged her heavy body forward. Every desperate step in this manhwa recap left a fresh pool of blood on the snow. Her vision blurred from blood loss, the cursed weapon still lodged in her chest. She gripped it tightly, but death was closing in. Elger arrived, his hand raised to unleash a lethal tracking skill, Hunter's Spear. A barrage of energy constructs materialized from Elger's aura, raining down like judgment. She clumsily dodged the onslaught, cursing herself internally. Damn it, I let my guard down. I assumed, even if the Dark Disciples attacked, their target would be the junior who offended them so deeply. Yet, her eyes burned with unyielding resolve. I never expected to be the main course. As she evaded the last strike, Elger roared, unleashing his ultimate technique. There is no escape. Dragon Slayer Slash. A massive blade of energy tore through the air, obliterating everything in its path with devastating force. Lu Miaoling reacted on pure instinct, barely rolling aside. The slash carved a massive canyon into the earth, residual energy still sizzling. Clutching her chest, gasping for air, she forced out her words, Phantom Hunter and Dragon Slayer. Not just dual classes, but dual hidden classes. The Dark World really pulled out all the stops. Impressive. Elger landed with a heavy thud, his blade resting on his shoulder and a shadow over his face. I appreciate the compliment. Are those your final words? Lu Miaoling's face had turned ghastly pale. Actually, I predicted the Dark Disciples would strike during this event. I spent every waking moment plotting how to protect my junior. I never imagined I would be the one needing protection. Elger raised his blade, his voice devoid of mercy. A pity. No one is coming to save you. No one can. Suddenly she looked up, a confident, victorious smile breaking through the pain. That's what he says. Did you hear that? From the void, Yun Chen's silhouette slowly materialized. Clang! Yun Chen effortlessly blocked the descending blade, the impact, forcing Elger to slide back a considerable distance. The assassin grit his teeth, glaring at the newcomer with pure venom. Yun Chen kept his guard up, eyes locked on the enemy, but his voice was gentle. Apologies, President. I'm late. Weak as she was, she managed a joke. Being late will cost you course credits. Elger cursed under his breath. Damn it, those trash failed. Fine. A one-on-one with Yun Chen isn't impossible. The problem is the woman. If she decides to launch a suicide attack while I fight him, things could get messy. A smoke screen enveloped his body as he began to fade. He looks disappointed. Not killing her is a regret, but the primary objective is achieved. Risking more now would be foolish. Yun Chen approached Lu Miaoling, preparing to remove the weapon. She glanced at him, her face drained of life. He fled. You aren't going to give chase. Yun Chen's reply was cold and indifferent. Can't be bothered. He gripped the hilt of the blade stuck in her chest. This is going to hurt. President, grit your teeth. With a decisive yank, he tore the blade out. Lu Miaoling cried out in agony as blood sprayed into the snow. Instantly, Yun Chen activated his healing arts. Skill Fusion Priest's Holy Light, combined with Druid's Regrowth, a soft emerald aura, enveloped her weaving life force back into her broken body. The gaping wound on her chest closed before their eyes. But Yun Chen frowned, examining the tip of the weapon he had extracted. The flesh is healed, but what is this black residue? Her eyes lowered in despair. It's a curse. As Yun Chen inspected the corrupted shard, she began to explain the nightmare she was in. Elder's Bone Spear carries a special curse. It slashes all my attributes by 80% for 7 full days. That's why he was willing to retreat. He knows I'm crippled. Yun Chen raised his hand, dissolving the bone shard into dust. A curse I happen to know, a purification skill. She shook her head weakly. This curse is high tier. You'd need a 4th awakening high priest to cleanse it. She looked at him with fragile eyes. My body is whole, but my power is suppressed. I'm dead weight. Junior, go on without me. Don't miss out on the loot points. I'll recover for 2 days and find you later. Whoosh. The world spun. Before she could process what happened, Lu Miaoling found herself being carried on Yun Chen's back. Question marks practically floated above her head. Yun Chen spoke matter-of-factly, abandoning a weakened teammate. That's not my style. She averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. Thank you. As Yun Chen trekked across the snowy peaks, she rested her chin on his shoulder, whispering softly, You really could have left me. Even weakened, I can handle normal competitors. Worst case, I'd just hand over my points to escape. He tilted his head back, emphasizing her words. Right. Normal competitors. But if we run into the Dark Disciples, they have hidden dual classes. They don't want points, Lu Miaoling. They want your head. She rested her hand on her forehead, sighing dramatically. Why are they so obsessed with me? Clearly you're the more annoying one. Yun Chen replied deadpan, You're too humble, President. The number of Dark Disciples you've buried isn't any less than mine. Yun Chen spoke with grim determination. Yet the guild president didn't even bat an eye at the revelation of dual classes. Lu Miaoling let out a heavy sigh. Her old man held a high position, so she knew the secrets of the world, but even she hadn't anticipated the existence of a dual hidden class. Her mind drifted back to those shadowy figures with eyes like burning coals. To possess a dual class, one needed the essence of a demon lord, war god, mage god, or martial god. For simplicity, they grouped them all under the title of war god essence. Lu Miaoling shuddered, recalling the arrogant smirk on Elgar's face as he skewered his opponent. The mechanics mirrored the demon lord essence, requiring the heart of a 4th turn powerhouse. It was the ultimate power-up in this leveling Manhwa world, granting massive stat boosts and the prestige of a ruler. A frown creased Lu Miaoling's forehead. Since Elgar's 2nd class was also a hidden class, it meant he had consumed the heart of a 4th turn hidden class master to forge his power. Yun Chen fell into deep thought. A dual class was already a defiance of nature, but a dual hidden class, that was a monstrosity beyond comprehension. Just how deep did the Dark World schemes run? What was their endgame in infiltrating this tournament? Despite the heavy questions, his steps remained steady on the path ahead. They halted before a massive circular pedestal, engraved with 4 intricate rings. We made it, she gasped, sliding down from Yun Chen's back, shocked that they had reached the teleportation exit on only the day 4. According to the rules, this won't activate until day 7, Lu Miaoling said, stretching her limbs before sitting down. We have time. Junior, go hunt for some more loot points. I'm done being dead weight. I'll just wait here until it's over. Yun Chen glanced around, a teasing smirk playing on his lips as he joked about her actually being a burden. Without you, I'd be stealing monster eggs just to survive, let alone anything else. Besides, their loot points were already sufficient to secure a spot in the top 100. No need to suffer anymore. A shy smile graced her lips at his teasing. Turning to her, Yun Chen's voice softened with reassurance. Just rest easy and leave the worrying to me. As the preliminary round drew to a close, the masses arrived. The drama unfolding was worthy of a top-tier manhwa recap, with people grumbling about 7 days of hell fighting monsters and players alike. I haven't slept in days, someone moaned. This was a nightmare. Suddenly, a nose twitched. Wait, what is that smell? It's divine. The distinct aroma of Illusion Dragon Country's famous cuisine wafted through the air. The crowd froze, jaws dropping, as they saw 2 people casually cooking a gourmet meal amidst the chaos. Yun Chen ate with gusto, waving a hand. Anyone want to join? You'll have to bring your own bowl and chopsticks, though. I'm not a restaurant. Fury bubbled up within the exhausted crowd. This is too much. We've been living in fear every second, and this guy is sitting there eating hot pot. Are we even in the same tournament? Where is the justice? Watching Lu Miaoling enjoy her meal with pure bliss, they couldn't help but wonder, was she competing, or was she on a luxury vacation? Hearing their complaints, she rested her chin on her hand and giggled. It's not a vacation, it's a date. The onlookers' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Was there a difference? Damn it, that's the top genius of Illusion Dragon Country for you. Even dragging around a pretty boy decoration, she lives like a queen. The gap between people was simply too vast. Suddenly, the teleportation exit erupted with pillars of blue light. Chen and Lu Miaoling stood up. It was time to return. One by one, they stepped into the light, teleporting back to the arena. Edward greeted them, ushering the exhausted contestants toward the passageway leading to the rest area. Staff will collect your recorders tonight. The top 100 loot holders will advance to the arena battles commencing tomorrow. Chen stepped forward, his gaze sharp. Is this the only exit from the extreme cold ice domain? Edward nodded professionally. Correct. Everyone must pass through here for registration. Chen's mind flashed to Elger's sinister eyes. Good, he declared. Because I have intelligence of the highest priority. Dark disciples have infiltrated the qualifiers, led by Elger, of the Saladi Thanon Kingdom. And every single one of them possesses a dual class. Edward's composure cracked. What did you say? Dual class dark disciples. He burst into laughter. Impossible. The Holy Empire's security is absolute. Our artifacts strip away all disguises. How could filth like that slip through? It's absurd, a joke in poor taste. Chen's expression darkened, his aura turning cold. Do I look like I'm joking? Just detain and identify them. Edward's face turned grim, sweat beading on his temples as he argued back. You expect me to arrest people on your word alone. How do you expect me to trust you? I can't just imprison contestants based on a wild accusation. Chen smirked, a predator closing the trap. Relax. I came prepared. You'll see soon enough. Suddenly, Edward shouted, Order, everyone stay calm and line up for registration. A sudden commotion shattered the peace. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Screams of panic began to ripple through the crowd. Get it off me. Move. Edward looked up from his clipboard, his voice booming with authority. Who is causing a disturbance? Do you want to be disqualified? Bizarre thorny vines erupted from the bodies of 3 contestants. A chilling giggle echoed in the air as the thornflower demon bloomed, wrapping its victims in a suffocating embrace. What's happening? One screamed. Is this a branching skill of a plant-type monster? Get away from me. Edward roared. How dare you summon monsters in the main city? He pointed an accusing finger at the struggling trio. These 3 are disrupting the order. Arrest them immediately for interrogation. Sir, yes sir. The guards charged with batons raised. Later that night, in a luxurious high-rise suite, a figure sat swirling a glass of wine. A subordinate bowed respectfully. Grand Commander, the interrogation confirmed it. All 3 are dark disciples, and just as reported, they possess dual classes. The man tilted his head, feigning surprise. That is terrible news indeed. Edward looked up, wiping his brow. Luckily, we caught them early. Now we just need to apprehend their leader, Elger. Edward swirled his red wine, turning with a relaxed demeanor. Proceed as planned. I will arrange the manpower to handle the rest. Discovering the Dark Disciples is a massive merit on your record. His expression grew unreadable, eyes swimming with hidden depth. Perhaps we should share a toast to celebrate. Back in their quarters, Lu Miaoling's laughter filled the room. She propped her cheek on her hand, eyes sparkling. Junior, you're positively wicked. You actually planted thornflower seeds on them during the chaos. I heard they've already been arrested. We can finally relax. Chen shrugged, his voice calm. It was just a little insurance policy. Unless a miracle happens, Elger won't be stepping into the arena tomorrow. He then turned his gaze to her. By the way, President, how is your condition? Has the curse been lifted? Hearing the tragic news, Lu Miaoling buried her face in her hands, utterly defeated. It's hopeless. I've searched the entire capital, but every healer above the 3rd advancement is already exhausted from saving lives. The haunting image of broken contestants filled her mind, elite warriors from the Great 5 Nations lying shattered on hospital beds. They were hanging by a thread. Even the lucky ones were struck with curses that sealed their powers. Lu Miaoling's voice trembled with gravity. With injuries this severe, the death toll is going to be catastrophic. The Divine Empire tried to spin it as fierce competition, but this bloodbath was unprecedented in tournament history. Chen's eyes turned cold as ice. This reeks of the dark cult. But why kill the geniuses? It doesn't fit their usual modus operandi. Whatever their game is, my part in it ends here. She handed a glowing token to him, forcing a cheerful smile to mask her pain. Junior, my run is over. If I step onto that stage, I'll only bring shame to the Mystic Dragon country. Take my battle points. Carry our pride to the top. Chen gripped the token, feeling its weight. I won't let you down. The next day, the arena was a sea of roaring fans as Edward took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ultimate showdown. After a brutal qualifier, only the top 100 strongest geniuses remain. He spread his arms wide, soaking in the applause. Today, these warriors face the cruelty of the arena, and as tradition dictates, this Manhwa recap-worthy event is being broadcast live to the entire world. As the contestants marched out with aura blazing, Edward's voice reached a fever pitch. Let's make some noise for the future legends entering the battlefield. Back at East Cloud Academy, instructor Zhan Sheng was weeping tears of pure joy. I never thought I'd see this day. A student from our humble school, standing on the global stage. Being his homeroom teacher is the greatest honor of my life. A rival teacher clenched his fists green with envy. Damn it, why couldn't I land a monster student like that? Others just sighed in defeat. At Jiangnan University, the atmosphere was electric. It's the finals. Our boy is up there. Everyone get to the screens. A student saw a business opportunity. Popcorn and cola combo. Only 1 credit. Get your snacks here. Meanwhile, Yuntang pointed at the screen, beaming with pride. Look, that's my big brother. The guy kicking everyone's tail. That's my bro. He's the best. In Nico's living room, Yun Chen's face filled the screen, prompting her mom to tease. I never knew you liked violence, sweetie. Or is it just that boy who gave you the necklace? I must admit, you have excellent taste in men. Nico's face turned bright red. She looked away, flustered. Mom, stop it. I'm just analyzing the combat techniques of a leveling manhwa expert. It's purely academic. But her eyes were glued to him. Back at the stadium, Edward announced the completion of the entrance ceremony. All eyes focused on the giant screen as the results of the chaotic preliminary round were about to be revealed. It was time to see who truly dominated. The leaderboard materialized: first place Salati Tanel Divine Empire, second place Lucy Mystic Dragon Country, third place Yun Chen White Eagle Empire, fourth place Oma Northern Bear Empire. The crowd erupted in confusion. What Princess Lucy is only second? And who is this number 1? I've never heard of him. Where is Lu Miaoling? And how did that trash tier nation get third place? This is rigged. But Lu Miaoling ignored the chatter, her eyes locking onto a specific name with pure hatred. Elgar. He's still on the list. Are the organizers blind? Can't they sense the dark energy on him? Elgar stood amidst the chaos, looking down at the crowd with a sneer. Pathetic ants panicking over nothing. The real horror show hasn't even started yet. Yun Chen stared at the villain, his instincts screaming danger. If he's showing his face this brazenly, there's only one reason. I pray my theory is wrong. Edward's voice boomed again, cutting the tension. In this round, combatants will be matched randomly. The higher you rank, the more resources your country secures. Let the games begin. I officially declare the Global Supremacy Tournament. Start, fight for glory, fight for your nation's future. Massive crystal spheres descended from the sky like vessels of fate. The contestants looked up in awe, while Edward continued to hype the crowd. One by one, the spheres enveloped the fighters. Yun Chen stepped into it, sensing a shift in the spatial magic. The spheres transported the first 2 duelists into the arena. From a distance, Han Baron licked his lips. Fancy entrance. But I'm more interested in my prey. Looks like I got the jackpot. A round 1 match against a classless piece of trash. The system identified him: Moen Kingdom Han Baron. Class Necromancer. He grinned savagely. I'll end this in a heartbeat. Dark tentacles erupted from Han Baron's back, rushing toward his opponent. The ground cracked as skeletal warriors clawed their way to the surface. The system windows popped up. Summon Skeleton Soldier. Summon Undead Knight. Summon Skeleton Archer. An army of the dead stood ready. Yun Chen was instantly swallowed by the darkness. Die quickly and save us both the time. But suddenly, crimson light flared in Yun Chen's eyes. He didn't retreat, he charged. Han Baron's eyes widened. What shadow flash technique? He realized the horror too late. Damn it. He's not moving through the open. He's using the shadows of my own monsters. Han Baron frantically scanned the arena. Where is he? He's hiding in the shadow of a beast. No, wait. A cold blade pressed against his throat. Han Baron froze, terror gripping his heart. Yun Chen whispered from directly behind him. Not the monster's shadow. Yours. The necromancer raised his hands, trembling. Shadow arts. You're a hard counter to summoners. I can't win. I surrender. But before the referee could speak, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from another arena. Good God, look at that. How is that possible? Multi-weapon mastery. In dual-class skills, Yun Chen and Han Baron both spun around to witness the anomaly. The audience gasped as a sphere of concentrated dark energy pulsed on the screens. A spectator shouted, "No way, the legendary dual class. I thought it was a myth. Impossible, that shouldn't exist." High in the air, Elgar floated like a demon god, his gaunt frame radiating malice. He held a massive greatsword, yet dark magic swirled around him. His opponent on the ground braced for impact, but the black tendrils of energy were already forming a tornado of destruction around the villain. Elger exhaled a breath of pure corruption and laughed like a maniac, his face twisting into a mask of true nightmare fuel. Heterochromatic eyes, and a confident grin. This was the intoxicating sensation of unleashing one's full power. Below him, his opponent trembled, yet still shouted with defiant arrogance. I don't know how a rat like you sneaked into the finals, but if you dare face me, then prepare to die. The knight raised his weapon, channeling a massive surge of aura for a devastating strike. Elger's silhouette merely flickered within the blinding energy blast. The audience erupted in excitement. Whoa, that's the Temple Knight of the Crichton Kingdom. He fought to a draw against a third advancement instructor. A true genius. Go kill that arrogant dark cultist. But in the blink of an eye, Elger vanished. Crichton gasped in confusion. Where a chilling presence materialized behind him, Elger with eyes cold as the abyss. A single flash of the blade. Before Crichton could even glance back, his torso was severed in two. Insignificant insect. You dare bark at me. The knight's corpse crumbled to the ground. Elger flicked the blood from his sword, radiating overwhelming arrogance. Who gave you the courage to stand before me? Terror gripped the spectators. He killed him without hesitation. These dark cultists are pure evil. To slaughter a top-tier kingdom genius, something catastrophic is about to happen. Elger stomped on Crichton's remains, his laughter echoing like madness. Do you see, you weak humans? No matter how your military tries to bury the news, reality cannot be erased. Dual classes are real. True power lies only in serving the Supreme Lord. He continued his threat. Next, I will hunt down every so-called genius you have, one by one. Prepare to embrace the true terror of the dark world. Every word, every drop of blood, was being broadcast live to the entire world. The crowd's fear turned to outrage at his insolence. Bastard. A mere dark cultist dares to look down on us. This is rebellion. What are the other geniuses doing? Someone get down there and kill him. Meanwhile, watching the stream remotely, a young man slammed his fist down. That detestable trash. But the elder beside him remained calm. Patience. Our nation's prodigy will make his move soon. Let the clown dance a little longer. Another masked figure watched, conflicted. Dual classes actually exist, and that power. If I could capture him, maybe joining them isn't the worst option. He clenched his teeth. Damn it. Am I really considering betraying humanity? Light and shadow battled in his mind, but Elger's display of absolute dominance was intoxicating, pulling him in. Only one thought remained, a second class. The potential is limitless. In the control room, the director leaped to his feet, veins popping. Damn it, how did this Manhwa recap spiral out of control like this? Don't just stand there, cut the livestream immediately. Watt slowly rose from his seat. It's too late. Elger has already declared war on humanity. Cutting the feed now would only fuel wild conspiracy theories. The director wiped sweat from his brow. But if we let this continue, and he takes first place, humanity's faith in the future will shatter. Morale will hit rock bottom. Edward narrowed his eyes, staring at the screen. That is precisely the Descent organization's plan. They are using this tournament to reveal dual classes and sow chaos in the hearts of men. It's a recruitment drive for power-hungry traitors. The director panicked. Then what do we do? Edward's voice was ice cold. Let him play. We have Princess Lucy, our strongest weapon. She will bury him. Back in the arena, Elger laughed maniacally. Weak, weak, you are all too weak. Challengers fell before him like wheat before a scythe. No one could withstand a single blow. Elger placed his boot on the chest of a massive warrior, lying motionless in the dust. It was just another victim. He spread his arms wide, basking in the carnage. Is this the best you have? Your geniuses are nothing but trash. Despair washed over the audience, their voices trembling. The demon of the White Eagle Empire, Glovieski of the Northern Bear Empire, top-tier prodigies all slaughtered by Elger. It's not just his hidden class skills. His base stats are monstrous. Is there truly no one who can stop him? Lu Miaoling, watching from the sidelines, gritted her teeth in frustration. That coward. He used the preliminaries to eliminate anyone who could actually threaten him. If I were in my peak condition, I would step into that arena and crush his throat myself. Her fist shook with suppressed rage. Damn him. Elger rested his hand on his blade, scanning the crowd. Next. Who is the next sacrifice? This little bit of blood isn't enough to slake my thirst. Suddenly, a vortex of dark energy erupted behind him. He glanced back. It was Lucy. She looked at Elger with a sneer of elegant disdain. Long time no see, Elger. You are just as repulsive as ever. The crowd roared with renewed hope. Oh. She's finally making her move. The Holy Empire's strongest prodigy. the favorite to win this entire leveling Manhwa tournament. Princess Lucy, go kill that lunatic. Lucy didn't attack immediately. She placed a hand over her heart. Ah, I can feel it. The weight of everyone's expectations. So intense, so passionate. Dark, ominous energy began to leak from her silhouette, and so incredibly heavy. Massive black wings tore from her back, unfurling like the banners of a fallen angel. Allow me to give you my answer, the crowd murmured in confusion. Wait, didn't the legends say she was blessed by the gods at birth? She's supposed to possess angelic power. A spectator frowned. Black wings. That energy feels wrong. Isn't her class supposed to be seraphim? A woman nearby shook her head, unable to stay silent. You foreigners only know the surface. Yes, she was born blessed. But during a trip, the princess was ambushed by a cultist death squad. The woman continued. To save her retainers from certain death, the princess made the ultimate sacrifice. She voluntarily shattered her own divine class. She embraced the fall. Lucy raised her head, black tears streaming from empty eyes. She accepted the corrupting power of darkness solely to gain the strength needed to protect her people. Tears streamed down the woman's face, silencing those around her. She is the true hero of this tournament. She will win. Only a soul, that noble, that selfless, and powerful, has any hope of standing against Elger's evil. However, a man in the back row pointed toward a distant corner of the arena. Everyone is focused on Lucy versus Elger, but I've been watching him. Everyone forgot about this monster. In a distinct arena shrouded in dust and silence stood Chen. Just like Elger, he hasn't lost a single round. Furthermore, this challenger's speed strikes rivals Elger's. No, perhaps it even surpasses it. He is the participant from the Mystic Dragon Empire. The image of Chen appeared cold as ice, turning his head to gaze upon the countless masses. At this moment, the announcer shouted with euphoria. It is here. The Holy Empire's strongest prodigy, the woman blessed by the gods, versus the disciple of darkness. This is truly a clash of titans worthy of the finals. Lucy and Elger stood facing each other, surrounded by the motionless bodies of the defeated. The MC's voice rang out again. Everyone witness her magnificent form. Princess Lucy carries all our hopes on her shoulders. She will undoubtedly execute this dark believer. Hearing this, the audience roared with heroic fury. Kill him, slaughter him, show him the foolish price of betraying humanity. If you can't even kill a dog of the dark world, how can we hope to defeat the demon race? Elger listened to their insults, digging his ear with utterly bored contempt. So noisy. Just how many of you ants do I have to slaughter before you finally learn to shut your mouths? Lucy had already taken to the skies, giggling with satisfaction. Heh. She clasped her hands together against her chin, wearing a blissful smile. To her ears, their cheers were the sweetest melody. With that, she thrust her black wings forward. Black feather, countless dark plumes fired out with wind-shredding velocity. Elger had no intention of blocking. Instead, he activated a skill to evade. Phantom Flash. Lucy's attack carried such devastating power that a single strike pulverized the arena floor. She smiled, exposing her opponent's true nature. During the qualifiers, you used despicable tricks to eliminate almost all the top-tier geniuses. If they were still standing here, would you dare to be so arrogant? She swept her wings back, gathering mana for the next strike, her mouth moving non-stop. But you only managed to kill a few second-rate trash mobs. Lucy flapped her wings, conjuring a violent tornado that trapped Elger in its eye, issuing a cold warning. Do not think so highly of yourself. Looking into the arena from the outside, the storm she created had swallowed the entire stage. Only her silhouette could be seen dominating the skies. The audience couldn't stop praising her. That skill is terrifying. Even a powerhouse at the third-class advancement couldn't tank that. As expected of Princess Lucy, this is the peak of a leveling manhwa spectacle. That bastard has definitely been shredded to pieces. Ha ha ha. Lucy waved her hand, dispelling the tornado. The arena was scrubbed clean, not a single soul remained. But her eyes went wide with shock. Elger was nowhere to be seen. He dodged it, no impossible. He must be using stealth. Where is he hiding? In an instant, he had already slipped behind Lucy, without a sound, raising his massive blade for a fatal strike. He wore the twisted grin of a victor. Oh, my noble princess. Where exactly are you looking? She froze, her eyes widening in terror. Fortunately, her combat instincts kicked in. She dashed backward just in time, cold sweat dripping down her face. Elger swung his blade downward. Dragon decapitation / Lucy instantly brought her wings forward to block the devastating blow. But the force was overwhelming. Unable to withstand it, she was smashed into the ground. Lucy struggled to her feet after the impact, standing amidst the spiderweb cracks of the shattered floor. He looked down from above, with smug satisfaction, while she continued to rise, her breathing ragged and broken. Huff huff. Elger had no intention of showing mercy, diving down with full force. Lucy dodged his assault while her mind raced. His stats are impossibly high. I can't clash with him head-on. I must widen the distance. A mocking smile played on his lips as he finally answered her previous taunt. Lucy, it seems you've misunderstood something. Mana surged around his hand. Did you really think I struck first? Because I was afraid of you lot? An ultimate technique was unleashed. Crimson Vortex Eye. Lucy couldn't resist. She could only shield her face with her arms and scream. Gah. Elger instantly blinked to her location, his hand clamping tight around her throat. He lifted her effortlessly into the air, a confident sneer curling his lip. I just prefer to lower the difficulty level to 0, that's all. Lucy recognized the technique trembling as she was strangled, yet she forced the words out. The Crimson Vortex Eye of the Wind Thunder Warlock. I never imagined you possessed a third hidden class. Elger winked in mock praise. Congratulations, correct answer. Naturally, a smart girl like you deserves a reward. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Instantly a void tore open behind her. Go to the dark world and accept the Lord's blessing firsthand. Lucy's eyes filled with panic as she begged, no stop. She was dropped into the abyss, reaching back in hopeless desperation. Don't. Once she was swallowed, the black hole sealed shut and vanished. Witnesses outside saw their hopes completely extinguished. Cold sweat drenched the crowd in pure terror. Elger seized the moment to mock them. Why the silence? Weren't you all so fanatical just a moment ago? Speak up. The audience's arrogance had been utterly crushed. Fear gripped every heart. How can this be Princess Lucy? She lost, and she was banished to the dark world. I can't even imagine the torture she'll endure in that hellscape. I don't believe it. With so many geniuses participating, surely we can defeat a single dark disciple. Even a war of attrition should drain him eventually. Another contestant was teleported onto the stage, jumping in fright before he could even react. Elger greeted him with a terrifying smile. Are you my next plaything? The challenger immediately turned tail and ran, tears streaming down his face. No, I forfeit. I was automatically teleported here. I don't want to fight. I don't want to die. Let me out. Contestants in other arenas began forfeiting one after another. I'm done. If I keep fighting, I'll eventually have to face him. 3 hidden classes rolled into one body. Who knows if he has a 4th? Fighting that monster is suicide. Let me go. Fear spread like a plague among the candidates. Even Princess Lucy couldn't scratch him. What do we have to fight him with? People covered their faces, unable to watch. It's impossible. I don't want to die. Teleport me out now. Most chose survival over glory, declaring without hesitation, I withdraw. Elger threw his head back and laughed maniacally like a madman. Ha ha ha, geniuses. Are these the so-called geniuses of humanity? Every second of this humiliation was broadcast live. His demonic voice echoed across the world. The citizens fell into a state of absolute terror, watching this manhwa recap of humanity's downfall unfold in real time. Despair layered upon despair. Princess Lucy fell, and the other prodigies are terrified. If we can't even beat a domesticated dog of the dark world, how can we stand against the demon nobility? It's over. This world is finished. But then someone noticed an anomaly, pointing a trembling finger forward. Wait, look. There's one person who isn't afraid. He's even stepping onto the ring voluntarily. The announcer's voice boomed. There is still a genius who has not bowed down. He shows no fear. He will not surrender. He demands to fight. Chen lode onto the arena, his voice cold as absolute zero. It is time for this curtain to fall. Meanwhile, deep within the necromancer's swamp, a towering ancient fortress revealed its decaying silhouette. Inside, amidst the ruins of a fallen glory, a woman sat upon a throne with terrifying calmness. It was Sha Qingcheng, legs crossed, flanked by 2 silent attendants. Below her, 3 figures knelt, bound and broken. The leader wore a mask of defiance, while his subordinates trembled in fear. Sha Qingcheng finally broke the silence. Hiding your main base within a monster den. Clever. No wonder you rats were so hard to exterminate. Your descent organization's stronghold in the Black Dragon Nation has been reduced to ash by the military. And now, I have dismantled this sanctuary too. Do you have any last words? The leader roared, veins bulging with rage. Sha Qingcheng, I thought you retreated from the front lines to play professor at the university. Why do you still hunt us? This man was none other than Elvic, the Grand Commander of the Descent. Sha Qingcheng's reply was smooth as silk. Who says a professor cannot exterminate pests, especially oversized rats like you? To say your organization has been annihilated wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet, you seem strangely unbothered by your impending doom. Hearing this, Elvic threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his subordinates smirking in unison. Annihilated? Oh, you poor ignorant woman. You have no grasp of the true situation. Elvic's eyes gleamed with fanaticism. My son is currently displaying the ultimate power of multiple classes to the entire world, slaughtering your heroes on the grandest stage of all. Witnessing such dominance, humanity will be swallowed by absolute despair. To survive, to gain power, they will have no choice but to bow down and become faithful believers of the dark world. Elvic sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. So what if you destroyed this base? In less than 3 years, the Descent will rise again. Stronger, more unstoppable than ever before. It is humanity that faces extinction today. Ha ha ha. Yet Xia Qingcheng remained unmoved, her expression like a tranquil lake. Everything you predict is indeed a possibility, she admitted coolly. However, that future relies entirely on your young commander achieving victory. Click. A holographic projection flickered to life, showing Yun Chen facing off against Elgar. Xia Qingcheng smiled dangerously. Unfortunately for you, your son is now standing before a mountain that pierces the heavens, an obstacle he can never overcome. The scene shifts back to the arena. Yun Chen's expression darkened, his aura expanding as he stood like an immovable titan. Elgar scoffed at his opponent. Yun Chen, I gave you a chance to scurry away, yet you choose death. Fine then, I shall grant your wish. He leveled his blade, the cold steel thirsting for blood. Yun Chen didn't flinch. He took a step forward. Is that so? My memory must be failing me. Boom. He stomped the ground, vanishing instantly, to reappear directly behind Elgar. In his arms lay the broken body of a defeated contestant. Did you think you were showing mercy? Elgar spun around, terror flashing in his eyes. When did he move? My senses didn't even register him. Yun Chen ignored the villain, gently moving the injured student out of the kill zone. These contestants were weaker than you, yes, but they fought until their last breath, never kneeling. He sealed the injured warrior in a protective bubble. Unlike you, who sold your soul for power to become a dog for the dark world. Suddenly, gentle winds gathered, lifting the unconscious bodies of the other fallen challengers scattered across the arena. Even the fallen deserve dignity. Yun Chen activated the beginner martial artist skill, Miniature Whirlwind. As he ferried them to safety, his voice rang out. There is glory, even in defeat, as long as one's spirit remains unbroken. The crowd erupted in whispers. That's Yun Chen right. He has no international ranking yet. His presence is suffocating. He's built differently. If it's him, maybe he can actually crush that dark believer. Seeing the shift in atmosphere, Elgar's face twisted with arrogant disdain, giving these insects a glimmer of hope. Perfect. His eyes glowed with malicious intent. My favorite pastime is extinguishing that very light. Elgar launched himself forward, Dragon Slayer skill storm charge. The air screamed, but Yun Chen remained as still as a statue. Crash. Elgar's blade cleaved through the air, striking nothing but afterimages. What? He vanished again. Before the thought could finish, Yun Chen materialized behind him, his spear singing a deadly song. Your shock is understandable, Yun Chen whispered like a reaper. After all, every dark believer who has witnessed this technique is already in hell. Fusion skill activated Spearman's horizontal sweep, combined with Berserker's furious strike. The result? Explosive war spear. And you will be no exception. The impact was catastrophic. The spear slammed into Elgar, the sheer force distorting his torso upon contact. Elgar was blasted away like a ragdoll, giving no quarter. Yun Chen unleashed the next combo. Fusion skill Mage's Fireball plus Shaman's Wandering Wind. A Azure Tempest erupted from his staff. Demonic Flame Cyclone. Elgar screamed, trying to counter with Thunderstorm Fury, but it was useless. The tornado swallowed him whole, launching him into the sky. The blue vortex shredded the air around him. Elgar could only watch in horror, his limbs flailing helplessly. How is this possible? The onslaught was relentless. Elgar plummeted from the sky in freefall, the icy grip of true fear finally clutching his heart. My high stats and hidden class should be invincible in this leveling Manhwa world. Yet he broke through. He slammed face first into the concrete. Yun Chen wasted no time leaping high and driving his spear down toward the fallen enemy. Thud. The spear pierced through. Nothing. Yun Chen's eyes widened slightly. It wasn't flesh. An illusion. Suddenly, the arena was filled with dozens of Elgers. The crowd gasped. That's the Phantom Hunter's signature move, Infinite Mirage. That's how Princess Lucy lost. She wasted her mana attacking shadows until the real one struck. He has to be careful. The clones swirled into a high-speed vortex, trapping Yun Chen in the eye of the storm. Elger's voice echoed from everywhere. Foolish brat. Did you think it would be this easy? This is the true terror of the Phantom Hunter. Instantly, the Legion of Illusions collapsed inward for the kill. You won't even realize you're dead until your head hits the floor. Yun Chen calmly switched stances. Weapon transformation fusion skill brawler's 1-inch punch, combined with martial artist's frost fist. Ultimate art glacial inch strike boom. The shockwave flattened the illusions instantly. Yun Chen stood over the paralyzed Elger. I may not know how I die, but I certainly know how you end. In the center of the arena, dust billowed from the crater, where Elger had been pulverized. The spectators dropped their jaws. Holy shit, was that a one-hit KO? This Manhwa recap moment is insane. Yun Chen is treating a dark believer like a chew toy. Is he dead? Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through. No. Look, he's still breathing. Indeed, dark smoke hissed from Elger's mangled body, his wounds knitting together at a visible rate. Yun Chen narrowed his eyes, gazing down from his position of dominance. His wounds were knitting together before their very eyes. Elger sneered, his arrogance overflowing. I hold the blessing of one of the 72 demon pillars. My flesh is immortal. A peasant like you can't kill a god. But his boast was cut short by a fresh wave of terror, as his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Yun Chen didn't give a damn about his monologue. The martial arts master unleashed the crushing step. Boom! A single foot slammed down with the weight of a mountain, shattering the earth and sending debris flying like shrapnel. The raw power was suffocating. Yun Chen began to stomp on him like he was crushing a bug. Elger's face was ground into the dirt, humiliation burning hotter than his rage. Suddenly, Elger's eyes went pitch black, a golden slit of madness opening in the center. He roared with demonic fury. You bastard! I am not done yet. Dark energy exploded outwards like a supernova. Yun Chen was forced to skid back, shielding himself from the shockwave. Elger rose from the debris, no longer human. Ethereal wings sprouted from his back as his aura twisted into something monstrous. Kid, you don't realize who you're messing with. Yun Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing the danger. The atmosphere grew heavy. This wasn't a human presence anymore. His body had fully demonized, leaving only his head as a mockery of his former self. Dark wings unfurled beneath a halo of pure void, pulsing with pale green energy. He had activated 20% of the war god's essence, combining 3 legendary hidden classes. Energy surged through his arm as he screamed at his opponent. You are nothing but a jobless piece of trash. You're just a cheap knockoff of me. Witness the power of the Phantom Hunter, the Dragon Slayer, and the Wind Thunder Shaman. The energy beam tore through the air. Elger laughed. I never even considered you a threat. Yun Chen watched the incoming destruction warily, as dust swallowed the entire corner of the ring. The chaotic windstorm raged on, but Elger wasn't finished. He raised his hand, condensing the darkness into a terrifying black spear. Void Piercer. The spear expanded to the size of a building and crashed down. The explosion was cataclysmic, obliterating the arena and sending massive boulders flying. The spectators trembled in pure terror. The destructive power was off the charts. This was a leveling Manhwa battle on a completely different dimension. His base stats were already broken, but with 3 hidden classes, he was a monster. It's over. He's dead. Elger descended from the sky drunk on his own power. Behold the supreme power that only the dark world can bestow. Through the smoke, Yun Chen lay motionless. Elger swung his blade, a crimson arc of death descending. Use your life to pay for Yuan Mo's. Clang. The attack stopped dead against golden steel. Yun Chen stood there enveloped in the majestic aura of the myriad wheel form. He caught the blade with a single hand. Elger froze his arms, trembling uncontrollably. Panic set in. Impossible. How could he block my ultimate strike? What's wrong? Yun Chen raised a hand to Elger's face, his voice colder than ice. You like comparing stats? Let me show you mine. His golden finger cocked back and flicked. A simple flick of the forehead sent Elger launching across the battlefield like a cannonball. Crack. Elger's skull smashed into a boulder, blood spraying from his mouth. Before he could fall, Yun Chen teleported instantly. Elger barely raised his blade in time. The impact was so heavy, the boulder behind him disintegrated into dust. Yun Chen raised his lightsaber, high golden energy screaming to be released. It was time for a fusion skill. Magic Swordsman's Flame Slash meets Berserker's Rage. The strike cleaved through reality itself, Elger was blasted through the rock and hurled out of the arena, crashing into the earth below. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. Holy cow, that arena was reinforced for the championship finals. Even a third transformation expert couldn't scratch it, and they just pulverized it. These two are monsters among monsters. But Elger was a cockroach that refused to die. He crawled out of the crater face, masked in blood. I used 30% of the war god's essence. How can I still be losing to you? Chen looked down at him with eyes full of pity. It's simple, really. I did a lot of push-ups. Push-ups. Elger's brain short-circuited. Suddenly, an iron grip crushed his throat, lifting him into the air. His power began to leak away as he struggled in vain. Cough, cough. Chen leaned in close, mocking his earlier words. Didn't you just say I couldn't kill you? Elger trembled in agony, but his ego remained intact. I have the Supreme Demon Lord's blessing. Crush my bones. Pulverize my organs. It doesn't matter, I cannot die. And that form of yours, the backlash must be insane. Just wait. The one who dies here will be you. Is that so? Chen chuckled darkly. Azure flames ignited in his palm. Let's test that theory. Fusion skill. He pressed his fingers against Elger's throat. Mage's fireball, combined with magic swordsman's flame enchantment. Whoosh! A pillar of apocalyptic blue fire erupted in the middle of Mystic City. Within the inferno, the silhouettes of the two fighters flickered like ghosts. The crowd watched the spectacle, hope rising in their chests. Yes, even a demon can't survive that heat. Incinerate him. Turn him to ash. The victory was within reach. Elger was cooked until he was nothing but a charred husk before Chen finally let go. Smoke poured from his blackened body as he flopped onto the floor, blue flames still licking at his flesh. The chants of the crowd grew deafening. Kill him, kill him. Chen couldn't hold the myriad wheel form any longer. The armor vanished, leaving him gasping for air. Huff, huff. The backlash was brutal. His stats had bottomed out. Right now, even a normal thug could probably take him down. He glanced at the smoking lump of charcoal that used to be Elger. Finally, the monster stopped moving. Relief washed over him. It was finally over. The livestream comments exploded with celebration. He did it. 3 hidden classes, immortal body. He still got wrecked by a human. We won. Humanity still has a future. Ha ha ha. Chen is a true hero. This is the greatest Manhwa recap victory of all time. Once again, a sharp-eyed spectator pointed at the screen, signaling the start of this intense Manhwa recap. Wait, am I seeing things? Elger's arm. It just moved. The livestream audience erupted into panic as the realization hit them. What? He's still moving. We're doomed. Chen is completely drained. He can't fight another round. Good heavens, the guy just refuses to die. Calling Elger the Leech King wasn't an exaggeration at all. The villain sat up, wiping blood from his face with a scornful sneer. You thought mere flames could kill me? How naive. Chen shot back. Mere flames, you clearly underestimate the fire I wield. Despite his exhaustion, Chen patiently explained, his voice steady. That wasn't normal fire. It's an S-rank entity capable of incinerating the soul itself. So what if your body is immortal? Elger's vision suddenly swam, Chen's words striking a nerve. You've been bathing in my fire too long. Your soul is already crumbling. His eyes rolled back, and his body betrayed him, collapsing to the ground. Damn it, my consciousness. It's fading. The look of shock on his face was priceless. Is this what death feels like? As his vision narrowed, a final vicious thought crossed his mind. He refused to go to hell alone. I might die, but I absolutely cannot let him live. He is a catastrophe waiting to happen for the dark world. Up on the stands, Lu Miaoling sensed the shift in the air. Something is wrong. With trembling effort, Elger raised his arm, chanting a forbidden mantra. Great Demon Lord, please accept my final sacrifice. A void tore open behind Chen, a swirling abyss of darkness. Elger poured his last drop of life force into the spell. Gate of Reversal. Lock. Chen recognized the technique immediately. A divinity flash. He turned heavily, his mind racing. I knew he had a suicide tactic prepared. He saved just enough mana for a spatial drag. Suddenly, a burning seal etched itself onto Chen's neck. Arg. He cried out in agony, clutching the mark as the black hole expanded, pulling him in with irresistible force. He hit me with a soul-chasing lock. Once cast, it doesn't stop until the target is taken. I can't dodge this. Suddenly, a soft hand grabbed his face. It was Lu Miaoling. She desperately tried to pull Chen away from the void. Junior, hold on. But the black hole was expanding rapidly, devouring everything in its path. Her eyes widened in horror at the destructive power. This is too dangerous. We nearly got hit. Yun Chen turned shouting over the roar of the wind. President, get back. Don't come closer. My tracking seal is active. This skill is a guaranteed hit. It was too late. The abyss swallowed both Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling instantly, leaving nothing but a massive crater in the arena. The crowd below gasped in terror. Look, Elgar's body began to disintegrate into particles, but the victor's smile remained plastered on his face. So, what if you're strong? In the end, victory is mine. As his head began to fade into dust, he mustered one final scream. Do you know the fate of a human who falls into the dark world? I don't need to spell it out. Wait until the demon lord tears you to shreds. Ha ha ha. With that, he vanished completely. Even though the enemy was defeated, no one could celebrate. Damn it, we clearly won. The frustration was palpable. That filthy dark cultist. If he can't win, he plays dirty with a sacrifice. An elf girl clutched her chest trembling. How could this happen? Bam! A fist slammed onto the table, veins popping with rage. It was Principal Ye Anfu. He roared. Bastards! What is the organizing committee doing? Why didn't the referee intervene? Where is the barrier control team? Are they all dead? We never should have let these monsters participate. Just then, an assistant rushed in breathless. Principal emergency. A projection screen appeared, showing a chaotic sphere of energy containing a human figure. The time flow at the Academy Plaza is fluctuating violently. Trees, buildings, everything nearby is rotting and weathering in seconds. Many students have been caught in the crossfire. Inside the sphere of chaotic energy floated Yuntang Yun Chen's younger sister. Her eyes were rolled back, unconscious tears streaming down her face. A terrified voice shouted, Yuntang's ability has gone berserk. Students outside screamed, Run! Don't get close to her. I stepped too close, and half my body turned into an old man. Who is that girl? From inside the sphere, she gritted her teeth, forcing out words through the pain. Brother. Big brother. Sensing Yun Chen's disappearance, she had lost control, a classic trope in a leveling manhwa. Back at the villain's side, Elvic knelt on the floor, laughing maniacally. The Descent organization wins again. The only genius capable of beating Elgar is dead. Humanity will drown in despair. Ching Cheng's face was shadowed and cold. She didn't say a word. Her shadow entity, Little Yu, transformed into iron chains. You dare to laugh. The chains constricted around Elvic's throat, making him cough blood. She threatened him with icy calm. Laugh again. I dare you. Keep laughing. Little Ling spoke up respectfully. Master? What about Mr. Yin? Ching Cheng replied, without missing a beat. He was merely sent to the dark world. He won't die. I intended to send him there for training anyway. This just speeds up the schedule. She pressed her fingertips together, radiating confidence. I trust my judgment. This little setback won't break Yun Chen. Meanwhile, in a desolate dimension, the black hole reappeared. It faded out, dropping Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling into a freefall. They landed swiftly on the strange grass. Yun Chen shielded his eyes, scanning the horizon while Lu Miaoling asked, Is this the dark world? Yun Chen nodded. It's just like General Zia said, completely different from what I imagined. Suddenly, a scream of pure agony erupted behind him. Yun Chen spun around. Lu Miaoling was on the ground, writhing in pain. Crap. I forgot. The atmosphere here is pure dark energy. I'm immune, but the president isn't. Yun Chen dropped to one knee, beside her, voice urgent. President, hang in there. He downed a mana potion in one gulp and summoned his staff. I need to stabilize her. He pointed the staff, and a barrier of light enveloped Lu Miaoling. Basic pre-skill, holy purification. She trembled on the ground as dark tendrils of miasma tried to invade the barrier of light. Yun Chen gritted his teeth, maintaining the shield. I'm still weakened from the battle. Even with the mana potion, I can only cast purification a few times. Suddenly, his senses spiked. He glanced backward. A demon was watching them. Yun Chen's eyes narrowed. Not good. A demon kin. But the demon's reaction was unexpected. He looked terrified upon seeing the two humans. He turned and sprinted away, screaming, Help! The evil humans are here. They're going to slaughter the village. Guards, save me. Yun Chen blinked, totally confused by the role reversal. Lu Miaoling, weak but determined, reached out. Don't let him escape. Don't move a muscle, he warned sharply. Our stamina is critically low. Yun Chen cracked open another vial, preparing to down the elixir. Several more vials hovered in the air beside him. As he drank, he grimaced. The dark energy here is infinite. My purification skill can only buy us a few seconds. President, you must synchronize with this environment immediately. If you don't, the corruption will devour you and turn you into a beast. I know that Yao Ling gritted her teeth, her body trembling violently, yet her will remaining ironclad. It is just a little bit of darkness. Suddenly, she erupted with power. Emerald energy surged outward, crackling with lightning. You won't consume me today. A black tail manifested behind her, signaling her transformation. Her vitality returned in an instant, her aura stabilizing. Witnessing the miracle, Yun Chen let out a breath. Transformation successful. Yao Ling placed her hands on her hips, explaining confidently, "My final elements are yin and yang. Since yin aligns with darkness, I can harness it." But behind her, a legion of demons began to swarm. Yun Chen stared down the approaching horde, his eyes narrowing. However, it seems fate won't let us catch our breath just yet. The demons roared with bloodlust. "Filthy humans! You will die and become sacrifices for our god." They screamed in unison. Yun Chen's gaze turned icy with caution. "These demons aren't elite. They are merely first or second class," he analyzed. "But my weakened state debuff won't wear off for another 30 minutes. President, you are also under the curse's suppression. Fighting now is suicide." Before he could finish, Yao Ling's hand clamped onto his arm. In a blink, he was thrown onto her back, confusion filling his mind. "Huh," Yao Ling dashed forward, shouting her decision. "Obviously, we are choosing the strategic retreat option." "Hold on tight," Junior Yun Chen couldn't help but marvel. Such decisive escaping. Behind them, the demon horde shrieked, "Chase them! Do not let the prey escape!" The enemy unleashed the Shadow Eye ability. Burdened by Yun Chen's weight, Yao Ling struggled to weave through the barrage of lethal attacks. Long-range bombardment. Time to test my agility stats. "Junior, don't you dare fall off." She danced through the air, barely evading the strikes while gripping him tight. After miles of desperate sprinting, blood trickled from her lips. She had taken countless hits, yet she forced a grin. "Hey, perfect evasion. Your fundamentals are solid," she joked. Yun Chen looked at her injuries and deadpanned. "I was the only one who dodged perfectly. You took every hit." Instead of answering, she activated a burst of speed, her strides eating up the ground. But Yao Ling was critical. Blood soaked her clothes, her body a map of lacerations. She smiled, eyes fixed on a specific point. "Ha, these are just scratches. Besides, we have reached the finish line." Yun Chen frowned. The finish line. She skid to a halt, forcing her legs to stop. Yun Chen hopped down, watching her sway unsteadily. "President," he asked, shocked by the scenery. "Did you?" She could barely stand, yet her voice remained proud. "This is it. I spent the entire day scouting for this perfect defensive terrain." Suddenly, she grabbed his wrist and hurled him into the cave. "I don't have the stamina to carry you anymore. Hide inside and don't come out to cause trouble." Yun Chen hit the ground, his strength depleted, but he instantly forced himself into a sitting position to analyze the situation. Damn it. The tactical advantage here is that guarding the entrance protects the interior. But the flaw is fatal. By holding the choke point, she loses all maneuverability and has zero retreat options. He stared at his trembling hands, the harsh reality sinking in. "Right now, even if I join the fray, I am nothing but a liability. My weakened state lasts for another 18 minutes. I must recover." He yelled desperately to Yao Ling, who stood like a guardian at the cave mouth. "President, if you can't hold them, you must run. Do not fight to the death." She stood tall, her silhouette radiating defiance. "Ha, running isn't my style. Come on, I'll bet my life on this battle." Dust and smoke swirled around the cave entrance. Yao Ling stood alone, a solitary fortress, against an entire legion of demons. The enemy unleashed hell. Explosive flames, blood claws, and shadow eyes rained down. Yao Ling countered, unleashing her own incineration skill to burn them away. Her single strike clashed against hundreds, but the damage accumulated instantly. Her defense crumbled, and she vomited a mouthful of crimson blood. "Curse it, my flames aren't enough." Inside the cave, Yun Chen watched in agony, desperate to help, but cold logic held him back. "No, I cannot step out." In this Manhwa recap, a burden is worse than useless. I must suppress my emotions until the debuff clears. Yao Ling glanced back, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. As expected of my junior, he didn't let feelings cloud his judgment. A brilliant tactical decision. She channeled her remaining mana, fully manifesting her fox ears and tail. Elemental magic cost too much. Her eyes glowed blood red, and her claws extended like daggers. "Fine then." Yao Ling embraced her half-beast form. "I'll switch to melee combat." She unleashed the blood roar and skyclaw arts as the demons fearlessly charged. "All humans must perish. If we let them live, they will only slaughter us later. Tear her apart." Yao Ling roared back in fury. Do not invert justice. You demons are the ones who deserve extinction. She threw herself into the horde, a whirlwind of violence. But the numbers were overwhelming. Already wounded, she took a heavy blow to the spine, and instantly a barrage of attacks buried her. The skirmish paused as she collapsed, gasping for air, her energy reserves empty. She thought bitterly, to be cornered by low-level trash. Truly a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs. Yet the demon horde hesitated, terrified by her resilience. This human is a monster. She is broken and bleeding, so why does she still refuse to fall? Is she immortal? With her power, she could have easily escaped, yet she chose to stay and fight. Hearing their fear, the corner of Yao Ling's mouth lifted in a smirk. Run impossible. I have a duty to protect a genius. From the darkness of the cave, Yun Chen heard every word. I don't know his secrets, she thought, but that Junior has infinite potential. In this leveling manhwa, he gets stronger every single day. If Yun Chen is allowed to grow, he will be humanity's salvation. Yao Ling placed a hand over her heart, her resolve absolute. Trading my life for his, it is a bargain I would make 1,000 times. A demon general lunged forward, screaming in rage. Delusional fool, neither of you will survive this night. Despite her overwhelming power, her spirit energy was completely drained. She turned to Yun Chen with her last ounce of strength, whispering, Junior, I can't go on. With your intellect, you must find a way to stall for time. Just then, the demon's massive blade slashed down. Lu Miaoling thought these were her final words. The demon roared, Die vermin. But suddenly a single hand caught the blade, shattering it on impact. Yun Chen's voice pierced the chaos. No, our date isn't over yet. Yao Ling's eyes widened in shock. Junior, how did you overcome the weakened state? Though battered and bruised, Yun Chen stood like an undefeatable god. No, he replied coolly. I have 3 seconds left, but 3 seconds is all I need. System S+, rank invincibility activated. Immunity to all damage and crowd control. The demon stared at his broken blade in terror, screaming for his minions to attack. What is this monster? Kill him, tear him apart. The horde of demons surged forward, unleashing a barrage of chaotic abilities. Die, you human scum. Yun Chen's expression darkened like the abyss. He readied his strike, muttering skill fusion. Countdown start. Blue flames erupted around his fist. It was the perfect fusion of the mage's fireball and the fighter's impact punch. 2, 1. Time's up. Yun Chen roared, unleashing his ultimate move, Cloud Demon Flame Strike. The azure flames consumed everything in their path, leaving only the echoes of agonizing screams. Lu Miaoling finally exhaled, her heart slowing down. Phew, it's finally over. Yun Chen pulled out an item, his gaze sharp. Not necessarily. These demons were just a random patrol. He applied a substance to the cursed mark on his neck. If I don't mask this soul tracking seal, the hunt will never end. The mark faded, successfully camouflaged for now. He gazed into the distance, eyes narrowing. Besides, I sensed something troubling in that direction. Moments later, back at the cave, where Yun Chen and Yao Ling had hidden, a massive demon radiating an aura of pure destruction approached with a trembling subordinate in tow. Kalada spoke, his voice like grinding stones. The soul-chasing mark ends here. Are you certain a human was present? The subordinate dropped to his knees in terror. My Lord Supreme, demon of the great Night-Severing clan, how would this lowly one dare deceive you? It is the truth. Kalada glared at the empty space. From your description, that rat must be Yun Chen. I don't know what trick he used to mask the soul-chasing seal, but following his trail ends here. The minion stammered, could the wretched human have fled? Kalada looked toward the towering peaks in the distance, scoffing. Fled? Impossible? Ahead of them lies only a dead end. His eyes gleamed with malice. That is the boundless forbidden mountain range. Legend says, it is a domain forbidden by the gods themselves. No one enters alive. Even the 72 demon lords dare not trespass, let alone cross it. Kalada stepped forward, his face twisting into a sinister grin. Every step he took shook the ground with overwhelming pressure. I simply need to follow at my leisure. The only thing awaiting them is death. Meanwhile, amidst the rugged peaks, the sound of heavy breathing echoed. Huff, huff. Yun Chen was mid-workout when the makeshift curtain lifted. Yao Ling stepped in, impressed. Junior, your dedication to basic training is terrifying. Even in this world of darkness, you never rest. Yun Chen paused, wiping the sweat from his brow. Physical conditioning is absolute. He knew that attribute points and skills depended on his daily quest accumulation. He couldn't skip a single day. Suddenly, a system window materialized before him. Mission Global Supremacy Tournament. Status complete. Detecting host achieved rank 1 globally. Distributing supreme tier rewards now. Rewards: received S-rank living space soil, S-rank limit breaker stone potion of divine luck, and a blank equipment blueprint. Chen smirked internally. So the spoils of war from the tournament have finally arrived. He analyzed the loot. Living space soil. This is legendary material for spatial artifacts. High-tier awakeners use this to build entire mobile fortresses. General Jia's treasure vault was crafted from this very material. And the limit breaker stone is self-explanatory. It shatters the potential ceiling of any equipment, evolving it to a higher tier. The potion of divine luck needs no introduction. But this blank blueprint, I've never seen anything like it in any leveling Manhwa database. It must be a system-exclusive artifact. Its final grade likely depends on the materials used. While he strategized, Yao Ling stood there, feeling thoroughly ignored. Chen was lost in the possibilities. If I use top-tier materials, I could craft a god-slaying weapon. Yao Ling waved a hand, confused. Junior, why are you zoning out? Come on, let's have breakfast. Chen snapped back to reality, and they sat down at the makeshift table. Yao Ling sighed, picking at the food. Thank heavens I stockpiled monster meat from the extreme glacial domain. Without it, we'd have starved to death by now. She took a bite, her mood lifting. Still, I have to hand it to you. It's a miracle you found this abandoned village in the middle of nowhere. She glanced at the cobwebs, draping the corners. It's dilapidated and clearly abandoned for decades, but it beats sleeping under the open demon-filled sky. Chen ate thoughtfully before speaking. President, looking back at the tournament, there were too many irregularities for a simple Manhwa recap. For a global event, the Holy Empire should have stationed 4th-class Awakeners to guard it. Yet, they remained completely passive. He recalled his fight with Elger. The preliminary rules banned everything but basic potions, even food. Yet Elger managed to smuggle in a specific cursed artifact. Even after I reported him as a dark cultist, he was allowed to compete. Chen reached for another piece of meat. If my deduction is correct, I fear that Clack Yao Ling's chopsticks slammed down, pinning Chen's in place. Her aura shifted instantly. Stop. Her voice dropped heavy with warning. I know what you're implying, but we have no evidence. It remains nothing but speculation. Right now, our only priority is surviving the hell in front of us. Chen sat back, his face shadowed a knowing smirk playing on his lips. It seems the president already knows the truth, but refuses to face it. Seeing the tension, he quickly shifted gears. Eat up. We need to move. The two finished their morning meal in silence and departed immediately. Breaking the quiet on the road, she called out softly, Junior brother. Standing before a peak that seemed to pierce the heavens, Yao Ling voiced her concern. Is this truly our destination? The energy here. It feels ominous. The emerald peaks stretched endlessly, a majestic sight, yet crossing them seemed like a feat for the gods, not mortals. Chen fixed his gaze on the summit, his expression unreadable. It is the only path left to us. 2 humans had suddenly appeared and slaughtered countless demons. The chaos they caused was undeniable. Turning back now was not an option, only death awaited them on the path they had walked. Even facing the immensity of the mountain range, his voice remained steady as a still lake. I have already activated my detection skills to scan the perimeter. For 1,000 miles, there is zero sign of life. With our current rations, a detour is impossible. We have no choice but to march forward. Perched on the precipice, Chen voiced the suspicion gnawing at him. There is something else. From deep within the rock, I sense a faintly familiar aura. It is unsettling. The question burned in his mind. What exactly lies within this mountain? Yao Ling turned and tapped the stone face. The density is incredible. Brute force will not shatter this barrier. I fear we are trapped. Chen extended his hand, mana gathering at his fingertips. Let me test a skill against it. The moment his skin made contact, the invisible barrier shattered into nothingness. A gasp escaped her lips. The veil dissolved, revealing a hidden passage cut into the cliffside. She stood frozen in disbelief. Junior, what kind of power was that? He quickly shook his head, just as bewildered. I did nothing. It opened on its own accord. Peering into the gloom, Chen could not hide his awe. To think a cavern was hidden here all along. Without hesitation, they leaped across the chasm. But the moment their feet touched the inner sanctum, the sight before them froze the blood in their veins. This. Yao Ling reached out, curiosity overtaking caution. What lies inside? But realization struck like lightning. Corpses. No, these were coffins. Chen seized her wrist instantly. Do not touch them. His voice was urgent, laced with dread. I sense a terrible omen radiating from them. It is best we keep our distance. His pupils trembled, dilating in shock. What terrified him most was not the death, but the familiarity. Staring at the stacks of coffins, Chen felt a cold sweat break out. Where did this sensation come from? Could the entities inside be known to me? Or is this a premonition that this place is my final resting place? Rage and fear mixed in his heart. Damn it, this energy is suffocating. I cannot stay here a second longer. Composing himself, Chen called out to Yao Ling, "Let us leave this place immediately." Sensing the danger, she nodded quickly. Agreed. Watching his retreating back, Yao Ling felt a ripple of surprise. The junior apprentice was usually calm. To see his emotions fluctuate so violently was a first. Elsewhere, Colada's voice boomed in hysteria. What in the netherworld is happening? He stared wide-eyed at the fading barrier. The forbidden mountain range. It is absolute law that none may enter. Yet the seal has been shattered. Colada clawed at his head, denial warring with reality. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be hallucinating. But the evidence was undeniable. The barrier was gone. He muttered to himself, reciting the ancient lore. Decades ago, this boundless mountain fell from the heavens, crashing down, with a divine light that triggered a celestial phenomenon. The story goes that the mere shockwave of its impact annihilated every living soul within 10,000 miles. For decades following the cataclysm, the land remained barren, unable to nurture even the smallest spark of life. A crimson eye seemed to glare at the mortal world. To wield such power, only a god of destruction could possess such might. The devastation served as a silent, terrifying warning. A warning. No entry. Yet the demon race had gathered. If this was truly a god's descent, then, for the 72 demon lords at the apex of power, it was a temptation too great to resist. After a decade of probing revealed no retaliation from the deity, the lords formed an alliance. But all that remained was a blood-soaked battlefield. Despite their might, the barrier held firm and they were forced to abandon their conquest. Colada's voice trembled with fear. A place even the supreme demon lords failed to breach has been opened. Panic set in. This is far beyond my pay grade. I must report this to Lord Douanier immediately. The scene shifted back to Chen. He stood in silent contemplation, arms crossed while Yao Ling prepared a pot of soup nearby. Suddenly, the ominous mark on her chest faded away. Noticing the change, she cheered with delight. The final curse. It has vanished. Junior, we should start planning our return home. Seeing him lost in thought, she called out again. Junior apprentice Chen jolted back to reality. Ah, yes. She sat across from him, concern etching her features. What is troubling you? Ever since you saw those coffins, you have been dazed. Is the memory of that crypt haunting you? Or are you simply homesick? He offered a gentle smile. I admit I miss home, and I worry for Yuntang. His expression darkened slightly. But the coffins also weigh on my mind. I cannot shake the feeling, yet I have zero clues to follow. Thinking about it in circles is futile, he told himself. A memory surfaced regarding a skill marked by a green cross. Like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, he realized he had an escape route. I still possess the Staff of Resurrection. If I were to die here, perhaps I would respawn in the human world. Chen gazed silently at Yao Ling, serving the food. But it is a gamble. If I respawn in the dark world instead, the loss would be catastrophic. Furthermore, even if it worked, leaving the guild president alone in this realm is a cowardly act I cannot accept. He stood up, resolve hardening his features. President, my plan is to infiltrate the nearby demon town. I need to gather intelligence. You should remain here and await my return. He thought confidently, she is strong enough to protect herself now. Yao Ling stared at him aghast. What? A human walking into a demon settlement? Are you trying to throw your life away? Chen replied calmly, I never said I would go as a human. Dark energy enveloped him, and his form began to shift, morphing from the ground up into the likeness of a demon. The disguise could not hide his inherent charisma. If anything, he looked even more imposing. He was now a true demon. Sometime later, he arrived at the outskirts of the settlement. The inhabitants dressed remarkably like humans. As Chen passed, heads turned. Whoa, look at that guy. His aura is intense. He looks like a Dark Knight demon, but different. Maybe a mixed blood variant. He scanned his surroundings, analyzing every detail with a sharp gaze. Though their appearance differs, their lifestyle mimics humanity closely. I see no technology here. Either they never developed it, or this region is simply a backwater. Chen halted before a bustling tavern, making a strategic decision. If this is how their society functions, then this place is perfect for gathering intel. The receptionist bowed low the moment he saw the guest enter, sensing a heavy aura. "Welcome, esteemed Dark Noble. How may I serve you?" Yun Chen raised a single finger, his voice calm. "Bring me your signature dishes." Yun Chen's eyes darted toward a group of demons playing cards nearby. Interesting, he mused. Even in the abyss, racism exists among their own kind. He activated the Dark Empress skill, masking his presence, to blend perfectly with the Dark Noble race. Slumping into a chair, he rested his chin on his hand. Now, let the real work begin. Time to gather intel. Hunter skill sensory enhancement. Instantly, the ambient noise amplified, flooding his mind with a chaotic Manhwa recap of local gossip. Will that damned lord ever give it a rest? My son is only 16, yet they dragged him off as cannon fodder. Did you hear Karat from Larda Street evolved into a mid-rank demon? Incredible power. When will the room rates finally drop? Yun Chen frowned. Useless trivia. He needed critical information, not complaints about the economy. Bang. A heavy plate slammed onto his table, breaking his concentration. He stared at the contents, unsure if it was food or a biohazard. Your order, sir. Raw devil octopus tentacles marinated in swamp bladder. Enjoy. The waiter slid a piece of paper forward. And here is your bill. Yun Chen glanced at the numbers. 3 demon crystals. He sighed internally. Price gouging knows no borders. Thank God the system translates this demonic script. Being able to read the local language saved him a headache. He fished out 3 purple coins loot from his previous kills and handed them over. Hopefully, the currency exchange rate is universal. The demons I slaughtered dropped plenty of these. I assume it's money. Yun Chen looked back at the wriggling tentacles on his plate. His hand trembled slightly. Here goes nothing. I just hope my stomach has high resistance stats. He forced the food down. Leaving the tavern later, he wiped his mouth. The taste wasn't bad, but knowing what that monstrosity looked like makes me want to puke. He exhaled a long breath, satisfied despite the nausea. It was worth it. I gathered enough intelligence to map out the next move. Yun Chen began to analyze the mechanics of this dark world. Unlike the human realm, this wasn't a game overlay. The dark world was an ancient reality where mana had always existed. Because magic was so potent here, technology never evolved. It was a society ruled by raw power. Even the hierarchy was different from humanity's class system. Low nobles, mid-nobles, high nobles, and demon kings. In terms of a leveling manhwa, these corresponded to 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th advancement awakeners. Images of terrifying entities flashed in his mind. The peak powerhouses among the high nobles were known as demon lords. Most ruled their own territories. But above them all sat the 72 demon pillars, the absolute apex predators and rulers of their respective bloodlines. That's all I know for now. Yun Chen narrowed his eyes. The sea god statue's grease will run out eventually. I need to deal with this soul-tracking mark before then. Suddenly, his instincts flared. He shifted his gaze, blending into the shadows. Behind him, demons were scattering in blind panic, running like prey before a predator. Run, the Lord's guards are press-ganging soldiers again. Don't take me, I don't want to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Rover, the captain of the guard, raised his holy spear and roared. Why do you run? To die for the Lord is the ultimate privilege. It is a glory beyond measure. He waved his hand, signaling the troops. Seize them. Every male and female between 15 and 60. Leave no one behind, the guards shouted in unison. Yes, sir. The unlucky demons caught in the net struggled violently. Damn you, if it's such an honor, why don't you go to the front lines yourself? I don't want to die. Let me go. Amidst the chaos, the guards noticed one figure standing perfectly still. Hey, look at that kid. Why isn't he running? He's too calm. Another guard scoffed. He's not calm. He's paralyzed with fear. Grab him. Yun Chen stepped forward, his voice steady. Save your energy. I'll walk myself. This is actually perfect, he thought. A free ticket inside. Moments later, at the Green Pool Tower, a convoy surrounded by heavy guards entered the city gates. The captives, Yun Chen included, were herded into a square. Standing on the platform were the guard captain and a high-ranking demon official. Rover bowed slightly. Deacon Baha, what brings you here? Baha glanced over the crowd with bored eyes. The Lord is away on business. I am here to inspect the quality of the fodder in his stead. Begin. Rover snapped to attention. At once, he turned to the trembling crowd, spreading his arms theatrically. Congratulations, you have graduated from worthless civilians to brave warriors. From this day forth, your lives belong to this great world and our magnificent Lord. Now kneel and swear your eternal loyalty. One demon couldn't take it anymore. He pointed a shaking finger at Rover. Who the hell wants to be loyal? You kidnapped us. I'm not dying for you. I want to go home. Slash, a scream tore through the air. Arg Rover stomped the dissenter into the dirt, crushing the life out of him instantly. The demon coughed, blood eyes rolling back as he went limp. The crowd recoiled in terror. So cruel. He didn't even hesitate. Rover clenched his fist, letting the aura of violence wash over them. Do you know why I give the orders, and you follow them? Because I am strong, and you are weak. In this world, power is the only language that matters, he bellowed. Now kneel. Terrified, the entire group dropped to their knees, foreheads touching the dirt. Silence reigned. All except for one figure in the back, standing tall like a lone peak. Rover's eye twitched. He pointed his spear at Chen. You there, the brat in the back. Why do you refuse to kneel? Chen looked at him with eyes full of cold disdain. Because you aren't worthy. Rover burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm not worthy. You dare say the strongest warrior here isn't worthy. His voice dropped to a menacing growl. Kid, where did you crawl out from? Name. A soldier behind him quickly checked the ledger. Captain, his registration name is Wu Shi. He was conscripted today. No background. Likely an outsider. Rover turned to the platform, a sadistic grin on his face. Is that so, Deacon Baha? I know we're short on troops, but surely the Lord won't mind if I execute one for the sake of discipline. Baha waved his hand dismissively. Of course not. Necessary sacrifices must be made. Rover cracked his neck, delighted. Then I won't offer him mercy. I'll tear his corpse apart, and boom. Before Rover could finish his threat, a shockwave blasted him backward, embedding him deep into the city wall. Chen finished the sentence for him cold and sharp, and put it on display. Rover slid down the wall, vomiting blood, his mind reeling. What just happened? I was hit me by a rookie. He looked up to see two fingers wreathed in azure flame, pointing directly at his temple. The heat was searing. Chen stood before him, moving faster than the eye could track. It seems the strongest warrior here isn't you after all. Chen stared down the azure fire, reflecting in his merciless eyes. The scorching flames retracted, vanishing, as if they had consumed everything in existence. The remaining demons were instantly paralyzed by terror. Their captain was dead, obliterated without even a chance to resist. That captain possessed high-tier power among the upper demons. Baha realized immediately that this situation was catastrophic. The odds were overwhelmingly against them. This intruder was clearly a high-ranking demon. Baha turned on his heel, desperate to flee. He had to report this dangerous anomaly to the demon lord immediately. But the moment he turned, Chen's icy gaze bore into him, freezing his soul. Panic exploded in Baha's chest, forcing him to slam on the brakes. Why? Why are you stuttering? The protagonist analyzed the situation with cold logic. Judging by the trash that just died, absolute power dictates everything here, doesn't it? If I kill you, Baha, will I inherit your status? The demon dropped to his knees, slamming his head against the ground. Exalted upper demon. I am but a lowly servant. I have no status. Please spare my life. Have mercy, Chen replied with chilling indifference. A servant has his uses. I suppose I can allow you to keep your head for now. From now on, you follow my orders. The coward nodded furiously, swearing oaths of eternal loyalty. Rest assured, my lord. Whatever you command, consider it done. Next, his gaze shifted to the trembling lesser demons. Go back to where you came from. You are not needed here. Internally, he calculated fewer demons on the front lines meant fewer enemies for humanity. The demons hesitated for a split second, stunned by the mercy. We are eternally grateful. They scrambled to escape with their lives. Thank you, Exalted One. We can finally go home. As the stars began to sprinkle the night sky, moonlight bathed the magnificent castle in a silver glow. Inside the fortress, Chen sat at a grand desk buried in literature with Baha hovering nearby. My lord, why did you have me gather so many books? The servant couldn't hide his confusion. Most of this is just common knowledge. Hardly worth the effort. He slammed the heavy tome shut, his patience wearing thin. He shot a glare at the servant. You asked too many questions. Baha shrank back in terror. Forgive me. This lowly one overstepped. Chen reopened the book, impressed despite himself. As expected, of a demon lord's archive, the data is comprehensive. It details the history and insights of every species in the dark world. According to these records, there are over 100 demon races. While hybrids are common, the power structure revolves around the 72 great clans. In the ancient past, amidst the snow-capped mountains, their history mirrored humanity's. Demons divided territories, fought over resources, and lived in an era of endless bloodshed. High above ancient demons with wings large enough to blot out the sun, reigned supreme, until the Void Demon appeared, a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. No one knows where the Void Demon came from. He appeared from nowhere, and with absolute overwhelming power, he conquered the entire dark world in just 3 years. A single strike from him was like the palm of a god descending. He became the supreme untouchable existence. He then divided the dark world into 72 nations ruled by the strongest demons, the 72 demon pillars. This formed the current geopolitical landscape. Centered around the crater left by his palm strike, the territories were stabilized by the checks and balances of the pillars. Under the absolute authority of the Void Demon, the endless wars finally ceased. Peace lasted until 70 years ago. A creature called human suddenly appeared. They tore through the fabric of space, invading the dark world and slaughtering demons. The demon race rose in resistance, sparking an all-out war against humanity. Chen frowned, sensing a discrepancy. Something is wrong. To my knowledge, humans don't possess the power to invade the dark world. Just defending the border is a struggle for them. He traced the lines of text. This history is fabricated. But what is the purpose? Then the date caught his eye. 70 years ago. That coincides perfectly with the moment Earth began integrating with the system. Is it a coincidence? Or is there a deeper conspiracy? He snapped the book shut and broke the silence. Baha, what is your opinion of humans? The servant answered without hesitation. They are repulsive. Hatred dripped from his voice and twisted his features. They destroyed our peace. A precious comrade of mine was tortured to death by humans right before my very eyes. Chen stood up calmly. Before your eyes, you mean humans actually exist within the dark world and you've encountered them? Absolutely. Humans commit unspeakable atrocities. Sooner or later, I will exterminate them. Chen finally understood why the common demons had looked at him with such terror upon his arrival. The reality here is vastly different from what I imagined. I need more intelligence. Suddenly, a holographic interface materialized. Chain mission detected. Host meets requirements. Phase 1. Become the Demon Lord. Reward massive experience points. Phase 2. Unlocked upon completion of Phase 1. Chen read the screen, a smirk playing on his lips. Haha, now, this is an interesting development. It's just like the plot of a leveling manhwa. He stepped away from the desk. Baha, what are the requirements to become a Demon Lord? That is, the servant hesitated, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Does he intend to? A simple "humph" from Chen nearly stopped his heart, forcing him to speak. First, one must possess the bloodline of the Night Demon. Only those with that specific lineage are qualified to rule. Chen tilted his head, his eyes narrowing. Then do I meet the criteria? Baha nodded frantically, sweat pouring down his face like rain. Yes, you fit perfectly. Aside from your slightly smaller stature, you are the spitting image of a pure-blooded night demon. Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. The night granddaughter rules that clan. With my transformation skill, this shouldn't be an issue. He pressed on. What is the other condition? Baha made a slashing motion across his neck. Kill. You must execute the current Demon Lord and seize his demon regalia. Chen slowly descended the stairs, his voice calm. Excellent. You've served that lord long enough. It's time for a change in leadership. Outside, the massive city gates groaned open. A colossus of a red bull burning like embers marched in carrying a throne. Upon it sat a muscular demon swirling a glass of red wine, the Demon Lord Bodhi. He glanced at the city guards, sensing the tension in the air. What is this? The soldiers' morale is off. Has something happened in my city? Suddenly, a soldier rushed forward and fell to his knees. Lord Bodhi, emergency. Our captain has been slaughtered by an outsider. Bodhi shot to his feet, crushing the wine glass until it shattered in his grip. Rage twisted his face as he bellowed. What? Where is that bastard? I will slaughter him myself. The trembling soldier pointed inward, his fear palpable despite his loud report. He is inside waiting for you, sir. Cursing under his breath, damn it, Bodhi charged forward and kicked the heavy doors wide open. Upon the Lord's throne sat Chen, or perhaps we should call him Fog Silence now. He lounged arrogantly, flanked by armored guards like the villain in a classic manhwa recap. With a casual smirk, he taunted, "This chair is quite comfortable. Mind if I borrow it for a few days?" How dare you? The mockery sent shivers of rage through the Demon Lord. Bodhi's fury peaked. He summoned a massive warhammer, muscles bulging like granite as he roared. You are courting death. He slammed it down. The floor shattered, kicking up a storm of dust. Skill activated, explosive heavy hammer. A shockwave tore through the ground, slithering toward its target like a predatory viper. As the attack reached the throne, the guards scrambled for their lives. But suddenly clang, a spear shaft descended effortlessly, blocking the devastating strike. Chen held the weapon, his posture on the throne, as regal as an emperor. Such a fine chair. It would be a shame to break it. Bodhi launched himself into the air, moving so fast, he became a blur of shadows. Raising his hammer high, he roared, "Get lost, that is my throne. A wretch like you has no right to touch it." As the hammer descended, Chen braced for impact. His spear danced a blur of motion, too fast for the naked eye, parrying the colossal weapon with ease. The clash intensified. Chen moved with elegant agility, while Bodhi rampaged like a ferocious demon beast. The pressure of their battle was suffocating, so intense that outsiders couldn't even track their movements. Watching from a distance, the soldiers trembled in sheer terror. This was a battle between high-ranking demons. The power gap was absolute. There was no room for them to intervene. Chen struck. A thunderous blow with his spear forced the demon lord to block, but the impact was overwhelming. Bodhi was sent flying, his hammer slipping from his grasp as his hands trembled uncontrollably. Bodhi's eyes narrowed. This opponent was interesting. He looked like a frail brat, yet possessed monstrous physical strength. "You want to go toe-to-toe with me? Not bad. Not bad at all." He raised his hand, revealing a blood-red gauntlet that had materialized on his arm. "Kid, you took my attacks head-on earlier, didn't you?" Standing his ground, Bodhi thrust his palm forward. Dark energy surged, manifesting as sharp spectral fangs. "It seems you're eager to become nourishment for my power." Suddenly, flames erupted from Chen's body. Even the calm protagonist couldn't hide the surprise on his face. The flames were being siphoned straight into that gauntlet. Bodhi's eyes glowed with an ominous crimson light, like high-voltage lamps powering up. Bodhi was ecstatic, laughing with arrogant glee. "You are truly a delicious feast. Let your power flow into me." As more fire was absorbed, Chen calmly analyzed the situation. His attributes were draining away, while his enemy grew stronger. Is this a Demon King tool? Hard to tell. It was tricky. The gauntlet on the Lord's hand was now engulfed in roaring flames. "Kid, my hand of plunder doesn't just steal raw power. I will let you die by your own technique. Witness the true terror of a demon lord." Bwahahaha. With a wave of his hand, he instantly fired the powerful move he had just stolen, Fireball Jutsu. But that so-called super move was just a palm-sized fireball, moving at a snail's pace. Chen's face twisted in disdain. He swatted the flame away like a fly. Bodhi's jaw dropped, frozen in disbelief. The soldiers were shaken to their core. "Am I seeing things? Isn't that brat a noble demon? How is he fighting on par with the Lord? Why was that skill so pathetic? Even I can do a small fireball." Chen raised his hand, condensing a terrifying blue flame. "So you can even steal target skills? That is beyond my expectations. Unfortunately, you can't handle my level of power." Fusion skill activated. Mage class Fireball. Magic Swordsman class Flame enchantment. The flame expanded instantly into a meteor-sized inferno, crashing down right where Bodhi stood. Skill, Cloud Swallowing, Demon Flame. The blue fire detonated. "Arr!" A blood-curdling scream echoed that definitely caused some third-degree burns. Yet he charged out of the explosion, seemingly unharmed, shielding himself with the gauntlet. "Damn you, don't get too cocky." Chen triggered Phantom Step to dodge. "You want to steal my stats? As long as I don't get hit, that useless toy of yours means nothing." Suddenly, the spear morphed into a sword, locking onto its target. Fusion skill, Swordsman Void Slash. Blade Master Severing Slash. He leapt up, cutting a crescent moon arc through the air. Chen landed gracefully. Bodhi followed, by planting his face into the dirt. Chen sheathed his blade, a thought crossing his mind. This guy is really a demon lord. Aside from that tricky Demon King tool, he's weaker than I imagined. His eyes were filled with disappointment. This performance couldn't even compare to Xiao Yu, who was also a lord. The soldiers were in a panic. "We lost, Lord. Bodhi lost. Is it over? Do we have to surrender?" Baha, quick-witted, as ever, took the lead and decisively dropped to one knee. "Greetings, Lord." Fog silence. "Long live the new Lord." Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. "Greetings, Lord." Fog silence. Chen smiled, a hint of satisfaction on his lips. "So this is what it feels like to be a lord. Not bad." The red gauntlet suddenly materialized in his possession. Clearly, he had used the chaos to swipe it. As for this Demon King tool, it was definitely worth researching. Let's take a look at this fresh loot, straight out of a leveling manhwa. Item: Demon King Tool. Hand of Plunder. Restriction: Dark Knight Demon Race. Rank: Legendary. Attributes: Strength, Agility, and Intelligence, all increased by 800. Effect: grants theft type skills and plunder. Passive: Theft success rate, increased by 40%. Attack effect. 20% chance to randomly steal a skill or attribute points from the enemy upon hit. Note: if the target's attributes are higher than the user's, the success rate decreases. Stolen attribute points vanish after 24 hours. However, stolen skills can be possessed permanently. Description: A high-grade heirloom of the Dark Knight demon race passed down for 1,000 years. A symbol of the great demon lord. Chen stared at the floating item, thrilled to have snagged such a high-end legendary piece. In the human world, this would be considered a supreme treasure. Only apex families could dream of owning something like this. He gazed at it, his eyes softening with genuine affection. Before this, he rarely used his theft skills, because the success rate was pitifully low. He slipped the gauntlet on. It felt like it melted into his skin. It didn't hinder his movement at all. Now, with the Hand of Plunder buff, he could fight and steal simultaneously. It would be devastating. But then a question struck him. Wait, if he had such a powerful Demon King tool, why was Lord Bodhi so weak? Are all demon lords at this mediocre level? Hearing this, Baha bowed respectfully. Noble lord, I believe you have misunderstood. It is not that Lord Bodhi was weak. It is that our entire Dark Knight demon race has become too frail. The old demon recalled the majestic days of the past. 3 years ago, a human crossed through the dimensional rift, leading an army to slaughter their way into our world. Her conquest stopped right here in our Dark Knight demon nation. Back then, Baha was younger, lost in the crowd of terrified onlookers. I was just a lowly guard, then only daring to watch from a dark corner. But even from that distance, the sight of her is something I will never forget, for as long as I live. Her lips were painted black, her green hair tipped with shocking pink. Baha was terrified down to his very soul. Her gaze was absolute zero, devoid of any emotion, looking at the demon race, as if they were mere ants she could crush with a wave of her hand. The old demon shuddered as the memories came flooding back, scenes of apocalypse that would fit right into a dark manhwa recap. From that day on, our nation faced a massacre of biblical proportions. In just 3 short days, 15 demon lords and 3 demon venerables were erased from existence. Little Yu and Little Ling stood no chance. Even our supreme commander, the Dark Empress, one of the legendary 72 demon pillars, was slaughtered like a common soldier. It was so humiliating that the 2 strongest remaining demon lords knelt and surrendered unconditionally just to survive her pressure. Chen averted his eyes, whistling awkwardly. I have a hunch who that demon woman was. Teacher Ha. You really went all out, didn't you? Straight up invading the dark world. Baha's eyes dimmed with sorrow. We only survived because a great demon finally stepped in to drive her back. Otherwise, the Night Demon Nation would be history. Chen connected the dots instantly. So because all the elites were wiped out, Bodhi was promoted just to fill the ranks. The old demon nodded tragically. Exactly. We couldn't leave such vast territory ungoverned. We used to rank 60th among the 72 great clans. Now, we are dead last. He bowed, trembling with shame. My lord, I know you dislike conscription, but we have no choice. Please rescind your order. But Chen raised a hand, his voice ironclad. Absolutely not. In fact, issue a new decree. No more conscription. Cut taxes by half. Let the people live in peace. No one goes to the battlefield. Baha looked like he had seen a ghost. What? Our sole purpose is providing war resources to destroy humanity. This treason will get us killed. Chen's eyes narrowed, leaking, killing intent. Are you questioning my authority? The pressure was instant, and Baha recoiled. I will execute it immediately. Going now, Chen tapped his system interface, muttering to himself. I'm not staying here long anyway. Who cares about the consequences? Worst case scenario, I just bail. But first, let's claim these rewards. Suddenly, his eyes went wide at the notification. Oh yeah, that is the stuff. Golden energy surged through his veins as the levels began to stack up. 43, 44, 46. 6 whole levels in a blink. This leveling manhwa system is seriously generous. He grinned at the screen. Phase 1 complete. Time for Phase 2. But as the text scrolled, his grin froze. The system panel flashed ominously. Chain Quest Phase 1. Become a Demon Lord. Complete. Reward, massive XP. Phase 2 unlocked. Chen realized the gravity of the situation. Unexpected. System, you really enjoy torture, don't you? He stepped out onto the bustling streets to clear his head. The demons erupted in cheers. All hail the Lord, he is so majestic. Look over here, I will follow you to the depths of hell, my lord. One demon pointed a claw. Why is there a human with him? Another smacked him immediately. Shut it, can't you see she is a slave? Don't question the Lord. Ling whispered, wide-eyed. Wow, a few days ago you were a student, now you are a beloved dictator. Chen shrugged. Tax cuts work wonders. They reached the palace where Baha waited. He bowed deep. Welcome back, my lord. And how should we address this? Human pet you have acquired. Ling flinched. Pet Chen interjected smoothly. Just call her Xiao Ling. And she is not a slave. She is my personal attendant. Baha bowed again. To keep a human as a servant. Your benevolence knows no bounds. Now, please inspect the war warehouse. The tribute deadline is approaching. Chen's ears perked up. Warehouse. That sounded like music to his ears. They entered the massive vault piled high with treasures and armaments. Ling's jaw dropped. Holy. Look at this quality. This rivals the treasury of a mid-sized human kingdom. Chen turned to his subordinate. Baha, guard the door. I require absolute focus for the inventory. No interruptions. As you wish. Once the old demon was gone, Ling turned to him. So what is the plan for all this loot? If we leave it, they will use it to slaughter humans. Chen smirked, summoning a swirling black void. Which is why we are taking it all. Devour. The void roared to life, sucking in tons of equipment like a hungry black hole. Ling watched in utter disbelief. That is impossible. A standard system inventory can't hold this much, especially since you haven't even done your class change yet. As the darkness faded, Chen explained calmly. I found some legendary spatial soil earlier. I used it to upgrade my storage. I could fit 10 of these warehouses in my pocket now. The room was empty save for one massive mechanical beast. This is the real prize. Blue data streams reflected in his eyes. Appraisal skill activated. The system interface exploded with detailed data. Item demonic extinction cannon. Grade special war weapon of the Night Clan. Usage, stationary, or portable. Requirement, 1000 strength stats. Charge time, 15 seconds of mana infusion. Chen whistled. A bit clunky with the charge time, but the firepower is definitely worth it. Ling stepped up beside him. By the way, Junior, surely you don't plan to stay here playing Demon King forever? He chuckled, shaking his head. Of course not, but my next step, his voice dropped to a whisper, is to become one of the 72 demon pillars. The system panel flashed ominously in the air, confirming his ambition. Chain Quest Phase 2 unlocked. Objective rise to the rank of the 72 pillars. Rewards Mobile Fortress Void Blueprints legendary artifacts. Behind them, the warehouse stood completely empty. Yao Ling gasped, disbelief. Written all over her face. What? The 72 demon pillars. She couldn't believe her ears. You actually want to become one of them? That is absolutely impossible. Even a heaven-defying genius like you needs years to mature. But Chen began to explain. Under normal circumstances, you'd be right. But the current chaotic state of the Dark Knight Demon Clan provides a unique opening. Think of it as a game of chess, he said, his eyes gleaming with calculation. I touched upon this earlier during our journey. Master Xia already shattered their foundation, leaving only 3 ancient demon lords to hold the fort. The proxy forces representing Bodhi have crumbled since he is no more. Make no mistake, these 3 are legitimate demon lords, unlike that pretender Bodhi. Right now, they exist in a fragile 3-way stalemate. These 3 lords are tired of the endless civil war. They know that if one can unite the race and monopolize the resources, they could artificially create a demon venerable. Chen turned to Yao Ling, his voice low. According to Baha, they've realized that continued infighting will only doom their nation. So they've agreed to a final deathmatch in 1 year. The survivor rules everything. She raised a hand, cutting him off. Hold on a second. Are you suggesting you want to join this madness? That sounds like a suicide mission. For us, the priority is returning to the human world, she insisted. But Chen shifted the conversation back to their escape plan. I actually have a lead on how to return, he admitted. But President, you went through hell to reach this dark world. Are you truly content to leave with nothing to show for it? Yao Ling fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. Finally, she sighed. Honestly, no. At the very least, we should cause some chaos to relieve the pressure on the front lines. If we can make these demons destroy each other, even better. But I'm worried about you, she added, her brow furrowing. Facing 3 powerful demon lords alone, with your current strength, it's simply impossible. Chen nodded, his eyes burning with ambition. You're right. I can't beat them as I am now. However, like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa, I have a method to skyrocket my power in a short amount of time. The atmosphere shifted as the heavy silence of the night settled in. Outside the warehouse, Baha stood quietly like a statue until Chen stepped out. Baha, I've finished the inventory check. Lock it up. At once, my Lord Baha replied, pulling the door shut. But as he glanced inside, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. The warehouse was clean, literally. Not a single speck of dust remained. Baha stood there, paralyzed by shock. Empty. It was all gone. He turned his trembling gaze toward Yun Chen, his mind racing. Lord, this, Baha stammered. Yun Chen shrugged, acting as if nothing was wrong. I merely took my possessions from my own warehouse. Is there an issue? Baha scratched his cheek, bewildered. Issue, the entire treasury has vanished. This is daylight robbery, Baha thought frantically. Technically, as the Lord you can take what you wish. But that tribute was meant for the 3 high demon lords. This will cause a catastrophe. Yun Chen dismissed the concern with a casual wave of his hand. If they have a problem, tell them to come find me personally. Now, go about your duties. Baha collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. We're finished. Absolutely finished. Why did I get stuck with a lunatic for a lord? Once the 3 high lords find out, this entire city will be razed to the ground. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, a female demon with razor-sharp wires unfurling like wings behind her back stared into the distance. What in the world is that? Standing opposite her was another demoness with a voluptuous hourglass figure dressed in revealing armor. She gazed at the entrance and muttered, "The forbidden mountain range. The seal has actually been broken." A tremor of fear laced her voice. I don't know how, but it must be related to those 2 humans who invaded our world earlier. They likely triggered a hidden condition. Humans. The pale-skinned demon Duanye repeated, his eyes narrowing. He quickly deduced the truth. It must be Yun Chen and Yao Ling. They were reverse summoned here. That direction leads to the Dark Knight demon territory, he noted, calculating their trajectory. They're likely fleeing there. Shall we pursue? But the female demon remained calm. Under normal circumstances, they would be worth hunting down. But right now, we have a far greater priority. She stepped through the shimmering barrier. Come, let us witness what lies within the god-descended mountain range. As they landed on the hallowed ground, she whispered, just what secrets are buried here? Suddenly, Colada let out a horrified gasp. Look, it's nothing but coffins. Duanye raised his hand, gathering a strange pulsating energy. Interesting, he sneered. I'm dying to see whose corpse was important enough for a god to drop an entire mountain just to seal it. The dark energy latched onto one of the sarcophagi. Under the pressure of his power, the heavy stone box began to violently vibrate, a chilling, rattling sound echoing from within. Duanye's eyes widened in surprise. What is this material? It took a direct hit from my annihilation technique, yet it only suffered a hairline fracture. Frustrated, Duanye surged his power to the limit. Break for me. With a deafening crack, the lid shattered. Inside lay a corpse that instantly unleashed a terrifying wave of dark energy. Colada instantly recognized the aura. I know this signature. This is the body of Titara, the devouring demon. He stepped back, bewildered. The genius from 60 years ago. But didn't he die on the battlefield? Why is his corpse preserved here? The female demon remained unimpressed. It doesn't matter. No matter how glorious they were in life, once they die, they are nothing but rotting meat. Duanye looked down with disdain, but as he touched the coffin again, his expression changed. This material. It's not from the dark world, nor is it human in origin. It's extremely rare. We're taking everything. Every single coffin. Colada hesitated, trembling. Are you serious? These belong to a god. If we anger the deity. She scoffed at his cowardice. So what if we do? Unless there is a direct sacrifice, the so-called gods have never interfered with our world. She spat on the ground. If looting this place actually summons a god, then so be it. Duanye grinned maniacally. I agree. I'd actually like to see what these gods look like. Meanwhile, back at the city center, a massive structure loomed over the landscape. Inside the grand hall, the auctioneer's voice boomed. I thank all the nobles for gracing us with their presence. Welcome to the Antalya auction house. I guarantee that today's treasures will blow your minds. Yun Chen stood in the shadows with Yao Ling. He knew one truth: the fastest way to increase combat power wasn't just training, it was acquiring top-tier equipment. He glanced at the scroll in his hand. A blank system blueprint, he murmured. It's incredibly convenient. I just need to feed it materials, and it will auto-generate defensive gear. I've always prioritized offensive power. Yun Chen analyzed his stats. My defense is lacking, relying on basic gear. That's a fatal flaw. A full defensive set consists of 5 pieces: chest armor, greaves, belt, pauldrons, and boots. If I can gather a complete rare set, I'll even unlock a set bonus. Yun Chen's mind raced with possibilities. I currently have 2 S-rank materials looted from the warehouse. If I can gather 3 more and fuse 5 S-rank materials into this blueprint, just what kind of legendary artifact will I create? The auctioneer's voice boomed across the hall like a cannon blast. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have been waiting for has arrived. Let the official auction begin. Feast your eyes on our opening treasure. With a theatrical wave of his hand, he unveiled a large cage. Inside, huddled a trembling girl, a rare dark elf from the Shadow Clan, a pristine dark elf maiden. The bidding starts now at 380,000 demon crystals. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. A dark elf here, in the Dark Knight demon territory. Unheard of, true, usually only the Broken Knight demons have them. She looks exquisite, definitely worth playing with. Watching from the shadows of a VIP booth, high above, Lu Miaoling leaned forward, her curiosity piqued by the spectacle below. Dark elves. The fallen nobility of the shadow world, she mused. Just as the junior mentioned, conflict breeds captivity. Enslaving other demon races is just the way of this brutal world. She glanced sideways at Chen. He is as cold as an iceberg, she thought. He has zero interest in women. A block of ice like him definitely will not bid on her. But before she could finish that thought, Chen dropped a bomb. 380,000. Lu Miaoling's jaw hit the floor as the auctioneer screamed in delight. Incredible. A lord has already matched the opening price. Do I hear any higher bids from the floor? The auctioneer slyly emphasized the bidder's location to intimidate the crowd. A bid from the private VIP booths. Only the most esteemed demon lords sit there. I wonder which territory he rules. The murmurs died down instantly. Those booths are usually empty. To fight a demon lord over a mere slave, that is a death wish. A heavy silence fell over the hall as the crowd backed down. Who dares challenge a lord going once, going twice? Sold. Just like that, Chen secured the girl without a fight. Moments later, a knock echoed at the door. Enter Chen, commanded coldly. Staff members wheeled the cage in. Honorable Lord, your purchase has arrived. Please inspect the goods. Chen didn't even look at the girl yet. He tossed a heavy bag to the staff. The demon crystals are all there. Count it and leave us. The bag was not just cloth. It was a spatial stone, a high-tier storage tool of the dark world. Checking the amount, the staff bowed deeply. Understood, my lord. As the door clicked shut, Lu Miaoling giggled. So the junior does have a taste for beauties after all, just like the vice principal. Honestly, a dark elf maid isn't a bad choice for this Manhwa recap. Chen stood up, his expression unreadable. President, you are misunderstanding. I do possess an S-class soul contract technique gifted by Principal Ye. He walked toward the trembling girl, his voice firm but calm. But I have no intention of using it on her. She flinched as he raised his hand, expecting pain. Instead, the chains shattered. The heavy iron fell away. Chen smiled, a rare warmth in his eyes. Congratulations. You are free. Chi collapsed into a deep bow, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Please tell me your name. I swear I will repay this kindness one day. Chen turned his back, waving his hand with effortless charisma. I am Wu Shi, Lord of Taroko. No repayment is needed. Just go home before you are caught again. Thank you, Lord Wu Shi. She didn't waste a second vanishing into the shadows to escape. The moment she was gone, Lu Miaoling sighed. Junior dark elves here are rare commodities. You bought her just to set her free. That is barely believable for a leveling manhwa protagonist. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Relax, President. I have my own plans. Meanwhile, on stage, the auctioneer was winding up the crowd for the main event. And now, item number 8. A treasure from the depths of the stone forest of the dead. Perfect for crafting legendary armor or refining the power of death itself. His voice reached a fever pitch as he pulled back the cloth. Behold, the Death Origin Stone. Starting price, 7,600,000. The hall exploded. 8 million, 8.3 million, 9 million. The price skyrocketed in seconds. Chen's eyes lit up. This was it. The reason he came to this wretched place? Baha's intel was solid, he thought. An S-class material. If I get this, I only need 2 more to complete my god-tier armor set. He leaned into the mic and spoke. 12 million. The hall gasped. The mysterious lord was striking again. He is crazy. But I guess a lord would not let a treasure like this slip by. So what if he is a lord? A voice shouted from below. I need that stone. The bids kept climbing. 12,800,000. 13 million. Chen didn't have time for small increments. He crushed their hopes with a single number. 20 million demon crystals. I hold the accumulated wealth of an entire city, Yun Chen smirked. You think your pocket change can shake me? The silence was deafening. 20 million? As expected of a generous lord, do I hear any challengers? The crowd below looked up in absolute despair. Damn it. He is serious. We wealthy merchants cannot compete with the treasury of a demon lord. It is hopeless. They bowed their heads in defeat. The gavel slammed down like a judgment from the heavens. Going once, twice sold. Congratulations, Lord, the Death Origin Stone is boom. A massive explosion tore through the stage. Dust and debris filled the air as cloaked figures stormed the arena. The demons panicked. What is happening? An ambush. Wait, that aura. Those are filthy humans. The intruders grinned, weapons drawn. Look at all this prey. So many demons in one spot. Let's paint this hall red. Chaos erupted. Spells and steel flew everywhere. The demons caught off guard were slaughtered like livestock. Panic turned the hall into a stampede. Wait, I am human too, a merchant screamed as a blade swung towards him. Do not kill me, I have money. Guards, where are the guards? Too late, run. The screams were deafening. Up in the booth, Lu Miaoling watched in horror. Humans, here, how is that possible? She looked at Yun Chen bewildered. Why are humans in the dark world? Yun Chen stood still, his eyes scanning the battlefield like a radar. Unknown origins. But they aren't weak. Second transition levels, 40 to 50. 2 of them are third transition masters, he calculated coldly. The security here does not stand a chance against that kind of firepower. His gaze shifted to the empty display stand. And more importantly, dark energy began to crackle around him. Those rats just stole my material. Look at this hall. The auction house was a goldmine. The looters gloated greed, dripping from their voices. My inventory is completely full, and we slaughtered a horde of variants to grind XP. This feels just like a power fantasy in a leveling manhwa. But the High Priestess of Light cut their celebration short with a cold command. Silence. Our mission is not yet complete. The new High Priest requires rare materials for his third-class advancement. We secured the Death Origin Stone, but looking at the route, she traced the map with a slender finger. Our next destination is the hidden treasure point. However, fate had other plans. Yun Chen had already closed the distance, his aura crushed down on them as he stepped from the shadows, robbing the place and thinking you can just walk away. Oh, this just got interesting. Seeing they outnumbered him, the humans readied their weapons with arrogant sneers. Another fool rushing to his death. We have plenty of time to play. Let's finish this quick. Without hesitation, Yun Chen deactivated his disguise right before their eyes, aura flaring. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Revealing his true human form, Yun Chen smiled, though his eyes remained cold as ice. We can talk this out like civilized people. Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling stood fearless against the auction house raiders. Seeing his transformation, one bandit gasped in confusion. Is he a human disguised as a demon? The High Priestess narrowed her eyes, sensing something off. Or a demon disguised as a human. Yun Chen ignored the speculation, his voice dropping an octave. You are humans, yet immune to the dark corruption. You slaughter demons without mercy, but you aren't dark cultists either. Who is your master? Why are you invading the dark world? What is your true objective? His expression shifted instantly. The High Priestess didn't bother with words. She summoned the Lance of Repentance for a surprise attack. Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling dodged the strike with effortless grace. A dark scowl crossed his face. I guess they prefer violence over conversation. The priestess chanted, unleashing the holy nectar. Buff golden light bathed her allies and their power levels skyrocketed, overflowing with limitless energy. Roaring with newfound strength, the fanatic screamed, "The bishop is waiting. Crush these heretics into dust." The mob charged at Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling like a tidal wave. Even while parrying a massive strike from a burly warrior, Lu Miaoling tried to reason with them. We aren't lying. We are humans, not demons. Killing your own kind in the dark world? That's insane. But the fanatic spat back with venom. You filth. Don't you dare call yourself our kin? Go to hell. Meanwhile, Yun Chen was juggling 3 opponents at once. A spearman saw an opening and thrust his weapon straight toward Yun Chen's vitals. Yun Chen ducked the spear, whistling over his head. He smirked, mocking his attacker. Going for the kill immediately. Is that how you greet a fellow countryman? The spearman screamed like a madman, eyes burning with religious fervor. Demon or human, it makes no difference. Anyone who does not worship the Lord is a heretic. He unleashed his ultimate move, the Radiant Flame Triple Strike, pay for your sins with your life. The other bandits cheered, convinced of victory. A direct hit from a third advancement powerhouse. That guy is toast. He's definitely reduced to ashes. His body and soul have been purified. The attacker grinned, certain of his kill, until his expression crumbled into pure terror. Chen had caught the spear tip with a single hand, light as a feather. I've slaughtered third advancement demons. Did you really think a few third-rate knights could stop me? With a slight squeeze, the steel shattered like glass. Chen's voice dropped, radiating a terrifying dominance. If you can't purify me, then allow me to purify your brain. The spearman trembled, realizing he had kicked an iron plate. Chen didn't hesitate. He activated a fusion skill, Lawless Ice Fist, and Hercules combined. He concentrated catastrophic power into his fist time for some physical purification. He unleashed the heaven-splitting Ice Smash. The punch connected with earth-shattering force, sending the enemy flying like a rag doll into the horizon. The holy warrior lay motionless in a crater. All that big talk, and now he was nothing but a corpse. Dusting off his hands, Chen glared at the survivors. The gap in our power is obvious. Ready to talk now. But they were brainwashed moths flying into the fire. Our lives for the Lord, kill him. Total lunatics. Chen sighed. Within moments, he and Lu Miaoling dismantled the small fry, leaving only the high priestess and one other alive and bound. Lu Miaoling frowned, wiping blood from her blade. These guys are insane. They fought with zero regard for their lives. I couldn't hold back. I had to put them down. Chen glanced at the pile of bodies with cold indifference. All dead. His expression didn't change, but he nodded in approval. Good. You're decisive. As expected of the guildmaster, you didn't hesitate when it mattered. He analyzed the captives. Paladins, sword, saints, and a third advancement high priestess. A textbook Holy Empire lineup. Truly divine. Lu Miaoling nodded in agreement. Standard classes for the Holy Empire. But we are in the middle of the Dark World. This doesn't add up. Chen locked eyes with the priestess, his voice sharp as a blade. Let me guess. You're the ones wreaking havoc here, attacking demons and players alike. Tell me your objective and who pulls the strings. Maybe I'll even join you. Suddenly, a rune on the priestess's forehead began to glow with blinding light. Join us. Only the worthy can join the descent. Only those who offer everything to the Lord. Lu Miaoling sensed the mana spike immediately and pulled Chen back. It's a trap. The wings of judgment moved the priestess. Screamed her final curse. Die, you filthy heretics. Boom. Her body detonated in a massive explosion of light. Reacting instantly, Chen fused his skills. Mage Shield and Druid. Guardian Vine casting the Shield of Life. As the dust swirled, a figure in the distance twitched. The last captive snapped his eyes open. This is my chance. He scrambled away while the smoke still obscured the battlefield. Inside the verdant barrier, they were untouched. Lu Miaoling explained, grim-faced, the wings of judgment. It's a failsafe from the Holy Empire. If they think they've violated their code, they detonate. So, a human bomb. How charming. Chen scoffed, dispelling the shield. Carrying a bomb in your own skull. Pure madness. But it'll take more than a firecracker to kill us. The dust settled, revealing the spoils of war. The Death Origin Stone had finally dropped, along with a museum map and other rare items. Call it a surprise jackpot. Chen immediately cast his appraisal skill on the mysterious white feather in his hand. But to his shock, both its rank and effects appeared as unknown. Just like the black feather from the dark cultists earlier, this one defied analysis. It had to be some kind of high-level identification crest. Before she died, that woman claimed to belong to the Advent organization. The real question was, did they have any connection to the Advent group back on Earth? Yao Ling offered a sharp deduction. Perhaps they were different groups sharing a name. After all, the dark cultists were fanatics who worshipped the demon race. One group prayed for a demon invasion, while these new guys took glory in slaughtering demons. They were hardly allies to humanity either. He had to agree with her logic. It was a mystery what exactly they wanted to bring down upon this world. But then, the president shifted gears. Chen had already noticed one rat pretending to be dead to escape. She had wiped out almost everyone, yet one survivor had managed to slip away. The two of them walked over to inspect the corpses. He saw right through her scheme. President, you let that guy escape on purpose, didn't you? Yao Ling nodded instantly. I really can't hide anything from my sharp junior. Her voice turned cold. Fanatics like them are impossible to interrogate. You can't pry information out of a madman's mouth. Better to let one live and lead us back to their nest. It might even open a path for infiltration. She glared at the corpse of the buffer, disgust written on her face. These scum slaughter innocent demon commoners. They act like heroes of humanity, but Yao Ling saw through their hypocrisy. In reality, their actions don't deal any real damage to the Dark World's power structure. All they do is fuel the demon's hatred toward humans. It will only lead to a cycle of insane vengeance. In the long run, they're just pouring oil on the flames of war. Her resolve hardened like steel. For humans to commit such atrocities, it makes me sick. I have to uncover their true objective. Chen gave a straightforward reply. You know I can't follow you down that path. A human operating alone in the dark world. I don't need to tell you how dangerous that is. Instead of getting angry, she teased him playfully. Oh, is my little junior worried about me? How heartwarming. But I plan to infiltrate a human organization. Even without a demon disguise, I'll be just fine. She flashed a confident smile at Chen. This senior doesn't want to hide behind her junior forever. I finally found a worthy mission, so I'm actually excited. Though concern gnawed at him, he remained silent. Yaoling turned to walk her own path, tracking the fanatics alone. Goodbye for now, future demon lord of the 72 pillars. He watched her go, his voice serious. Stay safe. She waved back without looking her spirit high. You too. Once she was gone, Chen immediately shifted focus to his own plans. He activated his transformation, returning to the form of the demon noble Wu Shi. With the Death Origin Stone secured, I now have 3 S-rank ingredients. Only 2 left to find. He decided to return and consult Baha. But the moment he arrived, a chaotic scene froze him in his tracks. The city guards were scattered on the ground, beaten and broken. Seeing their lord return, they struggled to report. Lord Wu Shi, a high demon under Carlos, attacked us. We couldn't stop him. It was a brutal scenario typical of a ruthless leveling Manhwa world. Carlos, one of the 3 great demon lords, holding real power in the Dark Knight Nation. He moved faster than expected. Chen strode toward the keep, commanding his men, take the wounded to get healed. I will handle the rest. Inside, Ross was trampling Baha with sheer arrogance. He ground his boot into the old demon's back, his voice dripping with rage. A tiny remote city like this dares to refuse the levy of ore supplies and soldiers. Who gave you the guts? Despite the crushing pressure, Baha refused to yield. These are the orders of my lord. We only obey him. Years of forced conscription drove our citizens away. Everyone supports his new policies. Ross didn't let him finish stomping his head into the stone floor with a sickening crunch. He sneered maliciously. Compared to the orders of the 3 great demon lords, his commands are trash. I didn't expect such loyalty to a coward's strategy. Baha's voice remained steady despite the pain. That is part of it. After all, my kin live within these walls. The Lord's orders may seem lax, but our lives have improved, and more importantly, I admire his style of leadership. He recalled the chaos after the terrifying human woman, Xia Qingcheng, invaded the Dark Knight Nation. Since then, the city of Suji had welcomed a new master. Everyone knows our Lord was placed here with insufficient strength. There will always be high demons who refuse to accept him and seek to take his place. Usually, demons would bow to the 3 great lords without question. Summoning every ounce of strength, Baha pushed himself up. But Lord Wu Shi is different. My faith in him is absolute. Serving a man like him is infinitely better than serving cowards like you. He bows to no one that struck a nerve. Ross slammed a fist into Baha's spine. Does that feel good? He rained punches down on Baha like he was hitting a training dummy. How about this? Is this comfortable enough for you? He grabbed the old demon by the throat, hoisting him up. Yet, even as he was strangled, Baha's eyes burned with conviction. When my lord returns, he will not forgive you. Ross laughed like a maniac. Is that so? You poor fool. You still don't realize the master of this city is about to change. He stared into Baha's dying eyes. Carlos ordered me to execute Wu Shi and take his place. But before I ascend the throne, cleaning up his trash seems like good sport. Just as Baha's life hung by a thread, a shadow materialized. Chen appeared instantly, his hand clamping down on Ross's wrist like an iron vice. His voice was low, vibrating with suppressed rage. My house is not for you to clean. Snap. With a single motion, he shattered the intruder's arm, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Realizing he had kicked an iron plate, Ross scrambled back to create distance. Staring at his mangled limb, terror seized him. Impossible. I didn't even sense his presence. This power level, it's far beyond my calculations. With that devil armament of his, I don't stand a ghost of a chance. Chen's eyes turned cold as ice. Deliver this final ultimatum to your master Carlos. Tell him not to bother searching for me. In 1 year at the Grand Duel, I will be the one hunting him. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for death. Roth spun around, trembling with rage. You arrogant brat. You think a nobody like you can claim a seat among the 72 demon pillars? You will pay for this foolishness with your life. But did Yun Chen intend to let him leave so easily? Flash. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist teleported directly into Roth's path, his voice dripping with killing intent. Did I say you could leave? Roth froze cold, sweat drenching his back. What are you doing? Without wasting a breath, Yun Chen drove a heavy fist straight into the envoy's gut. Bam. System activated. Yun Chen unleashed a devastating combo: shadow flow, absolute theft, and martial arts mastery. His hands moved like phantom blurs, executing the divine thief technique on his opponent. In mere seconds, he stripped every single treasure and artifact from Roth's body. The surrounding soldiers watched in stunned silence, their jaws hitting the floor at Yun Chen's terrifying sleight of hand. What just happened? To the naked eye, it looked like a simple beating, but the keen observers realized the truth: the arrogant envoy was being picked clean down to his very soul. Humiliated and enraged, Roth roared, "You bastard!" Desperate to reclaim his honor, he lunged at Yun Chen with murderous intent. Die. But when his fist connected, pat, it landed with the force of a soft cotton ball. Roth froze, horror dawning in his eyes. Something is wrong. It wasn't that Yun Chen's defense was high. It felt like his own power had vanished into thin air. Why? Where is my strength? My armor panic set in. Yun Chen looked down at him with the gaze of a predator and revealed the cruel truth. Your attribute points, your legendary gear, your skills, even your innate talent. Everything you had now belongs to me. Yun Chen placed a hand on Roth's chest, delivering the final verdict. You are nothing but a shell now. With a mere flick of his finger, Yun Chen sent Roth flying. The once mighty envoy blasted back hundreds of meters, like a broken kite, unable to withstand even a gentle tap. Yun Chen officially took out the trash. This is the peak satisfaction you look for in a manhwa recap. The underdog crushing the arrogant elite and avenging his people. Realizing he was ruined, Roth screamed into the sky, a sound of pure despair. My power, my equipment, it's all gone. How is this possible? The guards, though bruised and battered, felt their blood boil with excitement. A high-ranked demon was crushed in seconds and stripped of everything. Our lord, his power is truly terrifying. Yun Chen returned to his throne, radiating the aura of a king. He rested his chin on his hand, looking down at his troops. My loyal guards. That trash beat you senseless earlier, didn't he? Now he lies there powerless. Are you just going to stand there and watch? The guards understood the command, yet fear of the old hierarchy made them hesitate. Terror flickered in their eyes. But my lord, he represents Carlos. If we strike him now, the retaliation will be catastrophic. Who dares to offend a demon lord's envoy? He is a high noble. We are just dirt to him. Seeing their cowardice, Yun Chen crossed his arms, his expression hardening. Baha! The loyal steward stepped forward. Yun Chen's eyes blazed with disappointment. Are you a coward like the rest of them, Baha? Yun Chen's voice wasn't just angry. It carried the weight of their pathetic reality. The helplessness of the weak. The fear ingrained in Baha and every soldier in the city. Just because he serves Carlos? Just because he comes from the core cities? Does that mean you are born to be insects? Will you let them stomp on you until you die without making a sound? These words struck Baha's soul like a hammer. Something snapped inside the old steward. Baha marched straight toward the fallen Roth. The soldiers gasped. What is the head steward doing? Is he actually going to strike? Impossible. He's probably just checking the envoy's injuries. Baha is always cautious. He wouldn't dare provoke a war. Right, he's a diplomat, not a warrior. But even broken on the ground, Roth's arrogance knew no bounds. Filthy peasants, you backwater trash think you are worthy to even look at me. Your master is a dead man walking Carlos. Will obliterate this city. Do you idiots really want to die along with him? Crack Baha didn't speak. He simply raised his boot and stomped directly onto Roth's face. The sound echoed through the hall. The soldiers' jaws dropped, their eyes popping out of their skulls. Holy sheech tea, that's Carlos's envoy. The steward actually hit him. Has he lost his mind? Baha has gone completely insane. Truly, the most loyal of servants, Baha turned to the trembling crowd, his voice shaking with adrenaline. Did you not hear, our lord? This is how the three great lords view us. This monster slaughtered our brothers on his way in, without blinking. Are you content to be trampled ants forever? He pointed to Yun Chen on the throne. Our destiny changes today. Our lord, the master of the mist, is destined to ascend as one of the 72 demon gods. This enemy has no power left, yet you still cower. Shame on you. Cowards have no place in his kingdom. Yun Chen stood up, his voice booming like thunder. Pledge your lives to me. We will overthrow the demon lords. Or, you can stay on your knees and live as insects. his voice amplified by magic, shaking the very walls. I give you this one choice. Choose now. His overwhelming charisma shattered their fear. Screw the Great Lord's resentment that had been suppressed for years erupted like a volcano. They treat us like slaves. They force their heavy taxes and conscription quotas onto us, making our own people hate us while they live in luxury. But now we are the soldiers of a future demon god. Imagine the glory beating a high noble to a pulp. Just the thought makes me shiver with excitement. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The guards circled Roth, their eyes glowing like hungry wolves surrounding a wounded deer. Roth scrambled backward, terrified. You! What are you doing? Stay back, you filth. You can't afford the consequences. But his threats were empty air. The mob descended on him, fists flying in a chaotic symphony of violence. Screw the three lords, who cares about them anymore? Compared to our master, a future demon god, a high demon, is nothing but dog shit. Our path to glory starts with your blood. You're just a stepping stone for our rise. Beat him to death. Roth's screams echoed through the castle. Ah, you animals! Finally, they tossed his broken, swollen body outside the city gates like a sack of trash. After laying motionless for an hour, Roth dragged himself up, his face unrecognizable. I will report this. Carlos. We'll wipe you all out. Back inside, the adrenaline faded, and reality crashed down on the guards. Oh God. The Lord's words. It was like a spell. I completely lost my mind. What have we done? We beat an envoy. We're doomed. The retaliation will be merciless. Even Baha was huddled in a corner, clutching his head. I'm insane. I actually kicked him. The city is finished. Only Chen remained calm, smiling at the chaos. Relax. Everyone goes a little crazy sometimes. He mused silently, realizing that igniting the courage of this ragtag bunch was no small feat. It turned out he had to unleash a fusion of warrior warcry and lancer skills just to trigger their adrenaline and rally their spirits. Without secretly activating those buffs, they likely would have cowered in fear until the bitter end. Of course, their deep-seated resentment played a part. Without that spark, no amount of skill spamming would have yielded such results. Seeing Baha look so flustered, Chen felt a twinge of sympathy. Although he had to admit, his methods were a bit underhanded. But the objective was secured. They had no path left but to pledge their lives to him. In return, he vowed to fulfill his duty and elevate them to heights they could never imagine. He wasted no time issuing a new decree. Baha, I have a mission for you. Burn through every last magic coin and resource we have. Max out the guard's potential stats immediately. The old man stared at the spatial stone, unable to believe his master's generosity. That was the entire treasury hoard of the previous Lord Vedi. The bulk of the fortune was inside. While everyone knew strength ruled this world, no lord in history had ever poured out their capital so recklessly. Chen pressed on with urgent business. What about the S-rank materials I asked you to track down? Any leads? Baha shook his head honestly. None. Those items are legendary. Seeing one at an auction is already a miracle. The protagonist pulled out the map seized from the humans, his eyes gleaming. Then, it seems our only lead lies within this treasure map. Baha, take a look. Is this authentic? The veteran's eyes scanned the parchment. The route was straightforward. Cross the endless desert, navigate the swamp of the missing, and reach the Void City. The Flame Demon Purgatory. Sudden realization struck Baha like a physical blow. He urgently warned Chen. This isn't a treasure map. It's a death trap meant to deceive fools. Chen remained calm. This was well within his calculations. You mean it's fake? No treasure inside. Baha's voice dropped to a grave whisper. No, if you follow this map you might actually find S-rank materials or even a king's ransom. But the destination is the Flame Demon Purgatory, the domain of the violent Flame Demon clan. It is a forbidden zone of absolute brutality. The violent Flame Demons are an ancient lineage predating the division of the 72 demon pillars. Their power is absolute, and their patriarch's strength rivaled any of the 72 demon gods. Yet overnight, their entire race faced extinction. Rumors say they offended a god, or perhaps a void demon. Regardless of how they perished, the purgatory remains filled with endless treasures. Countless powerful demons, even demon kings, traveled thousands of miles seeking fortune there. Forget about the loot. Simply returning with their lives was a miracle. Baha bowed deeply, fear evident in his posture. Forgive my bluntness, my lord, but you must abandon this. Even ignoring the purgatory, the endless desert and swamp of the missing are graveyards no one escapes. But Chen's resolve only hardened. On the contrary, I think it's worth the risk. At the very least, it won't be a boring trip. In his mind, Chen was buzzing with excitement. This felt exactly like a high-level dungeon in a leveling manhwa. He was a master at mob grinding, and with his arsenal of divine skills, survival wasn't an issue. Baha sighed, his worry shifting. My lord, you always act alone. I hope you consider the safety of the city as well. This journey is long. If the 3 great demon lords send assassins while you are gone, Chen cut him off with a chilling calmness. They won't. After the power I displayed, unless they come personally, sending fodder is just feeding me EXP. Besides, the duel for the 72 pillars is in 1 year. Rather than wasting energy on us, they'll be hoarding their strength for the main event. As expected, of the head butler, Baha's logic was sound, but Chen's was absolute. You make a valid point, my lord, but please take these precautions, a sensory crystal and a return scroll. If the city falls under attack, as long as you aren't in a dimension-locked space, you can teleport back instantly. Chen accepted the items and issued his final command. Prepare my travel gear. We depart at dawn. Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner of the dark world, Yao Ling had successfully breached the lair of the Descent organization. Infiltration was laughably easy. These fanatics were surprisingly naive. Wearing their robes and shouting their dogma made her an instant comrade. Perhaps being human helped blend in. She didn't know who this lord was, but shouting it worked. A cultist bowed respectfully. Please, newly arrived priestess, enter the courtyard. It is time for our daily prayer to the Supreme Lord. The figure stepped onto the high platform, but their identity sent shockwaves through Yao Ling's mind. What is this? That new high priestess is. As the face came into focus, she screamed internally, Lucy. Lucy's voice rang out hypnotic and clear. O Supreme Lord, your will is our steel, your mercy is our growth. She clasped her hands in false piety. To serve you is our glory. We sacrifice everything for you. Watching from the back, Yao Ling's mind raced. Of all people to run into an old acquaintance here, and she seems to be living the high life compared to me. This is bad. If she recognizes me, I'm dead. Cold sweat trickled down her neck. I don't have a disguise, skill, or a face-changing mask. Should I abort? I might never get this close to the inner circle again. Her eyes narrowed as panic fought with reason. Wait, I do have that one item. Just then, Lucy turned to the crowd, her smile masking something darker. Thank you all for your devout prayers. However, I bear heavy news. Her expression shifted to practice sorrow. The believers gathering materials for our reincarnation ritual have been completely wiped out. The crowd erupted. What annihilated even the captain and the 2 reincarnation priests' filthy demon spawn? Killing them isn't enough. Lucy raised a hand, wrapped in dark energy, to silence them. Do not despair. Her voice was soothing poison. They sacrificed their lives for me and for the Supreme Lord. Their deaths were glorious, and they hold no regrets. However, to truly commune with the Almighty, my reincarnation ritual must finally commence. Yet we are still woefully short on the necessary catalysts. But amidst the blind devotion, a single voice of dissent rose against Lucy's demands. He raised his voice in desperation. The High Priestess is indeed God's voice. She speaks to the divine, but the materials she demands are impossible to find. The risk is suicide. We would gladly die for the Lord, but we can serve him better alive. Suddenly, Ling shoved her way through the crowd, drawing confused stares from the masses. Her voice boomed with authority. You bunch of spineless cowards. Her stride was full of domineering aura. Is this the extent of your faith in the Almighty? Ling looked down on them like an empress addressing peasants. Do you not realize how noble the High Priestess is? She only asks for a few paltry materials. Stealing, robbing, even dying. Shouldn't these be trivial sacrifices for her sake? Why do you hesitate? Lucy was ecstatic at this display. She spread her arms wide, exclaiming, Oh heavens! Such pure, unadulterated devotion. This is the kind of loyalty one only sees in a manhwa recap. Hurry, come to my side and tell me your name. Ling suddenly froze, panic rising. I am. Little Spirit. Damn it, I forgot the fake name. Little Spirit Child, she blurted out using the ridiculous nickname her brother gave her. Lucy beamed. What an intriguing name. And why is your face wrapped in bandages? Are you wounded? Ling replied instantly. Yes. My face was ruined by the demon spawn, but I believe the Supreme Lord will restore my beauty in due time. Hearing this pious answer, a look of benevolent grace washed over the priestess's face. Such devout faith is truly intoxicating. However, it is a pity your voice sounds exactly like a lowly pig I once knew. Ling's blood boiled. Internally, she was screaming, You're the pig. Your whole family are pigs. Calm down. Breathe. Black feathers drifted down ominously around them. Lucy grasped Ling's hands warmly. But of course that swine could never compare to you. I shall report your deeds and your unwavering faith directly to the Lord. Lucy's black wings unfurled like a majestic fan, enveloping them both. You are truly worthy of the supreme God's favor. The crowd below gasped in awe. Heavens! A miracle from the master, her faith actually moved the divine. Lady Lucy, please forgive our insolence. We will steal, rob, or die to get your materials. Please tell the Lord of our devotion too. Ling glanced up, fighting the urge to roll her eyes. Her inner monologue sneered, "Miracle, what a load of garbage. It's just flashy skills and props for visual effects. These cultists are brain dead. So easy to manipulate." Lucy extended a hand. "Believer, little spirit child, will you lead the new material collection squad?" Ling forced a bow. "Naturally, my great high priestess." Though her lips said yes, her soul screamed no. She narrowed her eyes, thinking, still playing the hand-kissing game. Disgusting. Just you wait. Once you fall into my trap, I'll make you lick my boots. Meanwhile, deep in the wasteland, Chen's footprints marred the sand as he read a tome. He traced his path. Endless desert. This direction. Chen paused. A zone unclaimed by any specific demon tribe. In this danger zone, two colossal beasts watched from a rocky precipice. This place earned its name from the infinite hordes lurking within. He unsheathed his blade, settling into a combat stance. Time to enjoy this. His eyes narrowed. It had been too long since he felt the thrill of the hunt. Chen gripped his sword and launched forward like a Gale fusion skill swordsman. Speed sky curtain slash. A brilliant golden arc tore through the air. Hundreds of beasts roared as they charged. Yet he remained calm, dismantling them one by one in a graceful dance of death. A giant claw swept past his face. Chen dodged with effortless grace. He analyzed the battlefield while fighting. Open terrain, scattered mobs. Killing them individually is inefficient. He slapped a flying monster out of the air. Even with ample supplies, I must be careful. I don't know how long it takes to clear this endless desert. Like any protagonist in a leveling manhwa, resource management is key. The monster count was skyrocketing. They piled over each other, forming a grotesque wall of flesh. First basic attacks to draw aggro. The wall of monsters was nearly complete. Chen calculated the perfect moment. Group them up, make a solid wall, then wipe them out in one go. He activated his fusion skill. The mage's winding arm, dispersed mana, and a wave of azure light erupted from his weapon. The blue energy lashed out, binding a giant frog beast. Chen leaped high, generating a pulsating sphere of emerald power that rained down on the stacked mobs. The energies collided in a beautiful, deadly torrent. He surveyed the carnage, then swapped to a firearm, sighing. Insect types sound annoying. Weapon switch terror demon element dual pistols, shotgun rapid fire mode loaded. Chen glanced right. Green slime projectiles bombarded him, while monster corpses littered the desert floor. He crouched by a carcass. Unlike a dungeon instance, field kills don't auto-drop loot. I have to butcher the bodies for materials. Luckily, I still get experience points. It's not a total waste. Chen plunged his hand into the beast's chest to extract the core. Besides, field monsters drop something dungeon mobs don't. A shimmering pink gem appeared. Magic crystals, packed with dark mana. Demons consumed these to power up. Nearby coins drifted down like rain. Magic coins are the universal currency of the dark world, because they are minted from these very crystals. They hold intrinsic value. He looked to his left. Attributes stolen by the plunder hand are temporary, but skills can be learned permanently. However, using demon race skills burns dark mana. A blue flame merged with the demonic energy. In theory, as long as I possess dark mana and master the demon descendant arts, I should be able to directly channel the low-tier skills of the Jobless Drifter class. Chen gathered his resolve. Ignoring the inherent limits of the low-level Drifter class, this gamble was akin to exploiting a system bug. Would it work? There was only one way to find out. 3 months later, high up in a mountain cavern, an eerie purple light pulsed from within. Perched on a boulder, Chen surveyed the landscape below. 3 months of non-stop mob grinding. Unlocked. Level 7. And a massive harvest of fire fruits. He shifted his gaze, calculating the odds. This amount should be sufficient for the experiment. Even if I fail, I can sell the leftovers. I won't walk away empty-handed. Chen glanced back at the cave entrance, eyes sharp. I've laid a dense network of traps outside. No need to worry about interruptions. He stepped into the depths. Streams of violet energy swirled around him like living spirits. Chen's voice echoed with determination. Preparations are complete. Let the leveling manhwa simulation begin. Suddenly, a violent cough racked his frame. Agony exploded through every nerve, a sensation of pure torture. Yun Chen gasped. The pain. It's unbearable. He looked down, shock paralyzed him. Black fissures were tearing across his skin. My body. It's collapsing. How is this possible? Hideous gray rot began to spread across his hands like a plague. Yun Chen's eyes widened in realization. No, wait, this isn't just damage, this dark force. It intends to completely annihilate my physical form before reconstructing it. Recover, heal. But no matter how many times he commanded the system, it had zero effect. Despair began to set in. My bones, my muscles, my very blood vessels, everything is forcibly mutating into the biology of a demon descendant. In this manhwa recap, Yun Chen found himself utterly powerless against the transformation. Dark aura engulfed him from behind. Viscous slime oozed from every pore, hardening into an impenetrable cocoon. While his mind faded, a terrifying tyrannical power surged from within. Yun Chen's eyes glazed over, sweat pouring like rain. Is this? The true nature of dark power consciousness began to slip away into the abyss. But then a voice echoed in his memory. Miss Xia. Miss Xia. The memory of his conversation with Qing Cheng surfaced. Yun Chen ran after her, shouting, Miss Xia, you said the fundamental difference between the dark world and ours is the density of mana in the atmosphere. His expression turned deadly serious. If we humans lived in the dark world and adapted to it, could we evolve to become as powerful as the demon race? Qing Cheng raised a finger, her tone instructive. It is possible, but solely on the condition that one can truly adapt. This adaptation isn't merely about survival. It requires a fundamental biological shift to match the demon race to wield the unique dark mana specific to that realm. A single drop rippled through a pool of violet liquid. Qing Cheng continued. It is the ancient principle. When quantity accumulates, it triggers a qualitative change. The extreme density mutates the energy, creating dark mana, a force far superior to ordinary mana. Demons once stole our human skills. When fueled by their dark mana, those skills unleashed devastating power. Yun Chen pressed on. What about the reverse? Can humans use demon skills? She shook her head. Impossible. Demon skills require dark mana. Ordinary mana cannot fuel them. Qing Cheng began to break down the cruel reality of their world. They can wield our arts, yet we cannot touch theirs. It seems unfair, doesn't it? But that is the undeniable truth of the laws of physics. The inferior will always lose to the superior. That is the rule. Yun Chen rubbed his chin deep in thought. But I possess the demon monarch talent and the netherworld fire. Those are undeniably demon origins. She pointed directly at him. The netherworld fire is merely a seed item. It only becomes a skill after you absorb it. However, the demon monarch talent, that is a gift from the divine. Only a god can defy the rules, rewrite the laws, or create entirely new principles of reality. Only a god. She stepped closer, her presence imposing. If you truly crave the power of the demon race, there is a way. Like the dark cultists, you could be forcibly injected with dark mana. Absorb enough of it, and you will undergo a complete metamorphosis into a demon. Qing Cheng leaned in, whispering into his ear like a devil on his shoulder. But know this, once you cross that line, you will never be human again. Her next words struck a chord in his soul. Is that what you desire? Back in the agonizing present, Yun Chen struggled to form words. The green slime pierced his body like 1,000 jagged daggers. No. He bowed his head, voice trembling but defiant. This was just an experiment. I won't cast aside my humanity for power. If humans cannot wield dark mana, then I refuse to absorb it. Yun Chen clutched his head veins, popping from the strain. His eyes bulged as he looked at his hands. They were crumbling into dust. No, it's not stopping. Panic set in. He screamed. This process, once it starts, there is no return. A ghostly green flame erupted from his decaying hands. Divine self-healing. Even my S-rank regeneration is useless. This wasn't a physical injury. It was erasure. The eerie light blazed with blinding intensity. He stood frozen, a statue of despair. It feels like I violated a cosmic law. And now the system is trying to delete my existence to correct the error. Even the resurrection cross has been nullified. Cracks spiderwebbed across Yun Chen's face. He stammered. This sensation. It's terrifyingly familiar. The scene shifted. A sterile hospital room. Yun Chen lay on the bed, his sister Yun Tang by his side. Am I dying again? The heart monitor flatlined. Beep. He looked like a withered old man at death's door. Yun Tang gripped his hand, tears streaming down her face. Brother, don't close your eyes. You have to stay awake. Please don't leave me alone. Don't leave me. As he drifted away, Yun Chen stared at the ceiling. I'm sorry, Yun Tang. I want to live truly, but I can feel my consciousness dissolving like smoke. His eyelids grew heavy. I can't stop it. Faced with the absolute finality of death, I am powerless. Suddenly the void shattered. Yun Chen was floating in a dark abyss of water. His mind was scattering. I still can't stop it. This helplessness. It's just like that day. Is this really how it ends? He surged upward, breaking the surface with a gasp. No, not this time. I have already died once. Death is an old friend, but I refuse to go with him today. There has to be a way. Yun Chen slammed his hands onto the spiritual ground, analyzing the structure below. Visually, the human body and the demon body aren't that different. The only critical difference is that the demon physiology is naturally evolved to house and process dark mana. At its core, dark mana is just energy. Beneath the water, the truth revealed itself. It doesn't care about the host's soul. It just needs a suitable vessel. A container that mimics a demon structure. If that's the case, I can cheat the system. Yun Chen didn't hesitate. He hauled a duplicate body created by his deception skill to the surface. I'll use this decoy as the vessel. From deep within the pulsating cocoon, a heavy voice echoed. Come here. Come closer. The protagonist regained his senses and roared, I won't resist anymore. If you want in, then take me. The viscous black substance surged toward him like a chaotic tornado. Yun Chen screamed, his eyes burning with resolve. Merge with my shadows. Fuse with my skills. I accept it all. His roar shattered the dead silence of the cavern. The protective membrane fractured, sending debris raining down from the ceiling like falling stars. Unfurling massive obsidian wings, he stared at his hands with a cold, triumphant smile. It seems I have succeeded. His S-rank bloodline had perfectly fused with the dark elements evolving through the chaotic mana. His attributes skyrocketed. His body had completely metamorphosed into that of a demon, capable of wielding both holy mana and the corrupting power of darkness simultaneously. Yun Chen's voice dripped with newfound authority. This dark body was originally the ultimate technique of the Queen of Night absorbed through the seed of the fallen god. It is more than just magic. It is living armor, a symbiotic link that protects my vitals and evolves alongside my soul. He had gambled everything on a deception. By convincing the system that this demonic form was his true vessel, the darkness only modified his transformation, not his human core. Meaning, the corruption does not touch Yun Chen, the human. Once the skill is released, he returns to his mortal form, leaving the dark mana behind. Yun Chen clenched his fist, feeling the intoxicating surge of strength. I suppose I should thank the Queen of Night from the 72 Demon Pillars. What a terrifyingly powerful gift. However, the evolution is incomplete. It had potential, but something was blocking the final metamorphosis, a missing piece of the puzzle. The laws of this world are trying to suppress me. Yun Chen looked up, his eyes piercing through the ceiling. I may have tricked the rules for now, but the administrator who wrote them hasn't noticed my glitch yet. Sudden movement broke his train of thought. A shadow beast with glowing yellow eyes lunged from the darkness, its killing intent suffocating. And it wasn't alone. A legion of nightmares followed close behind, flooding the cavern like a tide of death. Yun Chen realized the surge of dark mana had acted as a beacon. A cruel smirk played on his lips. Perfect timing. You'll make excellent test subjects. Yun Chen widened his eyes, unleashing a wave of oppressive gloom. The temperature plummeted. Sensing the presence of a superior predator, the monsters froze in sheer terror. It seems the key to unlocking the Queen of Night's true power. He stepped toward the paralyzed beasts with the arrogance of a king. Is pure dark mana. Skill activated. Vision of the Night rank S+. Everything within his gaze was locked in stasis, frozen in time, until his dark mana ran dry or he deigned to release them. System note. The more targets captured, the faster the drain. Warning. If the enemy's rank exceeds the user mana consumption, doubles instantly. Yun Chen summoned his staff, his eyes dancing with curiosity. Let's see how darkness flavors my other abilities. Basic skill Drakian's Toxic Tentacles. Instantly purple vines erupted from the void, now bristling with lethal spikes. They constricted around the frozen prey, crushing bones. Not bad. The darkness added armor-piercing spikes to a basic crowd control skill, increasing the damage output. He raised his scepter again, channeling raw power. A blast of ghostly blue flames roared forth, consuming the horde. Boom. The monsters didn't just burn. They detonated. The fireball now has splash damage and explosive properties. It's risen an entire tier. But the real surprise. His grin widened. Is the clone technique. Yun Chen spread his arms, conjuring a water clone and a fire clone from thin air. Now what happens if I apply the fusion mechanic to these avatars? Fusion Art Dark Swordsman plus Assassin Clone. Result Flame Demon. It inherited 65% of his main stats and mastered all assassin arts, now imbued with scorching fire damage. Fusion Art. Thunder Taoist plus Assassin Clone. Result Lightning Prison. A being of pure voltage wielding the destructive force of thunder. Yun Chen and his avatars walked toward the remaining horde like grim reapers. Kill. In a flash of light and shadow, the clones decimated the enemy lines. 3 months later, Yun Chen trekked across the scorching sands. They don't call this the endless desert for nothing. It took 7.5 months just to reach the edge. His inventory was bursting at the seams. Naturally, he had massacred every living creature that dared cross his path in this brutal landscape. The travel time wasn't the issue. It was the looting. His dimensional pocket was nearly overflowing with monster carcasses. My level has skyrocketed. Yun Chen analyzed his growth. In terms of raw stats, I already rival most Third Awakening transmigrators. Thanks to the Demon King's essence and his relentless daily quests, his base attributes were monstrous. Status window name Yun Chen. Race human. Level 62. Strength 913. Vitality 913. Agility 911. Intelligence 911. Main weapon Platinum rank. Phantom Breaker. Sub-weapon Diamond rank. Soul Shaker. Special weapon Legendary Bandit's Hand Passive Omnipotence. A+ Fusion Demon Form. S+ Vision of the Night. S+ Super Regeneration. S+ Invincibility. S+. Precision. S+ Dark Hellfire. S Cast Speed. A+ Double Cast A-. Special Skill Flash Step S. Staffless Casting A+. Yet Yun Chen frowned. It's not enough. Compared to the godlike Fourth Awakening players, the gap was still a vast canyon. The deeper he went into this world, the more absurd the experience requirements became for leveling up. Ordinary players got better rewards, and fourth rankers had distinct ways to boost stats. As a candidate for the Demon King, he needed more. Becoming one of the 72 demons is just the tutorial. Greater dangers lie ahead. I must evolve. He stopped at the edge of a desolate wasteland. Zone 2, the Lost Swamp finally. A holographic screen popped up. Oh, a trigger event extermination quest generated target. Destroy the illusion shell. Reward anti-weapon blueprint. Yun Chen rubbed his chin intrigued. A hidden blueprint. This manhwa recap just got interesting. What exactly is an illusion shell? This place. It doesn't look like a typical monster's lair. The air is thick with poisonous gas, yet it carries no scent. Just an eerie, silent pressure. The swamp water is corrosive, but weak. It would take at least 6 months for this sludge to eat through my skin. Yun Chen stomps the ground to test its stability. He draws a talisman, his eyes narrowing. This energy, it's filthy. Let's see if I can purify it. Taoist Fusion Art Grand Exorcism. He waits, but the talisman flickers and dies. Yun Chen sighs, disappointment etched on his face. Useless. Really. Either the environment is harmless, or the corruption here is so deep that even my magic can't dispel it. But I'm still missing 2 S-rank materials. Turning back now isn't an option. Suddenly, beasts emerge from the mist. Yun Chen blinks in surprise. So, there are living things here. But strangely, they show no killing intent. His instincts scream danger. He freezes, realizing something is wrong. Yun Chen crouches his fingers, grazing a patch of strange purple slime. I see. I was poisoned the moment I stepped foot in here. Vertigo hits him like a truck. The monsters transform, their peaceful facade shatters as they swarm him. One of them grabs him, huge jaws open wide to swallow him whole. But suddenly, Shadow Body erupts from the darkness to intercept the beast. Yun Chen drifts into the abyss of unconsciousness, his shadow guarding his physical body. But in his mind, a dream begins. Yun Tang is pushing him in a wheelchair. He opens his eyes groggily to warm sunlight. His body feels frail. Where am I? Suddenly, a girl poses, pointing a finger at him with mock anger. Brother, you finally get discharged today. And you're already talking nonsense. His eyes widen in shock. Yun Tang, I'm discharged. Am I fully recovered? She beams at him. Of course. Now I can finally go back to university without worrying about you. She clenches her fist, winking playfully. Don't worry, I'll work part-time. I can take care of you, brother. Forget about money. At the shop they call me the Working Fairy. Yun Chen frowns, confused. Working Fairy? What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? He pushes himself up, standing tall. No matter what reality this is, he looks at the sky and smiles. I won't let you carry the burden alone, Yun Tang. Hope reignites in his eyes. It's time to get back to the grind. The scene shifts instantly. Yun Chen sits before a glowing computer screen. He hovers his mouse over the character setup. Click. This is the one, he shouts. News articles flood the screen. The world is going wild. The fallen genius Yun Chen, the one who was once unrivaled, has returned from the abyss. The king of mechanics, the master of game sense, he's back. And he's created a character that defies all logic. Unexpectedly, he chooses the jobless class. This twist is better than any leveling manhwa plot. Can he reclaim his glory? In the game, Yun Chen's avatar charges the monster horde. 1/A. Single devastating stroke of his blade annihilates them all. A voice booms through the speakers. Congratulations, Yun Chen total. Annihilation. You've secured the championship and shattered the speedrun record. He cleared it. He killed them all. The Prodigy Yun Chen conquers the dungeon and wins the National BK Online Championship. Congratulations to the representative of the Huaxia region, Yun Chen, holding the trophy. Hi, do you have any words? Yun Chen grabs the mic, his gaze piercing the camera. The golden cup glitters in his hand. His aura is absolutely overwhelming. Scene change. The school gates. Yun Tang throws her arms around his neck, sobbing. Brother, I graduated. Now let me support you for real. She drags him to a restaurant, piling meat into his bowl with a laugh. Delicious, right? I got my paycheck today. This feast is on me. Days pass. She comes home exhausted, slumping down. So annoying. My boss made me work overtime with no extra pay. I could die of anger. A montage of pure happiness follows. Yun Tang pops a party popper. Happy birthday, brother. Her smile outshines the sun. She points to the ocean excitement in her voice. Look, brother, snapshots of joy. Walking together in the park, peaceful and perfect. Suddenly, she glances at him, her smile fading slightly. Brother, you look like you have something on your mind. Yun Chen zones out. Is it about a girl? Do you want a sister-in-law? Let me help you. He looks up at the sky, hesitating. On my mind. He begins to pour out his heart. This world. It's so beautiful. I truly don't want to leave. He sighs. But sooner or later, the dream must end. I have to go back. Silence falls between them. Yun Tang keeps smiling, but her eyes change. Oh, so you knew I was fake all along. It's all fake. Yun Chen offers a gentle, sad smile. No matter how beautiful an illusion is, it remains an illusion. I didn't lose my way. I wanted to be lazy for a while. Living a normal life with you. That was always my dream. She hugs him tightly, her voice turning into a beg. Please don't go. He pats her head softly. I can't stay. There's a real sister waiting for me, and I have business to finish. Yun Chen's voice hardens with resolve. Whether reality is sad, happy, or boring, I have to face it. This isn't a manhwa recap where the hero sleeps forever. Staying here is just running away. The illusion shatters. Yun Chen snaps back to reality, his body jerking awake. Good thing I hid my shadow demon in the dark before I entered. If not for that, I might have stayed in that dream forever. It did its job well. A voice cuts through the fog. Oh, you're awake. He spins around alert. Guildmaster, I thought you were infiltrating the Descent organization. What are you doing here? Lu Miaoling points casually at the crowd behind her. Just helping the leadership gather materials. I brought some believers along. But it seems they don't want to leave. The cultists are lost in madness, chanting wildly. We found the Lord. This is paradise. We will serve the Lord forever. Lu Miaoling wipes slime from her shoulder, unimpressed. As we dive into this manhwa recap, my analysis confirms that once the mist here reaches critical mass, it condenses into a lethal viscous slime. This substance is a living nightmare. It traps victims in terrifying hallucinations and paralyzes every nerve. The pain is absolute. You could sever their limbs, and they would never wake from the trance. Those with weak wills or consuming desires are instantly led astray. Yet Lu Miaoling continued to move forward without hesitation. That is why this place is known as the Dark World's most notorious sanctuary for suicide. Countless souls who have lost hope flock here seeking to perish within beautiful lies, and even stray beasts fall victim to the trap. I wonder if the paradise they see in their hallucinations is just an endless feast of flesh, a fitting end for gluttonous monsters. She suddenly leaned in her eyes, scanning Yun Chen's face. But what is wrong with your aura? You look more like a demon noble than a human now. I almost didn't recognize you earlier. He reverted to his human form, a confident smirk playing on his lips. It is simply the side effect of devouring dark mana. My skill mutated, altering my appearance, but fortune favored me. I retained my humanity. Lu Miaoling's eyes went wide with shock. You actually absorbed dark mana. The military poured endless resources into that research and failed miserably every time. To think my junior actually pulled off the impossible. If this method spreads, it would revolutionize the combat power of the human race, just like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Chen immediately explained the catch. First, you need one of the 72 demon pillar talents. It must be evolvable, and you need a massive supply of magic stones. Otherwise, you become a mindless monster. Chen sighed, his expression grim. Even meeting those conditions, I barely survived. So do not spread this method. It is a death sentence. Lu Miaoling frowned, realizing the gravity of his words. It seems you are the only exception then. Suddenly, Chen shifted the topic. By the way, how is your mission progressing? Lu Miaoling turned away, frustration evident. For half a year, I plotted and looted to become a bishop. A small leader, sure, but nothing compared to our old acquaintance Lucy. She is a high-ranking oracle now. A swarm of believers waits on her hand and foot every day. She is living in absolute luxury. Chen rubbed his chin, the pieces falling into place. Lucy. So that explains it. No wonder she lost the championship so easily. I thought she was just careless. But it was all a calculated move. Lu Miaoling sighed heavily. Tell me about it. Furthermore, the Advent organization here has deep ties to the Holy Empire. She glanced back at Chen. According to my intel, most members of the organization were taken by the Holy Empire as infants. They were raised for this exact purpose. They adapted to the dark world from childhood, brainwashed to believe they are holy believers. Their systematic dogma comes straight from the Empire's playbook. She continued, her voice grim. In their eyes, whether human or demon, if you are not part of the church, you are a heretic. And heretics must be erased. Chen cut to the core of the issue. Dark cultists worship demons and want them to descend. But if they call themselves the Advent organization, what exactly are they trying to summon? Lu Miaoling's voice dropped to a whisper as she answered. God. Above them, a murder of crows circled ominously in the sky. God. Chen looked baffled. In both the human and dark worlds, gods never interfere beyond accepting sacrifices. Yet they want a god to physically descend. Is that even possible? Lu Miaoling tilted her head. Who knows? We know next to nothing about deities. At the very least, Lucy claims she can communicate with them, but it is likely just a parlor trick to control the masses. She frowned, waving her hand. Enough of that. Little Junior, are you here because you found that treasure map? Are you heading for the Purgatory Flame? Chen pointed at her in surprise. Are you after it too, Senior? She scoffed immediately. Only a fool would go there. I am just on a mission. I wouldn't dare step foot in the Void City. Chen fell silent at her words. The danger she implied was palpable. She continued her warning. That place is the ruin of the tyrannical Flame Demon Clan. It holds a prize that would make even the 72 demon pillars red with envy. Memories resurfaced as Lu Miaoling spoke. Countless demons have tried to claim it. They all failed. They struggled until the bitter end, never even catching a glimpse of the Purgatory Flame. You could feel the fear in her description. It is all because of the fortress that blocks the path. No one knows what lies inside, but once you enter, you never leave. Even a demon lord would be reduced to nothingness. That is why they call it the Void City. Lu Miaoling reached out, her tone serious. Listen to your senior's advice, little brother. End this journey here. Return to the fortress. As a bishop, I have authority now. I will find a way to get you the Class S materials secretly. I have some power in the shadows now. It is not impossible to acquire them. Chen interrupted her immediately. No, that is too risky. You are deep behind enemy lines. If the Advent organization discovers you, you will not leave this place alive. He remembered how she was willing to die for him before. If he agreed, she would sacrifice her safety without hesitation. Chen stood tall. I will handle the Class S materials myself. Trust me. I have a complete plan. His mind raced. He had to secure the position among the 72 pillars to finish his defensive gear. He walked past her, waving a casual goodbye without looking back. The battle with the Demon Lord of the Dark Night is less than 6 months away. Time is running out. This is where we part ways. Chen looked down at the bleached bones scattering the ground. No living creatures remain here, and I haven't seen the phantom shells mentioned in the quest. He narrowed his eyes. Is it just a hallucination, or do these remains look strange? They weren't just rotted or corroded. It looks like they were digested. Chen analyzed the surroundings and came to a swift conclusion. It seems I have arrived at a fortress laden with death traps. This is the next stage. He gazed up at the looming shadowy castle. So this is the Void City. From the outside, there is no aura of life, just a terrifying dead silence. Yun Chen's voice dropped to a whisper, the atmosphere heavy and silent as a necropolis. Yet fear was a stranger to him. He strode into the fortress with the confidence of a king. Worst case scenario, he thought. I have my survival trumps. I'll just trigger my invincibility skill, classic leveling Manhwa style, and ride the divine light to safety. No matter the trap, he had a counter. Suddenly, a hidden seal triggered beneath his boot. A blinding pillar of light exploded, threatening to consume his very soul. It tried to devour him whole before vanishing. But the teleportation tore through space, dragging his consciousness into a deep, dark abyss. His eyes snapped open, air rushed into his lungs as he gasped, chest heaving violently. Reality slowly focused. This was a strange land. He gritted his teeth against the throbbing headache. Agony. What in the world happened? His inner voice raced. I distinctly remember entering the Void City. So where the hell am I now? Questions bombarded his mind. And these injuries? When did I take damage? What exactly happened inside the Void City? Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the distance. A voice cut through the silence. You're finally awake. Yun Chen looked up, eyes narrowing. Who are you? His guard went up instantly. What is going on here? It was a young girl, a demon descendant, though her specific clan was a mystery. But here was the kicker. Despite his human appearance, she showed absolutely zero killing intent. Little Nana saw his eyes open and spun around, screaming at the top of her lungs. It worked. He's awake. It actually worked. The faceless outsider is up. Everyone, come quick. Our efforts weren't in vain. The villagers swarmed in eager, as if watching the climax of a play. A demon from the Void City laughed. I told you, that healing herb is legendary stuff. Another villager patted Nana's head. Don't get cocky. Clearly, this faceless guy just has insane vitality. Rita's pig ate that same herb and dropped dead instantly. This is my first time seeing an outsider survive it. Lucky guy. Nana rushed back to him, eyes sparkling. What's your name? Where do you come from? Yun Chen stood up shakily, hesitating. Suddenly, Nana tilted her head. It's so strange. Even this close, I can't see your face. It's all blurry. Misty, like looking at nothingness. She clapped her hands with an idea. I know, let's call you Void. Void. A villager gave a thumbs up. Void. That fits perfectly. Little Nana really has a knack for names. She grabbed Yun Chen's hand with a bright smile. I found you first, so I'm responsible for you. Let's go, I'm taking you home. His eyes widened slightly. Home. Yun Chen began his internal monologue. And just like that, I was dragged home by little Nana to live in this hidden village. He learned the truth of this place. Their ancestors had fled here to escape the flames of an ancient war. They'd been isolated from the outside world for centuries. A sanctuary frozen in time. No conflict, no slaughter. A true utopia. Yet Yun Chen couldn't stop analyzing the situation. For some reason, they couldn't perceive him correctly. His face was a blur. His voice sounded like distorted static to their ears. Even his age and gender were a mystery to them. To them, he was an illusion, a glitch in their reality. That's why the name Void stuck so well. Yun Chen smiled internally. Luckily, they don't discriminate. Their warmth was genuine, and living among them brought a sense of peace he hadn't felt in a long time. Staying here forever. Maybe that wouldn't be such a bad ending. Outside the straw hut, Yun Chen sat back relaxed. This is the life. Strange, but interesting. Infinite possibilities. These people have built something incredible. I'm genuinely impressed. Suddenly, a sharp pain spiked in his head. Ugh. That annoying sensation again. A strange thought pattern manifested in his mind. In the 3 months since I arrived, I've been spouting nonsense. Words I don't understand, thoughts that aren't mine. It's happening more often. Just then, little Nana walked out holding a slate. Void. As promised yesterday, I'm here to teach you how to write. Let's start with the most important word. She held up a stone with carvings. Look, this is your name. Void. Suddenly, panic erupted in the distance. Villagers were running and shouting. It appeared again. Hurry, don't let him die. Move, move. Yun Chen stood up alert. What's happening? A villager turned back breathless. We found another injured outsider. But this one is different from you, Void. We can see his face clearly. He looks just like us, a new arrival. Little Nana beamed at Yun Chen. You know, when you first came, everyone was terrified you were a bad guy. But Void turned out to be cute and kind. So this new outsider must be just like you. Everyone is excited to welcome him. Yun Chen frowned, his eyes darkening. That is a very dangerous way to think, little one. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, Members of the Blaze Demon clan lay broken on the ground, groaning in agony. My arm. The leader clutched his head and screamed. Damn it, the cliff of illusory destruction is far deadlier than the rumors I'm covered in wounds and didn't even find the treasure. I should have listened to my father. His subordinates began to whine. Young master, the clan leader, warned you 1,000 times, never step foot in the cliff or the lost swamp. But you insisted on this expedition. Now look at us, we're all going to die here. Because of you. The young master raged, pulling out a glowing crimson gem. Shut your traps. Have you forgotten who I am? I just need to crush this resonance stone. My father will sense it and be here instantly. We aren't dying today. He paused, looking thoughtful. We have plenty of time. He recalled the geography. The Blaze Demon territory borders the cliff. And the lost swamp connects to the cliff. With my father's speed, he'll be here in seconds. But his lackeys looked around nervously. We fell right at the border of the swamp and the cliff. So where the hell are we now? I've never seen this landscape before. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The rustling alerted the young master. The naive villagers rushed forward, faces full of hope. The outsiders are here. Everyone come quickly. While the villagers gathered, a subordinate of the Blazing Tyrant clan clicked his tongue in annoyance. Just our luck to run into another demon tribe at a time like this. I can't tell which clan they belong to, but they look pathetic. Let's wipe them out before they can run back and report us to the main forces. But just as the bloodlust spiked, a hand rose to stop them. The Blazing Tyrant raised an eyebrow, his command absolute. Hold your fire. They don't look like they want a war. His subordinates were stunned. The young master usually had the strongest killing intent of them all. Why the sudden change of heart? Little did they know, he was cursing them internally. Idiots. His purple pupils scanned the native villagers, locking onto the ancient dark runic markings on their skin. These are the ancient purebloods described in the old texts. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to a pathetic whimper. Help, please save us. My wounds are fatal. Is there no one kind enough to help a dying soul? But beneath the act, his mind churned with malice. The ancient purebloods were supposed to be extinct 1,000 years ago. These demons are living fossils. Whether we sell them as slaves or use them for research, they're worth a fortune. And so the wolf was invited into the sheep's pen as the naive villagers carried them back. Everyone look, outsiders. They're hurt badly. Bring all the herbs. We need to treat them immediately. The Blazing Tyrant couldn't hide his glee. Everywhere he looked, he saw walking gold mines. This was a jackpot beyond his wildest dreams. If we capture and breed them, the money will flow like water. Chen watched the demons with cold eyes. Seeing little Nana step forward to help, he tried to stop her. Don't. His mind raced with analysis. Eras of peace had dulled these villagers' survival instincts. They had forgotten the cruelty of the outside world. Their strength had waned with every generation. They had no idea that these outsiders were merely the harbingers of their total annihilation. Little Nana looked at him puzzled. Void, why are you stopping me? Chen opened his mouth, but his internal scream, damn it, why can't I speak, never reached the air. No matter how hard he tried, his lips refused to move. It wasn't the first time. His body froze, locked in place by an invisible force. Just a few words could change their fate, could save them from the hell approaching. Yet silence was his only option. He was right there standing among them, yet he was nothing more than a ghost from the future. A spectator forced to watch the tragedy unfold, powerless to alter a single second. Despair began to weigh heavy on his soul. Trapped in this nightmare, he didn't need a prophecy to know exactly what horror would happen next. Time flowed like a river. After a week of healing, the Blazing Tyrant clan members were fully recovered. The villagers, kind to the end, bid them a cheerful farewell. One morning, the air crisp and fresh, Chen went up the mountain to chop wood, hoping to be useful. But when he returned to the village, his world shattered. He froze his breath, catching in his throat. The peaceful sanctuary was gone, replaced by a vision of absolute hell. Flames roared to the heavens, feasting on corpses scattered like trash. The Blazing Tyrant held little Nana by the throat, laughing like a maniac. This is the price of resisting me. If you refuse to be livestock, then you can all die, she gasped weakly. Void. The outsiders. Before her neck snapped cruelly, right before Chen's eyes. Chen's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Pure, unadulterated rage detonated within him as he let out a primal roar. Damn you, all. In a heartbeat, he flashed behind the demon minions. You're all living beings. How can you be so heartless? His arm swung like a blade of judgment, obliterating two of them instantly. Die. His punch landed with the force of a meteor, sending earth and stone flying. Chen stalked toward the trembling tyrant, who stammered, You. Even facing death, the fool tried to threaten him. "You faceless nobody. Do you know my father is the chief of the Blazing Tyrant clan? Touch me and you'll die a miserable death." But before he could finish, he was reduced to a puddle of gore. Chen scoffed at the remains. "Then tell him to come." Suddenly, a beam of light tore through the sky. The clan chief of the Blazing Tyrant actually descended from the heavens. He got right in Chen's face, growling, "Who exactly are you? Why can't I see your face? And you dared to kill my son." Chen's reply was cold enough to freeze hell. "I just felt like killing him." Then the world dissolved. The vision faded, leaving Chen sitting alone. His body returned to normal. It seemed the Manhwa recap sequence had ended. His long hair shadowed his expression. No matter how real the pain felt, it was just an illusion. A high-level illusion, perhaps, but one he could reject. Mere mental tricks can't shake me. He took a step forward, his boots crunching on the debris of a ruined world. Yet the scenery felt hauntingly familiar. It was like a memory etched into his soul. Suddenly his foot struck a small stone slab. Frowning, he bent down to pick it up. It was the very slate little Nana had used to teach him how to write. He whipped his head around, scanning the desolate landscape. Could it be? That wasn't an illusion. Was it history? Chen stared at the smoke-choked ruins, muttering in disbelief. The same village structure, the same location, the exact same stone slate. The only difference is that now it's nothing but a graveyard of debris. The terrifying realization began to sink in. Everything he had just witnessed was the cold, hard truth of the past. It wasn't a simple test of will. It wasn't a trap targeting him. It was a memory he had stumbled into. Grief washed over Chen like a tidal wave. From start to finish, I was just a ghost. I couldn't save anyone. I couldn't change anything. With a heavy heart, he turned toward the distant volcano. Baha once mentioned the Blazing Tyrant clan was ancient history. That meant the tragedy he witnessed happened ages ago. He rubbed his chin deep in thought. If the clan perished long ago, nature should have reclaimed this land. Why does it still look so destroyed? Suddenly, the mountain roared. "The volcano," he shouted, as the peak erupted like a furious beast. Magma shot into the sky, a deadly rain of liquid fire. Chen danced through the chaos, dodging the scorching projectiles. The relentless barrage forced him to retreat to safety. But as the dust settled, his eyes widened in shock. From the mouth of the volcano, monsters born of magma scrambled out, screaming in a frenzy. Hungry, so hungry, they locked eyes on him and charged. Hungry. As they swarmed him, Chen analyzed the threat. Dead matter forming living creatures. This feels just like a leveling Manhwa boss fight. He summoned his weapon, aiming it straight at the horde. "Whatever the hell you are, you're going down." The blade struck the monster's skull, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Chen gasped in disbelief. "It's impenetrable." Suddenly, another beast launched an ambush from the shadows. With no time to dodge, Chen could only raise his weapon in a desperate defense. The impact was devastating. The heat was so intense, his weapon began to liquefy instantly. What the hell? The magma monster didn't let up, landing a heavy blow that sent him flying. His weapon was corroded to scrap, leaving him in a truly pathetic state. They look like low-level trash, yet they possess such terrifying power. Even my breaker attacks had zero effect. I can't keep fighting them head-on like this. Before he could formulate a plan, the beast unleashed a scorching wave of molten lava directly at him. Chen kicked off the ground, barely evading the strike, as magma consumed the spot where he stood seconds ago. The monsters swarmed together, preparing a combined magma bombardment. "I won't be a sitting duck," he unleashed a flash counterattack. Chen landed safely, but his confidence shattered instantly. The magma torrent surged forward, forcing him to block every single strike in a panic. Barely a second later, a beast lunged, forcing him into a defensive stance once again. After taking that hit, Chen found himself in a desperate crisis. These monsters look mindless, but their combat instincts are terrifying. They actually predicted my landing trajectory. Their judgment is insane. High above, a shadowy figure descended. The void watched Chen with cold, analytical eyes. So, this is the brat who intruded into my memory zone. No wonder he hasn't been destroyed yet. Wait, is that a human? The entity crossed its arms, unimpressed. So what if he is human? He looks this pathetic, dealing with a few magma puppets. He wouldn't last a chapter in a high-tier leveling manhwa. I hope he realizes his weakness before he throws his life away for nothing. Chen glanced at his burns. I absorbed the netherworld ghost flame. My fire resistance should be god tier. I should be immune to most fire attributes, yet I'm still getting burned. This flame, it's at least on the same level as the netherworld ghost flame. The mindless horde continued their magma barrage. Yun Chen's eyes narrowed. It was time to combine the mage's water curtain with the shaman's frost kai. I haven't even used my real power, and you think you've won. Don't get cocky. Magma and ice collided in a violent explosion of steam and screeching metal. The Ice Soul waterfall was just the opening act. Yun Chen activated his martial casting technique. He fused the mage's falling thunder with the shaman's wandering wind. A storm was brewing. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, merging with the hurricane winds. The devastating combo shredded the magma monsters into nothing but dust. The void stroked his chin, intrigued. So that's how his skills work. To think a human could master such interesting combinations. Not bad. Truly distinctive. A laugh erupted from the shadows, as if he found a new toy. Since you've entertained me, meeting you once might not be impossible, but only if you can see the rules governing this place. Suddenly, Yun Chen whipped his head around, staring at the empty space where the void had been. He looked up at the sky. Was that an hallucination? Probably. Forget it. No time for distractions. Back to reality. He analyzed the battlefield. Their strength was definitely tier 3, yet they didn't drop a single magic crystal. They aren't normal demon beasts. Yun Chen turned his gaze toward the erupting volcano, curiosity burning in his eyes. That magma. It's spawning powerful monsters endlessly. There must be a terrifying existence inside that volcano. I have to check it out. The area was crawling with monsters, their shrieks piercing the air. Crowded. Too crowded. Yun Chen activated the junior assassin skill stealth art. As he got closer, the density of monsters became suffocating. Their instincts are sharp, but they are brainless. As long as I don't trigger combat mode, stealth is enough. Upon reaching the volcano's rim, Yun Chen noticed something bizarre. I knew it. There's something down there. It's too far to see with the naked eye. He activated the junior hunter skill Eagle Eye. The image sharpened instantly. Yun Chen saw the blazing demon clan leader bound tight in chains. He gasped. That's the clan leader of the blazing demons. The scene shifts to Jiangnan University, continuing our Manhwa recap. The atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy during the assembly. Yi Qingling whispered, confused. Isn't this the opening ceremony for our second year's final semester? Why are the third-year seniors here too? Fei Cheng shook his head. I don't know. But they're definitely announcing something massive. Can't you feel the tension? Look behind Principal Ye. Those men are in military uniform. They are frontline soldiers who spend their lives in blood and war. For them to leave the battlefield to come to a university, I'm afraid this spells disaster. Yi Qingling sighed, her shoulders slumping. I feel like ever since Brother Yun's accident, our lives have become miserable. The curriculum doubled, and we spend all our free time in combat drills. Fei Cheng panicked, covering her mouth. Shh, don't say that name. He glanced nervously at Nico standing behind them. You know how much Nico changed after Brother Yun's accident. Her personality did a complete 180. She wears that cold mask all day long. If she hears you, she'll snap. Suddenly, Principal Ye Anfu's voice boomed across the hall. Silence. We have gathered you here for a critical announcement. Some of you may have already sensed the anomaly. His face darkened. Over the past year, combat courses have increased drastically. Dangerous dungeons that were once forbidden to students have been forcefully unlocked. This has led to injuries and casualties among both students and instructors. The reason for this extreme measure is... He paused, then spoke with chilling speed. Starting today, all second-year and third-year students, along with instructors, will be deployed directly to the front lines. All the hellish training was to ensure you survive on the real battlefield. The students erupted in terror. What? Years ago, only seniors went to war. Now they're sending sophomores. The situation at the front lines must be far worse than we imagined. We're dead. We're so dead. Even seniors suffer heavy casualties out there. Sending us now. Isn't that just sending lambs to the slaughter? Ignoring the chaos, the principal commanded the next phase. Military officers will now assign you to combat zones based on your rank and class. Cooperate immediately. This concerns your survival. The soldiers snapped to attention, ready to execute orders. Meanwhile, in her office, Cheng was receiving a grave visit from the frontline commanders. Tianhe bowed 90 degrees, his voice booming with desperation. General Shah, I beg you, return to the army. The front line is a living hell and we need your power. But despite his plea, she just looked annoyed. Is this about the Holy Empire again? I told you from the start. If we don't execute that lot, they will become a catastrophe waiting to happen. He struggled to explain. Your words sound simple, General, but the Holy Empire and our Xuanlong nation are the pillars of the 5 great nations standing against the Dark World. If we turn on each other, we both lose. Even if we decapitate their leadership with minimal cost, the remaining 4 nations would fall to the demon race. Furthermore, we have zero direct evidence that they have surrendered to the darkness. She shot back, her voice like ice. It is because there are too many cowards thinking like you that they act without fear. They let countless young geniuses die in the tournament and offered a pathetic apology. Why do you think our future warriors are dwindling? Tianhe let out a heavy sigh. If the front line breaks now, do you think we will even have a future to discuss? Cheng scoffed. You compromise again and again. Do you really think the Holy Empire will fight with their full strength? Her words crushed his spirit. She was right. But what choice do we have? The higher-ups know the Holy Empire is a malignant tumor, but we are forced to let it grow. If we cut it out now, the front line collapses instantly. The only thing awaiting humanity would be total extinction. His face tightened with dread. But the biggest threat right now isn't them. It is the devouring demons. Tianhe's anxiety spiked just thinking about them. Historically, we held the demon race back because our world rejected them. Their combat power was severely suppressed. But the second pillar devouring lord has changed the rules. His kin are devouring humans to adapt at a terrifying speed. The pressure on the front line has not just increased, it has doubled. Yet Cheng remained indifferent to his panic. Is that so? Sounds troublesome. But sorry, it is not yet time for me to join the fray. The pressure made him snap. Years ago, after your retreat from the dark world, you claimed you were waiting for an opportunity. You have waited 3 years. Is that not enough? Cheng refused without hesitation. Not enough. I need to wait another year or 2. Tianhe pressed the issue. The front line cannot hold that long. Finally, she offered a sliver of reassurance. Relax. I left a trump card in the dark world. It seems the time has come to activate it. Tianhe had no choice but to accept. Fine. I hope everything goes according to your plan. If you won't fight, at least send those 2 demon maids. They are powerful assets. But he was a step too slow. What a pity, she smirked. I deployed them long ago. Her maids were already deep in the dark world. Elsewhere, Xiao. You cradled an exhausted Xiao Jing. Hey kid, still can't sense Mr. Yun's location. She looked defeated. No. Xiao Ling paced anxiously beside them. We have been in the dark world for ages, crossed 40 nations, and still no trace of Mr. Yun. Xiao Yu was baffled. Logically, the connection between a summoned beast and master is vast. We should have found him by now. The realization made her gloomy. Xiao Yu. Do you think Mr. Yun might be killed? She cut him off instantly. Impossible. Do not forget who Mr. Yun is. He consumed the Demon Lord's essence. He is the #1 genius of the new generation. If a legend like him was killed, the enemy would broadcast it to the world. They would hang his corpse for months to break us. They would use his body to crush our soldiers' morale. So, he must be alive. But this only made Xiaoling more anxious. But what if he was captured alive? That is the worst-case scenario. He could become just like the master. She stopped him, startled. Stop guessing blindly. If we still can't find Mr. Yun, we use the trump card the master left us. She changed the subject to comfort them. It has been a while since we went home. I wonder what our homeland looks like now. Inside a volcano, the tyrant flame demon knelt in chains, wailing endlessly. Hungry. So hungry. Chen used his stealth arts to venture deep inside, witnessing the horrific scene. He was stunned. I never expected the clan leader of the tyrant flame demons to be imprisoned here, tormented like a common ghoul. He looks like he hasn't eaten in eons. Seeing the tyrant flame in such a state was unbelievable. According to Baal, he is an ancient calamity. Even among the 72 pillars, he was top tier. Hunger alone shouldn't reduce him to this pathetic state. There must be another cause for this weakness. Suddenly, mystic fire raced along the chain, striking the tyrant flame. He howled in agony, throwing his head back to spew a massive fountain of lava. His mouth was like an erupting volcanic crater. Chen instantly grasped the mechanic. I see. The monsters outside are born from his vomit. The chains force him to expel his power periodically. To survive such torture. Tenacious. Chen analyzed the situation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He raised his sword, combining his Knight's Pierce and Assassin's Shatter skills. A 72-pillar demon corpse. That is the ultimate material for S-rank gear in any leveling manhwa. Chen dashed toward the tyrant flame's back for a sneak attack. I cannot miss this shot. But shockingly, the demon dodged Chen's blade, sliced through empty air. He landed safely, but the plan was blown. The tyrant flame rose roaring as he spotted Chen. Hungry blood food rage overtook the demon, and he prepared to spew lava again. I am starving. The roar sent magma and debris flying, shattering Yun Chen's stealth. But he regained his balance instantly. "You want to eat me?" He shifted into his dark form. "Let's see if you have the strength to back up that roar." The magma iron chains held fast, refusing to break even under the clan leader's berserk fury. The beast towered over Yun Chen like a living mountain, chanting a single chilling word: "Hungry, hungry." His eyes locked onto fresh prey, and a roar shook the cavern. Blood. Fresh blood to feast upon. Yun Chen's mind raced. Even in this weakened state, this monster was one of the 72 demon pillars, a calamity given form. But he had a fatal weakness: his range was limited. If Yun Chen kept his distance, he might just survive. He raised his staff, channeling the fusion of ink magic and frost sorcery. Instantly a freezing torrent, the glacial soul waterfall, erupted toward the beast. The cascade crashed down with Yun Chen at the center, aiming to drown the flame tyrant. But the monster wasn't helpless. He opened his maw and spewed a stream of molten lava to counter the deluge. Fire met ice in a catastrophic collision, instantly vaporizing the waterfall into a blinding fog of steam. But Yun Chen's fighting spirit didn't waver. "I'm just getting started." He unleashed a legendary combo, stacking multiple skills at once: Godspeed casting, dual incantation, shattering ice spike, 10,000 ice cliff, and the thunder of the 9 winds. A colossal sphere of hydrostone materialized above him. With a roar, Yun Chen hurled it down. But the unthinkable happened. The flame tyrant absorbed the massive attack without a scratch, still muttering his starving mantra: "Blood. Give me blood." Suddenly, the beast raised a massive leg, the earth trembling beneath him before stomping down with world-shaking force. Pillars of scorching magma erupted from the ground in a deadly chain. Yun Chen danced through the chaos, dodging with elegant precision. This range is still too dangerous, he realized. But just as he tried to retreat, an invisible force seized him. The flame tyrant had opened his abyss-like maw, generating a massive gravitational suction while screaming, "Blood, come here, my meal." Boulders were ripped from the earth, flying into the monster's gullet. Yun Chen fought the pull with everything he had, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. Finally, the beast ran out of breath and slammed his jaws shut. Seizing the split-second opening, Yun Chen triggered a tornado shockwave, God Flash. He launched himself away, putting precious distance between him and the monster's deadly reach. He swapped his staff for beast gauntlets instantly. Fusing martial arts mastery Ice Fist, combined with the Titan's full power strike, he unleashed the devastating, heaven-splitting Ice Smash. A shockwave of pure energy exploded against the flame tyrant's skull. But to his horror, the strike didn't even scratch the behemoth. The monster just kept babbling. "Delicious blood. Delicious." Frustrated, Yun Chen rained down a barrage of blows on the giant's head, but it was like hitting a diamond wall. This gluttonous stone brain only cared about eating. Talk about thick skin. A monster that's lived for centuries like this has an HP bar that's practically infinite. Yun Chen's expression darkened. Even if he used the myriad wheel form, he might still be ground to dust before chipping this guy's health away. The situation was getting desperate. Because of the vast size difference, his ultimate cheat skill, the Hand of Plunder, couldn't even reach the target to activate. Suddenly, ancient glowing runes ignited along the crimson iron chains. Yun Chen's instincts screamed in warning. As he deciphered the glowing script, a cold dread settled in his gut. He didn't hesitate. Yun Chen launched himself off the monster's head instantly. And just in time, the flame tyrant suddenly heaved and regurgitated the massive hydrostone sphere he had swallowed earlier. Yun Chen frowned, confusion mixing with fear. Why spit it out now? But the surprise wasn't over. The clan leader opened his jaw wide, gathering a terrifying concentration of energy. The beast's roar echoed from the depths of the earth, all the way to the surface. A pillar of pure destruction shot straight into the heavens, causing the lesser monsters at the volcano's mouth to howl in resonance. Then, a horrifying sight, their souls were ripped from their bodies, rising like reverse rain toward the sky. One by one, the spirits were dragged down into the heart of the volcano. The flame tyrant was consuming his own kin to fuel his power. Yun Chen could only watch in stunned silence, witnessing a scene straight out of a brutal manhwa recap. Vitality flooded back into the giant's ancient frame. The flame tyrant's eyes cleared. His consciousness had fully returned. "To think I was beaten like a drum while I slept," he grumbled. "What a wretched nightmare." He fixed his gaze on Yun Chen. "I don't know which clan you hail from, little ant, but since you dared to disturb my slumber, I assume you're eager to embrace death." Yun Chen smirked, taunting the beast. "Oh, you don't want to eat me anymore? Was all that blood food? Talk just sleep mumbling? I guess I'm not appetizing enough." The flame tyrant brought his massive face inches from Yun Chen, roaring in fury. "Insolent brat." His voice shook the cavern walls. You think a low-level insect like you is worthy of entering the stomach of the Flame Demon Lord? Know your place. The sheer pressure of his roar blasted everything back. Chen struggled just to stay upright. The aura had shifted completely. This was a power on an entirely different dimension compared to before. He really was asleep earlier, fighting purely on unconscious battle instinct. Chen's face went pale. You have to be kidding me. My full power attacks didn't damage him. They just acted as an alarm clock. This is the brutal reality of a leveling Manhwa world. Ignoring the stunned human, the Flame Tyrant muttered to himself. To think I haven't crushed this bug yet. My power has withered too much. Oh, Void. You've imprisoned me here for 700 years. When will you finally end me? Do you intend to let my power rot away until I simply cease to exist? As he lamented his fate, a sun-like sphere of magma formed in his hand. Whatever your plan, at least grant me a death by your hand, not by this insect's. Chen forced himself to stay calm as the burning star turned toward him. I have to dodge that. If it hits, I'm ash. As the projectile scorched the air, Chen twisted his body, retreating instantly. But the Flame Tyrant sneered, reaching out a colossal hand. There is no escape. Chen suddenly stumbled, plummeting downward. What, his eyes widened? He melted the very space between me and the ground. He slammed into the earth, with a bone-jarring impact, sending mud flying. Before he could recover, magma-infused vines burst from the soil, coiling around his limbs like vipers. The vines tightened, dragging him down as if to bury him alive. The Flame Tyrant looked down with cold indifference. In the end, an ant is just an ant. It is over. Boom! A shockwave pulverized the vines. Through the dust and smoke, a silhouette emerged, radiating power. You call a free soul like me an ant? Chen stepped forward, fully activating his myriad wheel all-class base form. Then, what does that make a prisoner locked in a cage like you? The Flame Tyrant froze, stunned by the sudden transformation. His deep voice rumbled. I didn't expect a weakling to explode with such energy. But that power comes with a price. It's a heavy burden on your fragile body, isn't it? The monster sneered his fear, replaced by arrogance. I'd wager you can only maintain that state for a single minute before you collapse. Chen slowly materialized, a divine spear in his grip, his eyes burning with determination. To deal with you, I won't even need a minute. The Flame Tyrant lost his temper again, stomping the ground. Arrogant fool. A tsunami of magma rose up, threatening to swallow the heavens. Chen rocketed upward. The AoE is huge, but with my current speed, I can outrun it. But the boss wasn't letting him go that easily. Stop running. He unleashed hands of the magma abyss, and something sinister began to breach the surface. Countless molten hands sprouted from the earth, like a forest of death extending endlessly as they clawed at the sky, desperate to drag Chen into the inferno. The sheer scale of the assault was overwhelming. Chen danced through the chaos, pushed to his absolute limit. Like the protagonist of an epic manhwa recap, the demon tyrant Flame scoffed. Running away, little rat. I thought you came here to slay me. Quit scurrying around. Come and face your death. Chen paused, his mind racing. Those magma hands were not just infinite in number. Their speed was godlike. If this drags on until the 1,000 wheels duration expires, the price will be his life. He swung his spear, fusing the shaman's weakening art with the warrior's double strike. Behold the spear of decay. Thank the heavens, my fire resistance is maxed out. With 1,000 wheels leveled up, he might just survive this leveling manhwa nightmare without being vaporized instantly. His silhouette dissolved into a blur of shadows, shooting straight toward Tyrant Flame. Seeing the tiny shadow, the demon realized. Negative status effect magic. He sneered in disgust. Only a sewer rat uses such underhanded tricks. Roaring, he swiped his massive hand. Don't think you'll leave here in one piece. Just as the blow was about to crush him into dust, Chen triggered his evasion art. Godflash Chen gritted his teeth. The speed was insane, but casting froze his body for a split second. He took the hit, but stood his ground. I'm not done, stacked the weakening. He spammed Godflash, weaving through the eruption of earthen hands. Again, and again, even Tyrant Flame had to admire the dance. You move well, boy, but you have no offense. The demon furrowed his brow. Why take the pain just to plant negative effects? Was he defending by weakening his opponent? Is he charging a finishing move? Watching Chen take a direct punch, the demon felt a chill. It wasn't an illusion. The more injured the boy got, the more his aura skyrocketed. Chen's eyes glowed as he activated the Berserker novice skill, Rage Awakening. For every 1% of health lost, his power surged by 3%. Tyrant Flame's guard went up. Without the Void's permission, no one stands before me like this. The void allowed him here for a reason. I cannot be careless. Suddenly, Chen summoned the beast gauntlets. Combining the throw skill with the lancer's bayonet, he hurled his spear with explosive force. The weapon tore through the air, screaming like a banshee, as it barreled toward Tyrant Flame. The meteor strike technique. The spear shattered the magma arm and aimed straight for his skull. Immobilized, the demon could only watch as steel pierced his chest. After a hellish struggle, Chen finally drew first blood. As the demon coughed up crimson lifeblood, the boy launched himself into the sky. You dare hurt me. Enraged, Tyrant Flame conjured a sphere of apocalyptic lava. Die, insect. The orb roared toward Chen with the force of a collapsing star. Chen didn't flinch. The collision shook the heavens, an explosion of pure destruction. Yet from the smoke, Chen emerged unscathed, protected by the impervious body art. The indestructible golden body left Tyrant Flame wide-eyed. He's alive. Not only was he unharmed, but he also landed gracefully on the very spear embedded in the demon's chest. The demon's mind reeled. Impossible. That was my ultimate attack. How are you standing? Chen channeled every ounce of mana, fusing the warrior's full power strike with the berserker's rage blow. You want power, he screamed, eyes burning with fury. Taste my strongest attack. Sky-rending ice fist. The uppercut connected with the force of a freight train, sending gallons of blood spewing from the demon's maw. Tyrant Flame's face was a ruin of gore. Yet the monster refused to yield. Is that all? You call that your strongest? I could tank hundreds of those pitiful taps? Chen raised a hand calmly. I know. Suddenly, a massive ball of flesh materialized. I didn't need to kill you with a punch. I just needed to pry that ugly mouth open. Here's a little present. Before Tyrant Flame could react, the meatball was slammed into his gullet. The force was so violent, he was forced to swallow it whole. Suddenly, the mystic chains binding him flared with blinding light. Engulfed in the holy glow, the demon shrieked in terror. You bastard, what did you force down my throat? His screams turned to pathetic whimpers of agony. Chen smiled, a predator watching its prey. Just the delicacy you've been craving. Don't tell me you can't taste it. As he shifted forms, Chen continued. Did you think I was blind? Those chains aren't just metal. They are the physical manifestation of a divine rule. Returning to his shadow form, he smirked. And I know exactly how to break the logic of your prison. Tyrant Flame roared, his body convulsing in torture. Curse you, how? How did you figure it out? Anyone with eyes could see it, Chen mocked. You're eternally starving. Even the monsters you spat out were screaming for food. Your mind might sleep, but your body craves flesh like an addict. Chen grinned. That was your fatal flaw. 700 years of starvation. When I beat you down, you tried to eat rocks and dirt to fill the void. But that wasn't enough. You vomited the earth back up. And strangely, when you fully awakened, you acted like you didn't want to eat me at all. The change in behavior was too suspicious. It wasn't that you didn't want to devour me. It was that you were terrified to do so. The magma around them began to cool and recede. I've seen the void's memories. I know how deeply he despised you 72 demon pillars. He didn't just lock you up. He wanted you to suffer eternal torment. Those chains enforce a cruel rule. You are forbidden from feeling satisfaction. Chen's voice dripped with triumph. The moment you feel the euphoria of a full belly, you violate the rule. And the punishment is immediate execution. Lucky for me, my inventory was stuffed with monster carcasses. I compressed them into a delicious little meatball just for you. A feast fit for a king. After 7 centuries of hunger, that single bite brought you absolute bliss. And that bliss is your death sentence. As his body crumbled into ash, Tyrant Flame screamed one last time. To lose to a weakling like you. I cannot accept this. I will not accept this. Finally, silence. Where the demon stood, only a stone tablet remained. Chen stumbled, drained of all stamina. He was at his weakest, trapped and starving, yet he was still a nightmare to fight. So this is the power of the 72 demon pillars. Terrifying. I'm completely tapped out. I can't even hold my demon form anymore. He frowned, analyzing the battle. Actually, now that I think about it, there was probably an even dirtier way to take him down. His mobility is shackled. I just need to combine the 10,000 wheels with the invincible force to inflict damage on the blazing flame lord. It's a war of attrition. Strike once, retreat, wait for the cooldowns to reset, and strike again. Even if I have to repeat this dance of death for 3 to 5 months, I could grind him into dust. However, the final duel with the Dark Knight Demon Lord looms ahead. Time is a luxury I do not possess. Chen strode toward the massive crimson gemstone, pulsing with energy. First, the spoils of war. Appraise. The system window flashed heavenly fire crystal. This was the magical core of the blazing flame demon lord condensed over 1,000 years of cultivation. Direct absorption offers a massive boost to fire attribute skills and grants total immunity to all fire-based damage. It can also be used as a primary forging material. He sees the crystal eyes gleaming, complete fire immunity. That single attribute already surpasses my netherworld ghost flame in utility. Now I'm only missing one component for the tier 5 materials. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. He glanced sharply to the side. It was Void slowly clapping his hands. The entity stepped closer to Chen. Not bad. You are truly exceptional. A satisfied smile played on his lips. I thought your entry here was merely an accident, but this is a delightful surprise. Void summoned a sleek blade from thin air. I truly wish to test your mettle right now, but before we indulge in battle, there is a small matter I must address. Chen's instinct screamed, danger, but the blade flashed past him faster than light. Before he could even react, it was over. He spun around, bewildered. There was no pain, no blood. In fact, his body felt lighter, relieved of a heavy burden. What did you just do to me? Void turned, sheathing his weapon. Nothing major. I simply severed your connection to that thing temporarily. It is not wise to let it gaze upon my true existence. Suddenly, the debris around them began to levitate, defying gravity. Chen froze, his mind racing. The connection. Does he mean the system I can't access the interface? Void settled onto a floating boulder. The shadowy mist around him dissipated, revealing a familiar form, little Nana. It must be rather inconvenient for you to converse with an entity whose face you cannot perceive. I shall wear a face you recognize. But, I must say, your lack of fear is intriguing. Chen sat opposite him, composing himself. I did roleplay as you within your memories after all. I have a rough grasp of your personality. If you intended to kill me, you wouldn't be wasting time talking. Am I wrong? The Void Demon's expression remained unreadable, a mask of calm. Then he chuckled. Perceptive. You should be grateful for your humanity. I established the supreme law of the Void City. Any demon descendant who dares to trespass must face immediate execution. I never expected you to exploit a loophole. But technically, you are correct. You are no demon descendant. He sighed, a sound that carried the weight of ages. This place was meant to seal away my most precious memories. I never desired visitors. Yet, an anomaly occurred, and here we are. Whether this meeting is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Chen's heart still pounded in his chest. This is the Void Demon, the great ruler of the dark world who commands the 72 demon pillars. But the power to rewrite the laws of reality. Isn't changing the laws a feat only a god can achieve, could he be? As if plucking the thought directly from Chen's mind, Void interrupted. Cease your wild speculations. I am not a god, in the sense that you mortals define it. Chen flinched. Then what are you, and why is your true face shrouded in mystery? Void didn't seem annoyed. Instead, he offered a lesson. It is a matter of dimension. The gap between our life forms is simply too vast. A lower being cannot visually comprehend an existence that defies their understanding. And that includes you. He pointed a finger at Chen. In short, because my existence transcends yours, I can perceive every single aspect of your being. Chen's eyes widened in sheer terror as Void continued. That includes the foreign soul dwelling within you, what you call the system, as well as your origin as a transmigrator from another world. I see every item in your inventory, even the blank blueprint. Cold sweat drenched Chen's back. Just what is this monster? The sensation of being stripped bare, every secret exposed to the light, was suffocating. Void laughed softly. You are not yet qualified to know the truth. Unless you can prove that you won't end up rotting in that coffin. Until then, everything is meaningless. Chen's mind raced. The coffin. Does he mean the familiar one I saw in the mountain range? Is he prophesying my death? Is that truly my final resting place? Suddenly, Void manifested a stone in his hand. You slew the blazing flame demon lord. In doing so, you helped sever a portion of my lingering obsession. Consider this myriad calamity stone a token of my gratitude. It is exactly what you seek. Now summon your blank blueprint. I shall instruct you on its proper usage. Without hesitation, Chen retrieved the item. Thank you. The violet stone pulsed with an ominous, beautiful light as Void began his lecture. The blank blueprint is a divine artifact, but you cannot simply shove random garbage into it. You require a primary material to form the core of the set and auxiliary materials to flesh out the complete armor. Chen looked up, absorbing every word of this legendary tutorial. The myriad calamity stone shall serve as the core. As the energy swirled, Void barked a command. Now toss in the auxiliary materials you wish to fuse. Chen's hands moved in a blur, tossing his rare collection into the vortex. Heavenly Fire Crystal Origin, Stone of Death Core, of the Black Forest, and the Golden Marrow Essence fuse. The materials liquefied, transforming into glowing runes that etched themselves onto the blank blueprint. The scroll spiraled around his body, encasing his arm in light. When the light faded, a new notification chimed. System acquired legendary skin. Myriad Calamity Molten Set. Components: Calamity Upper Armor, Heavenly Flame, Leggings, Death Origin, Pauldrons, Black Forest Belt, and Golden Marrow Boots. Exclusive to Chen. Total stat bonus strength increased by 1,950. Constitution plus 23. Agility plus 14. Wisdom increased by 21. Durability boosted by 1,250. Effect: Complete Fire Immunity. Crowd Control Resistance plus 3. Special Ability: When filled with Flame Power Release, melting once. Automatic Recharge Time, 24 hours. Absorbs damage from any catastrophic event. Ultimate upon full charge, unleash the myriad calamity power. Unique set item. Chen grinned. Melting. That was the signature move of the Blazing Flame Demon Lord. To think it's now part of my arsenal. And if the difficulty to charge the myriad calamity power is this high, the destructive potential must far exceed a simple melting strike. The stat boost alone is insane. As expected of a legendary set, he clenched his fist power, surging through his veins. With this gear, I can handle the remaining 3 demon lords, but against the demon venerable, just how wide is the gap between us now? Chen turned back to the mysterious entity. Ah, that's right. I have one final question. Do you know the location of the Shell of Illusory Destruction? The system had issued a subjugation quest ages ago, yet he had never laid eyes on the target. This was a classic leveling Manhwa mystery. Void offered a faint, enigmatic smile. In truth, you laid eyes upon it long ago. You simply failed to realize it. His gaze swept the desolate horizon. It is everywhere. North, south, east, and west. This volcano, the very air, and even us. On this scorched red earth, we are but 2 parasites. As Void spoke, jagged rock spikes pierced the skyline. We are standing inside its body. Chen froze as the horrifying truth hit him. Void continued his ancient narration. Long before the 72 demon pillars were established, the dark world was plagued by forbidden zones. The most lethal of all was the Cliff of Illusionary Destruction. This leads to the source of the beast you seek. Only a few ancient demon patriarchs knew the truth. The cliff was never just a dangerous location. It is a colossal demonic beast that has slumbered for 10,000 years, the Shell of Illusionary Destruction. Chen's eyes widened. So that's it. No wonder the corpses looked like they were being dissolved. The Lost Swamp is its digestive system. It releases hallucinogenic gas and paralyzing slime to numb its prey, stripping them of their senses before slowly digesting them. Otherwise, how could it sleep for eternity? It would surely awaken from starvation. Chen connected the dots with the speed of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. The border between the cliff and the swamp. It must be a fissure leading inside. A biological vent for excretion, perhaps. Little Nana's ancestors must have stumbled into that vent, falling deep into the shell's body. They avoided the wars outside and found peace only to be wiped out by invaders in the end. Void offered further explanation. For years, my city of Void blocked all demon kin. None could enter. Over time, the cliff was forgotten, leaving only the legend of the flame demon purgatory. Chen raised a question. So, did you wipe out the explosive flame demon clan yourself? Void shook his head. Imprisoning the flame demon lord was payment enough. I have no need to slaughter an entire bloodline for revenge. The true killer was the Shell of Illusionary Destruction. Void clarified. While the flame demon lord was active, the beast dared not move. But once I sealed him away, it no longer had reason to fear. It swallowed the entire clan whole. By now, they have long since been digested into nothingness. He couldn't help but sigh. Truly a ruthless predator. Chen scoffed internally. You two fought inside its stomach. Of course, it would take revenge on the weaker side once the dust settled. Suddenly, Void's form began to turn into smoke. Your arrival has sparked my interest. One day you will stand by my side, provided you survive that long. I hope we meet again. Before vanishing, he left behind one final exciting revelation. Your earlier battle has awakened that entity. It dared not move while I was present, but now, Its opportunity has arrived. He evaporated, leaving Chen standing in stunned silence. But the peace didn't last. The ground beneath his feet began to quake violently. Mountains rose from the earth, startling him. A beast emerged, resembling the shell of illusionary destruction, only smaller. As the mist cleared, Chen realized the horror. Not one, but 4 of them were waiting to ambush him. Chen's expression darkened. This is bad. I'm still in a weakened state from the last fight. Meanwhile, at the Forbidden Mountain range, the demons were hard at work. Kalada's voice rang out. 31 upper rank demons. 128 middle rank. 545 lower rank. With this force we could conquer territories, yet we toil all year just to open 3 coffins. He sighed. If Lady Slaughter were here, a single serious strike would crack one open instantly. But for us, it takes 3 to 5 days of full power exertion. The power gap is truly terrifying. Suddenly, a minion screamed. Kalada, there's a strange coffin. It's moving. The demon trembled in shock. What? Kalada wondered. Aren't these coffins filled with corpses? Could someone be alive? The coffin rattled violently, as if the dead inside were trying to break the lid. A hollow knocking sound echoed, confusing the group. The minion stammered. The open coffins contained powerful beings from the past. Some were legendary existences. Could a monster be breaking out? Kalada remained calm, extending his senses. I feel no life force. Yet it moves. However, I can vaguely sense an extreme danger radiating from it. The minions asked, should we report this to Lady Slaughter? Kalada stopped them immediately. She has grave matters to attend to. How could we distract her with a mere rattling box? He ordered sternly, do not touch this coffin. I will handle it personally. Go attend to your other duties. The demons bowed. Understood. We leave it to you. As they walked away, they whispered, Kalada has admired Lady Slaughter for ages. He definitely wants to claim the credit for himself. A chubby demon replied, Lady Slaughter is both beautiful and strong. Who wouldn't admire her? But Kalada is aiming too high. Unaware, Kalada smiled smugly, eyes gleaming with excitement. My demon tool is unique. It is far better suited for analysis than combat. If there is something truly formidable inside, Lady Slaughter will surely be pleased. Meanwhile, under the pale crescent moon, the dark night royal city stood gloomy and desolate. Elsewhere, a massive crowd of demon kin gathered around a dueling arena. High above sat figures upon majestic thrones. These were the rulers, Demon Carlos, Demon Lord Puro, and Demon Lord Latia. The crowd below buzzed. The 3 great demon lords are here. Every lord is participating in this decisive battle, but we all know it will end in a civil war between those 3. Today's battle decides the future of our nation. They gazed at the highest seat. The ultimate victor will ascend that supreme throne and become our one true king. A nervous guard asked Steward Baha, will our lord really show up? No one doubts his strength, but the 3 great lords are monsters. If Lord Yushi fails to win, Carlos will hunt us down. Baha's voice was steady. Have faith in our lord. He has never broken his word. And have faith in yourself. As the royal guard, you are not inferior to anyone. Nearby, a rival clan member sneered, looking like a villain from a standard manhwa recap. Did I hear that correctly? Get a load of this. The Lord of Thio's castle actually thinks he qualifies to join. Is he here to dig his own grave? I heard he offended Cost Lost. He must have a death wish. His royal guards instantly bristled with killing intent. Silence, you filth. Dare to insult Lord Wuxi again? And you'll lose your heads. The cowards immediately scrambled back, begging for mercy. We were just running our mouths. Please spare us. Baha stepped in with a calming presence. Stay your blades. Bloodshed on such a momentous day brings bad omens. Let the dogs bark. Whispers spread through the crowd, like a plague. Is that really the entourage from the impoverished Theos castle? Rumor has it their demonic energy is trash, but look at that gear. That's high-tier equipment. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the noise, silencing the arena. For too long, our Dark Knight Demon Clan has swallowed the bitter pill of humiliation. We rot at the bottom, ranked last among the 72 clans. The elder stood tall, his voice resonating with authority. But today, the era of shame ends. A new king shall rise to restore our lost glory. The rules of this manhwa recap-style battle are absolute. Any demon lord may step onto the stage. Defeat all challengers, stand tall when the dust settles, and the crown is yours. His aura flared as he declared, let the grand tournament begin. Let the bloodshed.com. Before he could finish, a figure smashed onto the stage. The throne belongs to me. If you have a death wish, step forward. The crowd erupted in shock. It's Lord Dita of Lofer Castle. He was already a high-tier demon, but after acquiring a Demon King artifact, his power level skyrocketed. They say he's the strongest entity beneath the three great lords. Entering first means fighting a gauntlet of enemies. Usually lords wait, but his arrogance knows no bounds. Immediately, a challenger lunged at him. Dita, don't get ahead of yourself. That crown is too heavy for a fool like you. Dita merely smirked. Boom. The arena exploded in a cataclysm of energy. The spectators gasped. Monster. If the stage wasn't reinforced with magic, that shockwave would have wiped us out. So this is the power of a lord. Terrifying. Meanwhile, two cloaked figures watched from the shadows unimpressed. It was Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling. Xiao Yu scoffed. You call that a battle? It's pathetic. Her sister nodded in agreement. I can't believe how far our homeland has fallen. Trash like that competing for the throne. Suddenly Xiao Jing, the creature in her arms, jolted awake. Xiao Yu looked down puzzled. What's wrong, little one? The creature trembled with pure joy. Master. Master is coming. Xiao Yu's eyes went wide. What, Mr. Yun is here? Xiao Jing nodded furiously. Yes, I can feel him. He's getting closer by the second. A beaming smile broke across her face. We searched everywhere, and now he walks right into our arms. But why would Mr. Yun come to a place like this? Xiaoling speculated. Surely not to compete. Even with his rapid growth, a leveling manhwa protagonist like him should only be at the high demon rank after a year. He's probably just watching. With his Dark Knight talent, blending in is child's play. On the stage, Dita launched his opponent into the stratosphere with a single punch. He roared like a beast. Garbage. Is this the best you have? Who's next? The throne is already mine. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Heavens. 15 minutes, and he's already crushed 6 demon lords. Since when was Dita this overpowered? We thought this was just a game for the 3 great lords. But a dark horse has appeared. No one dares to step into the ring with him now. He might actually take the crown. High above, Latia sipped her wine, looking down with disdain. Foolish peasants. Speculate all you want. You'll never guess that the script was written long ago. Puro smiled, his eyes gleaming with malice. Dita is nothing but a sacrificial pawn we cultivated. He plays the unstoppable dark horse, so when you crush him, your glory will be absolute. After all, ascending the throne without a struggle wouldn't satisfy these idiots. Her smile twisted into something sinister. Dita is just the opening act. The real main event is between us. She turned to Cost Lost. You seem distracted. Not interested in the slaughter. Are you still dwelling on that upstart Wu Shi? The one who refused tribute, crippled your men, and slapped you in the face with his defiance. He hasn't shown his face. Coward. Koss sneered, his killing intent spiking. If he dares appear, I'll rip him apart myself. But even if he hides, I have prepared a special entertainment. Suddenly, a battalion of soldiers marched forward, causing Baja to spin around in alarm. Iron and steel encircled the group from Thios Castle. What is the meaning of this? Koss Lost stood up, his voice booming. Before the next battle, I would like to offer a bonus prize. Some of you may not know, but a certain territory refused to pay their war tax this year, placing a heavy burden on the rest of us. Tribute is the sacred duty of every clan member. Those who defy this law make themselves enemies of the entire race. If I hadn't generously covered their share from my own coffers, our kingdom would have been overrun. I sent an envoy to reason with them, and they beat him into a cripple and threw him out like garbage. The culprit is the Lord of Thios Castle, Wu Shi. The guards tightened the circle, trapping the helpless delegates. Koss pointed a condemning finger. He is a traitor to the Dark Knight Demon Clan, and those who serve him are accomplices in his crimes. The crowd erupted into chaos. What is that true? Damn them, the people of Thios deserve death for endangering us all. Though, I bet it's nice not having to pay taxes or get conscripted. Silence. The lead guard crushed a magical stone. Flash. An energy cage materialized, imprisoning everyone from Thios instantly. Koss Lost spread his arms, feigning benevolence. Though they crippled my men, I am not a tyrant who abuses power for personal vendettas. I leave their fate to the heavens. We strip them of their rights and offer them as a tribute to the new king. Only the victor shall decide their punishment. The masses below erupted in a frenzy of bloodlust. The new king will purge this evil, they screamed. Crush the Thiok fortress, slaughter the traitor. Xiao Yu let out a heavy sigh, witnessing the madness. Just how deep does Carlos's hatred for this Wu Tich go? Xiao Ling replied with a grim expression. He never forgets a grudge. But honestly, I'm dying to know who this mysterious Wu Tich really is. Refusing power comes with a heavy price. Suddenly, Xiao Jing's eyes widened in shock. He's here. Something descended from the heavens, like a meteor, As the dust settled, there stood Chen radiating pure, unadulterated arrogance. Carlos sneered, his killing intent spiking. Prepare to meet your end. Meanwhile, our protagonist simply thought, just in the nick of time. Xiao Yu froze her mind, unable to process the sight. Wait, isn't that Mr. Yun? How did he become a demon lord? Even Xiao Ling was struck speechless by this plot twist. I thought he was living like a rat dodging shadows, she whispered. Who knew he was thriving? Suddenly, Dita approached from the rear. So, you're the one called Vu Tich. You have some nerve challenging Carlos. Did you forget whose territory this is? But before he could finish, Chen launched himself into the air, his hand clamping onto Dita's face like a vice. With a cold whisper of Yun, Chen flicked his wrist. You're not even qualified to speak. Boom! Dita was sent flying, smashing into a boulder, and instantly losing consciousness. The spectators gasped, their jaws hitting the floor. No way, that was Lord Dita. He was second only to the 3 great demon lords, yet he was one shot instantly. He didn't even have time to summon his royal artifact. Who exactly is this monster? Chen pointed a challenging finger straight at Carlos. Are you coming down? Or do I have to drag you down myself? Suddenly, thick vines erupted from the ground, coiling tightly around Carlos's legs. The demon lord flinched, completely caught off guard. With a single yank, Chen dragged the high and mighty lord down to the dirt. Carlos scrambled up, humiliated and enraged. You brat, he roared, summoning a flaming beast. I will take your head. Chen danced through the air, dodging effortlessly. Don't you dare run. Carlos slammed his weapon into the earth, unleashing his signature move, the Forest of Bone. But the razor-sharp bone spikes shattered upon impact. They couldn't even scratch Chen's absolute defense. Carlos's eyes bulged in disbelief. Impossible, my bones. Broken. Just how monstrous is this kid's physique? Carlos gritted his teeth. It's a good thing I didn't rely on brute force alone. Chen was pinned, unable to maneuver. Taking advantage of the opening, a flock of crimson bloodbirds dived from his blind spot. This was a sure kill technique. But Chen didn't panic. Fusing fireball magic with palm wind, he unleashed a devastating counter. With a mere wave of his hand, a pillar of flame consumed the birds in an instant. The blast obliterated the bone cage, leaving a massive crater in the arena. Carlos trembled with fury. Damn it, he brute forced through my strongest attack. I have no choice. I must unleash the royal artifact. But before he could move, Chen's pupils dilated. An overwhelming pressure exploded from the protagonist, crushing down on Carlos like a mountain. Cold sweat poured down Carlos's face. He was paralyzed. What is this pressure? My body. It won't obey. Terror gripped him. Is this the power of the Dark Knight Empress's artifact? Chen strolled over and casually snatched the weapon Carlos was trying to activate. He inspected it with a look of pure disdain. What were you saying earlier? Is this toy the so-called royal artifact? The great demon Carlos stood there like a statue, completely helpless before Chen's dominance. Chen activated his analysis skill, a staple of any good leveling manhwa. Staff of Decay. Inflicts death aura on contact, ignores defense, and drains the target's lifespan. A smirk appeared on his face. Now this is a useful toy. The surrounding demons felt their sanity crumbling. What is happening? Why has Carlos stopped moving? Did he just steal a royal artifact? Like taking candy from a baby. You have to be kidding me. Panic spread through the stands. Even if the artifact can't be used by others, Carlos is defenseless without it. Is he actually going to lose to this traitorous upstart? Xiaoling's face turned grave. There is no mistake. That skill. It's the perfect night eyes. And the prerequisite for evolving that eye technique is possessing pure, dark magic. I hate to admit it, but the evidence is undeniable. However, Xiao Yu cut her off sharply. No, look closer. Mr. Yun is still himself. His appearance has changed, but his soul hasn't been corrupted. He must have found a special method to fuse with the dark magic without being consumed. Zhao Ling scoffed, unable to believe such a fantasy. Impossible. A special method. Only true-born demons can wield dark magic. This is the law set by the gods. Even a dark cultist must transform their very body and soul into a demon to wield that power. No human in history has ever achieved what you're suggesting. Xiao Yu lowered her voice, her eyes filled with unwavering faith. Xiao Ling, you simply haven't witnessed his miracles. Mr. Yun has already shattered logic right before my eyes. He swallowed the nether flame whole without a single burn. And he slaughtered a third transformation demon above level 60, while he wasn't even level 30. In this manhwa recap, stats mean nothing to him. I choose to believe in him one more time. Back in the arena, Carlos was sweating buckets. Damn it all, how does he possess the Empress's night eyes? I have to kill him here and now, or he'll definitely ascend to the throne. Realizing he was outmatched, Carlos swallowed his pride and screamed, Latia Puro, get down here. Are you two going to stand there and watch this traitor become king? But up in the VIP seats, Puro remained calm, his eyes narrowed. Latia, tell me I'm not seeing things. Latia replied coldly. You're not blind. That is the legendary technique of the Dark Knight Empress, the Night Eyes. She recalled the ancient lore. The Night Eyes are a bloodline talent so rare, it's practically a myth. Including the Empress herself, only 3 demons in our entire history have ever awakened it. Every single one of them became a supreme ruler. Forget the power of the skill itself, the political symbol of awakening it is terrifying. Puro let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. It's a blessing that the common rabble doesn't recognize it yet. Because if they did, they would frantically worship him as the true king. We had a deal to split the kingdom's resources 3 ways. If he takes the crown, we lose everything. Looks like he's finally getting serious. In a one-on-one duel, none of us stand a chance against that monster. We attack together, whoosh. 2 figures blurred through the air rushing toward the battlefield. Before they even landed, Puro's voice boomed like thunder. Vu Tich, you traitorous scum. You betrayed the demon race and brought ruin to our borders. Latia joined the chorus of condemnation. A sinner like you has no right to the throne. Today, you will be purged. As the enemy duo closed the distance, Chen didn't hesitate. He immediately unleashed the power of the Eye of the Night. A crushing wave of pressure slammed into the demon lords. But expecting this, Latia activated her sovereign artifact, the Ring of Diversion. Instantly, the 2 landed without a scratch, and even Carlos broke free. Meanwhile, 3 unlucky lower demons began to glow. What was happening? They were paralyzed. Chen realized it immediately. The target of his Eye of the Night had been forcibly shifted to those fodder demons. So that was the terrifying power of her artifact. This was getting messy. The moment Carlos was free, he started flexing his aura. And he wasn't done. A sinister weapon materialized in his grip, the great demon blood saber. Obeying its masters, the razor-sharp blade tore through the air, aiming straight for Chen's neck. Carlos roared to his ally. Puro buff, me now. You got it, Puro shouted, activating his sovereign artifact, the Grimoire of Amplification. The 2 dark energies merged, causing the blood saber to swell into a titanic weapon of destruction. Amplified heavenly demon blood saber, they screamed in unison as it crashed down. Chen furrowed his brows, clearly annoyed by that troublesome book in Puro's hands. One artifact buffs skills, the other deals damage. A massive flame palm rushed to meet the blade, but the blast radius was too huge. There was no dodging this. He had to take it head-on. But Latia wasn't just watching the show. She triggered the Ring of Diversion once more, sneering, little brother, stop struggling. It's futile. That accursed redirection skill again. The flame palm meant for the blade suddenly pulled a U-turn, rocketing straight back at Chen with terrifying speed. Have a taste of your own medicine. Both the enemy's ultimate attack and his own skill slammed into him simultaneously. The ground beneath him disintegrated instantly. The demons watching below erupted in cheers, worshipping their lord's power. As expected of the 3 great demon lords working together, absolutely overwhelming. That traitor had to be nothing but ash now. It was a terrifying display of force. Yet, as the dust settled, Chen remained standing, immovable as a mountain. Puro's jaw hit the floor. He's still alive. How is that possible? My grimoire amplifies damage to lethal levels. Chen dusted himself off, declaring arrogantly, it's nothing special. My base stats are just that high. But internally, he knew the truth of this leveling Manhwa. He was decked out in legendary tier armor. He wouldn't go down that easily. Still fighting 3 demon lords at once was proving to be a headache. Plus, he was deep in enemy territory. He had to keep an eye out for the horde of fodder demons waiting for a cheap shot. If he recklessly used his ultimate 10,000 wheels, the exhaustion would leave him vulnerable to this hateful mob. And even though Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling were here, he refused to rely on them. Watching from the sidelines, Xiao Yu was a bundle of nerves. Those 3 might not be on our level, but Latia and Puro possess tricky abilities. With Carlos adding raw power, Mr. Yun might be in trouble. We have to help. Xiaoling, however, remains skeptical. We still don't know if he's fully turned into a demon. Suddenly, little Xiaojing stammered, Master. He noticed us. I can feel it. He wants us to stay back. Xiaoling blinked in surprise. He noticed us, and he doesn't have any killing intent toward us. Xiao Yu patted Xiaojing's head, beaming. See, that proves Mr. Yun is still himself. As always, he's doing the impossible in this manhwa recap. Let's trust him for now, and only jump in, if necessary. Back in the ring, Yun Chen realized Latia was the linchpin holding the enemy team together. He had to take out that witch first. Her redirection artifact was the biggest problem. Yun Chen casually flicked a small fireball toward Latia. She triggered the ring instantly, still throwing random skills. Little brother, do you really think so little of your big sister? Just as predicted, the fireball turned back at Yun Chen. But Yun Chen didn't flinch. This was exactly what he wanted. He began to channel a massive surge of mana, rapid casting double casting fireball barrage. In a blink, the sky was filled with countless blazing spheres hurtling toward Latia. Confident in her artifact, she didn't even blink at the incoming inferno. Trying to win with numbers, how naive I can redirect every single one of them. True to her word, the entire barrage was reflected. The spot where Yun Chen stood was obliterated by his own fire, blasting yet another crater into the arena floor. Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling broke into a cold sweat. That was too reckless. Unless the damage exceeds her limit, that artifact will reflect absolutely anything. She's not an opponent you can beat with brute force. Xiao Jing screamed in terror as the smoke rose. But suddenly, a figure tore through the smoke. Yun Chen was unharmed and charging straight for Latia. Her eyes widened in shock. What? He had rushed through the wall of flames without a single burn. In a heartbeat, the distance vanished and Yun Chen was right in her face. He reached out with a hand of plunder. My fire resistance is high enough to tank my own skills, you witch. Reflecting them doesn't mean a damn thing. Your tricks are useless. It's over. Yun Chen launched himself with explosive speed, his fist cocked back for a devastating strike. Over. Instead of fear, a mocking smile twisted Latia's lips. Tell me, little brother, aren't you forgetting something? On cue, Carlos and Puro lunged in from the sides, weapons drawn. Do you think we're just decorations? Incredible Yun Chen caught both their attacks with his bare hands, stopping their momentum cold. But Latia just laughed, looking triumphantly smug. You said it was over, don't make me laugh. My boys know exactly who the MVP of this team is. Targeting the healer was a smart play, but you made one fatal mistake. You were too focused on the one in front of you. To her horror, Yun Chen smirked back his eyes, dancing with amusement. Too focused on you, you've got to be kidding me. The one who's been staring too hard is you. Before she could react, a menacing shadow rose silently from the floor behind her. Puro screamed Latia. Carlos roared. Behind you, dodge, but it was too late. The shadow erupted, and in a cloud of dust, Latia was completely restrained. The hunter had just become the prey. She whipped around fury, distorting her beautiful face. Damn it, you possess a clone technique too. Since when did you unlock that? Yun Chen's voice remained terrifyingly calm. Back when you arrogantly described your trap. The moment the flames blocked your vision, I had my shadow demon slip into my own shadow. It possesses a stealth skill, so ambushing you from behind was child's play. Latia struggled to lift her head, fear taking root in her heart. He can hide in shadows and use clones. That is a rarity even in a high-stakes leveling Manhwa world. Her mind raced with a terrifying realization. If just a clone can suppress me this easily, then just how monstrous are the stats of his main body? Yun Chen looked down at them like bugs. Without her conversion ability, you are nothing. Kneel and submit now. Burrow suddenly inhaled a stream of mysterious purple smoke. You must be joking. The winner hasn't been decided yet. A massive explosion of dark mist erupted, shocking everyone. Yet, Yun Chen stood unmoved in the chaos, using thick fog to block my vision. Are you that afraid of my Eye of the Night? It is futile. The Echo magic was activated, a perfect fusion of the Mage's Mana Surge and the mechanic's echolocation skills. Every move you make is within my grasp. Burrow flashed through the mist, rushing straight toward Latia. That brat is unreasonably strong. I have to free Latia, or we stand no chance. He activated his buff skill, Dark Knight Giant Hammer, amplifying his weapon's power. Get lost, you filthy clone. Simultaneously, Yun Chen charged forward, unleashing a fusion of martial artist's Ice Fist and Strongman's full power strike. His attack, Soaring Ice Split, slammed directly into the incoming blow. The hammer screamed under the pressure. Crack. Burrow's eyes bulged in disbelief. What the? In a split second, his weapon shattered into dust. He gritted his teeth. Impossible. My skill damage was amplified. This kid's power. It completely transcends the level of a demon lord. We were delusional to think we could fight him. Yun Chen's voice cut through the air. Submit or die. Without a second thought for his pride, Burrow dropped to his knees. The outcome is set. Resisting him now means certain death. From behind, Koss roared in indignation. Burrow, what are you doing? Yun Chen merely glanced sideways. And you? Latia forced a stiff, terrified smile, cold sweat dripping down her face. I also agree to submit. Submitting to someone who awakened the Eye of the Night isn't actually a bad deal. The onlookers were thunderstruck. How can this be Lord Latia and Lord Burrow, surrendering to a traitor? He refused the tribute and ignored the clan's survival, and now he wants to be king. We are doomed. The Dark Knight Demon clan is finished. Kos shouted, his face twisted with rage. Are you kidding me? If you become king, our kingdom will be destroyed. I will die before I yield to you. In truth, I have offended him too deeply. There is no path of retreat left for me. The guards below began to chant. Damn traitor, you have no right to be king. Kos thinks of the clan. He is the only one fit for the throne. Following you leads only to death. Get out. Hundreds of fists pumped into the air. Step down. We won't throw our lives away for you. You are unworthy. Get lost. Xiaoling watched from the shadows, analyzing the situation. Those are Kos's personal guards inciting the crowd. It is time we stepped in. Two figures flashed toward Yun Chen. Xiao Yu and Xiaoling revealed their true forms for all to see. What if we also accept him as our king? The angry mob suddenly wavered. That is Lord Loyola and Lord Bella, the strongest demon lords of our past. Why are they here? Wait, weren't they captured by humans and made into slaves? Xiao Yu scoffed, flipping her hair. Slaves, don't make me laugh. Xiaoling glared at them. We feigned surrender to infiltrate the humans and find a chance to avenge the Night Queen. Xiao Yu added, and now we have succeeded and we have returned. Kos pointed a trembling finger at them. Nonsense. Siding with a traitor means you want to destroy our nation. Damn it. Where did these two witches come from? His words reignited the guards' fury. Kos is right. They must be spies. The mob mentality took over again. Protecting a traitor makes you a traitor. Get off the war stage. Green flames ignited in Yun Chen's palm. Winning the hearts of the people is harder than I thought. If words fail, then force is the only option. Xiaoling panicked. Wait, they are still our kin. They are just being manipulated. Mr. Yun, please show mercy. Suddenly, Xiao Yu snapped her fingers. Actually, there is a much simpler way. At that moment, Kos led his army in a final charge. Guards, lords, citizens who crave peace. The time to sacrifice for your country is now. Charge, kill the traitor. The crowd found their courage. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat all of us. We have the numbers. He is a calamity. For peace, kill him. Attacks flew at Yun Chen from every direction, his long hair shadowing his expression. To oppose me. None of you are worthy. His eyes snapped open, unleashing his full power. Eye of the Night. A terrifying pressure descended, freezing time itself. Terror seized their souls. Their bodies refused to move. This sensation, we have only felt this once before. From the Night Queen herself, looking at Yun Chen's majestic silhouette, the truth hit them. The Eye of the Night. It is the power only the true king possesses. To freeze all creation with a glance. To defeat the enemy without fighting. This was the legend of the Night Queen, the power that made the Dark Knight demons feared across the 72 clans. Throughout history, many kings have ruled the Dark Knight tribe, but only 3 ever awakened the Eye of the Night. Becoming king does not guarantee this power, but the one who holds the Eye of the Night is destined to be king. Yun Chen stood there, radiating absolute authority. Does anyone else have an objection? Honestly, I'm exhausted. Too many targets. This consumed way more dark mana than I expected. A demon in the crowd broke the silence, voice trembling with awe. That is, the Eye of the Night, the ultimate symbol of the king. The fear turned into ecstatic cheering. With that power, who could possibly object? Even Kos's loyal guards dared not speak another word. The message was clear. Compared to this Manhwa recap protagonist, the other lords were nothing but dust. A bone-deep chill shattered Carlos's composure. Unleashing the Eye of the Night on such a catastrophic scale. The dark mana consumption was absolutely soul-crushing. The time stagnation lasted a mere blink of an eye, utterly useless in a clash of this magnitude. No sane warrior would choose this path. So why? Why did he resort to such a desperate gambit, unless? His gaze darted to Xiaoling, and Xiao Yu standing faithfully beside Yun Chen. In that split second, the horrifying truth struck him like a thunderbolt. He ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. Damn it all, Loyola and Bella must have leaked my weakness to him. The outcome was already written in stone. He had only one option left for survival. Without hesitation, the demon lord chose to abandon his dignity and flee. But nothing escapes the predator's gaze. Yun Chen scoffed. You think you can escape me? Chen's pupils dilated. As he activated the Eye of the Night, instantly Carlos was paralyzed in midair, stripped of all momentum. Impossible gravity reclaimed him, dragging his frozen form down into a freefall. A deafening boom shook the earth as Carlos kissed the ground with bone-shattering force. Chen looked down with the cold indifference of a god. Subordinates of Carlos, imprisoning my steward and royal guards is a capital offense, punishable by death. Then his aura shifted to one of benevolent, absolute rule. However, our kingdom is weak. Internal strife is a luxury we cannot afford. I grant you a single chance at redemption. All eyes turned to the fallen lord. Carlos lay frozen, his mana sealed, utterly defenseless. Chen commanded I leave his fate to the guards he wronged. Do what you must. The betrayal was instant. His own royal guards turned, eyes gleaming with survival instinct. Carlos, forgive us. Your greatest sin was slandering the new king. We sold our lives for you for years. Now pay us back with yours. Terror, raw and primal, seized his heart. His voice cracked in a desperate shriek. No, don't do this. The shadow of death loomed over him as the mob closed in. No, stop, AHAHA. As the screams faded, Chen ascended the stairs, each step echoing with destiny. He reached the pinnacle, took his seat upon the supreme throne, and issued his first royal decree. From this day forth, I am the king of the dark night demons. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu were the first to kneel, their voices trembling with reverence. We greet the monarch of the eternal night. A sea of guards and demon lords followed suit, their voices merging into a thunderous roar. Long live the monarch of the eternal night. The entire kingdom bowed before their new master. In that moment, Chen was officially enshrined as the monarch of the eternal night, taking his place as the 72nd pillar among the legendary 72 demon gods. The news spread like wildfire through the abyss, igniting a storm of controversy across the dark world. The high-born demons of other clans seethed with indignation. Monarch of the eternal night. What a joke, mocked one. A random lord crawling out of the gutter thinks he can claim a throne. The Dark Knight clan is finished. If they think trash like that deserves a rank among the 72. Absurd. Meanwhile, at the Grand Council of the 72 Pillars, monarchs from every corner of hell had gathered. The silence was broken by a heavy voice. Regarding the rumor of this new monarch, I assume you are all aware the second pillar, the Lord of Devouring, spoke with chilling calm. I suspect we shall be meeting him in this very hall sooner than you think. Scorn erupted from the gallery. Lord of Devouring, surely you don't jest. You intend to let a mongrel sit in a council reserved only for the 72 demon gods. Does he possess the qualifications? Defeating a few low-level lords makes one a king now. Is the title of the 72 pillars becoming as cheap as a power-up in a generic leveling manhwa? The Dark Knight clan doesn't even have a demon saint left. It was sheer dumb luck. I refuse to acknowledge him. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the noise. Why not simply erase the Dark Knight clan from the registry? The 21st pillar, the Lady of Slaughter. Duan Ye smiled with lethal grace. Keeping a seat for a dying clan is a waste of resources. Let a stronger breed take their place. The Lord of Devouring nodded slowly. Indeed, due to the rampage of that human Sha Qingcheng, the Dark Knight elites were decimated. Yet their ancient legacy remains intact. As long as they hold their territory, raising new powerhouses is only a matter of time. More importantly, we are in the midst of a great crusade against the human world. Middle and lower tier demons are the fodder we need for the front lines. In this war of attrition, their numbers outweigh individual strength. As long as they pay the war tribute and fuel the dark world's economy, it matters not who sits on their throne. His voice dropped an octave. If the Void Demon and the First Pillar were here, I am certain they would align with my judgment. The mention of the First Pillar sent a ripple of unease through the room. Come to think of it, where has the First Pillar gone these past few years? Even his clan members haven't seen his shadow. The Void Demon is even more elusive. Since the partition of the 72 kingdoms, he vanished. Now, the Lord of Devouring holds the reins. True power lies in his hands. The Lord of Devouring sneered at the murmuring crowd, asserting his dominance. If you desire my authority, come and take it. That is, if you possess the strength to survive the attempt. Instant silence fell over the hall. The crushing pressure of his aura ended the council then and there. Back in her domain, Lottie fumed with indignation. It's outrageous. He's a mere demon lord. How dare he stand on equal footing with Lady Duanye, the slaughter goddess? Duanye sipped her afternoon tea, the picture of deadly elegance. The Lord of Devouring has spoken. It is absolute. The Dark Knight clan may lack warriors, but their treasury has never failed to fund our wars. Her eyes narrowed, sharpening like blades. However, what truly intrigues me is this new monarch, this Lord Wuji. I've been connecting the dots. His rise was too sudden, too clean. It's as if he stepped out of the void itself, like a protagonist in a manhwa recap. First, he manifests at the Silo Citadel, instantly executes the former Lord Bodhi, and seizes the title. A mere year later, he ascends the throne. She paused, her voice lowering. Rumor has it that upon becoming a lord, he refused to pay war tributes. He never conscripted a single soldier from his land. Before that day, even the locals had never heard the name Wuji. Every trace of his existence is unnatural. Lottie's brow furrowed in confusion. Perhaps he is a hermit cultivator from the demon beast lands. Such eccentric demons are rare, but they do exist. Born in blood, forged in battle against beasts. Their personal combat power is immense, yet they remain ghosts to the outside world. Duanye swung her legs playfully, considering the theory. A plausible theory, she admitted, then smirked. But I have a bolder hypothesis. Exactly 1 year ago, the humans Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling were reverse summoned. Their landing coordinates. Right here in my Duanye territory. She stood up, pacing slowly. I dispatched Colada to eliminate them. Unexpectedly, the hunt failed. We detected the opening of the Forbidden Mountain Range. Given the perilous nature of that place, I called off the pursuit back then. But now, looking at the timeline and the geography, her eyes glinted with a predator's realization as the puzzle pieces snapped into place. The exit of the Forbidden Mountain Range led straight into the jaws of the Dark Knight Demon's territory, with the ominous Shiloke Fortress looming just ahead. Yun Chen stood frozen, marveling at the twist of fate. My lord, are you suggesting the Dark Knight Monarch is actually the human Yun Chen impossible? His aura was suffocating a darkness so pure that even the demons knew he couldn't possibly be human. But her calculations went deeper than mere identity. Truth didn't matter in this world. Sometimes you only needed a single excuse to seize power. If he ascends the throne and refuses to pay the war tribute, using his identity as leverage, the message will be understood instantly. Lord Slaughter Duanye's eyes lit up with fanaticism. Are you suggesting we proceed with the plan? The Dark Knight Kingdom was a realm of shadows and seduction, especially within the capital. Baha couldn't contain his excitement. To think our lord could actually become the king. I have waited an eternity for this day. The royal guards were on the brink of madness with joy. Yun Chen smiled like a benevolent ruler. Rest assured, your loyalty will be richly rewarded. This kingdom has been choked by the 3 great demon lords for too long. It is time we placed our own blood in the vital arteries of this city. Don't you agree? The old man bowed, displaying absolute devotion. Rest easy, my lord. Within a month, I will install our trusted aides into every key position. The capital will be yours. Yun Chen dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Then, it is in your hands. Leave me. As the subordinate bowed out, Yun Chen turned to greet the new arrivals. Xiao, Yu, Xiao, Ling. What brings you two to this hellscape? Is this Master Xia's doing? Xiao Yu's expression was dead serious. Correct. Our mission has 2 objectives. First, locate Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling and extract you back to safety. The second objective, her voice dropped an octave heavy with implication, is to activate the trump card, the master left hidden within this dark world. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A trump card? What exactly are we talking about, Xiao? Yu hesitated. We need master's authorization before we can disclose that intel. Yun Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. Wait, you have a method to communicate with Master Xia? We are in a different dimension, separated by spatial barriers. Xiao Yu smirked confidently. With mere human strength, impossible. But what if we use the power of a god? She beamed, revealing a mystical artifact. By sacrificing this god-tier item, we can bridge the void and speak to the master. Item: Illusionary Star Reflection Mirror. Rank God tier. Effect ignores all spatial restrictions. Holders of the mirror can communicate freely. A gift from the gods. As the light flared, Qing Cheng's projection materialized. Xiao Yu, Xiao Ling report. Xiao. You practically vibrated with excitement. Master, look. We found Yun Chen. He's incredibly powerful. Now he's become one of the 72 demon pillars. Yun Chen waved casually. Master Xia, long time no see. Qing Cheng's eyes widened in genuine shock. One of the 72 pillars, that is a legendary achievement. You must tell me everything. After hearing the briefing, she sighed in amazement. I see. To crush 3 demon lords in such a hostile environment, your growth in this leveling manhwa arc is terrifying. It is a pity I cannot be there. I would have given you a massive reward. Yun Chen kept his charming smile. Master Xia, you are too kind. You've already given me enough. But tell me, I've been cut off from the human world. How is the situation on the front line? Her face hardened instantly. Catastrophic. That is why I sent the twins to bring you and Lu Miaoling back. We needed your strength to turn the tide. But now, it is better if you stay in the dark world. Yun Chen realized her plan immediately. Master Xia, are you suggesting? She nodded. The best way to save humanity is to incite a demon civil war. However, I need to know. Just how strong have you become? Yun Chen answered honestly. Against a demon venerable, it's a toss-up. But anyone beneath that tier, I'll crush them. Inner thought. With my full set of legendary gear, I'm basically invincible. That statement made Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling freeze in horror. Oh no. Yun Chen just signed his death warrant. He thinks anyone below venerable is beneath him. Has he forgotten? Master's rank Ching Cheng laughed a sound that promised pain. Interesting. Very interesting. Girls take him to that place. I need to give him a little pop quiz. As they walked down a strange tunnel, the sisters looked at Yun Chen with pure pity. Yun Chen, you are going to suffer. Poor soul. Yun Chen sighed, sweating nervously. It can't be that bad, right? Wait, does she want to fight me personally? I remember now. Master Xia has legendary achievements, but her level is technically third transition, below Demon Venerable. If she's the opponent, I have absolutely zero confidence in winning. Xiao Ling looked away, unable to offer comfort. Xiao, you changed the subject to break the tension. By the way, Yun Chen, where did you vanish to? We searched everywhere for you. Yun Chen shrugged, covering his tracks. I just took a trip to the endless desert. Consider it a quick Manhwa recap of my survival training. I can't mention the void. There is no way to explain the blank domain, the blueprints, or the system. That battle with the void shell. I nearly got erased from existence. I had to fuse dark magic while the laws of the world tried to crush me. I was weakened, hunted by monsters that shouldn't exist. It was a desperate game of cat and mouse. But even in a weakened state, my stats were monstrous. I chugged potions and used the terrain to stay one step ahead. I barely bought myself enough time to breathe. I herded them together like sheep. Then, boom, one set skill to wipe them all out in a blaze of glory. I slipped into the Void City just as the new wave spawned. One wrong step, and it would have been game over. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Xiao, you stopped. We are here. Yun Chen stared at the glowing circular seal on the door. This protective array? It's formidable. Even with my current power, I can't scratch it. Who created this? And where are we? Xiao, you placed her hand on the seal to activate it. Master Xia created it. Behind this door lies the secret treasury of the Dark Knight Empress. Yun Chen stood there completely stunned. It was nothing short of a miracle. This legendary treasure trove hadn't just survived the reign of the three great demon lords. It had remained completely untouched until this very moment. Xiao Ling stepped forward, her voice filled with pride. The concealment array Master Setter set up is absolute. Mr. Yun, the only reason you can see it is because we are by your side. With Xiao Yu's command, the massive gates groaned open. It was time. The Master's final trial awaited within. But deep in the shadows, a figure was already standing there watching. The shock was instant. That silhouette. It was Ching Cheng. Yun Chen pushed the heavy doors wide, but before he could speak, she snapped her head around. Murderous intent exploded. A blade flashed toward him without a word. Demon scum die. Xiao Yu threw herself in the way, desperate. Master, stop. He is not a demon. He is the disciple you took in. After returning to the human world, you cannot kill him. Yun Chen froze, cold sweat, drenching his back. That speed. It was terrifying. I couldn't even track it, let alone react. The clone of Ching Cheng narrowed her eyes in disbelief. Me. Take a disciple. Why would I waste my time on such a trivial thing? Loyo Bella Bella. Surely you two remember the penalty for deceiving me. Xiao Yu forced a nervous laugh. Deceive you? We still want to live a few more years, Master. Xiao Ling added gently. It has been 4 years since you were stationed here, my lady. We go by Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling now. New names for a new life bestowed upon us by the Master herself after her return to the human realm. Xiao Yu didn't hesitate. She pulled out the phantom star mirror. If you do not trust our words, surely you will trust yourself. Back then, their bond was new, the trust fragile. But the mirror shimmered, and the original Ching Cheng materialized to settle the dust. He is indeed my disciple, the main body declared, her voice firm. In fact, calling him my favorite student wouldn't be an exaggeration. Trust Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling. They have earned it. The clone remained cool, her expression unreadable. If I say so, I suppose I must believe it. But it makes no sense. I know my own talent, my own standards. Taking a disciple is a waste of precious time. It is illogical. The original sighed softly. I once thought the same. But circumstances changed. Fate forced my hand. I entrusted him with much. You need not dig deeper than that. For now, just help me test the brat's strength. Feel free to go hard on him, just don't cripple him. Meanwhile, Yun Chen was completely lost. What is happening right now? Why is General Jia here in the Dark Knight Saintess's treasury? The real one is clearly in the human world. Is this a clone? But they mentioned 4 years. How can a mere clone maintain its form for that long without dissipating? The clone turned her gaze upon him, eyes sharp. Facing a crisis calmly, analyzing the anomaly and deducing the existence of a clone. Impressive. I can see why my main body favors you. Xiao Yu nodded, confirming his thoughts. Mr. Yun, your guess is spot on. This master is a projection created 4 years ago, not by a skill, but by a special god-tier artifact. She possesses 100% of the master's power from that time. She began to recount the legend. Years ago, after Master slew the Dark Knight Saintess, she discovered this vault. It contained a lifetime of collections. However, Xiao Yu continued, her voice dropping, the vault was sealed with a unique mechanism. It could not be opened immediately. Master had no choice but to create this clone to guard it, setting up a defensive array to ensure no interruptions, while she continued her conquest of other realms. She looked at the 4-year-old version of Qing Cheng. But then, the main body suffered a grievous injury and had to retreat to the human world in haste. This clone was forgotten in the chaos. By a twist of fate, she became our trump card. The clone looked up at the sealed door. A pity. Even after all this time, I cannot crack this vault open. Brute force is useless here. Specific conditions must be met to break the seal. Unless I destroy the entire vault. But that would trigger the self-destruct sequence, obliterating the treasures inside. Yun Chen couldn't help but marvel. A clone with 100% power that lasts 4 years. That god-tier artifact is insane. Even my Shadow Ghost only copies skills with reduced stats. It can't even compare to this level of mastery. Qing Cheng scoffed at his expression. Don't be too impressed. This form has major flaws. But enough talk. Let's see what you're made of. The moment the words left her lips, Yun Chen drew his blade. His stance shifted. It would be my honor. Inside, his blood boiled. I've always wanted to know just how strong General Jia was 4 years ago. Qing Cheng stood opposite him, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. 4 years of solitude is dreadfully boring. I hope a disciple like you can entertain me. Don't worry, I won't use my full strength. Consider this. A leveling Manhwa-style tutorial. A faint blue aura flared around her. The air grew heavy. If you can force me to draw my sword, you win. Identity Sha Qing Cheng. Class Snowstorm Swordsman. Level 90. Stats unknown. Skills unknown. Yun Chen's brow furrowed. A swordsman who refuses to use her sword. Even if you are General Xia. I hate being looked down on. He exploded into motion. Magic swordsman skill phantom step. Dozens of afterimages flooded the room surrounding her from every angle. Qing Cheng didn't flinch. She simply floated backward, arms crossed, attacking head-on before analyzing your opponent's tricks. I don't know how my future self taught you, but this is reckless. She never noticed the ground beneath her cracking. Purple tentacles slithered up from the shadows. Snap. They coiled tight around her legs. Dread skill tentacle bind. Qing Cheng's eyes widened looking down. The form has mutated slightly, but there is no mistaking it. That is the dread skill tentacle bind. She stared at Yun Chen, genuinely baffled. He wields a sword. He uses swordsman skills. So why does he possess the grotesque power of a dread? He shot toward her like a missile blade, raised high for a devastating overhead/General Xia. It looks like you're the one who failed to analyze your opponent. But in that split-second crack, the tentacles binding her flash froze. The ice shattered, sending shards flying like shrapnel. Yun Chen landed, blinking in confusion, at the sudden reversal. He stared at the glittering debris. She broke free. And that aura. That was definitely a high-level ice attribute skill. Qing Cheng used an appraisal technique, and realization dawned on her face. Oh, you haven't undergone your class transfer yet, so that explains it. It is no surprise he wields so many class skills with such high stats. It is the kind of overpowered start you would see in a top-tier leveling manhwa. She dusted off the spot where the vines had grabbed her. It seems the original body found a truly legendary disciple. Jia Qingcheng offered him a nod of approval. The power of his technique was impressive. It far exceeded the beginner level. He clearly possessed a unique talent. It looked like she could not use standard tactics to fight him anymore. The moment the words left her lips, a glowing blue snowflake materialized beneath her feet. She shot toward Yun Chen like a bullet, summoning massive glaciers to trail behind her. She had to treat him not as a single student, but as an entire raid party. She blitzed around the arena, her movement speed defying logic. All the naked eye could catch were fading after images. Yun Chen struggled to keep up. Her speed was god tier, making her form nearly invisible. Before his brain could even process the threat, she was already in his personal space primed to strike. Just when he thought he had locked onto her, a flash of killing intent sparked from the side. But then a woman's voice echoed from right behind him, freezing Yun Chen in his tracks. Too bad. You guessed wrong. Yun Chen had focused all his senses on the figure in front of him, leaving him completely open to the real threat lurking at his back. A god flash strike crashed down with earth-shattering force. Dust and smoke exploded everywhere. Yet the moment she made contact, her opponent vanished into thin air. Yun Chen had escaped death by a hair's breadth. Watching her, he could not help but marvel. Her speed was monstrous. Without using God Flash, dodging would have been impossible. Jia Qingcheng had to admit his spatial skills were interesting, but she blinked out of existence again. Once more, she materialized behind him, though the game was far from over. Suddenly, a massive ice pillar erupted from the ground, launching him into the air. Yun Chen had not predicted this. He never expected she would rely on pure raw speed to chase down his teleportation. It was completely unreasonable. Giving Yun Chen zero time to recover, Qingcheng leaped into the air, ready to deliver a devastating kick. She was not done yet. She stomped down with force so terrifying, it left a deep crater in the solid earth. Yun Chen coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His body was screaming under the weight of these brutal attacks. Qingcheng looked down at Yun Chen, who lay motionless on the ground. She could not help but offer a compliment. You are quite durable, aren't you? Is it because of that full body gear? She took a wild guess. Did the original body gift you a set of legendary tier armor? Isn't that a bit like pulling up seedlings to help them grow? Yun Chen let out a dry laugh and explained. Do not misunderstand. Master Xia always prioritized my training and cultivation. The rewards were mostly my own growth. He gritted his teeth and forced himself back to his feet. I gathered this armor set myself. Unnoticed until now, small patches of ice had begun to form on his hands, spreading relentlessly up his arms. This was the snow dance step of the Ice Soul Dancer hidden class. Whenever she moved, she left behind a zone of frost on the ground. Any opponent who touched it would be instantly frozen. Only now did the truth hit Yun Chen. That was the strategy. Her insane movement speed earlier was all to carpet the arena in frost, shrinking his dodge range with every step. Even that aerial attack was calculated to stomp him right into the frost zone. But wait, was Master Xia not a snow-wind swordsman? How could she utilize the skills of an ice soul dancer? Watching Yun Chen struggle against the creeping ice, she announced his defeat. It is over. He stayed silent, but from the shadows below, long tentacles surged upward. It was the fusion art Reese. The vines coiled and grew, piercing through the layer of ice she used to seal him. Giant vine bind. Qingcheng brushed a hand against the writhing tentacle. Oh, unable to move his body, he used the vines to drag himself out of the trap. Interesting indeed. And that heat, melting the ice. She eyed the green flames, dancing around Yun Chen. To think she even gave him the nether demon flame. She really favors you, doesn't she? Hovering in the air, Yun Chen refused to yield. If he could not match her speed, he would overwhelm the entire area. He needed a dense, wide-range attack that left her nowhere to hide. He activated his Fusion Arts Mage's Fireball technique, combined with Qigong Master's Rapid Air Bullets and the Mage's Water Arrow. He added the Magic Swordsman's lightning support into the mix. With a roar, Yun Chen unleashed the explosive flame barrage and lightning arrow rain, sending a chaotic storm of fire and electricity hurtling toward her. Qingcheng was not about to lose. She launched massive glaciers to intercept him. Let me play with you then. Fire and ice collided in a catastrophic explosion, filling the room with thick smoke. Neither side was willing to give an inch. Yun Chen watched in disbelief. Those were his strongest fuse skills, yet she neutralized them completely. Besides, the Snow-Wind Swordsman is clearly a melee class. Even for ranged attacks, she should be using sword energy slashes. What the hell were these ice bullets? Before the smoke could even clear, she shot upward. Increasing distance was a smart choice, but hovering in the air just made you a sitting duck in my eyes. Her fist was already inches from Yun Chen's face. But he cracked a sinister smile, his voice dripping with sudden confidence. Who the real sitting duck is remains to be seen. Yunchen summoned a clone dagger in hand, thrusting straight for Xia Qingcheng. Her eyes went wide with shock. A shadow clone was hiding there the whole time. This brat actually used his main body as bait to lure me in and create an opening for the clone. She kicked off the clone's back, barely dodging the lethal stab. She landed gracefully but could not help a sigh. Truly devious. I almost took that hit. Yun Chen switched weapons instantly, as expected of Master Xia, dodging even in midair. He poured every ounce of power into his blade. Too bad, the shadow clone was also just a distraction. This next strike leaves you zero room to escape. Fusion Art Magic Swordsman's Flame. Slash meets Mage's Fireball. Yun Chen brought the blade down Demon Flame Explosion Slash. Yet even this was not enough to rattle Qing Cheng. With a simple gesture, she froze the very tip of his blazing sword. He could not believe his eyes. An attack with that much destructive force was stopped cold by a single move. Qing Cheng smiled, praising him. That was a beautiful strike. Now, let me return the favor. She surged forward with blinding speed, killing intent flashing in her gaze. From here on out, I am getting serious. The impact slammed into Yun Chen, forcing him to cough up blood. This speed was on a completely different dimension from before Yun Chen was blasted into the wall. His eyes could not even track her movement anymore. Pain exploded through his body, and the cold was seeping into his bones. Without hesitation, Yun Chen transformed, shattering the ice prison. But Qing Cheng was not fazed. She blinked right in front of him. His transformation had not lasted 5 minutes before she pinned him against the wall and delivered another brutal punch. Little Yu watched the chaos from below, witnessing a scene straight out of a viral manhwa recap. This is the antechamber to the Dark Knight Empress's treasury. The walls are built from priceless materials, and they just crack them like eggshells. Little Ling could only gasp at the destruction. Though she was holding back, the pressure was immense. Yun Chen gritted his teeth, forcing down the agony, tearing through his body. Yet Xia Qingcheng smiled, eyes gleaming with approval. Your speed is truly monstrous. His mind raced. I can't dodge it all. But in the myriad cycle state, I can finally see the threads of her movement. Xia Qingcheng was genuinely impressed. To possess this level of combat prowess at merely level 60, it was absurd. She had to admit her original self had an eye for talent. This was the kind of overpowered protagonist energy we love in a good leveling manhwa. But praise wasn't the point of this lesson. Her expression sharpened. If you want to pass this trial, boy, you'll need to transcend your limits. Energy surged from her palm into his core. But suddenly, Yun Chen seized her wrist. Then, let's turn up the heat. Fusion Art activated Magician's Fireball meets Magic Swordsman's Flame Boost. Mystic Shield Demon Flame. An inferno erupted, swallowing them both in a chaotic sea of fire. Xia Qingcheng leaped back, stunned. A suicide attack. Is he insane? But through the smoke she saw him. Yun Chen stood firm, staff-grounded skin completely untouched by the scorching heat. Realization dawned on her. I see. When it comes to fire resistance, he's actually superior to me. Yun Chen took her shock as a victory lap. Thanks for the compliment, he roared, triggering his next move. Fusion Art Deep Root. Countless tentacles burst from the ground, combining earth magic with growth buffs. He rode atop a massive tendril, commanding the battlefield like a king. Python Bind. The vine surged forward with terrifying velocity. Dual casting at Godspeed. The arena became a jungle of writhing vines, suffocating her movement space. But for a master like her, this was barely a warm-up. Xia Qingcheng tore through the obstruction, gliding toward him as if the obstacles didn't exist, forcing complex terrain changes to nerf my speed. Clever strategy. She was a blur of motion. Yun Chen smirked, summoning 2 blazing fire puppets. Let's see you handle a crowd. Instantly, a massive ice shield materialized before her. Boring. I've seen this trick 1,000 times. The puppet's attacks shattered uselessly against her absolute defense. In a heartbeat, deadly ice shards exploded outward, shredding the puppets and piercing through Yun Chen's vine defense. The situation was critical. Yun Chen turned to flee. Xia Qingcheng wasn't letting him go. She vaulted into the air to intercept. But the moment her foot touched a vine, a metallic glint revealed a hidden mine. The high-pitched beep was the only warning. It was a trap. Boom. A violent explosion rocked the arena. She barely twisted away in time. She landed gracefully, regaining her composure. But beneath her boot, another click. Another mine. She looked up, eyes widening. The entire vine network was rigged with explosives. The battlefield was a minefield. This brat. He's actually making me sweat. Chain reactions detonated one after another. Fusion art magician's chain fireball mixed with mechanics' dangerous device. It was a symphony of destruction. When the smoke cleared, Sha Qingchang stood amidst the ashes unbowed. Her ice wings had shielded her from the blast. Though scuffed, she couldn't help but smile. Layering skills to cover your retreat and set traps. That's high-level thinking. She dismissed her wings, the air around her cooling. If you were my level, you'd be the one opponent I'd never want to face. My original self truly found a monster of a disciple. Yun Chen raised his crimson staff. The emerald gem atop it pulsed, sucking in black smoke like a voracious black hole. He spread his arms and a spectral giant manifested behind him. Fusion art shaman's free wind plus mage's tornado, nowhere to run. Teacher Sha Qingcheng clenched her fists, instinctively stepping back. This is bad. I need distance. But Yun Chen's eyes glowed ominously. Eye of the Night. Her body locked up, frozen in place. The Dark Knight Empress's eye. You unlocked that too. It was only a split-second stun, but in a battle of mages, a second is an eternity. The sky turned apocalyptic. Blue flames rained down like Judgment Day. The ultimate technique. Heaven Peak Giant Wind. She was directly in the crosshairs. Sha Qingcheng's mind worked at light speed. The fire clones the traps. They weren't just attacks. They were set up to accelerate the thermal current. Wind fueling fire. An AoE nuke of this magnitude. I can't dodge this. A fatal blow. Impressive. She calmly reached for the void, pulling a blade of pure azure light from a purple sheath. But I am your teacher, kid. If I lose to this, I'll never hear the end of it. She swung. A cross-shaped slash of energy tore through the dimension, screaming with power. Yun Chen shielded his eyes, awestruck. So this is the true power of Sha Qingcheng. Space itself seemed to crack. The test ended in silence. Yun Chen landed softly. Her single strike had erased his entire ultimate attack. Sha Qingcheng held the purple blade, blue aura dancing around it. Congratulations, Yun Chen. You passed. Now, for your loot. Before him stood a colossal gate etched with ancient runes. Sha Qingcheng gestured grandly. The lifetime collection of the Dark Knight Empress is now yours. Yun Chen reverted to his base form, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling appearing behind him. He stared dumbfounded. The Empress's entire treasury. This is the dream scenario for any Manhwa recap fan. General Xia. Even you couldn't open this. She placed a hand on the shimmering light barrier. It requires a specific condition. Force it and the treasures inside. Self-destruct. The security is absolute. The door pulsed with red and blue lights. The locking mechanism is a masterpiece of mana engineering. It's alive, constantly shifting. Look closely. The mana flows like water through microscopic pipes. The safety mechanism and the self-destruct sequence are intertwined. They flow in an endless, perfect loop. To open it, you must freeze the mana in the safety sector, while simultaneously allowing the destruction mana to keep flowing. You have to stop the safety flow exactly when the destruction current reaches the safe zone. One mistake, and it all goes boom. I had attempted to seal the magic flow with ice before, but freezing mana takes time. It is far from an instant process. The four of them stood in the cavern, Yun Chen processing the situation with lightning speed. So, that was the secret. The key was the Eye of the Night all along. This was the private vault of the Empress of Eternal Night, designed so that only she could ever unlock its secrets. She pressed her palm against the gate, and her entire body erupted in radiant light. After years of research, the rhythm of mana flow was second nature to me. Just follow my lead. Stagnate the mana at the perfect moment, and the treasury will open. Yun Chen clenched his fist, his expression hardening with resolve. The gates groaned open, unleashing a blinding flood of light. The four of them stepped into the unknown. Walking in front, Yun Chen couldn't hide his jaw-dropping shock. Holy heavens, this horde truly lived up to the legacy of the 72 demon pillars. Treasures were lined up in endless rows. Yun Chen's eyes sparkled with greed as he scanned the loot, vast wealth, heavenly herbs, legendary artifacts, and high-tier equipment. There was an arsenal of war weapons encompassing every type imaginable. In the human world, this collection alone would rival the national treasury of a superpower. Qingcheng turned to him, her voice calm. Now that this fortune belongs to you, what is your plan? Will you transport it back to the human realm to arm the front lines? Or do you have something else in mind? Yun Chen looked up, calculating. While the volume is massive, most of these items are corrupted, meant only for the demon race. Adapting them for human soldiers would require massive research and modification. The situation at the front lines is already critical. We don't have the luxury of time. There is only one effective way to use this. His eyes burned with intense focus as he uttered a single word, war. Qingcheng crossed her arms intrigued. You intend to incite a civil war among the demon race right here in the dark world. Do you truly possess the power to pull that off? Yun Chen squeezed his fist tight. I can devise a way to boost the combat power of the low and mid-tier demons. For the mid-tier battles I have myself Little Yu and Little Ling. But for the high-tier threats, I must rely on General Xia. Little, you quickly interjected fear in her voice. Master Yun, please wait, this clone's range is limited. If she leaves the vicinity of the treasury, she will vanish within 3 days. Little Ling chimed in urgently. Furthermore, the main body has assigned her a mission of utmost importance. Those 3 days must be dedicated to completing that task. Yun Chen realized the catch immediately. So, that was the fatal flaw in the plan. Still, a god-tier artifact capable of creating such a powerful clone is terrifying in its own right. General Xia's collection of treasures is honestly frightening. Yun Chen thought back to the gift she had given him, the essence of the demon lord, the sea god statue, the ghostly flames. Back in her office, she even had god beast contracts. Add to that the phantom abilities of Little Yu and Little Ling, and now this clone-generating artifact. It was as if she owned every treasure under the heavens, pulling out legendary items on a whim. In terms of sheer wealth, even Principal Yi, a 4th advancement powerhouse, couldn't compare to her. Yun Chen rubbed his chin deep in thought. But here's the mystery. General Xia standing before me is only at the 3rd advancement. Where in the world did she get all these god-tier items? And that terrifying power of hers. Even with my cheat-like system that makes this feel like a leveling manhwa, I can't compare. It can't just be natural talent. Yun Chen turned to Qingcheng. General Xia, I like to think I've worked hard, but against a demon lord, I'm still weak. Both you and I are technically in the 3rd advancement tier. Yet you can slaughter demon lords and annihilate the 72 pillars with ease. You even use long-range magic, despite being a close combat class. How is that even possible? Hearing his confusion, Qingcheng didn't hesitate to answer. It seems my main body hasn't educated you on this yet. Levels and classes are not the absolute truth of this world. Otherwise, why would she take a student like you, who was initially unable to change classes? I can understand why she kept it from you. Some truths, even if taught early, are impossible to grasp without experience. Qingcheng began her lecture. You likely know that the difference between a 2nd and 3rd advancement user lies in skill potency. The attribute multipliers for high-tier skills are vastly superior to intermediate ones. However, the gap between the 3rd and 4th advancement is an entirely different dimension. Not only do you gain skills with higher multipliers, but you also gain the qualification to wield origin skills, which contain a trace of origin power. Yun Chen froze. Origin skills, origin power. What is that? She continued. The term origin skill might be confusing. What if I called it an ultimate skill, or perhaps a god-tier skill? For the vast majority of awakened ones, the origin skill is the destination, the absolute peak of their profession. But for the true anomalies, the absolute strong, the origin skill is merely the starting line. The scene shifted to a lush forest. The true power lies in the fact that it holds a fragment of origin power. Origin power is the source code of creation itself, the fundamental force the gods use to sculpt this world. She explained further. It takes many forms. It can be life itself, flowers, trees, beasts, or it can be phenomena, water, fire, the wind itself. While ordinary skills can manipulate elements like fire and water, they are ultimately just cheap imitations fueled by mana, never touching the core essence. Qingcheng went deeper. Upon reaching the 4th advancement, one learns an origin skill unique to their class. Even if it contains only a speck of origin power, its destructive potential leagues beyond any normal skill. More importantly, it serves as a stepping stone to comprehending the origin power itself. She raised a single finger. Once you successfully comprehend and master a type of origin power, you will possess strength that transcends the limits of your class, allowing you to shape that power into any form you desire. Take my freezing power, for example. It may look like a beginner mage's ice bullet, but that is simply the form I chose to give my origin power. She fired the ice bullet to demonstrate. As for its power, it slammed into the wall of the vault, leaving a devastating crater in the magically reinforced stone. Yun Chen's jaw hit the floor. No wonder that thing could cancel out my fusion skill. It wasn't a mage's ice bullet at all. The crater crumbled, dust rising in the air. Origin power is the domain of gods. That is why 4th advancement users who wield origin skills are often called god-tier powerhouses. Of course, even among god-tier humans and demon lords, there is a hierarchy of strength, Qingcheng concluded. The key to victory lies in the type of origin power and the user's mastery over it. Ordinary 4th advancement users or demon lords merely use the skill. They don't understand the origin power behind it, and many will spend their entire lives never grasping its true essence. However, once you ascend to the rank of the 72 demon pillars, mastering the origin power becomes essential. The greater your command over this primal force, the higher you climb in the hierarchy. Chen finally connected the dots. It turns out General Sia possessed the legendary origin power, something even the demon lords couldn't grasp. Yet, she hasn't even reached the 4th awakening class transfer. So, how in the world did she unlock a skill to comprehend the origin power? He searched his memory. Beyond class transfers, there were other paths, special artifacts, rare materials, or legendary equipment. It's a pity my main body is absent, and the Empress of Eternal Night's treasury was empty of such items. Wait, Chen paused. A specific piece of equipment. Perhaps I actually have the key right here. Scene shift. Chen effortlessly shifted a massive boulder, nodding in approval. Excellent work. Now, prepare yourself for a new mission. He slammed the stone onto the table. Baha stammered, completely caught off guard. A new mission, his mind screamed in shock. Holy crap, that dimensional stone is massive. Inside lay an endless ocean of gold jewels and consumables. Baha clutched his head in disbelief. Good heavens, did the master loot an entire national treasury? Chen replied with casual indifference. I left enough behind so the kingdom wouldn't collapse. Consider this, half my personal service fee. All of this came straight from the Empress of Eternal Night's personal vault. Baha was trembling with excitement. My lord, with this amount of wealth, we could construct a fortress of god-tier proportions. Chen opened his palm, projecting a hologram of a majestic castle. Your task is simple. Transform my mobile palace into a moving war fortress. Can you handle it? Chen contemplated his next move in this leveling manhwa world. He needed to complete the 72 Demon Pillars questline. The system rewarded me with this palace, but a simple residence won't suffice. The craftsman roared with determination. Rest assured, Monarch of Eternal Night, we will forge a weapon of mass destruction that exceeds your wildest dreams. To use such legendary materials for a fortress, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for craftsmen like us. Our fighting spirit is burning. Let us handle this. Chen smiled, radiating charisma. Your luck is shining brighter than ever today. Then I leave it in your capable hands. The scene shifts. Wind howled through the desolate peaks as Chen and Xiao Yu ascended the mountain path. Xiao, you broke the silence. Master Yun, I've stationed shadow guards among the craftsmen. Anyone who dares to steal a single coin will be executed instantly. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. They likely won't betray me, but in this world, caution is the only survival strategy. A soft blush crept up Xiao Yu's cheeks as she averted her gaze. Master, I've been wondering. She touched her chin shyly. Bringing me to this deserted wilderness. Are you planning to? Chen laughed heartily. As expected of General Jia's personal maid. You're sharp. You saw right through my intentions. She squirmed internally. A man and a woman alone, where no one can hear us. It must be that right. Oh, you scoundrel. To think Master Yun looks so dignified yet enjoys this kind of outdoor play. Chen's face went blank. I take back my praise. He stopped walking. This spot is perfect. Chen conjured a small fireball. Back when I fought the Molten Demon Lord, I relied on my fire resistance to tank his attacks and stack debuffs. But there was one specific technique. Even in my myriad wheel state, I didn't dare let it graze me. He condensed his internal energy, expanding the fireball. I had to trigger my absolute invincibility frame just to withstand contact with it for a single second. The skill was called Molten Destruction. He unleashed the energy, everything in its path vaporized, shearing off a massive chunk of the mountain and leaving only smoking ruin. Chow. You watched in horror. Holy. That power is terrifying. Even a demon lord wouldn't face that head-on. It could severely damage one of the 72 demon pillars. Could that be the origin skill of the fire element Chen? Recalled Cheng's theory. If General Xia was right, then the Molten Demon Lord, ranked in the top 10, definitely possessed the origin power. He levitated into the air, azure flames erupting from his palms. Even in his weakened state, that was his ultimate kill move. It must have contained a trace of the origin power. Chen looked down at Xiao Yu. I'm going to spam fire skills until my mana hits 0. When I'm drained, my safety is in your hands. Xiao Yu bowed. Understood, master. He spread his arms wide. I need to compare my flames with the memory of that origin power. If I keep testing, I might just unlock the secret. 3 days passed in a blur of explosions and smoke, yet frustration gnawed at him. No, something is off. This is completely wrong. My flames and the molten destruction. They aren't even in the same dimension. Chen summoned 2 distinct flames, searching for the anomaly. Logically speaking, my Netherworld Demon Fire is an S-rank ability far superior to mortal skills. The Molten Demon Lord's Fire should be basic, yet the power gap is massive. Why? What am I missing, Xiao? You approached with water. Forgive me, Master Yun. Beyond serving you, I am useless in these matters. Comprehending the origin power is a fantasy for someone like me. Please hydrate yourself. He took the flask. You don't need to apologize. The problem lies with my own understanding. Unlocking the origin power is proving harder than a boss raid. We need to prepare for a long grind. By the way, what's the ETA on the War Fortress? Xiao, you hesitated. I'm afraid it will take at least a year. The scale of construction is simply too massive. That reminds me, Master. The Council of the 72 Demon Pillars convenes in 2 days. As the Monarch of Eternal Night, your attendance is mandatory. Shall I instruct Xiaoling to prepare? Chen took a sip of water, his mind clicking into gear. Ah, the Demon Pillar Council. Baha did mention it. It happens every 2 months, standard pacing for a Manhwa recap scenario. Physical presence isn't required. A magical projection is sufficient. Chen turned to Xiao Yu, his eyes narrowing. That meeting is nothing but bureaucratic noise, arguing over frontline tactics and rear supply lines. I've already decided to cut off all war resource contributions. Arguing with them is a waste of breath. Besides, attending only increases the risk of my identity being exposed. His coat snapped in the wind as he turned away. Let's move. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Descent organization, Lucy stood on a high pedestal, looking down at a mysterious hooded figure kneeling before her. She beamed with arrogance. Ah, Duelin, promoting you to head bishop was the perfect move. Decisive and efficient. You gathered all the third-class advancement materials in just 1 year. I am very pleased. Name your reward. Wealth. Status. Duelin lowered her gaze. Serving the High Priestess is my greatest honor. I shouldn't ask for more. But, if I may be so bold, I wish for you to accompany me on a trip. She turned away, feigning shyness. Asking for a date, hardly surprising. Countless souls adore me after all. Very well, I accept your invitation. Lucy turned her back on him. But only after I complete my third-class advancement. Prepare yourself. When I come for you, we leave immediately. Duelin bowed deep. Thank you, High Priestess. But behind that mask of reverence lay a dark scheme. Rest assured, Lucy. This date will be a nightmare you will never forget. Meanwhile, over at Chen's location, a pillar of azure light crashed down from the heavens. He was pushing his limits, sweat dripping from his face, lungs burning for air. No matter how I manipulate the flame attribute, even fusing multiple skills together, the difference is still like heaven and earth. So much bitter cultivation, yet zero progress. What am I missing, little Yu voiced her concern. Master Yun, perhaps I am mistaken, but your demonic flame, despite its transformation, compared to that true origin skill, it feels insignificant. It is like comparing a solid object to a mere phantom. Chen fell into deep thought. A phantom, if little Yu can see the flaw but I cannot, then my blind training has left me in the dark, while outsiders see the light. He conjured another fireball. Theory and words are too vague. I need to dive deeper into the abyss of this power. Chen launched the massive sphere into the distance. The best teacher is pain. I must feel it directly. He thrust his hand straight into the volatile energy. Agony shot through his nerves, searing heat, unbearable pain. Even with my fire immunity and high resistance, I am still burning. My own flame isn't enough to achieve this. Flesh burning, yet he dove straight into the inferno. Is this the pressure of a true origin skill? Not enough. I need to feel the essence. Inside the sphere, Chen's skin turned crimson, his vision blurring, his robes disintegrated into ash. He roared in pure agony. Ah, little Yu watched in terror at his recklessness. That is raw origin power. Even a fourth-class expert wouldn't dare clash with it head-on. That origin force comes from the divine realm. Master Yun's fire resistance is meaningless before the power of a god. Chen grit his teeth. Searing noise shrieked in his mind, yet he forced out a reply. That is exactly why. I must etch this sensation into my very bones. Finally, the fireball dissipated. His eyes were dull from the torture. I felt it. Dark smoke rose from his body. His legs gave out. Master Yun, little Yu rushed to catch him. but sheer will forced his foot down. Boom, he fired another blast. I finally grasped a thread of understanding. I absolutely cannot collapse now. Fireball jutsu engage. He manipulated the energy with trembling hands. Inside the azure flame, a crimson core began to condense. His face flushed red with exertion. More, compress it more. It needs to be massive. But inside that chaotic sphere, only a tiny spark flickered into existence. Smaller than a grain of sand compared to before. Yet, little Yu trembled. That tiny speck radiates a catastrophic danger level. Is that the origin skill? No, it still lacks the final step. It looks like he forced countless normal skills to merge into a pseudo-origin form. The sphere vanished. A weak smile touched his lips. For a first attempt, this is my absolute limit. The adrenaline faded. His legs finally gave way and he tipped backward. But hey, at least I have barely stepped through the doorway of mastery. Little Yu caught him gently in her arms. I will guard your life with mine. Sleep now. Meanwhile, in the treasury of the Black Knight Empress, the clone of Xia Qingcheng stood before a mirror. Little Ling sat respectfully nearby. The main body spoke from the reflection. This is your final mission. Complete it no matter the cost. Rest easy, main body. I possess your memories, your emotions, and your power, but I did not inherit your attachment to life. To me, death is trivial. However, I cannot execute this mission immediately. I estimate half a year. Yun Chen still requires my guidance in this leveling manhwa world. The main body nodded. Agreed. The front line will not collapse within 6 months. Now tell me the truth. I still cannot fathom what happened back then. What drove me to accept a disciple? The clone in the mirror felt silent emotions swirling in her eyes. They are still alive. The main body's eyes widened in shock. Are they truly? She shot up from her seat, disbelief coloring her voice. What did you say? Is it true? Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. My friends, they are still alive. General Xia, in the mirror, thought grimly. Yes, but their fate is worse than death. We have to kill them. A tragedy indeed. Even with 4 successful reincarnations, I cannot do it alone. She lowered her head, arms hanging limp. If my opponents are them, then it makes sense. She whispered to the empty air. I know what I must do now. Back at the training grounds, Yun Chen lay atop a massive block of mystical ice, little Yu tending to him. She gazed at his battered form, heart aching. The burns are catastrophic, and this is with Master Yun's god-tier fire resistance. If it were me, a single second of contact would have reduced me to nothing but drifting ash. She picked up a shard of the glowing ice. Thank the heavens the treasury is stocked with divine medicine. This jade lotus ice, sent by little Ling, will heal him fast. Suddenly his eyes fluttered open. Yun Chen groaned, sitting up slowly. He rubbed his neck, finally healed. Nearly cremated by my own skill. What a joke. A flame ignited in his palm. But the harvest was magnificent. He thrust the flame toward her. Little Yu, what is your assessment of this power?